Standing on the top of Ishan Ridge, I was sweating all over. In front of me, my master Luo Qingfei was getting up from the ground in a panic, brushing off the dust on her cheongsam. She rolled her eyes at me and said angrily, "You little brat, you always act like a chicken with blood, making me hurt all over." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. "Master, it seems that I won." The master nodded and finally said with relief, "Yes, your skills have been perfected, and I should feel relieved to let you go down the mountain." Hearing this, I was ecstatic. After 10 years of training and waiting, I can finally go down the mountain. However, Master's words immediately dampened my excitement. "Your father is now imprisoned in Longqi prison and will be sentenced to death in a month." My smile froze on my face and my eyes widened in shock. 10 years ago, my parents suddenly disappeared. My uncle Chu Zhenxiong took the opportunity to seize all my family's property and adopted me hypocritically. But in his house, I lived worse than a slave and was often beaten. Until I escaped and was rescued to the mountain by Master Luo Qingfei, I was isolated from the world ever since. The only obsession in my heart was to find my parents. I didn't expect them to be trapped in such a place where only serious criminals were imprisoned. "I have sent people to the prison to rescue your father, but he refused." Luo Qingfei grabbed my hand and whispered, "He said that as long as he leaves the prison, whether on his own initiative or by being rescued, your mother will be in danger. So, you must not rescue him." My heart was broken. It turned out that my father was trapped because my mother was used as a threat. These damn bastards. I couldn't sit still any longer, so I stood up and wanted to go down the mountain to save my father, but my master stopped me. "Your father has another thing to say, asking you to take back the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet." This bracelet was a treasure carved by my grandfather with precious red jade. It was brought to the Chu family with my mother when she married. 10 years ago, my father sent it to the Chin family in Jiangdong as a token of trust to arrange a marriage for me. After hearing what my master said, although I was full of doubts, I immediately decided to go down the mountain. My father valued this bracelet so much, no matter what it was used for, I had to take it back first. The master handed me a note and a token, saying, "This is the note your father gave you, and you can only read it. Your sister is already collecting information about Longqi prison, and you can mobilize all the resources of the heavenly net. Remember, no one can bully my disciple, the Wan Bian medical immortal." I kowtowed 3 times in gratitude, and then left the Taoist temple in a hurry. The master looked at my back as I left, with a melancholy expression. "Dragons and snakes rise from the land, and the world is turned upside down. I'm afraid this world is going to be in chaos." Arriving in Jiangdong City, I went straight to the Chen family villa. The Chen family was discussing the marriage of my cousin Chu Tiannan and the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Mingxi, and they were also planning how to join forces to take over a piece of land in Heshi. I stepped into the living room of the Chen family and interrupted their laughter. When the servant introduced me, he said that I was the eldest daughter's fiancé. Everyone turned around and only saw my unfamiliar face. Chen Taishan frowned and asked who I was and why I pretended to be Chen Mingxi's fiancé. I handed over a red marriage certificate and said calmly, "I am Chu Longtu, and I am here to fulfill the marriage contract made 10 years ago." The Chen family was stunned for a moment, and the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. After a moment, Chen Taishan grabbed the marriage certificate and tore it to pieces, angrily scolding me for forging the marriage certificate and seizing Chu Tiannan's position. Facing their doubts and scolding, I responded coldly, "You can regret the engagement, but you must return the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet to me." Chen Taishan sneered and denied it. Old Lady Chen shouted even more sternly, "Come on, drive him out, break his legs if he dares to resist." A group of bodyguards rushed up, and just as I was about to take action, I suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Stop. That's my senior sister, Yu Lingqing." The Chen family was all stunned when they saw Yu Lingqing show up. Yu Lingqing is one of the 4 beauties in Jiangdong, worth over 100 million yuan. She is always aloof and never speaks politely to any man. She came up and slapped old Lady Chen twice, and coldly ordered Chen Taishan to hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. Facing the pressure from the Yu family, Chen Taishan didn't dare to resist at all, so he had to hand over the bracelet obediently. Yu Lingqing threw the bracelet to me, put her arm around my neck and smiled, "You little bastard, you didn't even tell me when you went down the mountain." Fortunately, I arrived in time. Everyone in the Chen family looked at our backs as we left, their faces were livid and full of resentment. In the car, Yu Lingqing hugged me and refused to let go, saying sadly, "You little bastard, you only care about looking for your fiancé when you go down the mountain, and you don't come to see me." I was angry and amused, and could only gently massage her acupuncture points. Yu Lingqing then became serious and told me that she had begun to investigate the situation in Longqi prison and had some high-level information about the prison. Longqi prison is privately controlled. The highest management is the board of directors, under which there are the warden and 3 judges. Your father's death sentence was sentenced by the judge who was in charge of the trial. As soon as Yu Lingqing finished speaking, she received a call saying that her secretary had a car accident downstairs in the company and her life or death was unknown. She and I rushed to the scene immediately and saw Dr. Lei shaking his head. I stepped forward and sealed her secretary's wound with a golden needle. Everyone looked at my skill of bringing the dead back to life in amazement, even Yu Lingqing was stunned. After saving the person, I took out a stack of information from her secretary's bag, and my eyes suddenly became solemn. Yu Lingqing came over and asked me when I learned medical skills. I smiled and said, "Of course, my master taught me. Next, I must find the pen-holding judge as soon as possible and get the truth about my father from him. This has just begun. I must uncover all the mysteries, rescue my father, protect my mother, and get back everything that belongs to me. You little brat are so cruel, let me go." In a Taoist temple at the top of Ishan Ridge, a charming and beautiful woman was knocked to the ground by a handsome young man, and she struggled and cried out in pain. Chu Longtu got up from the ground and said with a grin, "Master, you lose." The beautiful woman had casually tied her messy long hair into a ponytail. She was wearing a blue and white floral cheongsam that was tightly fitted around her curvy body. The flesh-colored stockings on her slender legs were already covered in dust and grass. This woman is Chu Longtu's master, a top master who once wreaked havoc across the world. The ever-changing medical genius, Luo Qingfei. Luo Qingfei brushed the dust off her beautiful flesh-colored legs and glared at Chu Longtu in reproach. "You little brat, every time you do that, it's like you've taken a shot of chicken blood, making my whole body hurt. But the fact that you were able to pin me to the ground and beat me shows that your skills have reached great perfection. I can now let you go down the mountain without any worries." Chu Longtu was overjoyed. "Master, can I really go down the mountain?" Luo Qingfei knew Chu Longtu's obsession and nodded. "Yes, and you must get down the mountain immediately. Just received news that your father is being held in Longqi prison. In a month, he will be sentenced to death." The smile on Chu Longtu's face froze instantly and his eyes widened in disbelief. 10 years ago, when he was 16 years old, his parents suddenly disappeared. His uncle Chu Zhenxiong forcibly took away all their property and adopted him hypocritically. However, his uncle's family did not treat him as a human being at all. They whipped him whenever they were not satisfied with him. He lived a life worse than a slave. Later, Chu Longtu escaped and fainted from hunger on the side of the road before being discovered by Luo Qingfei and brought up the mountain. During the past 10 years, Chu Longtu missed his parents all the time and imagined where they were going, but he never thought that it would be prison. Or is it a horrible prison like Longqi prison that only holds serious criminals? Luo Qingfei held Chu Longtu's big hand with bulging veins and spoke softly. "I immediately sent someone to the prison to rescue him, but he refused. He said that as long as he leaves the prison, whether he leaves on his own initiative or is rescued by someone, your mother will die. So he can't leave, and neither you nor I can save him." Chu Longtu's heart was beating rapidly, and he felt as if it was being fried in oil. He was just wondering where his mother was, but it turned out that she was captured and used to force his father to die in prison. These damn bastards. Chu Longtu could no longer sit still and wanted to go down the mountain immediately, but was gently held down by Luo Qingfei. "Besides not letting you save him, your dad has something else to tell you. You must get the Feifeng flying bracelet back." The flying phoenix bracelet was a treasure carved by Chu Longtu's grandfather from a rare red jade. It was brought to the Chu family as a dowry along with Chu Longtu's mother. 10 years ago, his father arranged a marriage for him and the Qin family of Jiangdong and gave the Feifeng bracelet to the Qin family as a token of love. What are you going to do with this thing? Even though Chu Longtu's head was full of question marks, it did not stop him from preparing to go down the mountain immediately. "The thing that made my father prefer to stay in prison and send the message to get it back must be very important. No matter what its use is, just get it back first. Master, I'll go down the mountain now. Luo Qingfei handed over a piece of paper and a token and said in a deep voice. This is a note your father gave you. Only you can read it. I have informed your senior sister to collect intelligence on Longqi prison. You are also responsible for mobilizing all the manpower and material resources of the heavenly dragnet. In a word, no one can bully me, the disciple of the Wanbian medical immortal. Chu Longtu was deeply moved. He kowtowed 3 times and then left the Taoist temple anxiously. Luo Qingfei looked at Chu Longtu's back as he disappeared into the forest, her expression melancholy and her heart empty. Dragons and snakes rise from the land, and the world turns upside down. This world is going to be in chaos. Jiangdong City, Chen family villa. The Chen family gathered together, their faces full of joy. Chen Taishan, the patriarch of the Chen family, said to old lady Chen, who was sitting at the upper seat with a look of joy on his face. Mom, I have already negotiated with Chu Zhenxiong about the marriage between Mingxi and Chu Tiannan, and he has promised to join hands with us to take over the land in Heshi. Old lady Chen cheered and said excitedly. Okay, that piece of land is in an excellent location. After development, the Chen family will get at least 100 million in profits. With the accumulation of our family over the years and the support of the Chu family, it is enough for our Chen family to move to the next level and become a real wealthy family. Mingxi, you must win over Chu Tiannan, do you understand? Chen Mingxi, who had a plump figure, rosy face and a seductive charm, agreed, her heart filled with joy. Once the Chen family breaks through the class, she will marry into the old wealthy Chu family. Her identity and status will be completely different and much more glorious than now. Just as there was laughter and joy in the living room, the servant led Chu Longtu in. The eldest lady's fiancé is here. When everyone in the Chen family looked back, what they saw was not the familiar Chu Tiannan, but an unfamiliar handsome face. Chen Taishan stood up, frowned and asked. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Mingxi's fiancé? Chu Longtu was not surprised that Chen Taishan did not recognize him. 10 years of hard work had already changed his image greatly, so it was normal that he did not recognize him. Chu Longtu handed over a red marriage certificate. My name is Chu Longtu, and I'm here today to fulfill the marriage contract we made 10 years ago. Dead silence. As silent as a grave. Everyone in the Chen family looked at Chu Longtu in shock, and after a moment they suddenly exploded. Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu, the son of Chu Zhenfeng. 10 years ago, not long after Chu Zhenfeng disappeared, he also disappeared. I heard he's dead, isn't he? This is bad. He is engaged to Mingxi, and Mingxi is now promised to Chu Tiannan. What should we do? Amid the discussions, Chen Taishan read the marriage certificate once, and then tore it to pieces. Small pieces of debris fell to the ground, and Chen Taishan angrily scolded Chu Longtu. You bastard, you actually dared to forge a marriage certificate. It was clearly your cousin Chu Tiannan who made the engagement with Mingxi 10 years ago. What does it have to do with you? Chen Taishan was furious and glared at Chu Longtu with sharp eyes. The marriage certificate is real, and the engagement is real too. But he couldn't recognize it. If I admit it, wouldn't that be admitting that he was treacherous and promised one woman to 2 families? Even if he admitted it, how could he get Chu Zhenxiong to support his family's plan to become a wealthy family? After all, the current head of the Chu family is Chu Tiannan's biological father Chu Zhenxiong, not Chu Longtu's father Chu Zhenfeng. So, you must never admit it. This damn Chu Longtu, why didn't he die outside? Old Madam Chen was very experienced and immediately understood what Chen Taishan meant and scolded him. Forged a marriage certificate and snatched my brother's fiancée. How could the Chu family have a shameless little bastard like you? As for Chen Mingxi, needless to say, she would be crazy to abandon Chu Tiannan and choose Chu Longtu. Chu Tiannan is the eldest son of the Chu family and the future heir to the Chu family's billion-dollar fortune. Chu Longtu is a poor man with no money, no power and no influence. How can he compete with Chu Tiannan? Chen Mingxi's face was full of disgust, and she shouted angrily as if it was disgusting to be associated with Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu, I know you have liked me since you were a child, but you have to face the reality. Our Chin family is about to become a wealthy family, but your father is a death row prisoner imprisoned in Longqi prison. One is in heaven, the other is in hell. How can you be worthy of me? Other members of the Chin family also mocked and scolded Chu Longtu. You are a toad who wants to eat swan flesh, you must be crazy. How can the son of a death row inmate be worthy of the daughter of our Chin family? The scolding came like a tide, making Chu Longtu so angry that veins on his forehead bulged. 10 years ago, the Chin family was on the verge of bankruptcy, and Chu Zhenfeng stepped in to save the Chin family. To express his gratitude, Chen Taishan shamelessly begged Chu Zhenfeng to arrange this marriage. Now they say he is a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Chu Longtu forced himself to suppress the urge to slap these turtle bastards to death and said through gritted teeth. You can cancel the engagement if you want, but you must return the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet to me. Who knew that Chen Taishan would just sneer and deny it flatly? What is a flying phoenix bracelet? I have never heard of it. If you want to deny the engagement, you have to deny it completely. Returning the bracelet, what's the difference between that and acknowledging the engagement? Old Lady Chin shouted even more sternly. You're making a wrong decision if you want to blackmail our Chin family. Someone, get him out. If he dares to resist, break his legs. The Chin family bodyguards rushed into the living room and surrounded them rudely. Chu Longtu completely lost all his patience and was about to resort to violence and rob. At this moment, a delicate cry suddenly rang out. Stop! Yu Lingqing! A scream was heard, and the Chin family suddenly became agitated. She is Yu Lingqing, one of the 4 beauties of Jiangdong. It is said that the eldest daughter of the wealthy Yu family in Jiangdong received a gift for her 18th birthday that is worth half of the assets of our Chin family. Did she also hear about the Chu family's marriage to us and come to congratulate us? Old Lady Chen and Chen Taishan were flattered and hurried to greet them. Chen Mingxi looked at Yu Lingqing with envy, his eyes turned red with envy. Her dream is to become a goddess like Yu Lingqing, who is worth billions and is admired by thousands of people. The Chin family is honored to have you here. Old Lady Chin spoke with a smile, but Yu Lingqing's reaction shocked everyone. Bang! Bang! Yu Lingqing directly slapped Old Lady Chin twice in the face with her forehand and backhand, her pretty face covered with frost. Old man, do you dare to say that you will break his legs? The whole place was in dead silence. The Chin family members had dazed expressions on their faces. A chill ran straight from their spines to their foreheads, giving them countless goosebumps all over their bodies. Yu Lingqing actually slapped Old Lady Chin twice. Moreover, he was backing Chu Longtu. In the dead silence, Yu Lingqing spoke coldly. Chen Taishan, hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. I don't want to say it a second time. Chen Taishan's body trembled violently. He was filled with bitterness but dared not even fart. He obediently took out a jewelry box. The Yu family is a more powerful family than the Chu family. The Chin family cannot afford to provoke them. Even though his own mother was slapped twice, he didn't dare to argue with Yu Lingqing. Not to mention Chen Taishan, even the old lady Chen who was beaten was so shocked that she covered her face and dared not make a sound, for fear of angering Yu Lingqing. Yu Lingqing took the jewelry box and threw it to Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu took it, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Senior sister, you are here. This simple sentence almost made everyone in the Chin family drop their jaws. Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing are actually senior and junior sisters. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Lingqing reached out and put her arms around Chu Longtu's neck. Her pretty face suddenly thawed and became as bright as a blooming flower. You bastard, you didn't even tell me when you left the mountain. Luckily I got the news and rushed over. Glancing at Chen Mingxi, Yu Lingqing curled her lips. What is Uncle Chu thinking? He arranged for you to have such a greedy, snobbish, materialistic and vulgar fiancé. It is simply a disgrace to the Chu family. This marriage should have been called off long ago. These 2 sentences were like 2 sharp slaps in the face, making everyone in the Chin family blush and feel a burning pain on their faces. Especially Chen Mingxi, her pretty face turned red with anger and her teeth were about to break. Yu Lingqing didn't care. She took Chu Longtu's arm and walked out of the villa with her breasts pressing on his arm. Everyone in the Chin family looked at the 2 men's backs, filled with resentment and shock. As one of the four beauties of Jiangdong, Yu Lingqing has always been aloof and rude to any man. However, today Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu were so close. If this were to get out, who knows how many Jiangdong men would be completely heartbroken. Chen Mingxi's chest rose and fell rapidly, his eyes were full of jealousy and anger, but a trace of regret unconsciously grew in his heart. Yu Lingqing was a gifted girl whom even she could only look up to, yet she was fond of Chu Longtu, whom she had discarded like a piece of trash. Could it be that she really made the wrong choice? Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu walked to the door and suddenly stopped. Yu Lingqing turned her head and smiled. "Oh, by the way, there is something I need to tell you. I'm not a very tight-lipped person, and I accidentally let slip the story of your one daughter and two families. I think the whole Jiangdong should know about this now. I'm so sorry." Although she said sorry, Yu Lingqing had a provocative expression on her face, as if saying, "I said it on purpose," and she smiled sweetly and pulled Chu Longtu away. Everyone in the Chin family turned pale in an instant, looking as ugly as if their parents had died. In the Rolls-Royce, Yu Lingqing, who was considered by the outside world to never get close to any men and was high above like an ice and snow goddess, hugged Chu Longtu tightly. "Stinky boy, senior sister finally sees you." Chu Longtu passively sniffed the deep fragrance. "Senior sister, let me go first, I won't run away." Yu Lingqing did not let go at all. Instead, she lifted her beautiful gray silk legs and pressed them on Chu Longtu's legs, as if she was afraid that he would run away, and said resentfully, "You little brat, you only care about looking for your fiancé when you come down the mountain, and you don't even think about coming to see me, senior sister. You are such a heartless fellow. My sister has loved you in vain in the mountains." Chu Longtu couldn't break free, so he used his big hands to gently rub the acupuncture points where Yu Lingqing's qi and blood were not flowing smoothly, and said unhappily, "How dare you say that? If you hadn't seduced me every day and almost made me lose my virginity, Master wouldn't have gotten so angry and chased you off the mountain." Chu Longtu deliberately pressed up along Yu Lingqing's beautiful legs in stockings, caressing Yu Lingqing's acupuncture points mischievously. "Brother, don't stay here, go home." Yu Lingqing moaned softly, but Chu Longtu gave a mischievous smile, withdrew his hand, and spoke seriously. "Sister, let's talk business." Yu Lingqing felt very uncomfortable hanging in the air, and slapped Chu Longtu with a red face and unhappily. "Stinky brother, bad guy." After giving Chu Longtu a charming look, Yu Lingqing spoke. "After I received the notice from my master, I started to inquire about the news of Longqi Prison. Longqi Prison is privately owned. The top management is the board of directors, which has a warden and 3 judges to directly manage the prison. The warden is in charge of the overall situation, and the 3 judges are responsible for pursuit, trial, and suppression. The one who sentenced my uncle to death was the judge who wrote the pen in charge of the trial among the 3 judges. If you want to know about uncle's situation, the fastest way is to start from him." Yu Lingqing looked at the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist. "I have asked my secretary to gather intelligence, and there should be results soon." Chu Longtu's face was full of gratitude. "Senior sister, thank you for your help." Yu Lingqing rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are so distant with me, I'll beat you up." Chu Longtu smiled, opened the jewelry box and took out the Feifeng bracelet. The bracelet is completely red, and with a slight sway, a large mysterious pattern flashes red, like a phoenix spreading its wings in the sky. It is truly a priceless treasure. But apart from being precious, there is nothing surprising about it. Chu Longtu took out another piece of paper, and Yu Lingqing turned to look out the window very wisely. There were several lines of extremely scrawled words written on the note, without any pattern. Chu Longtu pondered slightly, then placed the bracelet on the note and waved it. Several lines of numbers actually appeared under the red light. Chu Longtu's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead. Those numbers were secret codes that only they and their son knew when he and his dad were playing spy games when they were kids. At a glance, the secret language only said one thing. "The Feifeng Lingkong bracelet is the key, be sure to keep it and don't lose it." But his own death sentence was not mentioned at all. Chu Longtu rubbed his fingers together and used his internal energy to turn the paper into ashes, his mind working rapidly. Bracelet, key, Daddy can't leave the prison. Could it be that my mother was trapped and the enemy was using her to threaten my father not to leave the prison? Then why did the bracelet that my mother brought as a dowry become the key to the place where she was trapped? There are too many mysteries and too few clues. The more Chu Longtu thinks about it, the more worried and anxious he becomes. If his father had not strictly ordered not to rescue him, he would have broken out of the prison to find his father and ask for the truth. At this moment, Yu Lingqing received a call. What? A car accident. I'll be there right away. Yu Lingqing hung up the phone with a frosty look on her face. My secretary was waiting for me downstairs in the company, but he suddenly got into a car accident and is currently unknown whether he is alive or dead. Chu Longtu sat up straight suddenly, his aura as sharp as a knife. Yu Lingqing had just asked her secretary to look up the judge's information when she got into trouble. How could it be such a coincidence? Go back to the company. At Chu Longtu's command, the Rolls-Royce roared away in an instant. It's so tragic. Now everyone is dead. Didn't you see that Dr. Lei, who was in charge of the emergency treatment, shook his head? It must be gone. Dr. Lei is the ace doctor of Jiangdong City First Hospital and a top expert who enjoys special allowances from the medical department. Even he shook his head. It seems that he is really not good enough. The damn driver actually let him get away. It was too easy for him. The onlookers were talking about it, shaking their heads and sighing. Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing separated the crowd. When Yu Lingqing saw the slender figure lying in the blood with her chest motionless, her voice trembled. Dr. Lei, my secretary. As a famous doctor, Lei Tianming had many opportunities to deal with wealthy families and was also acquainted with Yu Lingqing. He sighed. He's still breathing, but his injuries are too severe. I'm afraid there's no way to save him. Yu Lingqing's legs went limp, but she forced herself to hold on, but her eyes were already red and tears were glistening in them. Who said it can't be saved? Let me do it. A clear voice rose into the sky, immediately attracting everyone to turn their heads. Chu Longtu ignored the secretary's injuries and put her limp body in a supine position. The onlookers immediately exploded, spitting and cursing. Where did this idiot come from? Don't you know that patients in car accidents cannot be moved casually? The person is almost dying. If you move the body any more, the broken bones in the body might pierce the internal organs and the person will really die. You are committing murder, stop it, you bastard. Record it all, and then expose it online and cyberbully him to death. Gold needles, acupuncture. He actually planned to use acupuncture to treat a dying person. Is this guy crazy? How can anyone believe in Chinese medicine, which relies on tree roots and grass to deceive people? Lei Tianming widened his eyes in shock and shouted in panic. Stop it. Stop him. Yu Lingqing didn't expect Chu Longtu to be so reckless. She just thought that he was anxious to get information. She was shocked and subconsciously wanted to stop him. Junior brother, stop it now. You don't know any medical skills at all. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes went dark and they cursed even more fiercely. It's a pity that no matter how angry they were, they couldn't act as fast as Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu ignored all the scolding and took out a cloth bag, which was filled with golden needles of different lengths. Picking up the needle and inserting the needle, the whole set of movements is smooth and pleasing to the eye, like flowing clouds and running water. In just a few breaths, a set of golden needles had been inserted into the secretary's chest and abdomen. The next second, Chu Longtu flicked his fingers and the internal energy flew out of his hands. All the golden needles began to buzz and vibrate instantly, rising and falling like living things, which was extremely magical. The cursing stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at this bizarre scene with their scalps tingling. They were so frightened that a chill rushed from their tailbone to the top of their head, and they shivered violently several times. After 3 seconds, the golden needle stopped moving. Chu Longtu breathed a sigh of relief and spoke softly towards countless incredulous looks. I used a golden needle to stop the bleeding in her body and stimulate her vitality. Her life is now safe. The rest of the fractures were external injuries. I prescribed some medicine for her to take orally and apply externally. She will be back to full health in about a month. Boom. The crowd was in a frenzy, and the roaring noise completely crushed all the silence, leaving only the noise of a volcanic eruption. Resurrection. This is resurrection. Can someone give me a slap so I know I'm not dreaming? This is too fantastic. I was wrong. I feel deeply guilty for my shallowness. Western medicine should go away. Traditional Chinese medicine is awesome. With this medical skill, even if BNK and Hua Tuo were reincarnated, they would have to kowtow to him. I recorded it. The number of followers on this F*King website is going to explode. Everyone looked at Chu Longtu almost fanatically, wishing they could put him on a pedestal and worship him. Lei Tianming was stunned. After he came to his senses, he hurriedly checked the secretary's vital signs, and suddenly he stood there in a daze as if he was struck by lightning. His breathing gradually calmed down, and even his heartbeat, which had been so weak that it was almost non-existent, began to beat steadily again. Really saved. People who are dying can be saved. What kind of medical skills is this? For a doctor with such powerful medical skills, Lei Tianming is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. As for Yu Lingqing, the love in her beautiful eyes almost overflowed. As for where the junior brother learned his medical skills, it doesn't matter, as long as he's handsome, that's all. Amid the excitement, Chu Longtu remained calm and composed. It's just saving a person, it doesn't matter. Picking up the briefcase that the secretary had dropped, Chu Longtu took out a stack of documents and glanced at it, his pupils condensed. Yu Lingqing couldn't wait to get closer, her pretty face full of uncontrollable excitement. Junior brother, when did you learn medical skills? It's amazing. Chu Longtu shrugged his shoulders. Of course it was taught by Master. Yu Lingqing suddenly realized and pouted in dissatisfaction, Master is too partial. He never taught me. Chu Longtu smiled and didn't respond to the conversation. When they were on the mountain, Yu Lingqing and other senior sisters were not talented enough and could not learn Luo Qingfei's skills. After staying on the mountain for a while, they were driven down the mountain. And in order to protect them, Luo Qingfei didn't even reveal her identity. Handing the briefcase to Yu Lingqing, Chu Longtu said in a deep voice, Jiang Qingyun from Jiangdong University, do you know this person? Yu Lingqing understood instantly. It seems that Jiang Qingyun is the key person to find the chief judge of Longqi prison. I've heard of him. He's a big shot in Jiangdong's archaeological circle, but I've never dealt with him. Chu Longtu frowned, while Lei Tianming beside him spoke cautiously. I know him. Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing turned their heads at the same time, which made Lei Tianming feel quite uncomfortable. Professor Chen was hospitalized in our hospital before, and I was his attending physician. We became familiar with each other after a few visits. If you need, I can introduce you. Chu Longtu said without hesitation. Take me to him. Just tell me what you want. Lei Tianming was overjoyed and said with great fear and trepidation. Can you give me some pointers on the healing acupuncture technique you just used? Chu Longtu raised his eyebrows. Can. But the 9 needles of the coffin requires the use of internal energy. You won't be able to learn it even if I teach you. As for other acupuncture techniques, if you want to learn them, why not teach you? Lei Tianming took a breath and looked shocked. 9 needles for the coffin. It is said that this is inherited from the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, and that 1 needle can determine life or death, and distinguish between yin and yang. Is this the 9 needles of the coffin, the highest achievement of traditional Chinese medicine? Chu Longtu glanced at him in surprise. You do have some knowledge. Now Lei Tianming was completely convinced. Why would you be dissatisfied after losing to a fierce man who can perform the 9 needles of the coffin? What's more, you can get some advice from others, which means you can make a lot of money. Dr. Lei. The door opened and the men who opened the door greeted them with a smile. Lei Tianming exchanged a few words of greeting and introduced Chu Longtu. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Mr. Chu. His medical skills are far superior to mine. I asked him to come over and check Professor Chen's pulse. Jiang Qingyun's son Jiang Songshan looked at the young Chu Longtu and immediately frowned. Chu Longtu is so young, can his medical skills be better than Lei Tianming's? This is bullshit. He was probably another dandy boy who wanted his father to help him identify antiques, and was looking for Lei Tianming to flatter him. Old Lei knew that his father was in poor health but still brought some strangers to his house. He is becoming more and more ignorant as he gets older. Jiang Songshan was very unhappy, but he didn't want to chase them away, so he took them into the living room on the first floor. Dad, Dr. Lei is here. In the living room, Jiang Qingyun, who was walking around a four-legged bronze tripod with a bandage on his arm, looked up and greeted. Lao Lei is here, sit down. Lei Tianming and Jiang Qingyun exchanged greetings, but Chu Longtu looked at the bronze tripod. The four-legged bronze tripod is square, with large dragon patterns and wind and thunder patterns intertwined on the body of the tripod, making it look particularly gorgeous. Especially since all the lines were a rich red color with a faint glow of blood, it was very strange. Chu Longtu looked at Jiang Qingyun and Jiang Songshan again. There was a dazzling flash of blood between the eyebrows of both father and son, which was exactly the same as the red lines on the bronze tripod. At this time, Jiang Qingyun also knew Chu Longtu's identity and had the same suspicion as Jiang Songshan. Chu Longtu, who is so tender that water can be squeezed out of him, can also treat illnesses. Before Jiang Qingyun could speak, Jiang Songshan couldn't help it. It's fine if he just said something to flatter me, but do you take it seriously? Jiang Songshan had a dark face and spoke with a sneer. Dr. Lei, there's no need to use this kind of nonsense that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe as an excuse. What kind of illness can this kid, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, treat? Is he worthy of being called a miracle doctor? How much benefit did he give you to make you, the famous Dr. Lei, willing to lower yourself to flatter him? Lei Tianming was stunned and said hurriedly. Mr. Jiang has misunderstood. Mr. Chu's medical skills are truly more than 100 times better than mine. Just now, I witnessed Mr. Chu saving a dying patient. He has the ability to bring the dead back to life. He is definitely a miracle doctor. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became quiet. Jiang Qingyun and Jiang Songshan both widened their eyes, and their faces were instantly filled with anger. Resurrection? That's bullshit. Jiang Songshan spoke coldly. Lei Tianming, if you had just told me your purpose when you came in, and asked me to help you decide, I would have never refused. But you actually treated us like fools. You knew that my father was in poor health and urgently needed a miracle doctor to treat him, but you brought this idiot who probably doesn't even know how to write the word medical skills to treat my father. Are you afraid that he will not die? Resurrection from the dead? What the hell? Jiang Songshan was so angry that he started cursing loudly, and Jiang Qingyun's face was even gloomier, with a fierce look in his eyes that almost seemed to kill people. Lei Tianming, on the other hand, looked puzzled, feeling angry and aggrieved. What the hell is Jiang Songshan talking about? What is this eye for eyes? When did he ever mention this? Just when the atmosphere became extremely tense, Chu Longtu coughed, and Lei Tianming did not speak again even though he was holding his breath. Facing the cold gazes of the Chin family father and son, Chu Longtu said lightly. Lei Tianming didn't lie. Those in the world who have better medical skills than me are either dead or have not yet been born. It's no problem to cure you. Lei Tianming held his head high with a look of pride on his face. Jiang Qingyun and Jiang Songshan, however, thought that Chu Long was just trying to save face and was still pretending to be cool even after being exposed, so they were ready to break up with him and get angry and chase him away. Then I heard Chu Long to suddenly change the subject. It's just that you are not feeling well, not sick. It's the evil spirit that entered the body. The smile on Lei Tianming's face froze instantly, while Jiang Qingyun and Jiang Songshan's eyes twitched and their anger instantly increased. This is really still treating them as fools. What's the matter? Since the miracle doctor persona can't fool them, he changed his career to become a feng shui master. Roll. Jiang Songshan pointed at the gate and drove the people away. Chu Longtu remained expressionless and patted the bronze tripod. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Shang dynasty tomb-guarding tripod. Before the Shang dynasty, nobles needed to be buried with tripods to suppress the tombs. And in order to show off their status, they would kill slaves and sprinkle their blood into the tomb-guarding cauldron before sealing the tomb, using living people as sacrifices. Blood and resentment intertwined in the cauldron, and over time, these red lines formed, making the cauldron full of evil spirits. If ordinary people are exposed to it for a long time, evil spirits will enter their bodies, causing them to become weak and sickly. In more serious cases, they will become entangled in blood qi and suffer disasters. This tripod has been in your hands for quite some time, right? Chu Longtu looked at Jiang Qingyun's arm in a sling and said slowly. Besides being weak, have you been having a rough time lately? Like maybe you fell down and broke your arm. Jiang Qingyun's scalp instantly went numb. Chu Longtu is right. 3 days ago, he fell down on flat ground and broke his arm. Could it be that what Chu Longtu said was true? Jiang Songshan didn't believe it at all and scolded him angrily. Nonsense. This tripod was indeed unearthed from an ancient Shang dynasty tomb by the Jiangdong Museum. I asked my father to help identify it. But the red lines on the tripod are because the bronze has been corroded and oxidized, not because of some bullshit slave sacrifice or blood and resentment. Jiang Qingyun felt relieved immediately after hearing these words. Yes, the idea of evil spirits entering the body is feudal superstition. How can it possibly exist? Jiang Qingyun and Jiang Songshan didn't believe it, and Chu Longtu didn't care. He grabbed a pen and paper and wrote 3 talismans that looked like heavenly books in a flash. There is a strong blood glow between your brows, and a bloody disaster may occur at any time. This is a soul-suppressing talisman and 2 protective amulets. The soul-suppressing talisman can suppress the cauldron, and the protective amulet can ward off disasters and help you survive this catastrophe. After saying this, Chu Longtu left the yard and sat in the car but did not leave. Lei Tianming caught up with the car and wanted to say something but was blocked by the 2 words, Chu Longtu. Wait. Jiang Qingyun and Jiang Songshan didn't believe Chu Longtu's words at all. After scolding the 2 of them, they threw the 3 talismans directly into the trash can. Then Jiang Qingyun brought up another matter. Your uncle will be home soon, go out and greet him. Jiang Songshan responded and stood up, but his feet suddenly slipped, and he lost his balance and fell. His forehead hit the hard corner of the table, and blood immediately gushed out. Jiang Qingyun cried out in surprise and immediately went to help. At this moment, the hinge of the palace lantern-shaped chandelier above his head broke with a clang, and it fell to the ground, brushing Jiang Qingyun's back. The hard lamp stand directly cut a bloody wound of more than 10 centimeters on Jiang Qingyun's back. Blood flowed out instantly, staining a large area of his clothes red. Jiang Qingyun stood stiffly, not daring to move, and looked at Jiang Songshan, who was lying on the ground, in horror. Coincidentally, the same thought flashed through their minds. Evil spirit enters the body, causing bloody disaster. Amulet to calm the spirits and protect you. Yes, amulet. The 2 of them shuddered and rushed to the trash can, frantically searching for the amulet they had thrown away. At this moment, a tall figure walked into the living room and laughed loudly. Brother, Songshan, I'm back. The sound stopped abruptly, and the tall figure stared in amazement at Jiang Qingyun and Jiang Songshan, who were rummaging through the garbage like vicious dogs, as if he had seen a ghost. You really put a lot of effort into getting close to me. Even though his identity was exposed in one sentence, Chu Longtu didn't even frown. Do you know who I am? Jiang Qinglong chuckled. Chu Longtu, the son of Chu Zhenfeng, who has disappeared for 10 years. Ever since you sent someone to check on me, I knew you would come knocking on my door sooner or later, but I didn't expect you would find my eldest brother. Jiang Qinglong, Jiang Qingyun's biological brother, is actually the judge in charge of trials in Longqi prison. It was also he who personally sentenced Chu Longtu's father Chu Zhenfeng to death. Chu Longtu's sword-like eyebrows slowly raised, and a sharp coldness suddenly appeared at the corners of his eyebrows and eyes. You knew I sent someone to investigate you, so you sent someone to run her over with a car. If I hadn't been there to save her, she would have really died. Jiang Qinglong was stunned. Killed. I just ordered her to be driven away. Jiang Qinglong stopped talking abruptly, as if he had thought of something, and paused before speaking again. As a judge, I have sentenced many evil people to death, so I have many enemies, and there are countless people who want to kill me. It should be that my subordinates mistakenly thought that she was going to harm me, so they used excessive means. I didn't intend to kill her. But it's my fault after all. I'll make it up to her when I get the chance. Hearing this, Chu Longtu was a little surprised. Anyone in a high position, who considers himself to be authoritative, will deny even if he has done something wrong, let alone admit his mistake. He didn't expect that Jiang Qinglong would admit the matter without any excuses. After asking his secretary for an explanation, Chu Longtu did not waste any time and went straight to the point. Since you know who I am, you should know why I'm looking for you. Why did my father go to prison, and why was he sentenced to death? And where's my mom? Where is she? Jiang Qinglong was not surprised by Chu Longtu's question and answered simply. I have no idea. Chu Longtu almost slapped out with his palm, his eyes full of anger. Are you really kidding me? As the judge who wrote the pen, Jiang Qinglong personally sentenced Chu Zhenfeng to death. How could he not know the reason why Chu Zhenfeng was arrested? Don't you know, or don't want to say? But whether he wants to or not, he has to say it today. An invisible and violent aura lingered around Chu Longtu, covering the living room like a cover, making it hard to breathe. Jiang Qinglong's eyes twitched, and he hesitated for a moment before speaking. There are some things I shouldn't say, but since you saved my brother, I'll break my promise. I really don't know, because Chu Zhenfeng is the warden's prisoner. The death penalty was also sentenced by the warden himself. The living room suddenly fell silent. Chu Longtu frowned tightly and asked again after a long silence. You don't know anything. Jiang Qinglong looked at Chu Longtu calmly. According to the rules of Longqi prison, the warden is the most respected person under the board of directors. We, the 3 judges, have no right to interfere with the warden's prisoner. Besides, the warden can make the judgment himself, and we dare not interfere at all. Jiang Qinglong lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and continued. Do you know that all the members of the Longqi prison board of directors are from wealthy families? The warden is the representative they send to manage the prison. The entire Longqi prison actually serves the interests of the board members. The prisoners inside were imprisoned because they violated the interests of the board of directors. Ordinary prisoners, if they do not seriously infringe upon the interests of the board of directors, will all be dealt with by our 3 judges. But if someone truly violates the core interests of the board members and makes them want to kill him as soon as possible, then the warden will take action. They are all smart people, and Chu Longtu naturally understood what was said. So my dad is the unlucky guy who violated their core interests and made them want to kill him as soon as possible. Jiang Qinglong nodded. Chu Zhenfeng was indeed the unlucky guy. Chu Longtu rubbed his forehead gently, and his eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. But who makes him my father? Although he is unreliable most of the time, he is the father who has provided me with food and clothing since I was a child and helped me find ways to chat up my female classmates. What if I must save him? Jiang Qinglong held up 2 fingers. 2 options. Obtaining a pardon from the board of directors will naturally exempt you from the death penalty. But since I have already offended the board of directors, how can the board of directors grant me amnesty? This road has been blocked from the beginning. Chu Longtu narrowed his eyes slightly. The second method. One life for another. Jiang Qinglong's words were plain, but his words were shocking. The board has a bounty list, which contains all the prisoners who could not be captured for various reasons. Catch one and you can use their life to exchange for your father's life. But compared to this method, I suggest you consider the first one. Although it is difficult to obtain amnesty, there is still hope if you can find a way to compensate the board for its losses. Even if you fail, you can still live well. As for the prisoners on the bounty list, the words extremely vicious are used to describe them as gentle, and each of them is an extremely dangerous person. Among them, there are many strong men who are comparable to the god of war on the heavenly ranking. If you try to catch them with your small body, there is no chance of success at all. The end result will only be death. When your father dies, there won't even be anyone to burn incense for you, so why bother? Jiang Qinglong tried to persuade Chu Longtu sincerely, but Chu Longtu did not say anything else. He stretched out his hand and said calmly, "Give me the list." Seeing Chu Longtu so determined, Jiang Qinglong didn't say much. We only met once, and he has done his best to say this. Chu Longtu was determined to die, so why should he care? Jiang Qinglong wrote a list and handed it to Chu Longtu before saying, "You saved my elder brother and nephew. This information alone is not enough to repay your kindness. I will naturally find a chance to make it up to you later. Chu Longtu did not take Jiang Qinglong's words, which were obviously intended to distance himself, to heart. He put away the list and asked the last question. What if I want to see him? Jiang Qinglong pointed to the list. You will see him when you catch the exchanged prisoners. At other times, it is impossible to see it. Chu Longtu was silent and let out a long sigh. It seems that if I want to ask my dad for clarification, I really have to go back to work at Longqi prison first. 10 deaths and no chance of survival. But not necessarily. He can even pin down the master and beat him, let alone these people. No matter what, the person in prison is his biological father, he must be saved. I am Chu Longtu. Take me over to the director of the Jiangdong branch of Dragnet. Tianluodawang is an organization founded by Luo Qingfei. It is a behemoth that combines intelligence gathering and assassination, has tentacles in all walks of life, and possesses countless assets. Let them find the criminals wanted by Longqi prison, which is exactly what they are doing. The call was quickly connected, and a slightly hoarse but charming female voice sounded. Qin Tianshuang, the director of the Jiangdong branch of the Tianluodawang, greets the young master. Chu Longtu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. There are a few things for you to do. First, immediately arrange for someone to sneak into Longqi prison again, tell my dad that the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet has been obtained, and ask him if he can leave the prison. If he can, rescue him. Secondly, thoroughly investigate all the information related to the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. Nothing should be left out. Third, collect all the information about the people on this list, find their whereabouts and report to me. After a pause, Chu Longtu added another point. Ask the War Department to dispatch a team of top assassins and have them on standby at all times. Yes, sir. After Qin Tianshuang accepted the task, he asked, Young master, now that you have come down the mountain, do you need me to arrange a few people to follow you and wait for your orders? Chu Longtu refused outright. Need not. I'm about to become a target of public criticism. If someone follows me, it will easily alert the enemy. Qin Tianshuang didn't say anything else and simply hung up the phone. Chu Longtu put away his phone and let out a long sigh. Next, all you have to do is wait. I hailed a taxi and rushed to the hospital. Yu Lingqing had already arranged for his secretary to be hospitalized. Chu Longtu wrote a prescription for internal and external use. After explaining the use of the medicine, he was dragged by Yu Lingqing back to the Zhonghai No. 1 villa community where she lived. Junior brother, I have already arranged a room for you, so you can stay here with peace of mind. Yu Lingqing smiled and took Chu Longtu's arm, using such great force that Chu Longtu couldn't even move. Chu Longtu said with a bitter face. Can I say no? Yu Lingqing raised her eyebrows coquettishly. No. Yu Lingqing brought Chu Longtu back to the villa almost as if he were kidnapping someone, and as soon as he entered, he locked the door with a bang. Chu Longtu was frightened by what he saw. Why does it feel like I've entered the Ponzi cave? Senior sister, what are you doing? Yu Lingqing turned around, and her eyes suddenly flashed with astonishing charm. Of course I'm taking a break. Yu Lingqing kicked off her high heels and walked towards Chu Longtu step by step seductively like a golden cat. In particular, she took off her silk shirt as she walked, revealing a tight silk camisole. Chu Longtu's heart began to beat violently. This familiar scene is finally here. When Yu Lingqing and several other senior sisters were still on the mountain, they loved to tease him in this way. Although Chu Longtu was in a mess at that time, he was not as panicked as he is today. Nonsense, back then, senior sister was as thin as a stick of firewood. How could she have the charm that is so captivating in every move she makes now? I can't stand it, I really can't stand it. Chu Longtu backed away again and again until he touched the sofa and sat down on it. Yu Lingqing seemed ignorant but actually mischievous, so she sat on his lap and acted coquettishly. Brother, I'm so tired, let's take a rest. Chu Longtu swallowed hard. That senior sister, I'm not ready yet. But I'm ready. Yu Lingqing lowered her head and gently pressed her red lips against Chu Longtu's. This was like sparks bursting into an oil barrel. Chu Longtu's head made a buzzing sound and he couldn't help but move. Yu Lingqing looked at Chu Longtu with a red face, her heart full of happiness. In the years since she came down the mountain, she missed her junior brother all the time. Today, I finally got what I wanted. Fortunately, among Chu Longtu's senior sisters, her family is the closest to the Yishanling Taoist temple, otherwise this good opportunity would have been taken by someone else. I'm sorry, sisters. I'll eat first as a sign of respect to you, your junior brother. Ding ding. However, just when the two were absorbed in love, the sound of a password being unlocked suddenly rang out from the door of the villa. The door opened with a click, and a loud, angry scream instantly resounded throughout the villa. Yu Lingqing. This shout startled Chu Longtu so much that he jumped up. He and Yu Lingqing turned around at the same time and saw a graceful and elegant middle-aged lady glaring at them with eyes that were almost spitting fire. Yu Lingqing exclaimed as she hurriedly put on her clothes. Mom, why are you here? Chu Longtu's scalp suddenly felt numb. Senior sister's mother. Damn it, how come I met him so unexpectedly? Mother Yu's face turned pale, but she did not get angry immediately. Instead, she waited until Yu Lingqing had put on her clothes before she forced out a few words from between her teeth. Come home with me. Yu Lingqing looked at her mother's expression and whispered, Mom, you misunderstood. Bang. Yu's mother was furious and slapped Yu Lingqing hard in the face, her face turning ashen. Shut up. Your family has just chosen a marriage partner for you, and you did something so shameful. You still have the nerve to say that I misunderstood. You have brought shame to the Yu family. Yu Lingqing covered her face in shock and astonishment, even forgetting the burning pain on her face. Chu Longtu's heart skipped a beat, and a sharp murderous intent suddenly arose in his shock. There was a brief moment of dead silence, and Yu Lingqing's angry questioning rose into the sky. Marriage. Why do you do this? I don't agree. Yu's mother was furious. This marriage is with someone chosen by your father himself. They are both extremely talented and have excellent family backgrounds. It will not only benefit you, but also bring rich benefits to the family. You don't want such a good fiancé, but hang out with this kind of jerk. You are simply degrading yourself. There was mist in Yu Lingqing's beautiful eyes and her tone was extremely firm. I don't want it no matter how good it is. I will never marry. Seeing that Yu Lingqing was so stubborn, Yu's mother was so angry that she trembled all over and looked at Chu Longtu viciously. What kind of magic potion did this little bastard feed his daughter to make her so bewildered? Apart from a pretty face, there is nothing else good about him. Mother Yu took a deep breath and decided to change the breakthrough point. She took out a checkbook from her Hermes bag and wrote a check directly to Chu Longtu. Here's 1 million, take it and get out. Mother Yu looked at Chu Longtu arrogantly, not afraid of Chu Longtu's refusal at all. Isn't it just for money that this little scoundrel seduces my daughter? How could I possibly refuse such a huge sum of money? Chu Longtu frowned even deeper and tore the check into 2 halves. Auntie, you misunderstood me and my senior sister. I don't want this money. Mother Yu was stunned for a moment, then became more and more disgusted. You have quite an appetite. You even think 1 million is not enough. Yu's mother wrote another check and threw it over. 5 million. Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Even if it was Yu Lingqing's mother, the continuous provocations had exhausted his patience. With a swish sound, the check was torn into pieces again. I told you, this isn't about the money. This little money is not worth my attention. Tian Luodawang's assets are worth hundreds of billions, and 5 million is not even enough for him to spend on a bath in medicinal soup. After having her checks torn and slapped in the face twice in a row, Yu's mother almost broke down and started cursing. Do you know what 5 million means? This is the amount of money a little jerk like you can't earn even if you work yourself to death for your entire life. Chu Longtu looked at Yu's mother coldly, and his aura suddenly changed, like an emperor high above, with an overwhelming aura, which immediately shocked Yu's mother so much that her breath was choked. Don't even mention 5 million. I don't even care about your Yu family. The so-called marriage is hereby annulled. Senior sister can choose whoever she wants. This is her freedom. You have no right to interfere. Otherwise, I can bankrupt your Yu family in a snap. Yu Lingqing also expressed his firm stance. I only have my junior brother in my heart. I don't want anyone else except him. Mother, Yu looked at the cold and domineering Chu Longtu, and a trace of panic and fear rose in her heart instinctively. However, when she came to her senses, Yu's mother became even angrier, her face twisted with anger. She is the mistress of the Yu family, a well-known noblewoman in the upper class, but she was actually frightened by a small scoundrel. This is simply a shame. Even all of Yu Lingqing's achievements were given by her family. You, a gigolo who lives off her, actually dare to say that you want to bankrupt the Yu family. It's ridiculous. No marriage, right? It has to be him, right? Then from now on, you will no longer be eligible to enjoy the protection of the Yu family, and all financial support from the family will be cut off. I want to see how long this little jerk can stick with you when you're broke and have no money. After uttering these harsh words viciously, Yu's mother slammed the door and walked out with a livid face. I'm sorry, junior brother. My mother has gone too far. Chu Longtu shook his head and gently stroked the fingerprints on Yu Lingqing's cheek. The internal energy burst out from the fingertips and penetrated into the skin. The cool and refreshing feeling immediately suppressed the burning pain and brought extreme comfort. Yu Lingqing rubbed her tender cheek gently against Chu Longtu's big hand and whispered. You are all I have now, junior brother. Chu Longtu embraced Yu Lingqing in his arms and responded with great determination. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm always here. After Yu's mother made such a fuss, Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing lost their romantic thoughts and went to rest. The next morning, a phone call woke Yu Lingqing up from her sleep, and she was no longer sleepy at all. Chairman, something terrible has happened. Our suppliers heard from somewhere that the Yu Group was going to terminate the contract with the company and withdraw all funds, causing them to be unable to pay for the goods. Now they are all blocking the door of our company to demand the debt. Yu Lingqing's breathing suddenly stopped. The family suppression is coming. Yu Group is the Yu family's business. Yu Lingqing's company was just a construction company under the Yu Group. It was not very large, so it was very easy for the Yu family to control it. Although he had been mentally prepared yesterday, Yu Lingqing was still shocked by such swift, accurate and ruthless revenge, and he said quickly. Hold them steady, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Yu Lingqing hurried to the company. When Chu Longtu heard the noise, he was worried about Yu Lingqing's safety, so he followed along. By the time the two arrived downstairs at the company, the place was already bustling with noise and excitement. Hundreds of workers blocked the entrance to the office building, holding up huge banners and shouting angrily. Give me back my hard-earned money. It is only natural to pay back your debts. Yu Lingqing owes a debt and refuses to pay it back. What a shameless person. The noisy sound rose to the sky and could be heard clearly across 2 streets. The dozen or so suppliers who took the lead in collecting debts blocked several executives of Yu Lingqing's company. No matter how they explained, they looked arrogant and refused to let them leave. The area was filled with employees from other companies, pointing and talking in this direction with curiosity. Yu Lingqing walked over with a cold face and shouted coldly. Get out of the way. Everyone turned around upon hearing this. When they saw it was Yu Lingqing, the surrounded executives were overjoyed. Chairman. Yu Lingqing glanced around coldly, and under his strong influence, the suppliers avoided his gaze and dared not look at him. What are you going to do? Yu Lingqing asked coldly. The suppliers looked at each other, and a bald boss spoke hesitantly. Boss Yu, we heard that Yu Group wants to terminate the contract with your company and withdraw all funds. Yu Lingqing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Nonsense. The Yu Group and I both belong to the Yu family. How could the Yu Group terminate the contract with my company? Even if the withdrawal of investment is real, she must not let the suppliers know, otherwise the suppliers will also run on her to demand payment, and the capital chain will be completely broken. She will really go bankrupt, which is exactly what the family wants. Seeing Yu Lingqing's firm denial, the bald boss and other suppliers breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to speak, they were interrupted by a voice. I don't think so. Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu turned around and saw Chen Mingxi, with a smug look on his face, walking towards them side by side with a man. When he saw the men, Chu Longtu's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Chu Tiannan, it turns out you are the one causing trouble. That man was none other than my uncle Chu Zhenxiong's son, Chu Tiannan. Back then, it was he who used a whip to force Chu Longtu to flee the Chu family and embezzled all the assets of the Chu family. If Chu Longtu had not been saved by his master, he would probably have died 10 years ago. Chu Tiannan's face was full of surprise, and he grabbed Chu Longtu's hand as if he had found his long-lost brother. "Little brother, you're finally back. We've missed you so much over the years." Chu Tiannan shouted exaggeratedly while leaning close to Chu Longtu's ear and whispered a vicious greeting. "You bastard, why aren't you dead yet? But I really miss the feeling of spanking you." Chu Tiannan smiled excitedly, his eyes filled with the perverted light of a hunter finding his prey. Yu Lingqing was also very shocked and looked at Chu Longtu worriedly. Chu Longtu looked at Chu Tiannan holding his hand and suddenly smiled. The laughter was extremely unrestrained and ostentatious. Chu Tiannan still thought that Chu Longtu was the same kid who allowed him to bully him, so he started to threaten and intimidate him. Unfortunately, Chu Longtu is no longer the same person he used to be. Chu Longtu held Chu Tiannan's hand with his backhand and smiled brightly. "Brother, I miss you and uncle too." Chu Tiannan was a little surprised that Chu Longtu was so tough. He was about to continue to exert pressure, but suddenly a terrifying force came from his hand, almost crushing his bones. "Ah!" Chu Tiannan screamed in pain. Chen Mingxi reacted very quickly and immediately stepped forward to push Chu Longtu away. "Chu Longtu, what are you going to do?" Chu Longtu looked at Chu Tiannan's distorted face with satisfaction, input a stream of internal energy into Chu Tiannan's body, released his hand just in time to avoid Chen Mingxi and retreat, saying lightly, "I haven't seen you for many years. I just want to get closer to my big brother. I just didn't expect that big brother was so weak, with hot palms and constant sweating. If you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to stand up straight even if you want to. And my sister-in-law is so beautiful and fierce, if one can't stand the loneliness." Chu Longtu just stopped when a burst of laughter broke out all around him. Everyone's eyes flickered to the charming and seductive Chen Mingxi, and they puffed out their chests with pride. They are not as rich as Chu Tiannan, but they are definitely tougher than Chu Tiannan. If you can't even get hard, are you still a man? Chen Mingxi's face turned red with anger, and Chu Tiannan was so angry that his hands were shaking like Parkinson's disease, and he wanted to eat Chu Longtu. Yu Lingqing was originally worried that Chu Longtu would lose control of his emotions, but now she put her worries aside. There was a smile in her eyes, but her face was cold as ice. "Chu Tiannan, why are you getting involved in my company's affairs?" After Chu Tiannan learned from the Chen family yesterday that Chu Longtu had returned, he has been paying close attention to Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing. After learning that the Yu family had cut off funding, he immediately encouraged suppliers to come to their house to collect debts and give them a lesson. Now that he had suffered a loss from Chu Longtu, Chu Tiannan was unwilling to let it go and sneered. "Of course it has nothing to do with me. I just can't stand it. Yu Lingqing, you and this bastard whose father is a death row inmate are in cahoots with each other and have fallen into depravity. No one can stop you. But you were kicked out by the Yu family, all the funds were withdrawn, and the company was about to go bankrupt. But you still lied to others and deceived others that everything was normal, dragging so many people to death with you. Are you still a human being?" Chu Tiannan rebuked righteously, and the supplier who had just been appeased became agitated again. "The son of a condemned man. Did they really withdraw all the funds? Liar, give me your money back." The suppliers excitedly surrounded Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing, and the situation became chaotic for a while. This is not the end. In order to prevent Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu from making a comeback, Chu Tiannan simply used his trump card. Chu Tiannan said proudly as he took out a document. "This is your company's financial statement. The balance of funds on your company's books is only a mere 100,000 yuan. Your capital chain is about to break and you will go bankrupt. The evidence is irrefutable. Let's see how you can argue." Wow. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the suppliers were in an uproar in an instant. "Only 100,000. Not even 1/10 of what you owe me. You bastard, do you really want to drag us to death with you? Boss you, if you don't pay the bill I will go bankrupt. I still have a wife and children to support. Why are you still wasting time talking to this pair of bastards? Just drive this car away and pay off the debt." The suppliers were completely defeated, and some even tried to forcibly take the Rolls-Royce away to pay off their debts. Yu Lingqing was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the vice president in charge of finance among the executives behind him. How did he get this material? The panic on the vice president's face suddenly disappeared, and he walked directly to Chu Tiannan, smiled ingratiatingly, and then said proudly, "Of course I gave it to you. You are asking for trouble and bankrupting the company. I won't be buried with you. Mr. Chu, please take care of me in the future." The vice president nodded flatteringly, and Chu Tiannan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Yu Lingqing. However, he did not see the expected despair and pain on Yu Lingqing's face. Although his eyes were a little dim, he was still confident. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yu Lingqing took out a card from her bag and said coldly, "This card contains the cash value of all the gifts I received at my 18th birthday ceremony. The total is 43 million, which is enough to settle all your payments. I kept it a secret from you, not because I was refusing to pay my debt, but you listened to others' instigation and caused trouble. In that case, from now on, all of your contracts are terminated and you will never cooperate again." The suppliers were shocked and couldn't help but shut their mouths. They originally thought that Yu Lingqing's company's capital chain was cut off and that they could not get the payment for the goods, so they came in a hurry to collect the debt, even at the risk of breaking up with each other. Who would have thought that Yu Lingqing actually had another trump card? Now it's their turn to sit on the wax. Although he could get the money by taking this card, it would terminate the cooperation and offend Yu Lingqing. If one day Yu Lingqing and the Yu family reconcile and the Yu family retaliates, they will be doomed. But if you don't take it? Nonsense, the money is right in front of you, who can resist not taking it? The suppliers were in a dilemma. Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi did not expect that Yu Lingqing actually had a trump card. They gritted their teeth secretly as they thought their plan would fail. At this moment, the vice president spoke again. "Miss, I'm afraid you've made a wrong calculation. There's no money on this card." Yu Lingqing was shocked all over, and heard the deputy general manager speak arrogantly. "This card was opened in the name of the company and all the money is in the company's account. When the Yu Group withdrew all the funds, I also returned all the money in the card to the Yu Group. There's not a dime on this card right now." As soon as these words came out, the self-confidence in Yu Lingqing's eyes that always existed no matter how critical the situation was disappeared instantly, and her pretty face turned pale without a trace of blood. Chu Tiannan didn't expect that the vice president he bribed was so capable, and he couldn't stop smiling. What a great move to cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. Well done, I will reward you handsomely. Chen Mingxi also looked at the distraught Yu Lingqing with a mocking look of pleasure, and finally let out the anger that had been pent up in his heart for 2 days. Yesterday, Yu Lingqing killed everyone in the Chen family. Even though she slapped her grandmother, no one in the Chen family dared to say a word. However, today Yu Lingqing fell from the altar and was allowed to be trampled upon by her. How delightful it was! A big, broad hand was placed on Yu Lingqing's shoulder, and Chu Longtu's calm voice sounded. "Don't be afraid, senior sister. I'm here for you. Tell me how much each of you owes. I'll settle this account." Before he finished speaking, Chu Tiannan laughed ridiculously. "Tens of millions of dollars, how can a gigolo like you settle the bill? Even if you sell your butt, you can't make even 1% of it. You are simply overestimating your own abilities. It is totally unfair that a person like you could hook up with Yu Lingqing." Chu Tiannan mocked wantonly, his eyes full of jealousy. Yu Lingqing was a goddess that even he coveted. He had wanted to press her on top of him and have fun with her countless times, but who would have known that she would fall into the hands of that bastard Chu Longtu? What a shame, a piece of good meat fell into the dog's mouth. This kid must have had fun with Yu Lingqing countless times. When Chu Tiannan thought of the scene of Yu Lingqing, the ice goddess, enjoying the pleasure of Chu Longtu, he suddenly felt hot all over and deliberately teased Yu Lingqing. "Ms. Yu, what's the point of being with this kind of trash? How about this, I'll buy your company for 50 million, as long as you spend one night with me and kick that bastard out, how about that? This way the supplier can also get paid, it's the best of both worlds." The suppliers were overjoyed to hear this and quickly agreed. "That's right, Mr. Yu, you should agree, right? Mr. Chu is kind enough to help you lighten your burden, Mr. Yu, please don't be ungrateful." You're not a virgin anymore, why are you still being so reserved? Chu Tiannan listened with a smile and really enjoyed the feeling of humiliating the goddess. Chu Longtu suddenly felt cold all over. Just as he was about to teach these ignorant guys a lesson, he heard Yu Lingqing say in a cold voice. As weak as you are, I'm afraid you can't satisfy me. The whole place fell into dead silence, and everyone was stunned by Yu Lingqing's powerful words. Chu Longtu was the only sober person and he laughed out loud. Chu Tiannan's face suddenly turned red, and he slapped Yu Lingqing in anger. Bitch! Who knew that Chu Longtu was faster, and he arrived first and slapped Chu Tiannan hard in the face, knocking him flying. Even 5 or 6 teeth flew out of his mouth, clanking all over the ground. The vice president was furious and went over to help but was also kicked away by Chu Longtu and was unable to stand up due to the pain. How dare a traitor bark? Chu Longtu snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light, shocking the whole audience so much that no one dared to say a word. Chu Tiannan screamed miserably. Chu Longtu, Yu Lingqing, just wait for me. If I don't let you go bankrupt and beg for food on the street, I will write the word Chu upside down. Who said that? A light shout was heard, and a man walked over through the crowd and spoke respectfully to Chu Longtu. Mr. Chu, I heard that you needed funds, so I came here today to deliver an order of 100 million. The person who came was Jiang Songshan. Chu Longtu reacted immediately. This is the Jiang family coming to repay the life-saving grace. People around have begun to exclaim. Jiang Songshan, chairman of Jiang Group. The Jiang Group is a wealthy family that is not inferior to the Chu family. 100 million orders, that's a big deal. The suppliers were already standing there in a daze, unable to cry. Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi's faces turned pale and they were completely speechless. Chen Mingxi and suppliers left one after another. The suppliers were worried, but with Jiang Songshan's 100 million order, Yu Lingqing happily settled their payments. However, after getting the money, they offended Yu Lingqing and may face revenge from the Yu family in the future, which makes the suppliers unhappy at all. Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi not only failed to gain anything but also lost the rice. Chu Tiannan himself was exposed and felt so aggrieved that he wanted to kill Chu Longtu. He impatiently chased away the vice president who was trying to get close to him, ignoring his desperate look, and the two of them got into the car. Chu Longtu, you damn bastard! As soon as Chu Tiannan got in the car, he started smashing things crazily. Chen Mingxi was also full of resentment and was very puzzled. Why would Jiang Songshan cooperate with them and be so respectful to that bastard Chu Longtu? Chu Tiannan, who had vented a little of his anger, took a few breaths and said resentfully. Yu Lingqing is the eldest daughter of the Yu family after all. Even if she breaks with the Yu family, she can still attract funds with her connections. She must have planned this with Jiang Songshan to act out a show, deliberately being respectful to that bastard to elevate her status. I won't forgive them for humiliating me like this. Chu Tiannan picked up his phone and made a call. Brother Dao, I have something to talk to you about. I'll pay 500,000 for one of Chu Longtu's hands. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. After driving Chu Tiannan away and getting an order worth 100 million, Yu Lingqing's entire company was suddenly filled with joy. Yu Lingqing started to arrange work busily, while Chu Longtu found a meeting room to talk with Jiang Songshan. Mr. Chu, I saw Chu Tiannan had a face full of resentment when he left. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Do you need me to do anything else? Jiang Songshan asked respectfully, and Chu Longtu waved his hand. I will naturally take care of his affairs. When he first met Chu Tiannan, he had already made a secret move. The internal energy injected into Chu Tiannan's body has blocked all the meridians in his kidneys. From now on, he will have severe pains every midnight, and he won't even be able to get an erection anymore. And this is just an appetizer. Killing Chu Jinxiong and Chu Tiannan with one blow would certainly feel satisfying, but it would be too easy for them. Chu Longtu wanted to deprive them of all their precious things bit by bit and make them live a life worse than death. This would be the best revenge on them. What's more, Jiang Songshan has already repaid Chu Longtu's life-saving favor by sending him an order worth 100 million yuan. If he takes further action, it will only make Chu Longtu owe him a favor. When Jiang Songshan saw Chu Longtu refused, he stopped talking. His eyes flickered slightly as if he had something to say, and he was about to speak. At this time, Chu Longtu's cell phone lit up and he received a message. Sender, Qin Tianshuang. Reporting to the young master, we found Xiao Ziyun's trace while searching for the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. Also, we are collecting intelligence on the wanted criminal, no news yet. Chu Longtu stood up suddenly, with shock and ecstasy in his eyes. Xiao Ziyun. This is his uncle. After his parents disappeared 10 years ago, his uncle came to adopt him but was rejected by his eldest uncle. Later, when he was struggling to support the Chu family, he heard that the Xiao family's business was in trouble and there was no news about his uncle. Unexpectedly, my uncle was also in Jiangdong. Yes, the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet was the dowry that my mother brought from the Xiao family. If you want to investigate the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, you must start from the Xiao family. Chu Longtu could no longer sit still, and without caring about Jiang Songshan's hesitant expression, he left the meeting room. After sending a message to his senior sister, Chu Longtu hurriedly took a taxi and went to the address sent by Qin Tianshuang. Half an hour later, Chu Longtu got off the bus at a street selling Chinese medicinal materials. The Chinese Medicinal Materials Street is the largest distribution center of Chinese medicinal materials in Jiangdong City. All the famous medicinal materials merchants in Jiangdong City have opened stores here. It is very lively with people coming and going on weekdays. Chu Longtu walked through the crowd, inspecting the shops on both sides, looking for his uncle's shop. The core industry of the Xiao family back then was medicine. At its peak, at least a quarter of the shops on Chinese Medicine Street belonged to the Xiao family. It is normal for my uncle to live here after the Xiao family fell into decline. Soon, Chu Longtu found the target. Yixingtang. Chu Longtu stared at the clumsy plaque, excitement flashed in his eyes, and he strode in. As soon as I entered, I was hit by the aroma of medicine. The three sides of the store were filled with medicine cabinets packed with medicinal materials. At the counter in the middle, two men were talking. A man in a suit and leather tie had an impatient face, while the other, a thin and handsome middle-aged man, was groveling and had a flattering smile on his face. Chu Longtu's steps paused, and his heart beat violently with excitement. That thin middle-aged man once doted on him extremely and regarded him as his own uncle Xiao Ziyun. And the sound of Xiao Ziyun and the middle-aged man talking from over there suddenly froze the smile on Chu Longtu's face. Chief Wang, this batch of medicinal materials are all good medicinal materials that I carefully selected according to your hospital's order. In order to maintain sufficient medicinal properties, I even bought it at a 1/3 increase in price. Now that you guys suddenly say you don't want it anymore, I'll just throw it all away. Please give me some face and take all these herbs. Xiao Ziyun begged desperately, but Section Chief Wang looked impatient. He shook off Xiao Ziyun's hand and pointed at his nose and cursed. Who do you think you are? Why would you let me give you face? Do you think you are still the eldest son of the Xiao family? Do all the people on this street have to act according to your will? Whoever wants this medicinal herb can have it, but I don't want it. Xiao Ziyun had spit sprayed all over his face, but he still smiled and nodded continuously. Yes, yes, you are right. How can I be worthy of your respect? But these herbs are all custom-made for your hospital. Even if I want to sell them to other people, they won't accept them. How about this, you can buy it at the market price, and I'll save a little loss, and I'll just consider it as making friends with you. Xiao Ziyun begged desperately and lowered himself to the lowest position. It's a pity that Section Chief Wang still didn't give face and looked at Xiao Ziyun with contempt. Are you qualified to be my friend? Xiao Ziyun, I'm telling you straight out, I won't accept this batch of herbs. And I'm not afraid of you knowing that I did it on purpose. Xiao Ziyun was shocked and looked at Section Chief Wang in shock. You, why? Section Chief Wang sneered repeatedly. I placed the order with you because I wanted to lend you a hand because of your Xiao family's reputation. Who knew you were so shameless? I arranged for someone to go and collect the herbs for you, but you refused and insisted on going to collect them yourself. Did you know that man is my brother-in-law? You are shameless if you are given the honor you deserve. If you cut off my source of income, don't blame me for killing you. Xiao Ziyun looked at Section Chief Wang in disbelief, trembling. It's not that I don't want to accept it, it's that your brother-in-law's herbs are simply not good, and their medicinal properties are rare. Using those herbs to treat illnesses will only harm the patient. Section Chief Wang spat. It's not me who eats it, so what does it have to do with me if I eat a dead person? Anyway, I don't want this batch of herbs. You can give them to whoever you want. Don't bother me. Section Chief Wang waved his hand and was about to leave, but a tall figure blocked his way. Chu Longtu stared at Section Chief Wang with eyes that were almost spitting fire, and spoke word by word. Don't even think about going anywhere. Who are you really? Xiao Ziyun looked at Chu Longtu's face, which seemed strange yet familiar, and also looked hesitant. Seeing that Section Chief Wang was still so arrogant, Chu Longtu could no longer suppress his anger. He reached out and grabbed Section Chief Wang's neck and lifted him up. Section Chief Wang's face turned red instantly, and he struggled frantically like a dying fish. However, the big hand that was pinching his throat was like cast steel or iron, with infinite strength, and he couldn't break free at all. Chu Longtu's cold and murderous voice sounded. How dare you, an ant-like thing, disrespect my uncle? Kowtow and apologize immediately, or I'll strangle you to death. A cold and murderous voice echoed in the pharmacy, and Xiao Ziyun was stunned on the spot, looking at Chu Longtu in disbelief. When he finally found familiar traces on Chu Longtu's handsome face, the overwhelming ecstasy made him scream in shock. Dragon picture. Are you really Longtu? Are you really back? Chu Longtu turned around when he heard this, and his eyes softened slightly. Uncle, it's me. Don't worry, if this guy dares to bully you like this, I will make him pay for it. Hearing Chu Longtu's words, the ecstatic Xiao Ziyun suddenly came to his senses and rushed forward to pull Chu Longtu. Longtu, please let go. Section Chief Wang and I just had a misunderstanding. He didn't bully me. However, how could he shake Chu Longtu? He pulled hard for a long time but Chu Longtu didn't move. Xiao Ziyun became extremely anxious and said in a trembling voice. Longtu, things are different now. Our family has completely fallen into decline. Section Chief Wang is the head of the purchasing department of Jiangdong First Hospital. He has a powerful background and we can't afford to offend him. Please let me go. Xiao Ziyun's face was full of pleading, which made Chu Longtu feel extremely sad. Once upon a time, his uncle Xiao Ziyun, the eldest son of the Xiao family, was so romantic and unrestrained that spending money lavishly was a common thing for him and he never took these trivial matters seriously at all. Now, he is as frightened as a stray dog, and is forced to kowtow to the chief of the purchasing department of a mere hospital. The comparison between the two made Chu Longtu's murderous intent even more fierce. Uncle, don't worry. Now that I'm back, leave these matters to me. I want to let these guys know that even if our family is really in decline now, they can't bully us. Chu Longtu stared at Section Chief Wang and spoke word by word. Kowtow and apologize, or I will kill you now. Section Chief Wang originally thought that with Xiao Ziyun's plea he could be rescued soon, but he did not expect Chu Longtu to be so domineering. He looked at the murderous intent in Chu Longtu's eyes that had almost condensed into reality, and finally became afraid. Chu Longtu really dares to kill him. Section Chief Wang was so frightened that he was speechless and could only nod his head frantically. Chu Longtu threw Section Chief Wang to the ground, and a heart-wrenching cough suddenly rang out in the pharmacy. When Section Chief Wang caught his breath and felt Chu Longtu's terrifying gaze, his legs went soft and he knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly. Master Xiao, I was wrong, please forgive me. Section Chief Wang kowtowed so hard that his forehead was soon broken and bleeding. Xiao Ziyun was frightened and wanted to help Section Chief Wang up, but was stopped by Chu Longtu. Uncle, let him knock. Xiao Ziyun had no way of getting rid of Chu Longtu and could only watch helplessly. When Section Chief Wang kowtowed 108 times and was almost fainting, Chu Longtu spoke coldly. That's enough. Get out of here right now, as far away as you can. Section Chief Wang felt as if he had been pardoned. He stumbled out of the drugstore without saying a word. Only after they left the pharmacy did Section Chief Wang breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Chu Longtu and Xiao Ziyun in the store with resentment, roaring wildly in his heart. You all just wait. I won't let you go. Xiao Ziyun happened to see the resentful look in Section Chief Wang's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat, filled with anxiety and despair. It's over now. This pharmacy is the last remaining asset of the family. Now we are barely surviving by relying on the contract of Jiangdong First Hospital. Now that we have offended Section Chief Wang, this pharmacy has Northwest choice but to close down. After turning around a few times, Xiao Ziyun clapped his hands suddenly and forced a smile. Whatever, just close it down. As long as you come back, everything else is just your possessions. This shop is still worth some money. The boss next door has long wanted to buy it and merge it with his shop, so I might as well just sell it. When the time comes, I'll give you the money to find you a wife, and I'll have an explanation for your parents. I'll go talk to him right away. Chu Longtu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, yet he was deeply moved. Xiao Ziyun did what he said and ran off to find the owner next door to sell his shop. However, just as he reached the door, he saw Section Chief Wang and another person walking in, pointing at Xiao Ziyun with anger and grievance on their faces. Vice President Lei, Xiao Ziyun bullied me and forced me to sign a fake contract with him to defraud the hospital's funds. When I refused, he beat me up and almost killed me. You have to make the decision for me, Vice President Lei. Section Chief Wang's blood-stained face was full of grievance, which was so heartbreaking that it made Xiao Ziyun dumbfounded. Dean Lei cursed with anger on his face. Boss Xiao, I'm so disappointed in you. You have been working with the hospital for many years, but I didn't expect you to do something like this. From today on, don't even think about working in a hospital. Lei Tianming. A cold shout suddenly interrupted Dean Lei's words. Chu Longtu walked out slowly and looked coldly at Lei Tianming, who suddenly widened his eyes. You are so powerful that you even dare to scold my uncle. Lei Tianming was shocked. He didn't expect to see Chu Longtu here. He was even more shocked that Xiao Ziyun was Chu Longtu's uncle. Coming back to his senses, Lei Tianming quickly bent down and apologized. Master Chu, I'm sorry I didn't know he was your uncle. Boss Xiao, it's all my fault, please forgive me. Xiao Ziyun was stunned, and Section Chief Wang was petrified instantly. A chill suddenly ran down his back, and he couldn't help but shiver from the cold. Are they dazzled? The deputy director of Jiangdong City First Hospital, a miracle doctor who enjoys special subsidies from the medical department, is actually so respectful to Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu snorted coldly and didn't give Lei Tianming any good face at all. Are all the people in Jiangdong City First Hospital this kind of scum? He forced my uncle to buy medicinal materials with insufficient medicinal properties from his brother-in-law to make money for the hospital. When my uncle refused, he refused to accept the medicinal materials to embarrass him. Is this how you do things at Jiangdong First Hospital? Lei Tianming was scolded by Chu Longtu and was so frightened that he wanted to kill Section Chief Wang. He also hoped to ask Chu Longtu for medical advice later, but Section Chief Wang actually dared to bully Chu Longtu's uncle and even asked him for support afterwards. This bastard deserves to die. Master Chu, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation. Turning around, Lei Tianming used all his strength to slap Section Chief Wang hard, gritting his teeth. You ruined the hospital's reputation, bought inferior medicine, and colluded with outsiders to defraud the hospital's funds. How could there be a scum like you in the hospital? I declare that you are fired. The hospital will thoroughly investigate all the contracts you have handled, recover all the funds lost through fraud, and bring you to court to keep you in jail for the rest of your life. Section Chief Wang was completely dumbfounded. Boundless fear completely overwhelmed him. He instantly lost all strength and fell to the ground. Lei Tianming ignored him and turned around to look at Chu Longtu hopefully. Master Chu, do you think this is a good way to deal with it? Chu Longtu snorted lightly, while Xiao Ziyun next to him was completely dumbfounded. Longtu, how do you know them? Why are they so afraid of you? What is Master Chu? Xiao Ziyun couldn't understand. My nephew has disappeared for 10 years, and all the Chu family's property has been taken away. Logically, he should be even poorer than me. But why would Lei Tianming, who is well known in Jiangdong, be so in awe and even afraid of him? Chu Longtu blinked and opened his mouth. Actually, he's not afraid of me, he's afraid of my master. After I escaped, I was adopted by my master. He is a master of traditional Chinese medicine and happens to know Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming calls me Master Chu for the sake of my master. As for Section Chief Wang, Lei Tianming must have long disliked him and wanted to replace him with his confidant, so he took advantage of the situation to remove him. Xiao Ziyun suddenly understood. I was wondering why a famous doctor and vice president would be so afraid of you. It turns out that your master is his predecessor. No wonder. By the way, where is your master? I must go to his house and thank him for saving you. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, how can I face your parents? Listening to Xiao Ziyun's excited words, Chu Longtu felt full of guilt. Xiao Ziyun cared about him so much, but he lied to him. But in order to save his father, he has been drawn into the vortex. But Xiao Ziyun was already living a normal life, and he didn't want to drag Xiao Ziyun into trouble, so he had no choice but to lie. Xiao Ziyun asked Chu Longtu about his life over the years, and the two of them enjoyed the rare warmth as they asked and answered each other. Suddenly Xiao Ziyun paused and his voice suddenly became low. I heard your father was sentenced to death. Chu Longtu was shocked. When Xiao Ziyun saw his expression, he knew the news was correct and his eyes became extremely dim. You don't have to hide it from me. Although the Xiao family has fallen, I still have some friends. I can still know the news I need to know. He suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. How come he suddenly appeared in Longqi prison and was sentenced to death now? That damn place, your dad wouldn't go there if he committed an ordinary crime. Chu Longtu's heart moved. Uncle, do you know Longqi prison well? Xiao Ziyun sighed softly. I can't say I know him, but I dealt with him a few times back then. The Longqi prison search team is extremely powerful, and they also have powerful warriors to support them. So when the wealthy families in Jiangdong encounter difficult enemies that they cannot deal with, they will spend a lot of money to hire the Longqi prison search team to take action. All those who are captured will be imprisoned in Longqi prison. The Xiao family had several enemies in the past, and I hired a search team to capture them all. Chu Longtu didn't expect to get information about Longqi prison from Xiao Ziyun, so he asked hurriedly. Do they have warriors? How many do they have? What are their fighting strengths? The corner of Xiao Ziyun's eyes twitched violently. The number of warriors is their top secret. Outsiders like us have no idea. I just remember that the warrior who helped us capture the enemy back then just slapped a huge rock as tall as a person and broke it into pieces. It was terrifying. Chu Longtu seemed to be thinking about something. To be able to smash a boulder as tall as a person into pieces with just one palm, this warrior should be at least at the peak of Ming Jin, and it is not impossible that he is at the early stage of An Jin. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that any thug on a mission has such cultivation. The number of warriors in the entire Longqi prison must be not a small number. Xiao Ziyun looked at Chu Longtu, who was in deep thought. Longtu, are you asking these questions because you want to save your father? Chu Longtu said in a deep voice without any hesitation. As a son of man, I have no choice but to save him. This answer was not what Xiao Ziyun had expected, and he sighed. Yes, if it were me, I would save him too. But... Xiao Ziyun hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. There is one thing I have to say, even if it is unpleasant to hear and will make you angry, I have to say it. He was arrested and imprisoned in Longqi prison and sentenced to death. He must have offended some powerful force. It will not be easy to save him. If you can save him, then do your best to save him. If you can't save him, then that's his fate, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. You are still young and have a bright future ahead of you. You can't be buried with your father. Even if your father was right in front of me, I would still say this, and he would definitely understand me. Chu Longtu was silent. These words were very cruel, and even told Chu Longtu explicitly that he should abandon his father if he failed to achieve his goal. However, this was not selfishness, but love. Seeing that Chu Longtu didn't say anything, Xiao Ziyun didn't say much either. Afterwards, Xiao Ziyun ordered a table full of dishes and opened 2 bottles of good wine, and the uncle and nephew began to drink happily. After drinking for a while, Chu Longtu spoke casually. By the way, uncle, after I came back, the Chin family wanted to break off the engagement with me because of my father's matter, and they also returned the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet that my mother gave them. I remember that my grandfather hired someone to do it. Xiao Ziyun was already a little drunk, his face flushed as he smiled and nodded. Back then, your grandfather got a rare piece of red jade, and he paid a high price to a master to carve a bracelet for him. Then your mother saw it and liked it, so she gave it to her. Your mother treasures that bracelet so much that she even said she would leave it to your wife. In the future, it will be a family heirloom that will be passed down from daughter-in-law to sons, but who knows? By the end of the conversation, Xiao Ziyun had already broken down into tears. Chu Longtu's eyes also turned red, his nose felt sore, and he couldn't control himself for a while. After finally calming down, Chu Longtu filled Xiao Ziyun's glass and continued to ask questions. Then is there any other use for this bracelet? Xiao Ziyun wiped his tears and blew his nose. It's just a bracelet. It has no other use besides wearing it. No other use? Then why did the father say he was the key? In other words, even Xiao Ziyun doesn't know the true purpose of the bracelet. Chu Longtu asked quickly. What about the men who carved the bracelet? Where is he now? Xiao Ziyun looked at him in confusion. Chu Longtu was shocked to realize that his excessive eagerness had made his uncle suspicious, so he hurriedly made the patch. My senior sister thought the bracelet was very pretty and wanted me to give it to her, but if other senior sisters knew about it, they would definitely want it too. So I thought I'd just find a bracelet carver and carve a few more so that everyone can benefit. Chu Longtu showed a hint of embarrassment at just the right moment, and Xiao Ziyun suddenly realized and burst into laughter. As expected of my nephew, you are no less romantic than I was when I was young. It's a pity that your plan will fail. That master has long been old and dead. What? Dead? Chu Longtu was stunned. He was still thinking about finding this person who could unlock the secret of the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, but he died. Ferocious tattoos could be seen on exposed parts of their bodies, such as their arms and wrists. They were holding steel pipes and baseball bats in their hands. They were obviously a group of thugs, not customers buying medicine. Chu Longtu frowned and shouted coldly. Who are you and what do you do? The gangster walking in front looked ferocious, with blue dragon tattoos on his arms, making him look particularly fierce. Hearing Chu Longtu's words, the tattooed gangster grinned. Chu Longtu, right. I came here specifically to find you. The tattooed thug slammed the baseball bat in his hand heavily on the counter and sneered. If you're smart, come out for a walk with me. Or I'll smash up your lousy store. The other thugs sneered and slapped their weapons, looking like they were ready to start smashing things at any time. Chu Longtu's eyes became colder. This is the enemy's door. Chu Longtu did not get angry immediately. This shop was Xiao Ziyun's hard work. He would be heartbroken if it was destroyed. I'll go out with you. Chu Longtu walked out of the pharmacy first. The tattooed gangster and his men followed closely behind him as if they were escorting him. As soon as they got out of the door, they took Chu Longtu into a van. After turning several corners, the van finally stopped in a remote wilderness. After Chu Longtu got off the car, he looked around and there was no one in sight. As soon as he got off the car, a dozen thugs surrounded Chu Longtu impatiently. There was an impulsive thug who had already grabbed the steel pipe and was ready to take action at any time. Chu Longtu stood still like a mountain, his expression didn't change at all, and said in a cold voice. Now that we've come this far, let's stop hiding it. Tell me, who are you and who sent you here? The tattooed thug sneered when he saw that Chu Longtu had no chance to escape. Why, do you want to find out our details and take revenge on us later? I'm not afraid to tell you that we are from the Qinglong Society. There's a rich man who offered 500,000 for your hand and serious injury, so we brothers made a special trip. Don't resist, boy. I promise it will be quick and won't hurt at all. Before he finished speaking, the tattooed thug raised the baseball bat without hesitation and smashed it hard on Chu Longtu's head. A baseball bat made of fine steel hitting the head is enough to fracture the skull in one blow. The tattooed thug was so ruthless that it was obvious that he had done this kind of thing countless times and was very familiar with it. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and the baseball bat was firmly grasped by Chu Longtu, unable to move forward an inch. The tattooed gangster's eyes suddenly widened. Chu Longtu pulled lightly, and the violent force took the baseball bat into his hands, and he poked it out with his backhand. There was a flash of cold light, and the baseball bat hit the tattooed thug's chest heavily. Crack. Puff. The crisp sound of broken bones and spitting blood echoed into the sky. The tattooed gangster was knocked flying nearly 10 meters away and fell to the ground. A big hole collapsed in his chest. He spat out blood weakly, looking extremely terrifying. Chu Longtu did not stop. He took a step to the left and swung the baseball bat. A gangster fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back. It was not until this time that the other gangsters woke up from their dream. He actually dared to fight back. Let's go together and kill him. The remaining 13 thugs howled and rushed forward, raising their weapons and smashing down on Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu kept moving forward, backward, left and right, and easily avoided the thugs' chaotic attacks. He kept attacking with the baseball bat in his hand, chopping, smashing, picking, and swinging. Each attack hit the gangsters' necks, ribs, throats and other vital parts, making them spurt blood and scream in pain. In less than 30 seconds, all 13 thugs fell down with blood spurting out, and no one could stand up. The tattooed gangster was already trembling with fear. When he saw Chu Longtu looking at him with a baseball bat dripping with blood, he trembled all over and wet his pants out of fear. You, don't come over here. I'm warning you. I'm a cadre of the Qinglong Society. The Qinglong Society is one of the largest gangs in Jiangdong. If you kill me, our boss won't let you go. Chu Longtu stepped on the tattooed gangster's broken chest and said grimly. It just so happens that I'm in a bad mood today and I really want to hit someone. Now, immediately, call me and get as many people as you can. I want to see how powerful your so-called Azure Dragon Society is. The tattooed gangster was stared at by Chu Longtu's scarlet eyes, and was so scared that his mind became confused. He took out his phone and howled wildly while trembling. Brother Dao, we lost our chance, hurry up and bring someone to rescue us, call all the brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Longtu kicked the tattooed thug away, causing the tattooed thug to scream in pain. Not long after, 8 vans roared in, and 70 or 80 people came down in a black mass, each holding steel pipes and machetes and running towards them. The tattooed gangster and his younger brother were immediately overjoyed and looked at Chu Longtu with gritted teeth. If you can beat 15 people, can you beat 70 people? Even if it takes time, I can tire you to death. More than 80 people surrounded them, and the air suddenly became extremely solemn and murderous. A bald strongman was surrounded and walked forward, pointing at Chu Longtu and shouting loudly. Chu Longtu, you actually dared to hurt my brother, I will not forgive you. Come on, whoever defeats him gets the 500,000. The eyes of more than 80 people turned red in an instant, and they rushed up in a swarm, roaring and yelling like bulls seeing a red cloth. Chu Longtu didn't waste any time. He kicked his feet and rushed into the crowd like a cannonball. He swung the baseball bat and knocked down 5 people in an instant. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the sky. Chu Longtu leaned back hard, and the 3 of them immediately flew backwards, bleeding. In one encounter, he knocked down 8 thugs. It was terrifying. Chu Longtu did not stop, and shuttled among the gangsters like a butterfly. His moves were as fast as lightning, and he madly vented the anger and depression in his heart, killing the gangsters. The bald strongman Dao Ge looked at Chu Longtu in horror as he swept across the field like a bulldozer. His arrogance disappeared completely and his whole body was shaking. Warrior. He is actually a warrior. Brother Dao turned around and wanted to run, but Chu Longtu, who had already killed his way through the gangsters, pounced on Brother Dao with a baseball bat and hit him hard on the shoulder. The terrifying force instantly broke Dao Ge's shoulder bones, and the powerful force made him fall to the ground. Chu Longtu stepped on Brother Dao's head, and before he could open his mouth, Brother Dao begged for mercy in a miserable voice. Brother, I was wrong, don't kill me. I am so blind that I didn't realize you are a warrior. Damn it. The person who asked me to beat you up was Chu Tiannan from the Chu family. This damn bastard has screwed me over. I'll pay you 5 million, please show some mercy and let us live. It's just a token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Master Chu. I will come to apologize in person someday. Such demeanor made Chu Longtu look at him differently. Being able to develop the Qinglong Society to such a level is indeed extraordinary. Chu Longtu took the cash check and put it into his pocket. The nervous brother Dao and his younger brothers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Longtu took the money, and their lives were saved. Do you know how to tell Chu Tiannan? Chu Longtu said lightly, and brother Dao nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. No. I said I had severely taught Master Chu a lesson and would never reveal the fact that you are a warrior. Chu Longtu nodded and glanced at brother Dao coldly. I'll spare your lives today. If I catch you doing anything naughty again, watch out for your legs. Brother Dao and his gang of younger brothers were startled and didn't dare to say a word except nodding their heads desperately. After being beaten up by Chu Longtu, even the least injured ones would have to stay in bed for at least 2 months. How could they have the energy to do anything wrong? Afterwards, brother Dao sent Chu Longtu back to Jiangdong City with great trepidation, and received a call from Yu Lingqing on the way. Junior brother, my bestie asked me to go to Miami Bar on Dongshan Road to have a drink and relax tonight. If you have nothing to do, come and pick me up and go with you. Yu Lingqing was acting coquettishly on the phone, and Chu Longtu did not hesitate and agreed readily. Brother Dao, who was sitting next to him, heard the phone call and his heart suddenly moved. The Miami Bar on Dongshan Road, isn't that the territory of their Qinglong society? Where is Chu Longtu going to drink? Brother Dao's mind suddenly became active, but he pretended that he heard nothing. After delivering Chu Longtu to the downstairs of Yu Lingqing's company, brother Dao quickly called the guy who managed the Miami Bar. Xiao Lu, a distinguished guest will come to your place for a drink soon, you must accompany him well. Whatever he asks for, it must be met. You don't need to worry about who it is. All expenses will be charged to my account. I will naturally tell the boss. Tell the people below to keep their eyes open. If anyone dares to cause trouble for me, I will make him pay for it. Only after receiving full assurances from the guy on the other end did brother Dao hang up the phone, his face full of joy. The tattooed thug next to him was puzzled. Brother Dao, we have already given that guy 10 million, why are you still trying to curry favor with him? Brother Dao glared at him. You know nothing. That boy is a warrior, and even among warriors he is a very powerful one. If we can win him over, our Qinglong society will have a powerful assistant. The younger brothers were all confused by what they heard, but brother Dao didn't say much. His younger brothers didn't know, but he knew it very well. The Qinglong society was indeed powerful, but it was not without crisis. It can even be said that the crisis is imminent. The top leaders of the Qinglong society have been so anxious about this crisis that blisters have formed on their lips, but they still have no solution to deal with it. Who would have thought that after searching everywhere for the right person, he actually met a warrior while taking on a small job, who could just help them resolve the crisis? He believed that the leader of the Qinglong society also thought so, which was why he readily paid 10 million to redeem them. The most important thing now is to win over Chu Longtu, so that they can ask Chu Longtu for help. Brother Dao was busy making plans, but Chu Longtu had no idea. After meeting up with Yu Lingqing, the two drove Yu Lingqing's red LaFerrari to the Miami Bar. Dongshan Road is the most prosperous pedestrian street in Jiangdong City, with a bustling crowd of people coming and going. Miami Bar is the most luxurious bar on Dongshan Road, with the most crowded flow of people. As soon as the lights come on, the parking lot at the door is already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. As they parked the car and got out, they heard a cry. Linger, I'm here. The two turned their heads and saw a hot beauty waving at Yu Lingqing. Yu Lingqing excitedly pulled Chu Longtu over. Su, this is the junior fellow apprentice I told you about, Chu Longtu. Junior brother, this is my best friend, Su Wanqiu. Chu Longtu looked at Su Wanqiu, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Su Wanqiu has an extremely hot body. Her black hollowed-out skirt shows off her curvy figure to the fullest. She exudes a wild sexiness all over her body, like a rose with thorns, both enchanting and prickly. Chu Longtu nodded slightly to show his friendliness, but when Su Wanqiu heard his name, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Chu Longtu. Are you the pretty boy who forced Linger to break up with her family and nearly bankrupted Linger's company? Linger, why did you bring him here? As soon as these words came out, the lively atmosphere was swept away and the atmosphere instantly became extremely cold. Yu Lingqing didn't expect Su Wanqiu's sudden change of expression, and hurried to explain. Susu, you misunderstood. Junior brother is not like that. Su Wanqiao shook her head, her face full of disgust. Linger, you don't need to say anything. The whole Jiangdong now knows that you have been bewitched by a pretty boy and have broken up with your family. I came to you tonight just to give you some advice, but I didn't expect you to bring him here too. In that case, I'll just say it straight. Su Wanqiao looked at Chu Longtu arrogantly. If you have any self-awareness, you should take the initiative to leave Linger. Chu Longtu didn't expect Su Wanqiao to be so arrogant. He instantly lost all his good feelings towards her and said indifferently. What does this have to do with you? Su Wanqiao snorted softly. Of course it has something to do with me. Linger is my best friend, I can't watch her jump into the fire pit. A gigolo who lives off his wife and has nothing, how dare he be with Linger? Su Wanqiao pointed to the Miami bar with flashing neon lights. Let's not talk about other things. If Linger comes to the bar to drink, it will cost at least tens of thousands. Can you afford it? Su Wanqiao. Yu Lingqing became anxious and called out Su Wanqiao's name quickly. However, Su Wanqiao didn't even look at Yu Lingqing, but just stared at Chu Longtu firmly. Her life and her circle are beyond your imagination, let alone your ability to squeeze in. You are not worthy of Linger at all. I won't agree to the two of you being together. Su Wanqiao said something completely final, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the Miami bar. The luxurious door burst open, and more than a dozen beautiful waitresses in black stockings filed out and lined up in two neat rows at the door. Immediately afterwards, a man in a suit strode out and stood at the door of the bar, looking around. Isn't this Mr. Long Lu, the head of the Miami bar? Who is he coming out to greet? Master Long Lu is the youngest cadre of the Qinglong society. It would be a great honor for him to come out and greet ordinary young masters. But today he actually came to the door to greet them in person. Who is this important person coming? Master Long Lu ignored the discussions, looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he hurried towards Chu Longtu and the others. Meanwhile, the atmosphere here among Chu Longtu and the others had become so cold that it was almost frozen. Su Wanqiao. Yu Lingqing was completely angry and glared at Su Wanqiao with her beautiful eyes. You crossed the line. I don't need you to decide for me who I'm with. Su Wanqiao widened her eyes in disbelief. She didn't expect that her best friend would turn against her because of a pretty boy. Linger, are you crazy? You yelled at me for this kind of crap. Su Wanqiao's face was full of anger, and her disgust for Chu Longtu grew stronger. It's all this pretty boy's fault. Chu Longtu gently held Yu Lingqing's jade hand and stared at Su Wanqiao coldly. Whether I can support my senior sister or not is none of your business. Besides, what does a few tens of thousands of dollars worth of consumption mean? If senior sister likes it, I can buy this bar for her. Su Wanqiao looked as if she had heard a huge joke, with a ridiculous look on her face. You are so arrogant, aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? This bar is a high-end luxury bar under the Qinglong Club. The decoration alone cost 10 million. If you add the precious wine collection, this bar is worth more than 20 million. The minimum cost to go in and play is 20,000. Don't even think about buying it. You don't even have the capital to go in and play once. Before Su Wanqiao's sarcastic rebuke could finish, Master Long Lu happened to walk up to him and said respectfully, ignoring Su Wanqiao. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu Longtu? Chu Longtu didn't know Mr. Long Lu and frowned. It's me, who are you? Upon hearing this, Mr. Long Lu's smile grew even brighter and his attitude became even more respectful. I am Long Lu from the Qinglong Society. You can just call me Xiao Lu, Master Chu. Now I am in charge of the Miami bar. Brother Dao called and said that you are a VIP and asked me to meet all your requests. The best booth in the bar has been reserved for you. Would you like to go in now? Boom. Mr. Long Lu's words were like a bolt of thunder striking Su Wanqiao's head, completely freezing the expression on her face. Su Wanqiao is a frequent visitor to Miami, so of course she knows who Mr. Long Lu is. The youngest core cadre of the Qinglong Society, the boss of the Miami bar, and the one who has the final say. But she had never seen Master Long Lu be so respectful. Even if a wealthy young man came to Miami, Master Long Lu would at most just say hello, and rarely even have a drink with him, let alone try to please others. However, now, Master Long Lu was being as respectful as his third grandson in front of Chu Longtu, whom she had just scolded. This completely overturned Su Wanchio's cognition and caused a storm in her heart. Chu Longtu was also very surprised. He didn't expect Brother Dao to be so thoughtful. Just as he was about to refuse, Chu Longtu suddenly caught a glimpse of Yu Lingqing, whose face was filled with sadness and loss, and suddenly changed the subject. "Okay, thank you for your help." Master Long Lu was overjoyed, and respectfully led the two of them through a queue that was dozens of meters long and walked to the door of the bar. 2 rows of beauties in black stockings bent down in unison. "Welcome, Master Chu." The scene and the grandeur made the customers in the queue extremely envious, and they wished they were Chu Longtu. Su Wanchio, who was left alone, had a mixed look of blue and red in her face. Suddenly, she stomped her feet in anger and followed him in. She still didn't believe that Chu Longtu had such a great reputation. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Anyway, she was worried about Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing being alone together. Regardless of whether Yu Lingqing is happy or not, as Yu Lingqing's best friend, Su Wanchio must be responsible for Yu Lingqing. Yu Lingqing, who had already entered the bar, looked disappointed. "Junior brother, I don't want to play anymore, let's go home." Chu Longtu put his arm around Yu Lingqing's shoulders and winked at her. "Now that we're here, it would be a shame to just leave like this. Sister, why don't you take me to see it?" Yu Lingqing was so amused that she couldn't help but laugh, and obediently followed Chu Longtu to the most luxurious booth in the bar. The booth faces the bar's stage, with an excellent view, allowing you to immersively enjoy the performance on stage. The table was already filled with snacks, fruits, various beers and foreign liquors, even 2 bottles of Matai. Master Long Lu led them to a booth and told them to contact him anytime if they needed anything, then he disappeared quietly. Seeing such tactfulness, Chu Longtu couldn't help but develop a strong interest in the Qinglong society. Qinglong society is quite interesting. Su Wanchio followed in and asked for a booth behind them. He sat there angrily, staring at Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing. As soon as Chu Longtu makes any improper move, she will rush forward to save Yu Lingqing. Chu Longtu didn't care about her. He and Yu Lingqing were gradually immersed in the dynamic atmosphere around them. Listening to songs, drinking wine, and whispering to Yu Lingqing from time to time, Chu Longtu's nerves, which had been tense since he came down the mountain, gradually relaxed. However, Su Wanchio, who was sitting at the back, became angrier and angrier the more he watched. She watched Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing being intimate with each other while she was sitting alone drinking like an idiot. How could she not be angry? Su Wanchio finished a bottle of beer in one breath and looked at Chu Longtu's back viciously. "Damn it, I will never forgive you." Suddenly, a sharp pain broke out from her lower abdomen, interrupting Su Wanchio's thoughts and causing her to fall on the table involuntarily, knocking over the wine bottles on the table. Crack! The sound immediately alarmed the people around. Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing turned around at the same time and saw Su Wanchio with a pale and bloodless face. "Su." Yu Lingqing exclaimed, and immediately forgot her anger, and went over to help Su Wanchio up. Su Wanchio's body was trembling slightly, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The waves of intense pain coming from her lower abdomen had left her in so much pain that she had no strength to speak, and she was even about to faint with her eyes rolling. Yu Lingqing was at a loss and looked at Chu Longtu helplessly. "Junior brother." Chu Longtu took his pulse and immediately understood. Rapid pulse, cold limbs, dark yellow complexion, spleen and kidney heme deficiency. She has had too much moisture in her body for a long time, which has caused her uterus to be too cold. She just drank some cold wine, and her uterine coldness broke out completely, causing cramps in her lower abdomen, and she almost fainted. If you don't get timely treatment, you may not be able to have children in your lifetime. Yu Lingqing was shocked, and Su Wanchio, who was on the verge of coma, was so scared that she almost cried. "What should we do then?" Yu Lingqing was so anxious that he was running around in circles. Seeing how anxious Yu Lingqing was, Chu Longtu could only say, "Don't worry, senior sister. I can cure this disease." "Really? Junior brother, please save Su." Yu Lingqing said hurriedly. Chu Longtu snorted coldly and curled his lips at the trembling Su Wanqiu. This woman is lucky. As he spoke, Chu Longtu stretched out his right hand and gently pressed on Su Wanqiu's lower abdomen. It feels cold to the touch, with a faint chill coming from it, without any sense of warmth at all. Chu Longtu used his internal energy and rubbed his lower abdomen lightly with his palms. The internal energy gradually seeped into Su Wanqiu's body. The excruciating pain that had made Su Wanqiu feel like she was dying suddenly weakened, and then completely disappeared. Instead, a warm current rose from her lower abdomen, making her feel extremely comfortable. She couldn't help but hum softly. As soon as that subtle cat-like voice came out, Su Wanqiu was immediately startled and instinctively wanted to shut up. However, the warm current was so comfortable that Su Wanqiu couldn't help it. She even followed the warm current, which made her feel a strange feeling all over her body. Chu Longtu was concentrating on the treatment and didn't pay much attention, but Yu Lingqing felt something was wrong the more he listened. Is this little girl sick or is she in heat? Ah! Suddenly, Su Wanqiu's whole body tensed up and she let out a high-pitched cry of surprise. It turned out that Chu Longtu had used his internal energy to remove the moisture from her body and relieve her uterine cold. Chu Longtu was about to stop when Su Wanqiu grabbed him. Don't stop, can you continue to massage me? Chu Longtu was stunned for a moment, while Yu Lingqing was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring, wishing he could scratch Su Wanqiu's spring-like face. Junior brother, you must be hungry. Sister will feed you some fruit. Are you thirsty? Come on, sister will help you have one. Brother, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. In the booth, Chu Longtu sat there with a numb look on his face, letting Su Wanqiu busy herself around him like a butterfly flying among flowers. After he rescued Su Wanqiu just now, Su Wanqiu's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant, and she was extremely enthusiastic towards Chu Longtu. She called her junior brother all the time, as if she was Chu Longtu's real senior sister. Her enthusiasm was almost unbearable for Chu Longtu. He even began to miss Su Wanqiu's angry look. Yu Lingqing, who was sitting on the side with his eyes almost burning with anger, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Su Wanqiu, what are you talking about? This is my junior fellow apprentice. What does it have to do with you? Yu Lingqing glared at Su Wanqiu, but Su Wanqiu waved his hands nonchalantly. Hey Linger, don't be so stingy. Given our relationship, your junior brother is also my junior brother. Yu Lingqing was so angry that he laughed. That's not what you just said. Su Wanqiu blinked, hugged Yu Lingqing's arm and said in a soft voice. You still hold a grudge? I know I was wrong. Your junior brother's boyfriend is the best. He is not a gigolo. This unethical remark immediately made Yu Lingqing blush, and she said with anger and shyness. Junior brother, he is not some little boyfriend. Su Wanqiu opened her red lips slightly and whispered in surprise. Is he very big? Su Wanqiu. Yu Lingqing screamed loudly, and in anger she pressed Su Wanqiu under her body and tickled him. Su Wanqiu giggled when she was tickled, and she fought back without showing any weakness. The two women immediately rolled into a ball on the sofa. Chu Longtu was bumped by them and had no choice but to look back, but he couldn't take his eyes away. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu both have very hot bodies, and the clothes they wear are relatively cool, and their sexy features are fully revealed during their playfulness. From Chu Longtu's perspective, he happened to see the beautiful scenery under Su Wanqiu's hip skirt. Chu Longtu turned his head expressionlessly and slapped his knee. What a useless thing, he has no self-control at all. After a while, the two women stopped panting, and Su Wanqiu lay on Yu Lingqing with a playful smile, and they were back to normal. Yu Lingqing glared at Su Wanqiu unhappily. She had absolutely no idea what to do with her best friend who had a clear distinction between love and hate or was simply stupid. She turned to ask Chu Longtu. Junior brother, have you finished investigating the matter of the bracelet? Yu Lingqing vaguely knew that the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet was related to Chu Zhenfeng's death sentence. Chu Longtu had been investigating it these past 2 days, but he didn't know if there was any result. Chu Longtu shook his head, while Su Wanqiu interjected with interest. Bracelet. What bracelet? Chu Longtu didn't say anything, but Yu Lingqing's expression changed. Su Su is a top jewelry designer in Jiangdong and is very familiar with all kinds of jewelry. Junior brother, if you haven't found the result yet, why don't you show it to her? Chu Longtu looked at Su Wanqiao with some surprise, but Su Wanqiao was already smiling and acting modestly. It's not as exaggerated as Linger said. That's the level of being invincible in Jiangdong. Su Wanqiao looked humble, but the arrogance in his eyes almost overflowed. Chu Longtu looked at Yu Lingqing hesitantly, and Yu Lingqing nodded affirmatively. Although Su Su may be a little naive sometimes, her professional ability is unquestionable. She ranks first among the top 10 jewelry designers released by the Jiangdong Jewelry Association. Su Wanqiao immediately quit and was about to have a good argument with Yu Lingqing about his stupidity, but Chu Longtu had made a decision. Okay, let her see it. Xiao Ziyun got the news that the master who carved the bracelet was dead. There were no new clues coming from the dragnet, and the investigation into the Feifeng bracelet had reached a dead end, with no way to proceed. There was nothing wrong in letting Su Wanqiao take a look, and Chu Longtu did not hold out too much hope, so he handed the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet he was carrying to Su Wanqiao. Su Wanqiao couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the bracelet for the first time. After taking it, she looked at it carefully with an extremely amazed look in her eyes. What kind of material is this? I've never seen it before. It's not jade, nor is it emerald, nor is it a gemstone. This is a completely new type of material. So beautiful. Su Wanqiao looked at the bracelet lovingly, stroking the phoenix feather-shaped patterns on it inch by inch. Awesome, so awesome. This flying phoenix pattern is so complex, yet it is carved so vividly, without a single mistake. It is simply the work of a master. Ah! Why does this technique feel so familiar? Su Wanqiao exclaimed in surprise, held the bracelet up to the light and examined it carefully. Chu Longtu's whole body suddenly shook, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Could it be that Su Wanqiao really saw something by accident? What did you find? Chu Longtu spoke in a deep voice. Su Wanqiao thought quietly for a moment and suddenly realized. I remember now. This technique and style are almost exactly the same as someone I know. What? Chu Longtu could no longer sit still, and a hint of surprise and ecstasy appeared uncontrollably in his eyes. Su Wanqiao looked at the bracelet under the light again and said with certainty. That's right, the techniques and craftsmanship are exactly the same, at least 90% similar. The person who made this bracelet and my friend are either master and apprentice brothers, or they are from the same school. Chu Longtu didn't expect such a pleasant surprise and slapped his head. Yes, the master who carved the bracelet has died, but he must have a successor. Why didn't he think of this? Chu Longtu was excited and spoke quickly. Where is he? It's in Jiangdong. Su Wanqiao said, he has a jewelry processing factory on the outskirts of the city. I have worked with him before, so I can see his methods. By the way, why are you looking for him? Chu Longtu was ecstatic and said solemnly. I have something very important to ask him. Please tell me his address. I owe you a favor. Su Wanqiao's beautiful eyes suddenly turned, and Yu Lingqing, who was very familiar with her, suddenly became alert. Su, this matter is very important to my junior brother, please don't mess around. Su Wanqiao's thoughts were revealed by Yu Lingqing's words, and she stuck out her tongue coquettishly. Junior brother said he owed me a favor, it's none of your business. After returning the bracelet to Chu Longtu, Su Wanqiao's pretty face suddenly blushed and she said shyly. I don't have any other requests, I just have a small request. Chu Longtu said without hesitation. You said, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. After receiving Chu Longtu's promise, Su Wanqiao suddenly became happy and smiled slyly. That's right, can you give me this every day? Chu Longtu was confused. Which one? Su Wanqiao pointed at Chu Longtu's hand with a shy look on her face. It's the massage you just gave me, I want it every day. Chu Longtu stood there in a daze, and Yu Lingqing's voice suddenly rang out, filled with murderous intent. Su Wanqiao. I'm sorry, senior sister. I made you feel uncomfortable. Yu Lingqing blocked Chu Longtu's mouth with her slender fingers and whispered. Don't apologize to me, I know everything. Actually, I also want you to cure Su, otherwise I wouldn't agree. Chu Longtu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that his senior sister was not really angry. But who knew that Yu Lingqing would say something angrily next? But this little girl is very dangerous, you have to control yourself. You must not treat the disease in bed. Chu Longtu staggered and almost fell, his eyes twitched heavily. Without saying a word, he turned back to his room and locked the door so that no one could come in. Sure enough, after a while, there was a knock on the door, and Su Wanqiu's voice sounded. "Junior brother, why did you go to bed so early? My stomach is still a little uncomfortable, can you rub it for me? Linger, why are you here? Are you feeling uncomfortable too?" Yu Lingqing's sneer could not be blocked even through the door. "I'm not only uncomfortable, I'm even uncomfortable to the point of wanting to kill someone. Come on, come back to the room with me. Don't think that I don't know what you are planning. Junior brother is mine, you can't even think of taking advantage of him." Su Wanqiu was forcefully dragged away by Yu Lingqing and retorted unconvinced. "One generation, two sisters, how can we divide what's yours and what's mine? Isn't your junior brother my junior brother? It's reasonable for a senior sister to care about the physical health of a junior brother." Hearing the sound getting farther and farther away, Chu Longtu couldn't help but shiver. Su Wanqiu's words made people think of the fear of being dominated by their senior sister in the mountains. Every night, the senior sisters would try their best to sneak into his room, which almost caused Chu Longtu to suffer a nervous breakdown. Fortunately, now only Yu Lingqing knew that he had gone down the mountain. If the others knew. Chu Longtu didn't dare to think about it anymore and quickly closed his eyes and went to sleep. After a good night's sleep, Chu Longtu got up early the next day. After completing his daily practice, he went into the kitchen to make breakfast. "Morning, junior brother." Su Wanqiu's lazy voice sounded. Chu Longtu responded, turned around and put the soy milk on the dining table, and happened to see Su Wanqiu. At one glance, Chu Longtu's brows immediately raised. Su Wanqiu was wearing a silk suspender nightgown, but the thin nightgown could not hide her hot body at all. The short skirt just passed the hip line. As long as Su Wanqiu bent down, the scenery under the skirt would be clearly visible. What made people even more excited was that the strap on Su Wanqiu's left shoulder slipped off, and her nightgown slid down a lot, revealing a piece of skin as white as jade. This really means you don't treat your junior fellow apprentice as an outsider. Chu Longtu narrowed his eyes and suddenly had the idea of playing a mischievous trick. "You tease me again and again, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" As soon as he thought of this, Chu Longtu suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Su Wanqiu. "Miss Su, there seems to be something wrong with you. Let me check it out." Su Wanqiu, who deliberately teased Chu Longtu, didn't expect that Chu Longtu would actually take it seriously. She was immediately frightened and hurriedly stepped back to put on her clothes, saying in panic, I'll wash up." He fled before he could finish his words, which made Chu Longtu laugh. He had long seen that although Su Wanqiu seemed hot and bold, she was actually very conservative at heart. She was acting in that demanding and coquettish manner, just to provoke him. As expected, Chu Longtu was frightened and Su Wanqiu was very obedient during the entire breakfast process, which made Yu Lingqing, who got up a little later, particularly confused. After breakfast, Yu Lingqing went to the company, while Chu Longtu drove Su Wanqiu to the suburbs. Following the route indicated by Su Wanqiu, the two people appeared at a jewelry processing factory on the outskirts of the city half an hour later. "Is this the place?" Looking at the slightly shabby jewelry processing factory in front of him, Chu Longtu asked. Su Wanqiu nodded affirmatively and entered the factory by scanning her face as if she was familiar with the place. After several twists and turns, Su Wanqiu brought Chu Longtu into the factory director's office. The office is large but not luxurious, and is filled with jewelry-making tools and materials. Chu Longtu looked around this room, which looked more like a studio than an office, and his eyes finally fell on the man at the innermost part. The man, who looked to be about 40 years old with slightly gray hair, was wearing a work suit and lying on the workbench, concentrating on carving a piece of mutton-fat jade. "Mr. Zhang, I'm here again." Su Wanqiu greeted him, and the man raised his head and smiled heartily. "Boss Su, long time no see. Why didn't you say hello?" Su Wanqiu exchanged a few pleasantries with him and introduced Chu Longtu to him. "This is my friend Chu Longtu. He wants to buy some high-end jewelry, so I brought him to look at it. This was also the excuse that Chu Longtu and Su Wanqiu had discussed in advance. He wanted to take a look at this person first. Chu Longtu smiled slightly. I have heard of Mr. Zhang's great name for a long time. Today I come here specifically to ask for treasures. Mr. Zhang, please don't hide it. Mr. Zhang laughed and pointed to a 3-layer wooden rack nearby. There are dozens of pieces of jewelry on the wooden shelves, and the brilliance of the jewelry is particularly enchanting. Here are the jewelry I just made recently. There are jade, and diamonds. Mr. Chu can take a look first. Chu Longtu nodded slightly and let Su Wanqiu and Zhang Gong exchange greetings. He picked up the jewelry on the wooden shelf and looked at it slowly. After carefully looking at a few pieces, a hint of excitement flashed across Chu Longtu's eyes. That's right, the crafting techniques of these jewels are exactly the same as those of the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. This Mr. Zhang must have a close relationship with the person who made the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. Chu Longtu picked up a jade necklace and praised it repeatedly. Mr. Zhang's craftsmanship is truly extraordinary and will definitely be passed down from generation to generation. May I ask which master Zhang Gong learned from? Mr. Zhang smiled faintly. Mr. Chu, you are too kind. My parents died when I was young, and I had to work in a factory. How could I have the blessing to learn from a master? I've seen this a lot in the factory. Plus, I have some talent, so I taught myself and managed to make a living. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Longtu's pupils shrank sharply, and even Su Wanqiu looked at Zhang Gong in surprise. How can an apprentice learn such exquisite skills? You are really fooling around. It is clear that this skill was taught by a famous master and cultivated carefully. How could the skill be acquired by an apprentice? Which factory could be so luxurious as to carefully train an apprentice who might run away at any time? There's something wrong with this guy, there's something fishy going on. This old Zhang is full of nonsense, and he doesn't tell the truth. His skills are clearly trained by a famous teacher, how could he have learned it on his own in the factory? Junior brother, you have made a wasted trip. Su Wanqiu complained about Zhang Gong and nodded to Chu Longtu apologetically. Chu Longtu didn't care and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sister Su, you're too polite. You've already helped me a lot. Ah. Su Wanqiu was completely confused. Chu Longtu did not explain and took Su Wanqiu into the car and returned to the city. After sending Su Wanqiu home, Chu Longtu made the excuse that he had something else to do and drove away. After throwing the conspicuous Ferrari back into the villa, Chu Longtu randomly found a car rental company and rented a car, returning to the jewelry processing factory along the same route. After stopping the car, Chu Longtu looked at the factory gate from a distance, his eyes shining. There is definitely something seriously wrong with that engineer Zhang Changsheng. When Chu Longtu asked him about his master, although he concealed it well, Chu Longtu still caught his slightly contracted pupils and a flash of nervousness. Coupled with the fact that he deliberately lied, he must be hiding something. Chu Longtu waited patiently, during which time he called Qin Tianshuang and soon received the information she sent him. It was not until dark that Zhang Changsheng's black Mercedes drove out of the factory. Chu Longtu used his skilled tracking skills to follow him from a distance, making many turns and driving all the way to the south of Jiangdong City. During the period, Zhang Changsheng was very alert and chose to walk on small roads with less traffic. If someone was inexperienced in tracking, he would most likely be tricked by this trick. It's a pity that it's of no use to Chu Longtu. When Chu Longtu went down the mountain to join the Tianluoduang Combat Department for training, he had already mastered the reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills to perfection. He didn't take Zhang Changsheng's little trick seriously at all. The more vigilant Zhang Changsheng was, the happier Chu Longtu became. This proves that he is more likely to have what Chu Longtu needs. After spending most of the hour driving, the black Mercedes slowly drove into a high-end sanatorium. Chu Longtu parked the car on the side of the road, walked to the gate and handed a cigarette to the security guard, and in just 2 or 3 words he found out where Zhang Changsheng was going. The sanatorium is divided into different campuses according to the price, and Zhang Changsheng went to the most expensive single-family campus. In the independent hospital area, each recuperating guest has a separate small building, equipped with full-time service staff, and enjoys the highest-end service. Building A9 is Zhang Chongqing's destination. Chu Longtu walked over and saw Zhang Chongqing's black Mercedes parked in front of the door of the small building from a distance. Zhang Chongqing stood in front of the door and whispered a few words to a man in a nurse's uniform before going in. Chu Longtu's pupils shrank slightly. Although the man looked like a nurse from head to toe, in the eyes of a martial arts master like Chu Longtu, he had flaws everywhere. The strong muscles under the clothes, the gleam in the eyes, the thick calluses on the hands, and the bulge around the waist. Chu Longtu can guarantee that this man will look much more impressive in camouflage uniform on the battlefield than in his nurse costume. This is a soldier who can be called an elite. Chu Longtu flashed silently into the darkness and disappeared quietly. At the entrance of the small building, the male caregiver looked around vigilantly, always alert to the movements around him. Call. A breeze blew past the male nurse, who was unaware of it. Chu Longtu had already used his superb body skills to avoid the male nurse and the surveillance outside the building and entered the small building. There was no one on the first floor, and there was a faint sound coming from the second floor. Chu Longtu went to look for the sound and stopped in front of a door. Zhang Chongqing's voice was faintly heard from behind the door. "Master, someone is looking for me, to ask you. It's been 10 years, for the first time. Let's go." An old voice sounded faintly. "Let's go, where can we go?" Chu Longtu's heart began to beat violently and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. This time, we hit the jackpot by accident and caught the real culprit. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Chu Longtu circulated his internal energy at full speed, adjusting his state to its peak. After being prepared for any unexpected events, Chu Longtu pushed the door open without any hesitation and walked in. He immediately saw the old man sitting in a wheelchair and Zhang Chongqing with a heavy face. And the old man's appearance. Chu Longtu clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. That's right, it's him. 10 years ago, Qian Tongxing, a famous jade carving master, was known for combining the jade carving techniques of the northern and southern schools. It was also him who, at the invitation of Chu Longtu's grandfather, Mr. Xiao, made the Feifeng bracelet 10 years ago. In the afternoon, Chu Longtu urgently asked Qin Tianshuang to investigate all the information about Qian Tongxing. This old face looks exactly like Qian Tongxing in the photo, except that he looks much older. However, according to the information, Qian Tongxing had died of illness 10 years ago. Now, he is sitting in front of Chu Longtu. At this moment, Chu Longtu was extremely grateful to Su Wanqiu. If she hadn't recognized Zhang Chongqing's method, Chu Longtu might not have been able to find Qian Tongxing so easily. The room was extremely quiet. Qian Tongxing squinted his eyes with some difficulty as he looked at Chu Longtu. However, Zhang Chongqing was so shocked that his mind went blank and his fingers kept shaking as he pointed at Chu Longtu. You, how do you know this place?" Chu Longtu let out a long sigh and looked at Zhang Chongqing with a smile. "This is all thanks to you, Mr. Zhang, for leading the way. I heard you call this old man master. But Zhang Gong, you said during the day that you didn't have any master and that you were self-taught. Are you lying to me?" Zhang Chongqing opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time, his eyes flickering, then suddenly raised his hand and was about to hit a red button on the table. "Call out." A gust of wind from his finger hit Zhang Chongqing's wrist directly, and his entire arm suddenly drooped down limply. Chu Longtu looked at the frightened Zhang Chongqing with a calm expression. "You'd better not do anything. I'm only here to ask questions, don't force me to do anything else." Zhang Chongqing was frightened by the murderous look in Chu Longtu's eyes and swallowed hard. "What on earth do you want to do?" Chu Longtu glanced at Qian Tongxing. "Is he Qian Tongxing?" Zhang Chongqing hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and nodded, and Chu Longtu's mouth curled up. "Then it's none of your business. I have something to talk to this old man about." Zhang Chongqing was startled, then smiled bitterly. "You really came here for master. But you might be disappointed." Chu Longtu frowned and was about to speak when someone suddenly grabbed his left hand. When he turned his head, he saw Qian Tongxing holding his left hand with a kind look on his face. "Xiao Chongqing, how come you have grown so big all of a sudden?" Chu Longtu was stunned, and Zhang Chongqing's faint voice slowly sounded. "Master, he has been suffering from Alzheimer's disease for 8 years. Sometimes he is confused, sometimes he is clear-headed. My condition has deteriorated so much that I can only stay awake for half an hour at most every day. If you have something to ask him, you're thinking wrongly. Mr. Chu, I don't know why you are looking for my master, but he is just a demented old man and is of no use to me. Please let him go. Chu Longtu came back to his senses, was silent for a moment, and then said lightly. If I let him go, who will let me go? It's just Alzheimer's disease. It's not incurable. Zhang Chongqing was stunned, his face full of doubts about his life. Did he hear it right? Chu Longtu actually said that Alzheimer's disease, a recognized terminal illness, can be cured. Zhang Chongqing instinctively wanted to laugh, but for fear of angering Chu Longtu, he could only say it with a bitter face. Master Chu, Master is in this state now. He is close to death. Please don't torment him anymore. Even elementary school students know that Alzheimer's is a terminal illness. How can you possibly cure it? Chu Longtu took out the bag of gold needle cloth that he carried with him, unfolded it, and spread it flat on the table, his eyes extremely sharp. Just because others can't cure it doesn't mean I can't. From now on, shut up. Chu Longtu scolded, and Zhang Chongqing shut up obediently, but his eyes were full of suspicion. He didn't believe at all that Chu Longtu could cure Qian Tongsheng. The reason why a terminal illness is called a terminal illness is because there is no cure. But Zhang Chongqing didn't know that Chu Longtu was not incompetent and furious, but was really confident in his actions. Among the many medical skills and acupuncture methods that Luo Qingfei taught Chu Longtu, the 9 needles of the coffin was naturally the best, but there were other acupuncture methods that were not inferior to the 9 needles of the coffin. Qingshan needle is one of them. The brain is pierced with gold needles, assisted by special methods of Qigong, to treat craniocerebral injuries and mental confusion. Treating Alzheimer's disease is exactly what your profession is for. However, if you want to use the Qingshan needle to completely cure Alzheimer's disease, you also need to match it with special pills, which Chu Longtu does not have. But Chu Longtu just wanted to make Qian Tongsheng wake up for a short period of time, and the Qingshan needle alone was enough. Chu Longtu gently tapped Qian Tongsheng's forehead with his finger, and Qian Tongsheng immediately lost consciousness and closed his eyes. Chu Longtu immediately inserted the needles as fast as the wind, and within a few breaths, he had filled all the acupuncture points on Qian Tongsheng's head with golden needles. As the internal energy swept through, the golden needles began to vibrate slightly at the same time. Strands of internal energy shuttled back and forth through the golden needles, unblocking various meridians and nerves. Zhang Chongqing's eyes instantly widened larger than copper bells, and he looked at the vibrating golden needle in disbelief. If he hadn't had some composure left in him, he would have screamed in shock. Is this medical skill or magic? The golden needle can actually move on its own. A minute later, Qian Tongsheng slowly opened his eyes. There was no more dementia and innocence in his eyes, replaced by clarity and confusion. Who are you? Qian Tongsheng looked at Chu Longtu in confusion. Chu Longtu felt relieved. Success. Zhang Chongqing, who was watching the whole process, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Chu Longtu pointed casually, and a gust of wind from his finger knocked Zhang Chongqing unconscious. When Qian Tongsheng saw his apprentice being knocked unconscious, he suddenly became nervous. What did you do to him? Chu Longtu stared at Qian Tongsheng and said in a deep voice. The following words are not suitable for him to hear. They are just to let him sleep for a while. My name is Chu Longtu. My father Chu Zhenfeng, my mother Xiao Wan, do you still remember? Qian Tongsheng was silent for a while, his eyes filled with complexity, and he sighed softly. Yes, of course I do. Chu Longtu took out the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet and placed it in front of Qian Tongsheng. Then you will never forget this bracelet, will you? Qian Tongsheng stared blankly at the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, and gently stroked the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet with trembling hands. How could I forget? If it weren't for this bracelet, I wouldn't have faked my own death and escaped, living here incognito. Flying Phoenix bracelet, I didn't expect that I would see it again. What happened back then? What is the use of this bracelet? Chu Longtu asked questions like a machine gun. Qian Tongsheng was silent for a while and then spoke softly. 10 years ago, I was invited by my old friend, Mr. Xiao, to come to Jiangdong to help him make a bracelet. The material used is something I have never seen before. It is extremely hard. Even a carving knife cannot leave any marks, let alone other processing. Mr. Xiao said that the material is special and needs to be calcined with flames to soften it before carving. I processed it according to his instructions, and the material softened and became easier to carve. Then, according to the drawings given by Mr. Xiao, I carved out the flying phoenix bracelet. Drawing. Chu Longtu's eyes widened in shock. The Feifeng Lingkong bracelet was actually made according to the drawings given by my grandfather. Qian Tongxing is now immersed in memories. The finished product astonished everyone. It is the pinnacle of my life's work. No other work can compare to it. After it was finished, Mr. Xiao gave me 10 million as a reward, but he strictly asked me to forget the drawings and not to make any replicas. I agreed immediately. This kind of request is very common in the jade carving industry. Everyone wants their collection to be unique and they don't want it to be the same as someone else's. If I were to say I'm curious, I'd be particularly curious about the material used to make the bracelet. I've never seen such a strange yet beautiful material before. It's 100 times better than jade and emerald. I took the money and returned home, but not long after, something unexpected happened. Qian Tongxing's voice suddenly became heavy, and Chu Longtu's heart tightened. Mr. and Mrs. Chu Zhenfeng suddenly disappeared, and there were also rumors of changes in the Xiao family's business. Not long after that, someone broke into my room late at night and asked me. Qian Tongxing's face was filled with panic, and it was obvious that recalling the past after so many years still frightened him greatly. What do you want me to do? Chu Longtu asked hurriedly. Qian Tongxing took a few quick breaths and said through gritted teeth. Let me die. I was startled and wanted to shout immediately, but the men restrained me and said that he was just faking his death to get away. I was so shocked that I rejected it instinctively. Who knew he would say that if I didn't fake my death, my whole family would surely die? I am more and more confused. I have always been kind to others and acted carefully. How could someone kill me? Under my questioning, he finally told me the real reason. Qian Tongxing clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. Everything, because I made that damn bracelet. What? Chu Longtu screamed in shock, and even his hair stood on end because of excessive shock. A couple. You mean, you made a pair of flying phoenix bracelets? Qian Tongxing nodded and looked at Chu Longtu in confusion. Of course they are a couple. Phoenixes have always lived and flown together since ancient times. The male is the phoenix and the female is the phoenix. The flying phoenix bracelet was made with the idea of the phoenix seeking the phoenix. They are a perfect pair. The one on your hand is the female bracelet. Don't you know? Hearing Qian Tongxing's question, Chu Longtu's brain almost crashed and he remained speechless for a long time. Flying phoenix bracelet, what other uses does it have? Chu Longtu took the opportunity to ask. If someone said that the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet was just a piece of jewelry, Chu Longtu would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Qian Tongxing frowned, pondered for a moment and said carefully. I don't know what it's used for. But judging by the size and markings on the blueprint, the flying phoenix bracelet looks a bit like a key to some mechanism. Chu Longtu was shocked. Key. The key again. This was the second time someone told him that the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet was the key. But where is the key? Chu Longtu's mind raced, but he had no clue at all. Qian Tongxing's voice rang out. That's all I know, and I don't know much more. For 10 years, I have lived in hiding, alas. Qian Tongxing let out a long sigh, his face full of sadness. Chu Longtu raised his index finger and said in a deep voice. One last question. Who arranged for you to fake your death and protected you for so many years? Qian Tongxing was not at all surprised that Chu Longtu would ask this question, and shook his head slowly. To be honest, I don't know. Since that night, I have never seen the men who warned me about my fake death again. Soon after, I suddenly became seriously ill and lost consciousness the next day. When you wake up again, you will be here. And outside, my ashes have been buried. Even Chongqing only found out that I was alive after I contacted him to get information. He only knew that someone was looking for me, but he didn't know the real inside story. Chu Longtu nodded and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Chin, for clearing up my confusion. Please keep today's events a secret for me. And if you like, your illness." Before he could finish his words, Qian Tongsheng had already refused. "No need. I've wanted to forget those things for a long time. Being in a state of confusion may not be a bad thing." Chu Longtu looked at Qian Tongsheng deeply. The old man was quite open-minded as he gave up easily even though his serious illness was within his reach. Having obtained all the information he wanted, Chu Longtu put away the golden needle and prepared to leave. Without any sign, Chu Longtu retreated 3 meters silently. After he retreated 3 meters, a faint gunshot rang out. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and suddenly a small hole appeared in the wall. Qian Tongsheng was shocked and was about to scream, but his clear eyes suddenly became cloudy and confused again. The effect of the Qingshan needle had worn off, and Qian Tongsheng returned to his dementia state. Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly turned cold and he turned to look at the window. If it weren't for the martial arts master's spiritual warning that allowed him to dodge the bullet, someone else would have been killed by the bullet. A tall man wearing a mask on his face appeared at the window at some point, with smoke coming out of the muzzle of the Glock pistol in his right hand. Seeing that Chu Longtu dodged the bullet, the masked man threw away his pistol, slowly pulled out the dagger in his left hand, and pointed the blade directly at Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu stared at the masked man coldly. "You came really quickly, how did you find me?" The masked man did not respond to this question and spoke in a low voice. "You shouldn't have come. Leave now." Chu Longtu's pupils suddenly shrank. "Do you know me?" The masked man didn't say anything, but his aura suddenly became stronger. A strong wind blew up in the room, making the air whistling. Hidden power. This masked man is actually a dark force warrior. Chu Longtu was surprised. He didn't expect that Qian Tongsheng had such an expert protecting him. There are 5 levels of martial artist training: the body strengthening realm, the bright strength realm, the dark strength realm, the transformed strength realm, and the innate realm. The realm of strengthening the body, as the name suggests, is about strengthening the body and is the starting point for laying the foundation for martial arts practice. The essence of practicing at this level is to strengthen the body and cultivate the foundation of martial arts. It is impossible to cultivate internal strength. Not only ancient martial arts, but also all kinds of martial artists such as boxing, judo, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, etc., as long as they have not cultivated internal strength in their bodies, can be classified into this realm. Afterwards, if one develops internal strength in the body, one will be able to advance to the Ming Jin realm. For a warrior who has reached the Ming Jin realm, every punch and kick can be infused with internal energy, making them extremely powerful. They can easily break monuments and shatter rocks. However, the internal energy circulation of a warrior in the Ming Jin realm is limited to certain meridians, and the internal energy cannot travel throughout the body. If one day all the meridians in the body are opened up and the internal energy can flow freely, then one will break through and become a dark energy warrior. A dark energy warrior's body is filled with internal energy, and the power of one of their punches is even comparable to that of a small caliber artillery shell. It is extremely powerful. A martial artist at the peak of dark power can even withstand bullets. Because of its power, some people also call the dark power realm the God of War realm. Above the God of War is the transformation power. If dark energy warriors are the pinnacle of humanity, then transformation energy warriors are no longer human. When internal energy is freed from the constraints of the physical body, it can be transformed into strong energy and leave the body to kill people from a distance. There are even powerful warriors who can control swords through the air with their energy, just like the legendary sword immortals. As for the higher level of the innate realm, it is even more about tracing back to the origin and returning to the innate realm, entering the Tao through martial arts, and is no different from the immortals on land. However, in today's world, there are very few people who have reached the Huajin realm, and the Xiantian realm only exists in legends and has not been seen in the world for a long time. Hidden power is the highest level of martial artists. Any dark energy warrior can hold a high position and hold great power in any force. However, he is now guarding Qian Tongsheng, a mere jade carving master. This shows the strength of the forces behind him and the magnitude of the matter involved in the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. After being surprised, Chu Longtu quickly calmed down, his face as calm as a lake. The god of war may be strong, but he still doesn't take him seriously. An invisible gust of wind slowly rose from Chu Longtu's body, and he said in a cold voice, "Tell me who's behind you, and I'll spare your life." The masked man didn't say a word, but his eyes were full of sarcasm and his meaning was very clear. "Just you? How can a pig pretend to be an elephant if it sticks a green onion in its nose?" Seeing that Chu Longtu was not retreating, the masked man had no patience to continue wasting time. He stomped his foot and the blade whizzed out like a cannonball, cutting through the air and piercing Chu Longtu's shoulder. "Hurt, don't kill." Driven by the powerful inner strength of the god of war, the masked man crossed the room in the blink of an eye, and the tip of the knife almost touched Chu Longtu's clothes. Snort. A cold snort sounded like thunder in the masked man's ears, and the blade suddenly stopped, unable to move forward any further. Chu Longtu grasped the blade with his left hand. The powerful internal energy in his palm was not afraid of the sharp blade at all. He stared at the masked man as if he had seen a ghost. With a slight force, the dagger shattered with a loud bang, and more than a dozen pieces of debris flew out through the air. However, Chu Longtu's right palm arrived first and landed heavily on the masked man's chest and abdomen. "If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Then try this." With one palm strike, the masked man spurted blood, his eyes filled with shock and fear, and he was instantly blown away. The peak of dark energy. The masked man vomited blood and flew backwards, shouting in disbelief. His cultivation in the initial stage of dark energy is almost unmatched, and he is among the top even in the force he belongs to. So when Chu Longtu provoked him, he was too lazy to even respond. Just an ordinary person can suppress it with ease. However, he never expected that the seemingly young and arrogant Chu Longtu was actually a top master who was more powerful than him. With just one palm strike, all the internal energy in his body was destroyed, bringing him to the brink of collapse and causing him to be severely injured instantly. Boundless shock rolled through the masked man's chest, but he reacted extremely quickly, using his last bit of strength to grab the demented Qian Tongxing and rush towards the window together. Chu Longtu was furious and started to chase after him. Qian Tongxing was involved in the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, and Chu Longtu originally planned to take him away and arrange a tight protection for him. At this moment, the masked man turned around suddenly and spoke quickly. "We have no ill will towards him. It is best for us to protect him. You are already surrounded by gossip. If you let him stay with you, he will be exposed faster and many people will start to pay attention to the old things that happened 10 years ago. This is not good for anyone." Chu Longtu paused and shouted coldly. "Who are you?" The masked man did not respond and staggered out of the window. 4 strong men quickly surrounded them, including the security guard on the first floor. They were well trained and placed the masked men and Qian Tongxing in the center, then quickly got into the car and left. As for Zhang Chongsheng, they didn't even bother to look at him. Chu Longtu watched them go away and didn't say anything for a long time. The masked man was right. If Qian Tongxing was found to be alive, many twists and turns would occur that he would not be able to accept. It's very simple. If the prison finds out that Qian Tongxing is not dead and kidnaps him to make a new pair of bracelets, then what value would their father have to them? But this doesn't mean that Chu Longtu will stop. Chu Longtu really wanted to know who this masked man and the person behind him were. Rescuing Qian Tongxing ahead of time and sending Dark Force warriors to protect him closely has not been known by Longqi prison until now. This is equivalent to helping Chu Longtu and Chu Zhenfeng in disguise. What is their purpose in doing this? Chu Longtu dialed Qin Tianchuang's number and said in a cold voice. Qian Tongxing, who created the Flying Phoenix bracelet, faked his death 10 years ago and has been hiding in Tianyi nursing home ever since. He is closely guarded by a warrior at the early stage of dark energy. The warrior belongs to an unknown force. After being defeated in a fight with me, they fled with Qian Tongxing. I will start tracking them down immediately. I want to know their details. Qin Tianchuang was silent for a while before speaking in a low voice. I'm sorry, young master. It's my fault. I will start the investigation immediately. If local resources are insufficient, contact the headquarters in my name to mobilize all available resources. Chu Longtu gave the order, Qin Tianchuang responded sternly, paused, and said dryly. Young master, there is news from the prison. Our people sneaked into the prison again and did not see your father. After saying this, Qin Tianchuang anxiously waited for Chu Longtu's wrath, but only silence came from the receiver. After a long time, Chu Longtu spoke. Where did he go? Qin Tianchuang said quickly, according to the news, the prison suddenly ordered your father to be transferred to the S-level prison area the day before yesterday, and he is forbidden to contact anyone. Even meals are delivered through internal pipelines, and we don't have to come into contact with anyone during the whole process. I think it's very likely. It was me who went down the mountain and took the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet away, which made the prison realize that something was wrong, so they put my father in solitary confinement. That's a really quick reaction. Chu Longtu Senhen's voice interrupted Qin Tianchuang's words. Don't worry about the prison for now. Longqi prison won't dare to do anything to my father before they get the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet from me. Hurry up and track down the whereabouts of the wanted criminal. I want to know their whereabouts within a week. Yes. Chu Longtu hung up the phone, picked up the unconscious Zhang Chongsheng and left the room. Chu family. Chu Tiannan, who had just returned home after getting his teeth fixed, slammed the car door shut, his heart filled with unspeakable anger. Every time he felt a sharp pain in his mouth, he would be reminded of the humiliating scene where Chu Longtu knocked out his teeth, making him so frustrated that he wanted to kill Chu Longtu with his own hands. Chu Tiannan, who was full of anger, walked into the living room and saw his father Chu Zhenxiong sitting on the sofa, talking to a middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Chu Zhenxiong has big ears and looks particularly majestic and heavy. He is always strict with Chu Tiannan, which makes Chu Tiannan very afraid of him. Seeing that Chu Zhenxiong had guests, Chu Tiannan was about to leave, but was stopped by Chu Zhenxiong. Come over. Chu Tiannan's face turned bitter and he walked over to greet him. Dad. Chu Zhenxiong pointed at the sofa and Chu Tiannan sat down obediently. The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Tiannan and then stopped looking at him, saying lightly, Boss Chu, please start doing what I just said immediately without any delay. Chu Zhenxiong frowned, a little embarrassed. Assistant Wang, it's not that I don't want to do it, I just have to do it for a reason. The group's strategic planning is facing a critical juncture, and I really can't spare any more energy. Chu Zhenxiong. Assistant Wang interrupted Chu Zhenxiong coldly and stared at Chu Zhenxiong indifferently. You seem to have misunderstood. I'm not discussing with you, I'm informing you. No matter how many reasons you have, you must do what I just said immediately. Chu Zhenxiong's face looked extremely ugly, and Chu Tiannan's eyes widened and he instantly became angry. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to lie in my house? Bang. Chu Zhenxiong slapped Chu Tiannan hard, knocking him to the ground and roaring angrily. Shut up. When I'm talking to someone, you have no right to interrupt me. Chu Tiannan's face was filled with astonishment. He stared blankly at Chu Zhenxiong and forced a smile while whispering. Assistant Wang, please be flexible. Assistant Wang was extremely cold and indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. There is no room for compromise. Within 1 month, use all the power and resources of the Chu family to block all actions of Chu Longtu. No matter what Chu Longtu wants to do, you must do your best to destroy it. Make it difficult for him, hinder him, consume all his energy, and leave him no time to take care of other things. You must carry out this matter without any compromise. This matter will not end until Chu Zhenfeng's death sentence is carried out in a month. Chu Zhenxiong gritted his teeth. I don't understand. Bang. Assistant Wang slapped Chu Zhenxiong in the face, his face as cold as iron. You never need to understand the orders from above, you just need to execute them. You should have realized this when you betrayed Chu Zhenfeng and Xiaowan and seized the Chu family's property for your own selfish interests 10 years ago. If we can get you up, we can get you down. Do you understand? Chu Zhenxiong's face was extremely hideous and distorted. He gritted his teeth and nodded slowly. Understood. I will use all my strength to snipe Chu Longtu and never let him succeed. Assistant Wang smiled with satisfaction. Chu Tiannan, who was watching the whole process, was completely petrified and could not utter a word. How dare a lackey who takes advantage of the power of another dare to be rude to me? Without the one behind you, who are you? Chu Tiannan was so frightened that he was shaking with fear and didn't even dare to fart. After Chu Zhenxiong vented his hysterical roar for a while, he waved his hands weakly. You heard it, do as he said. Find out the whereabouts of that bastard and use all your resources to crush him to death. The faster we get rid of him, the less impact it will have on the company. Chu Tiannan responded and glanced at Chu Zhenxiong cautiously. Dad, who is he? Why should we listen to him? Chu Zhenxiong's eyes were filled with great anger, yet a little sad. 10 years ago, in order to seize the Chu family, I found the big shot behind Assistant Wang and leaked the whereabouts of Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan to them. Then they plotted against Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan, successfully trapped Xiao Wan, and arrested Chu Zhenfeng and put him in Longqi prison, helping me to successfully seize the Chu family. In this way, although I have seized the Chu family, I have borrowed the power of that big man, which is equivalent to being taken under his command and must obey any of his orders. Otherwise, with just one order from him, even the Chu family would be easily wiped out. Chu Zhenxiong suddenly burst into laughter, looking like a madman. That's true. All the gifts bestowed by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Since we can't resist, we father and son will have a good time with Chu Longtu. Chu Tiannan's face also became grim after hearing this. Dad, tell me what we should do. Chu Zhenxiong said coldly. He is now mixed up with the rebellious daughter of the Yu family, so we should beat them together. I think the Yu family would also be happy for me to crush Chu Longtu to death and bring Yu Lingqing back under the control of the Yu family. Also, send Chu Longtu an invitation to your and Chen Mingxi's engagement ceremony. I really want to see Chu Longtu's devastated and desperate face in person and give him another great gift. Chu Tiannan's blood boiled after hearing this, and he turned around and started to make arrangements. Chu Zhenxiong sat on the sofa with a gloomy face and clenched his fists tightly. 10 years ago, I defeated you and your son at the cost of the Chu family. Now the Chu family is even better than before, I can definitely win again. No one can take away the wealth and glory of our father and son. After leaving the sanatorium, Chu Longtu threw Zhang Chongqing in his car and went straight back to Yu Lingqing's villa to rest. Early the next morning, the doorbell of the villa rang, waking up Chu Longtu and the other two. Chu Longtu opened the door with his bare chest, and saw a man in a suit and tie with a proud look on his face standing in front of the door. Behind him was a Maybach and 2 bodyguards, staring at Chu Longtu with sharp eyes. Who are you? Chu Longtu asked, and the man in the suit arrogantly handed over an invitation letter. I am the director of the general office of the Chu group. Today, I am here on the orders of Chairman Chu Zhenxiong to deliver you the invitation to the engagement ceremony of Mr. Chu Tiannan and Miss Chen Mingxi. The ceremony will be held at the Pearl Hotel at noon tomorrow. Please arrive early to watch the ceremony. Chu Longtu's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that Chu Zhenxiong would take the initiative to send someone to visit him. Chu Longtu took the invitation letter, glanced at it casually, and said lightly. Chu Zhenxiong actually invited me to attend his son's engagement ceremony. Isn't he afraid that I will cause a scene at the venue? The man in the suit sneered and looked at Chu Longtu with contempt. Just you. You are just a stray dog, the son of a death row inmate. Even if you are allowed to make trouble, what kind of trouble can you cause? The invitation has been given to you. If you don't dare to come, just curl up in a woman's arms and tremble. The man in the suit turned and left. Chu Longtu looked at his back with a cold smile on his face. Tell Chu Zhenxiong that I will definitely come to support you. Also, I will personally give big brother and big sister-in-law a big gift. The Maybach drove away, and Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu, who heard the noise, were already waiting in the living room. Yu Lingqing's face was full of worry. Junior brother, do you really want to go? Chu Zhenxiong is obviously trying to force you to go. He must have set a trap for you to step on. Chu Longtu's face was indifferent. If I don't go, it will play into his hands. Not only will my reputation be damaged, but my father's reputation will also be affected. So I have to go. And this invitation letter also came in a very strange way. Su Wanqiu was a little confused. He just wants to humiliate you in person, what's so strange about that? Chu Longtu shook his head. You don't understand Chu Zhenxiong. My uncle is always good at scheming and plotting. He likes to plot behind people's backs and rarely confronts people head-on. Given his personality, even if I stepped on Chu Tiannan's face several times in a row, he would at most retaliate from behind. He would only appear in front of me when he was sure that I had no chance of turning the tables. Now that there is no major friction between me and the Chu group, he showed up in a hurry. This is definitely not his usual style. I suspect that someone may have made him some promise, which is why he acted this way. Yu Lingqing was shocked. You mean there's someone behind him? Could it be? Chu Longtu nodded slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. It's very likely that he has hooked up with someone from Longqi prison. Or rather, they are simply birds of a feather. Now the two parties have joined forces to force me to surrender and snatch the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. If that's the case, then I'm going all the more. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu looked at each other, the worry in their eyes almost solidified and almost overflowed. Head-on confrontation with Chu Zhenxiong and even the Chu group. If Yu Lingqing had not yet broken with the Yu family, she would naturally have the confidence. But she had already broken with the Yu family for Chu Longtu, cutting off her strongest arm. What chances did she have of winning against the powerful Chu group? It is even possible that the Yu family would be happy to see it happen and help fuel the flames. At that time, they will not only face the Chu family, but the joint suppression of the Chu family and the Yu family. When Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu thought of the terrifying power that would emerge after the Chu and Yu families joined forces, like a dark cloud covering the sun, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and even felt despair. The two women wanted to persuade him, but looking at Chu Longtu's determined face, they couldn't say a word. After 10 years of hard training and suffering from hatred every day, he now has the opportunity to meet his enemy. Who has the right to stop him from going? Even I can't do it, King of Heaven. Yu Lingqing's face turned grim. In that case, junior brother, I will go with you. And me. Su Wanqiu also quickly spoke, speaking seriously. Junior brother, your enemy is our enemy. We will accompany you even if we have to suffer humiliation. At the very least, we will spit in his face. Chu Longtu looked at the two women with great emotion. Just as he was about to speak, their cell phones suddenly rang shrilly, as if they had discussed it beforehand. After the call was connected, the two women exclaimed in unison. What? All construction contracts were cancelled, and the workers blocked the company to demand their wages. The village ancestral hall was forcibly demolished and my grandfather was beaten. Chu Zhenxiong took action. He has made many enemies since he came down the mountain, but only the Chu family has such terrifying ability to launch such precise revenge on the people around him like a storm. Yu Lingqing was still able to keep her composure, but Su Wanqiu was so anxious that she was about to cry. Her parents died when she was young, and she was raised by her grandfather, with whom she had an extremely deep bond. Now that I heard that my grandfather was injured, I could no longer sit still and rushed to his side with red eyes. Chu Longtu made a prompt decision and said in a deep voice. Senior sister, please go to the company first to stabilize the situation. Sister Su and I will go to his house together. If the old man is really seriously injured, it will be better to treat him. Yu Lingqing agreed immediately, and the three of them packed up immediately and split up into two groups to hurriedly leave the villa. Chu Longtu drove at full speed and arrived at the urban village where Su Wanqiu's grandfather lived in the shortest time. Along the way, Chu Longtu also learned the whole story from Su Wanqiu. The urban village is located in the west of Jiangdong City. It is dilapidated and narrow, and no one cared about it a few years ago. But 2 days ago, someone suddenly came to the village and announced that he had bought all the land in the village and wanted to demolish and renovate it. If this is true, the villagers will be very happy about it. Not only can they get money from the demolition, but they can also live in bright apartment buildings. How can this not be better than living in a dilapidated urban village? But problems followed one after another. The other party refused to accept the demolition compensation amount proposed by the villagers, and insisted on demolishing the ancestral hall that the villagers strongly demanded to be preserved. The villagers were immediately dissatisfied, but the other party was not a pushover either. They directly called a group of thugs to threaten and intimidate them, causing chaos all day long. Grandpa Su is the village chief and is the one who is most opposed to the demolition of the ancestral hall. He is also the person who is most targeted by the gangsters. The two parked the car and hurried to the village ancestral hall. From a distance, one could see a deafening commotion in front of the ancestral hall. Two rumbling bulldozers were raising their shovels in front of the hall in a show of force, as if they could demolish it at any time. The entrance to the ancestral hall was filled with angry villagers, cursing and denouncing, and some even tried to climb onto the bulldozer to force it to stop. However, a large number of thugs armed with steel pipes surrounded the bulldozer and beat anyone who tried to stop the bulldozer. Many villagers were left with bloody heads and had no choice but to retreat. Chu Longtu and Su Wanqiu walked closer and saw Grandpa Su sitting at the door of the ancestral hall with blood flowing from his forehead. Grandfather. Su Wanqiu pushed through the crowd and got close to Grandpa Su. Looking at her grandfather who was covered in blood and gasping for breath, tears instantly flowed down her face like beads from a broken string. Grandpa Su was shocked and wanted to get up, but he was too weak to do so. Nanan, why are you back? Su Wanqiu supported Grandpa Su and said in a sobbing voice. An ant from the village called me and said someone was forcibly demolishing the ancestral hall and you were injured, so I rushed back. Grandpa, are you okay? Grandpa Su forced a smile. Grandpa is fine, just a few scrapes, it's okay. Grandpa Su said it lightly, but the wound on his forehead, which was about an inch long, was still bleeding. Grandpa Su was supported by someone and his body was shaking. He could fall down at any time. He didn't look like he was okay. An old man nearby spoke angrily. These bastards didn't care about life or death. They hit Lao Su on the head with such a thick steel pipe. If I hadn't pulled him back and only scratched his head, he would be dead now. The other neighbors were also cursing angrily, but the gang of hooligans just laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. Some even became so angry at the hot and graceful Su Wanqiu that they kept swearing. Oh, my sister feels sorry for Grandpa, she's crying so hard that I feel sorry for her. This woman has a really hot body, I don't know how slutty she is in bed. Sister, come over and play with us brothers. Maybe brother will soften his heart and not tear down your house. The thugs burst into laughter, and the neighbors became even angrier, but the thugs were strong and not afraid of them at all. Chu Longtu's face was as gloomy as water and he patted Su Wanqiu's shoulder. Stop the bleeding and heal the old man's wounds first, then settle the score with them. Su Wanqiu also remembered Chu Longtu's miraculous medical skills and quickly made way. Chu Longtu raised his hand and lightly tapped a few acupoints on the old man's forehead with his fingertips, using his internal energy to seal the blood vessels and stop the bleeding immediately. Such a magical scene immediately shocked the surrounding villagers, and they exclaimed in surprise. Did this stop the bleeding? A miracle doctor. This boy is awesome. Seeing that his grandfather's bleeding had stopped, Su Wanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Su looked at Chu Longtu with a strange look and grabbed Su Wanqiu. Nanan, is this your boyfriend? Su Wanqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and explained to Grandpa Su in a low voice. Chu Longtu had already turned around and walked in front of the thugs with a cold look in his eyes. Who hurt the old man? When the gangsters saw Chu Longtu coming alone to question them, they immediately laughed jokingly. A gangster with dyed yellow hair raised his head and said arrogantly. I am your grandpa, what do you want? Chu Longtu looked at the yellow-haired gangster coldly. Cut off your hands and legs, and I will spare your life. The yellow-haired gangster was stunned and started laughing wildly as if he had heard a huge joke. The other thugs also looked at Chu Longtu as if he were an idiot. Which mental hospital let this idiot out to make a fool of himself here? Save our lives, who do you think you are? The yellow-haired gangster finally stopped laughing and poked Chu Longtu's chest hard with a steel pipe. Boy, you are the first one who dares to threaten our Qinglong society. You want to show off in front of a woman, I'll help you do it. Hold him down and break his hands. Let those old men watch. Anyone who dares to resist will suffer the same fate as him. 3 or 4 thugs came forward and tried to hold Chu Longtu down. The yellow-haired thug hit his palms with a steel pipe, his eyes full of malice. You want to stand up for that hot chick, right? That girl is really hot, so hot that I can't help but want to have sex with her. Go, bring that chick over here too. I'll let you see with your own eyes later how the girl you like screams under me. Immediately, two more thugs came over and tried to drag Su Wanqiu over. The other villagers didn't expect these thugs to be so arrogant, and they stepped forward to stop them. However, the thugs hit them hard on the heads and faces, and the villagers screamed in pain and couldn't help but retreat. Grandpa Su was so angry that he was shaking all over and protected Su Wanqiu behind him. "You beasts, you will die a miserable death. If you want to touch my granddaughter, I'll have to die." However, the thugs did not take Grandpa Su seriously at all. They sneered and pushed Grandpa Su away and forcibly took Su Wanqiu away. At this moment, a rough voice sounded. "What the hell is all the fuss about?" The yellow-haired gangster's face lit up with joy, and he quickly turned around and said to the person who came, "Boss, you're here. Hello, Brother Dao." The bald burly man was none other than the Qinglong Society swordsman who was severely beaten up by Chulongtu a few days ago. Brother Dao frowned and cursed. "Why are you so slow? It's taken so long to get this done." The yellow-haired gangster nodded and bowed in a flattering manner. "Brother Dao, it's not that the brothers are not dedicated, it's that these old guys are deliberately trying to make things difficult for us. There are also some fearless young men who threaten us brothers, saying that we should cut off our arms, otherwise they will destroy the Qinglong Society." The yellow-haired thug exaggerated the complaint, and Brother Dao glared at him and looked fiercely in the direction he pointed. The next second, Brother Dao's expression suddenly froze. At the end of his sight, Chulongtu's eyes were so cold and hard that Brother Dao couldn't help but tremble all over. The yellow-haired gangster didn't notice anything unusual about Brother Dao. With a backer, he became even more arrogant and shouted loudly. "Boy, this is Brother Dao, one of the 4 kings of our Qinglong Society, and the boss in charge of the underground world of West City. Be good and offer the girl behind you to Brother Dao, kneel down and kowtow 108 times, cut off your hands and get out of here, and I will spare you. Otherwise, just because you dare to threaten the Qinglong Society, I will make you fill the cement pile and throw it into the river." Other hooligans also joined in the noise, waving their sticks in a threatening manner. Brother Dao's throat suddenly felt sweet and he almost spit out a mouthful of hot blood. His hands were shaking and he wished he could slap the yellow-haired gangster to death. Chulongtu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. "I still say the same thing. Cut off your hands and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make you live or die." The yellow-haired gangster became instantly furious when he saw that Chulongtu dared to threaten him. "How dare you show off to me? I'll break your hand first." With a wave of his hand, a group of thugs immediately rushed up aggressively. When the villagers saw that the thugs were serious about their attack, they retreated in panic and hid in the ancestral hall. For a moment, Chulongtu was the only one left there. It was only then that the villagers noticed that Chulongtu had not left. However, seeing the thugs rushing towards them, they did not have the courage to rush out again and could only circle around anxiously. Su Wanqiu didn't expect Chulongtu to be left alone. She was so anxious that she almost burst into tears. She went out and pulled Chulongtu back regardless of anything. The yellow-haired gangster looked at Chulongtu being surrounded and roared triumphantly and fiercely. "Break both of your hands. Let these old men watch carefully. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished." Bang! Suddenly there was a muffled sound, and the yellow-haired man fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back, and blood slowly flowed from the back of his head. The thugs who were waiting for Huang Mao's order stared in amazement at Dao Gu, who was holding a bloody steel pipe behind Huang Mao, and their brains completely shut down. Brother Dao ignored them, gritted his teeth, picked up the steel pipe and smashed it down hard. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, the yellow-haired gangster's 2 arms were instantly broken. The yellow-haired gangster was awakened from his coma by the pain, and rolled on the ground screaming at the top of his lungs. "Ah!" Brother Dao let the yellow-haired man roll around, and in the shocked gazes of all the thugs, he walked up to Chulongtu and spoke in fear and trepidation. "Mr. Chu, this kid has both his arms broken, do you have any instructions? How about I break his legs again to vent your anger?" The thugs widened their eyes in disbelief, staring blankly at Brother Dao, who kept nodding and bowing, almost completely petrified. Not only did he break the yellow-haired man's hands, he even offered to break his 2 legs. Is this still the majestic and domineering Brother Dao that they know, who is very protective of his younger brothers? Hit a wall. A thought flashed through the minds of all the thugs, scaring them so much that they began to tremble involuntarily. Some of the less courageous ones could hardly hold on to the steel pipes, which fell to the ground with a clang. Chu Longtu waved his hands in disgust. Let them all go away. Brother Dao nodded hurriedly, turned around, and yelled. Get out of here. The thugs turned around and ran away as if they had been pardoned, standing far away and not daring to get closer. There was dead silence in the ancestral hall, and the villagers opened their mouths wide, unable to close them for a long time. They stared blankly at Chu Longtu and Brother Dao, who was nodding and bowing. The shock in their hearts was like a tsunami that almost drowned them completely. The Qinglong Society thugs whom they feared like a tiger actually had their limbs broken by the Qinglong Society's top brass themselves. How did this trick happen? It turns out that Chu Longtu was not just pretending to be tough, but he really had the confidence. Su Wanqiu let out a long sigh. Besides being shocked and happy, there were also inexplicable complex emotions surging in her heart. She stared blankly at Chu Longtu's back, which was as straight as a gun. A gigolo who lives off his wife, a genius doctor with superb medical skills, a big shot from the Azure Dragon Society who scared off with a single word. Which one is the real you? It would have been great if I had met you first. Chu Longtu ignored the many shocked and astonished looks and stared at Brother Dao coldly. Who asked you to come here to cause trouble? Brother Dao smiled bitterly and whispered. It's the Chu family. Mr. Chu, you don't know that the Chu family has learned from the Jiangdong City Council that the council plans to build a top-level business district in West City, and this urban village happens to be within the plan. The Chu family took action in advance and acquired the land at a low price. Once the plan is announced, the Chu family will naturally make a lot of money. As for us... Dao Ji's voice lowered involuntarily. The Chu family gave King Longui 20% of its shares, and King Longui will solve the villagers' relocation and pave the way for subsequent development. Originally, we shouldn't be so anxious, but Chu Tiannan suddenly called this morning and said that the Jiangdong Council will announce the plan in advance tomorrow. We must get all the villagers to agree to the demolition plan today, otherwise the villagers will probably raise the price after the plan is announced, and we will have to pay more money. He proposed to teach a few villagers who took the lead in opposing the ancestral hall a lesson, to scare them into agreeing to demolish the ancestral hall. Brother Dao couldn't say any more. The murderous aura on Chu Longtu's body had almost condensed into substance, making Brother Dao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, shaking all over. Then do you know that the village chief's granddaughter is my friend? Brother Dao was stunned, and when he came to his senses he instantly became furious. I really am a bastard, Chu Tiannan. How dare he cheat me? Chu Longtu's words made him instantly understand the connection between the two. The village chief's granddaughter is Chu Longtu's friend, and the village chief, Grandpa Su, is the villager who took the lead in opposing the demolition of the ancestral hall. If Brother Dao really takes ruthless action against Grandpa Su, he will become a mortal enemy with Chu Longtu, and even drag the entire Qinglong society into trouble. Without any effort, he created a powerful enemy for Chu Longtu. Brother Dao cursed Chu Tiannan angrily and said with gritted teeth. Chu Tiannan, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Mr. Chu, I have accurate information. At the engagement ceremony tomorrow, Chu Tiannan has already set a trap to embarrass you. Brother Dao spoke a few words quickly, and a flash of anger appeared in Chu Longtu's eyes, and he suddenly grabbed Brother Dao's left arm. With a twist of internal strength, Brother Dao's left arm was broken instantly. Ah! Amid Dao Ji's screams, Chu Longtu's cold voice rang out. As the main culprit, I should at least cut off your hands. In consideration of the information you provided, I will only cut off one of your arms. Give each of the villagers you injured 100,000 yuan for medical expenses, and then you can go away. Remember, this is the second time. There won't be a third time. Brother Dao was covered in cold sweat and looked at Chu Longtu's back in fear. Chu Tiannan is already in a desperate situation. It is absolutely not in his interest for Chu Zhenxiong to successfully develop the urban village and make a fortune, so he must find a way to destroy it. Either force the Chu family to sell the land, or prevent them from developing it. In any case, he has to ruin it. But the Chu family has already bought the land, and it is almost a fantasy to expect them to voluntarily give up the fat they have eaten. it is equally unrealistic to prevent development. The Chu family has no shortage of connections and funds. Once the parliament announces the plan, people will come to them like flies smelling the scent and ask for cooperation. They are not afraid of not having money for development at all. Even if they encouraged the villagers to become stubborn residents, they could not stop the Chu family. Once Chu Jinxiong is determined to develop the urban village at all costs, these villagers who are used as his guns will be easily crushed without any resistance in the face of the power and wealth of the Chu family, and their families will be destroyed. Chu Longtu couldn't bear to do this and would never do it. Is it really possible that I can only watch Chu Jinxiong's plan succeed? Chu Longtu couldn't help feeling a little irritated, and unknowingly walked to the wilderness on the edge of the urban village. Across the fields is the city with tall buildings. Chu Longtu looked at the slightly raised field that looked like a hill, let out a breath of frustration, and prepared to return to the ancestral hall. After taking only 2 steps, Chu Longtu suddenly turned around and looked at the wilderness in front of him in surprise, his eyes gradually brightening. The sky is round and the earth is square, where winds gather and energy gathers. This place is. Chu Longtu walked into the field, grabbed a handful of soil and observed it carefully, and even put it to his nose and smelled it. Chu Longtu then walked around the entire wilderness again, and later his eyes were as bright as light bulbs. He has found a way to destroy the Chu family's plan. Chu Longtu made a phone call and stood there waiting for nearly an hour before a car came. The car door opened and Jiang Qingyun got out laughing. "Mr. Chu, what's so urgent that I should come over?" Chu Longtu pointed to the field in front of him. "Professor Jiang, I need your attention on something." Jiang Qingyun did not hesitate and patted his chest loudly. "No problem, just tell me." If it weren't for Chu Longtu, he and Jiang Songshan would probably have been plagued by bad luck under the influence of the blood energy of the bronze tripod and would have died somewhere. Even though he had already repaid the favor with an order worth 100 million, Chu Longtu's ability to break the evil spirit was still worth Jiang Qingyun's full efforts to make friends with him. Chu Longtu whispered a few words and handed a handful of soil to Jiang Qingyun. Jiang Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Chu Longtu with a hint of disbelief and hesitation. "You even understand this?" Chu Longtu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this difficult?" This sentence immediately made Jiang Qingyun extremely frustrated. He gritted his teeth and walked into the wild to investigate. He had painstakingly studied his special skill for his entire life, which made him quite proud, but Chu Longtu's evaluation of him was just a simple, "Is it that difficult?" Genius or something like that, I hate it the most. Chu Longtu was in a good mood watching Jiang Qingyun busy in the fields. He didn't even need to ask. He only needed to look at the increasingly bright smile on Jiang Qingyun's face to know that the result was as he expected. A moment later, Jiang Qingyun returned in ecstasy, covered in mud. "Your guess is correct." Just one sentence and Chu Longtu couldn't help laughing out loud. "In that case, I'll have to ask Professor Jiang to help with the follow-up matters." Chu Longtu praised Jiang Qingyun a little, and Jiang Qingyun was very pleased and said proudly, "Don't worry, leave it to me, I'll arrange it." The two walked towards the village and discussed the follow-up plans. Chu Longtu also planned to introduce Grandpa Su to him. With the help of local villagers, it would be more convenient for Jiang Qingyun to act. The two men returned to the ancestral hall, pushed the door open, and a puff of smoke came out, followed by the sound of a fierce quarrel from inside. Grandpa Su's voice was the loudest. "No, absolutely not. The ancestral hall is our root. If it is demolished, where will we go to worship our ancestors? Even if you kill me, I absolutely won't agree." Before he finished speaking, someone immediately refuted. "Isn't it just a shabby house? Just tear it down and build a new one somewhere else. Why are you fighting over it here? They have come to our door today to kill us. It is clear that if we don't agree, they will just use force. They are strong and powerful, with guns and cannons. How can we defeat them? If we move now, at least we still have money. If we wait any longer, we'll have nothing." The ancestral hall was filled with smoke, and more than 20 men were divided into 2 groups and arguing fiercely. Grandpa Su sat in the middle with a bandage on his head and an angry look on his face. Opposite him, a young man in his 30s confronted him without showing any weakness. Chu Longtu and Jiang Qingyun entered the ancestral hall, and everyone looked over. Su Wanqiu's eyes lit up, and she immediately came over and took Chu Longtu's arm affectionately. "Junior brother, where have you been? Why did you come back just now?" Others who had seen Chu Longtu drive away Dao Gu from the Qinglong society also greeted him respectfully, but the young men and a few young men behind him looked confused. The young man looked at Chu Longtu, who was tightly held by Su Wanqiu, with jealousy, and scolded him without any politeness. "Who are you? Who let you in? Can't you see we are talking about something? Get out right now." Grandpa Su was shocked and hurried to stop him. "Zhang Tian, don't be rude. This is our village's great benefactor. If he hadn't driven the Qinglong society away just now, this ancestral hall would have been demolished." Zhang Tian sneered repeatedly, his face full of disbelief. He was not present when the Qinglong society surrounded the ancestral hall just now, and he only came back after Brother Dao took his men away. Without seeing Chu Longtu's power with his own eyes, he didn't believe that Chu Longtu could drive away the Qinglong society with just a few words. Did he think he was the young master of the richest family in Jiangdong, or the son of the chairman of the parliament? It must be the ignorant country bumpkins in the village who spread this ridiculous rumor by word of mouth. Zhang Tian spoke impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense. Qinglong will come to demolish the ancestral hall again anyway, and I will definitely not stop him. If you want to carry it, go ahead and carry it." Grandpa Su and other elderly people in the village were so angry that their faces turned red, and Chu Longtu suddenly spoke. "Old Su, I have a way to save the ancestral hall." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Grandpa Su and others were all surprised, but Zhang Tian was furious and pointed at Chu Longtu's nose and cursed. "Who the hell do you think you are? Why do you have to interfere in the affairs of our village? He must have bad intentions, kick him out right now." Several young men standing behind Zhang Tian immediately rushed forward and tried to chase Chu Longtu away. "Let's see who dares." Su Wanqiu shouted tenderly and stood in front of Chu Longtu. Zhang Tian felt even more jealous when he saw Su Wanqiu defending Chu Longtu. He has admired Su Wanqiu since he was a child, but Su Wanqiu was not interested in him at all and ignored him no matter how hard he tried. Now Su Wanqiu was defending a kid from another village, which made him so angry that he went crazy. Just when Zhang Tian was about to curse, Chu Longtu looked at him coldly. "Is it me who has bad intentions, or is it you who has bad intentions? How much money did the Qinglong society spend to bribe you to agree to demolish the ancestral hall?" Zhang Tian's hands trembled, and his anger grew. "Fart. How could I possibly accept money from the Qinglong society? I'm just worried about the safety of my neighbors. The Qinglong society is so powerful, who can stop them if they really want to take revenge?" Grandpa Su and other villagers were half believing and half doubting, but Chu Longtu sneered and didn't waste time talking to him and just made a phone call. Zhang Tian's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling, but he managed to stand still. Chu Longtu must be cheating him. The call was connected and Brother Dao's voice came on. "Mr. Chu, do you have any other instructions?" Chu Longtu stared at Zhang Tian, whose face turned pale instantly, and said calmly, "How much did you spend to bribe Zhang Tian?" "That kid, he almost knelt down in gratitude after I gave him 1 million without spending much money. He even asked us to help him tie the granddaughter of the village chief, Old Man Su, to his bed. If I saw he was still useful, I would fucking want to beat him up. That kid is nothing." Brother Dao's cursing voice echoed in the ancestral hall, while Su Wanqiu, Grandpa Su and other villagers were so angry that their faces turned red and they wished they could slap Zhang Tian to death. "There's dirt on my face." Before he could finish his words, Su Wanqiu suddenly pounced on him, and a pair of warm red lips pressed heavily on Chu Longtu's mouth amidst the fragrant scent. Chu Longtu widened his eyes, passively enjoying the softness and warmth of the body in his arms. After kissing Chu Longtu hard, Su Wanqiu hugged Chu Longtu's arm as if nothing had happened. "Come on, let's go home." Chu Longtu was still immersed in those tender lips and asked back instinctively, "Isn't this your home?" Su Wanqiu snorted softly. "Can you drive back home after drinking so much?" Chu Longtu blinked and wanted to tell Su Wanqiu. As long as he wanted, he could use his internal energy to evaporate all the alcohol in his body within 1 second. But Chu Longtu didn't say anything for some unknown reason. He just nodded and gave the key to Su Wanqiu. Su Wanqiu drove Chu Longtu to Yu Lingqing's villa. The car was very silent along the way. Chu Longtu wanted to ask Su Wanqiu several times what happened with the kiss just now, but seeing Su Wanqiu acting as if nothing had happened, he couldn't open his mouth. When the two returned to the villa, Yu Lingqing had not come back yet. Su Wanqiu didn't leave either. She opened a bottle of red wine leisurely, poured a glass each for herself and Chu Longtu, and curled up on the sofa to watch a movie. After waiting for nearly an hour, Yu Lingqing walked into the villa tiredly. "Senior sister, have you finished dealing with all the company matters?" Chu Longtu asked with concern. Yu Lingqing kicked off her high heels, threw her bag on the ground, and collapsed on the sofa, speaking weakly. "It's not over yet, but I don't care anymore. Whatever. If this crappy company can continue to operate, then it will. If it can't, then I won't open it anymore." Yu Lingqing swore rarely and was obviously very angry. Chu Longtu and Su Wanqiu looked at each other. Seeing Yu Lingqing so dejected, it was obvious that Chu Zhenxiong's revenge this time was quite powerful, causing Yu Lingqing to lose his fighting spirit in a rare way. "What happened?" Chu Longtu asked in a deep voice. Yu Lingqing didn't care whose red wine was in the glass. He drank it all before speaking with resentment. "Chu Zhenxiong, this old bastard who gave birth to a son without an asshole, is simply not a human being. He used the influence of the Chu group to force all partners to terminate their construction contracts with the company. He also bit back and asked the company to pay 10 times the liquidated damages on the grounds that the construction was not in compliance with regulations. If we really calculate the amount they demand, even 10 companies wouldn't be able to pay the compensation. I spent a whole day trying to persuade them, but they refused to give in and even threatened to sue me. Go ahead and complain, I won't serve you anymore." Yu Lingqing drank another glass of wine in one gulp, and 2 blushes appeared on her pretty face. Under the light, the beauty looks angry and drunk, which gives her a unique charm. After venting the anger that had been pent up for a day, Yu Lingqing finally had the mind to pay attention to Chu Longtu. "Hey, junior brother, why is your mouth so red? Is dinner too spicy?" Yu Lingqing's face was full of concern. Chu Longtu's eyes twitched. He quickly took out a piece of paper and wiped it roughly, and responded with a few vague words. Yu Lingqing was drunk and did not continue to ask. After dealing with Yu Lingqing, Chu Longtu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Su Wanqiu secretly. Su Wanqiu was curled up on the sofa with her pretty face flushed. When she noticed Chu Longtu's gaze, she even deliberately stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, looking at Chu Longtu provocatively. Chu Longtu was overwhelmed and quickly looked away. "I can't afford to offend you, so I'll just run away." Under the influence of alcohol and fatigue, Yu Lingqing soon fell asleep on the sofa. Chu Longtu picked her up and sent her back to her room to sleep. Just as he closed the door, he saw Su Wanqiu pouting at him and slammed the door of the next room shut. Chu Longtu didn't care. He took a quick shower and went to bed. Tomorrow will be the battlefield where he will face off against Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan. I don't know how much time had passed, half asleep and half awake, Chu Longtu suddenly heard the door being slightly opened. "Who?" Chu Longtu let out a low growl in alert, and a soft and smooth body crawled into his bed and hugged him tightly. Chu Longtu sniffed the familiar fragrance, his eyes widened instantly, and his whole body stiffened. The naked person in his arms was actually Su Wanqiu. This unprecedented scene left Chu Longtu stunned and he dared not move. Su Wanqiu twisted in his arms like a snake, and whispered in his ear her sweet breath. "Junior brother, with such a beautiful woman in your arms, why don't you move? Can't you?" Before he finished speaking, Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly widened. Su Wanqiu's deliberately provocative words echoed in my ears. My body tensed up involuntarily and I could only grit my teeth and say a difficult refusal. "Sister Su. Sister Su. No." Chu Longtu panted and gritted his teeth to refuse with the last bit of his rationality, trying to push Su Wanqiu away. Su Wanqiu was very dissatisfied when she saw that Chu Longtu could still hold back. "You can still hold it in. You are insulting my charm. I just don't believe it. As she spoke, Su Wanqiu suddenly got into bed. Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly began to recite the 8-character mantra in his heart. If your heart is as clear as ice, you will not be startled by the collapse of the sky. Gradually, he felt that the anger in his body was suppressed, and his whole body gradually reached a state of harmony. The moon sets and the stars sink, the red sun rises in the east. Chu Longtu woke up with dark circles under his eyes, which was rare. He even broke his unshakable habit of getting up early every day to practice and got up an hour late. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu, who had gotten up normally, were already on the first floor, eating breakfast and chatting about gossip, talking and laughing. Yu Lingqing was sharp-eyed and quickly called out to Chu Longtu. "Brother, come and eat. Why didn't you get up early to exercise today? Oh no, why do you have dark circles under your eyes?" Yu Lingqing nervously held Chu Longtu's face and kept yelling. Chu Longtu was speechless and could only let Yu Lingqing rub his face with a bitter face. The culprit, Su Wanqiu, buried her head deeply and ate quickly, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth made her look like a satisfied little fox. Pretty. Chu Longtu is tall and strong, making him a standard clothes rack. Coupled with the expensive dress that was custom-made to fit his body perfectly, Chu Longtu is like a walking hormone, exuding fatal attraction at all times. The two girls surrounded Chu Longtu and cleaned his face and trimmed his eyebrows. Finally, every hair of Chu Longtu was shining, and he was so handsome that it was almost blinding. Nodding with satisfaction, the two girls changed their clothes and went to the hotel with Chu Longtu. After the three of them changed their clothes, the driver picked them up in a Rolls-Royce and drove towards the Pearl Hotel. The Pearl Hotel is closed today and has been booked by the Chu family to accommodate all guests. Today, more than 2/3 of the celebrities in Jiangdong will gather here. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the hotel. As soon as Chu Longtu got out of the car, he saw the general manager of the Chu group at the gate impatiently scolding a middle-aged man. It was Xiao Ziyun. "Get away from me. Don't you realize what kind of occasion this is? How can someone of your status come here?" Even though Xiao Ziyun had spit all over his face, he still smiled and begged bitterly. "Please let me in, even if it's just to be a waiter. I promise not to cause any more trouble." Many guests who were attending the banquet were standing around watching the fun, pointing and laughing at Xiao Ziyun. This was Xiao Ziyun, the handsome and elegant eldest son of the Xiao family. Now he has fallen into such a miserable state. Don't be so harsh. Xiao Ziyun is a relative of the Chu family after all. Let him bark a few times to make everyone happy and then let him in. Ha ha ha, yes, I agree. The guests burst into laughter, and the general manager joked, enjoying the feeling of humiliating a big shot who once was high and mighty. "Did you hear me? If you bark like a dog twice, I'll consider letting you in." Xiao Ziyun clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, but he still managed to smile. "Okay, I'll learn." "Uncle." Chu Longtu's bone-chilling voice rang out, and everyone turned their heads. "Look, it's Yu Lingqing. This kid is called Uncle Xiao Ziyun. He is Chu Longtu. It turns out that the pretty boy that Yu Lingqing hooked up with is actually him. This unlucky guy had his property taken away by Chu Zhenxiong and his fiancée robbed by Chu Tiannan, yet he still dares to come here." Under the gazes of countless contempt and mockery, Chu Longtu strode over and nodded to the surprised Xiao Ziyun. Then without any warning, Chu Longtu raised his hand and slapped the director of the general office hard. Bang! The director of the general office screamed, staggered, and 5 red and swollen fingerprints quickly appeared on his face. The guests around were also frightened and screamed out. Chu Longtu's cold voice sounded. "Even if you want to fight me, at least Chu Zhenxiong or Chu Tiannan is qualified. You are just a general manager, a pig or a dog. What qualifications do you have to bark in front of me?" Roll. Chu Longtu kicked the general manager to the ground, without even looking at him, and walked in with Yu Lingqing, Su Wanqiu, and Xiao Ziyun. Only the general manager with a face full of resentment and the shocked and stunned onlookers were left. The news spread to the banquet hall in the hotel at an extremely fast speed, and the guests who had already arrived immediately began to discuss it enthusiastically. "What's so great about a guy like you who has lost his home and whose father has been sentenced to death and is waiting to die in prison? This bastard actually took both Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu, two beauties. What a waste of talent. You are courting death by being so domineering in the home court of Chu Zhenxiong and his son. He came here knowing it was a trap, and he was so arrogant and didn't know how to keep a low profile. This guy deserves to be tortured to death by Chu Zhenxiong and his son. Just as everyone was talking, someone suddenly shouted, "Chu Longtu is here." Just like the sound of a horn, everyone turned their heads and looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Longtu and Xiao Ziyun walked in slowly, followed by Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu. The banquet hall fell silent in an instant, and all the guests looked at Chu Longtu and Xiao Ziyun with sarcasm and mockery as if they were two fools who had walked into a trap. When he looked at Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu again, his eyes were suddenly filled with amazement. The two women wore black and white dresses respectively. The black dress was cool and charming, while the white dress was pure and hot, which made Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu's temperament even more charming. They were truly stunningly beautiful. Even the life-high photo of Chen Mingxi placed at the entrance of the banquet hall looked like a sow with swollen hair in comparison, and was completely outshined. Chen Mingxi, who was watching the live broadcast from the banquet hall in the dressing room, instantly overturned the table, and was so angry that her eyes almost spit fire. These two damn flirtatious bitches. Chen Mingxi screamed in anger, wishing she could use a knife to scratch Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu's faces. In the banquet hall, Chu Longtu and the other three walked to the seats with their name tags and sat down. "Uncle, why are you here?" Chu Longtu asked, and Xiao Ziyun smiled bitterly. "I heard that you were going to attend Chu Tiannan's engagement ceremony. I was afraid that Chu Zhenxiong and the others would harm you, so I rushed to see if I could help, but I ended up doing you more harm than good. Longtu, I know you are angry, but listen to your uncle's advice. They are so powerful that you are definitely no match for them. Let's go." Xiao Ziyun tried to persuade him, but Chu Longtu just shook his head and stubbornly refused to leave. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu were not as calm as they appeared, and they felt very uneasy under the countless hostile gazes around them. This is simply condemned by thousands of people. Yu Lingqing complained quietly, taking deep breaths to release the tension in his heart. Yu Lingqing, who came from a wealthy family and was used to big scenes, was extremely nervous. Su Wanqiu was even more so. She was so nervous that her throat was dry and she could hardly speak. The two girls looked at Chu Longtu with great worry, their beautiful eyes filled with gloom. Even the two of them who were on the edge of the storm were facing such great pressure, so how much greater pressure would Chu Longtu, who was truly at the center of the storm, be facing? How many deadly moves have Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan prepared for today's Hongmen banquet? However, Chu Longtu lowered his eyelids slightly, blocking all his inner fluctuations so that they could not see any trace. Time passed minute by minute, and noise could be heard from afar. The old lady of the Chen family, Chen Taishan, and a group of Chen family relatives strode in with red faces, and finally sat down at the table next to Chu Longtu. When they saw Chu Longtu, Yu Lingqing, and Su Wanqiu, Chen Taishan and old lady Chen were stunned for a moment and then sneered, with sarcasm and mockery everywhere. The other relatives of the Chen family were not as patient as them and started to mock them. It's really eye-opening to see a rich lady share one husband with two other women. What does it mean that a bitch and a dog should be together forever? Bah. Today, we have to make this couple pay back for the slap I gave to the old lady. Chu Longtu was like a stone Buddha, as if he didn't hear anything and didn't react at all. Yu Lingqing, however, glared at the Chen family relatives who had succeeded in their actions, his chest heaving with anger. At this moment, the door of the banquet hall burst open. The dignified Chu Zhenxiong walked in front, the spirited Chu Tiannan and the beautiful Chen Mingxi walked behind, slowly walking into the banquet hall. The Hongmen banquet is about to begin. Anger and despair, the sarcastic smiles on Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi's faces became brighter. Chu Tiannan was drooling over Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu, his heart was so hot that he wanted to swallow the two women in one gulp. He secretly made up his mind that after he stepped on Chu Longtu, he would find a way to get the two women in his hands and have fun. By then, including Chen Mingxi, all of Chu Longtu's women will have to get down on the ground and give him a blowjob. When he thought of this, Chu Tiannan was so excited that his whole body was shaking. As for Chu Zhenxiong, he just glanced at Chu Longtu and walked forward without saying anything. All the guests instantly understood Chu Zhenxiong's attitude. Chu Longtu is finished. It was precisely because Chu Longtu was about to be doomed that Chu Zhenxiong disdained to even say a word to him. The guests all smiled excitedly, looking at Chu Longtu with eyes full of playful malice. Now it's time to watch something interesting. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu looked slightly pale, but they were still trying hard to sit quietly as if nothing had happened. Xiao Ziyun's face was filled with panic, he was fidgeting, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he couldn't help but look at Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu still had his eyelids slightly drooped and said nothing, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi followed Chu Zhenxiong and walked up to the stage in the middle of the banquet hall. Chu Zhenxiong took the microphone and gently pressed it down with both hands. The whole place suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Chu Zhenxiong, waiting for him to speak. Chu Zhenxiong's deep and powerful voice sounded. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the engagement ceremony of my son Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi from the Chen family today. I would like to take advantage of this auspicious day to announce something else besides your engagement. Everyone, please look. The big screen behind Chu Zhenxiong suddenly lit up, and a dignified female news anchor appeared on the screen. According to our station, in order to boost the economic vitality of our city, the council has announced that it will plan to establish a top-level business district in the West City. The planning scope is as follows. There were bursts of exclamations in the banquet hall. Everyone present was an elite in Jiangdong's business community. How could they not understand the significance of planning and establishing a new business district? That represents astronomical amounts of money and benefits. The news footage faded and a map appeared, which was the plan for the business district. On the planning map, the location of Su Village, an urban village, is circled by a red circle, occupying a full quarter of the area of the planning map, making it particularly eye-catching. Chu Zhenxiong couldn't suppress the pride in his heart, and spoke with a low laugh. The Chu family was lucky enough to acquire the land in Su Village before learning about the business district plan, and now the demolition and reconstruction has begun. I would like to take this opportunity today to officially announce that the Chu family will join hands with the Chen family and Qinglong Group to jointly develop Su Village and contribute to the construction of a new business district. In the audience, everyone in the Chen family almost laughed their faces off. The low noise in the audience could no longer be suppressed, and it exploded with a loud bang. Many guests looked at the Chen family with jealous eyes that were almost bloodshot, and they wished they could take their place. The development of a business district involves tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars of funds, and taking on any project is enough to make a fortune. And the Chu family now occupies a full quarter. They couldn't even imagine how much money the Chu family, the Chen family, and the Qinglong society behind the Qinglong Group could make. Many guests were very dissatisfied. The Qinglong society was one of the best gangs in Jiangdong, and they had no objection to cooperating with the Chu family. The Chen family, with assets of less than 100 million, was able to form an alliance with the Chu family and swallow such a big piece of fat meat. How? Just because their daughter is pretty. Who doesn't have a beautiful daughter? As long as they can cooperate with the Chu family, they are willing to marry their daughter. Many rich and famous ladies looked at Chen Mingxi angrily, wishing they could pull her down and marry Chu Tiannan themselves. Chen Mingxi on the stage raised her head proudly, enjoying the jealous gazes from all directions, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. You don't stand a chance. Chen Mingxi was very proud of herself. She hugged Chu Tiannan's arm tightly as if to assert her sovereignty, and her smile became brighter. Those who are quick-witted have already started to get close to the Chen family, hoping to connect with the Chen and Chu families and participate in the development of Su Village. What's more, someone has already looked at Chu Longtu with a very unkind look. If you can step on Chu Longtu in exchange for the favor of the Chu family, maybe you can also participate in the development of the business district. For a time, the malice endured by Chu Longtu and others increased by 3 points. Yu Lingqing looked pale and was too shocked to speak. Even Su Wanqiu, who witnessed the forced demolition yesterday, was at a loss. Only now did she know that the demolition of the village actually involved such huge profits. And Xiao Ziyun. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Chu Longtu, he would have dragged him away long ago. Xiao Ziyun, who has personally experienced the prosperity and decline of the Xiao family, knows very well how profit moves people. Now that the Chu family has thrown out such a big piece of fat, let alone the terrifying scale that the Chu family will expand to after the development is successful. In order to cooperate with the Chu family, these people present were willing to offer the Chu Longtu to Chu Zhenxiong as a token of their allegiance. With tens of billions in profits at stake, killing one person is nothing. Just as the atmosphere in the banquet hall became fanatical and weird, Chu Zhenxiong's voice rang out again. In addition to the business district development, I have one more announcement to make. Chu Zhenxiong's voice suddenly turned cold, revealing a ruthless and murderous tone. The Chu family is thriving, but there are always unworthy descendants who are not worthy of being raised, breaking the law and even being sentenced to death, bringing disgrace to the Chu family. All the guests' eyelids jumped and they looked at Chu Longtu with a sneer. Chu Zhenxiong's revenge is here. The unworthy descendant Chu Zhenfeng was imprisoned in Longqi prison and sentenced to death. His son Chu Longtu was disrespectful to his brothers and elders, arrogant and domineering, and committed many evil deeds. This father and son are simply a disgrace to the Chu family. In order to preserve the reputation of the Chu family, after internal discussion within the Chu family, it has been decided to expel Chu Zhenfeng, Xiao Wan, and Chu Longtu from the Chu family and remove their names from the family tree, never to take them back. In addition, in order to warn the younger generations, I specially made a brass kneeling statue of Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan and had it placed at the entrance of the Chu family. Anyone who passes by can spit on them at will. The banquet hall was silent. All the guests stared at Chu Zhenxiong in amazement, unable to help but get goosebumps all over their bodies. It's so cruel. Not only will they take the Chu family away from Chu Zhenfeng, but they will also place his kneeling statue at the door of the Chu family, allowing people to spit on him and completely ruin his reputation. Chu Zhenxiong's move is not only to kill but also to destroy the heart. Not only will Chu Zhenfeng be infamous for all eternity, but Chu Longtu's reputation and hopes will also be completely destroyed. As long as the kneeling statue of Chu Zhenfeng and his wife is placed at the door of the Chu family, Chu Longtu will not be able to hold his head up and live a dignified life. Other people's impression of him will always be that of the rebellious son of the Chu family who was expelled from the family and the descendant of a death row inmate. Thinking about the dark and gloomy situation, many guests couldn't help but shudder. If I really have to live like that, I'd rather die by slitting my throat with a knife. All the guests couldn't help but look at Chu Longtu. Even those who had bad intentions towards Chu Longtu couldn't help but feel pity for him. This kid is so miserable. Yu Lingqing, Su Wanqiu, and Xiao Ziyun, who were in the center of the sight, had their faces turned pale and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They had thought that Chu Zhenxiong would take revenge on Chu Longtu at the banquet, but they did not expect Chu Zhenxiong to be so vicious. He didn't care about blood relationship at all and wanted to make sure Chu Longtu would never be able to stand up again with just one move. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu sat there with pale faces, their minds blank. Chu Zhenxiong's cunning and vicious tactics were beyond their capabilities. They could not think of any solution and could only sit there in despair. Xiao Ziyun stood up suddenly, grabbed the cutlery in anger and threw it at Chu Zhenxiong. Chu Zhenxiong, I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. Xiao Ziyun was so furious that his face was almost distorted. No matter how timid he was, no matter how afraid he was of revenge, he couldn't help but explode completely when he heard that Chu Zhenxiong was going to humiliate Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan in this way. Xiao Wan is his biological sister, and Chu Zhenfeng is his brother-in-law who treats him like his own brother. These two people are the apple of Xiao Ziyun's eye. For the sake of their two sons, Xiao Ziyun could be humble and submissive. Even if he was scolded for being timid and not understood by Chu Longtu, Xiao Ziyun didn't care. As long as he can save Chu Longtu's life, he can do anything. However, Chu Zhenxiong now not only wants Chu Longtu's life, but also wants Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan to be infamous for eternity. Xiao Ziyun can't stand it anymore. Amid the exclamations of the whole audience, Xiao Ziyun roared and rushed towards Chu Zhenxiong to fight him to the death. Chu Zhenxiong had a sneer on his face. Suddenly, two bodyguards in black suits appeared from the audience and held Xiao Ziyun tightly with their hands. With a slight push, Xiao Ziyun stumbled and crashed into the table. A big, broad hand supported Xiao Ziyun, and Chu Longtu's voice rang out. "Uncle, be careful." Xiao Ziyun grabbed Chu Longtu's hand and cried almost bloody. "Longtu, fight them. No matter what, you can't let your parents be humiliated like this." Chu Longtu nodded, his face still calm, but his slightly trembling hands and the bulging veins on his hands exposed his true emotions. He wants to kill someone. Chu Zhenxiong looked at Chu Longtu sarcastically and stabbed Chu Longtu in the heart again. Someone, bring in the kneeling statue. Chu Tiannan, Chen Mingxi, watch carefully and take this as a warning. Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi responded respectfully, unable to conceal the smug and arrogant smiles on their faces. All the guests looked at each other. Chu Zhenxiong actually brought the kneeling statue to the engagement scene and stabbed Chu Longtu in the face. The same thought arose in the minds of all the guests. Did Chu Zhenfeng sleep with Chu Zhenxiong's wife or have sex with his mistress that made Chu Zhenxiong hate him so much? Xiao Ziyun was furious and struggled to get up and fight Chu Zhenxiong, but was held down by Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu, who had been silent all the time, slowly stood up, ignored all the guests present, and stared at Chu Zhenxiong. Is this why you invited me here? Let me see with my own eyes how you humiliate my father and mother. Chu Zhenxiong sneered and said nothing, while Chu Tiannan became furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you question your father? Catch him and make him kneel down with his damn father. The two bodyguards in black suits who had fought off Xiao Ziyun came over and grabbed Chu Longtu roughly. Pa! With two crisp sounds, the two bodyguards in black suits fell to the ground without a sound, blood spurting from their heads. Amid the exclamations of many guests, Chu Longtu threw down the blood-stained plate in his hand and spoke word by word. Since you are so vicious, I don't have to worry about my methods being too drastic. Chu Zhenxiong, do you think I will just sit there and let you take revenge? However, Chu Zhenxiong's expression did not change at all, and Chu Tiannan laughed even more wildly. Can you take revenge? Chu Longtu, it's not that I look down on you, you just don't have that ability. How can you and your useless uncle take revenge? Are you going to bang your head against the wall and spit blood all over our faces? The other guests also laughed contemptuously. The Chu family is so powerful. With Chu Longtu being so weak, can he take your head as revenge? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of person you are? That's the funniest joke I've heard today. I guess this kid got so scared that he started talking nonsense. Many guests who wanted to curry favor with the Chu family and participate in the development of the business district began to mock Chu Longtu and surrounded him crazily. Chen Taishan of the Chen family stared at Chu Longtu with a gloomy face, thinking about how to deal with Chu Longtu after the banquet. Yu Lingqing was determined to make Chu Longtu pay back the slap that old lady Chen had given him 10-fold or 100-fold today. Amid the noise, the door to the banquet hall opened. 10 strong men came in pushing 2 brass statues on a cart, with their hands tied behind their backs and their heads bowed. And the one walking in the front was Brother Dao from the Qinglong Society. Chu Zhenxiong laughed loudly. Please look, everyone. This is the shame of the Chu family, Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan. From now on, they will be placed at the doorstep of the Chu family, to be spit upon by others. Chu Zhenxiong's voice stopped abruptly, and Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi's eyes widened instantly as if they had seen a ghost. The entire banquet hall was filled with thunderous exclamations and gasps. The faces on these 2 kneeling statues are definitely not Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan. But it was Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan who were so arrogant and complacent on the podium. This extremely shocking scene shocked all the guests so much that their brains went blank and they could only stare blankly. Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan on the high platform were completely petrified, as if they had been punched twice on the head. They looked dizzy at the 2 kneeling statues that looked exactly like them. Chen Mingxi instinctively took 2 steps to the side, putting some distance between himself and Chu Tiannan. Xiao Ziyun, who was holding a chair and preparing to throw it up, widened his eyes and blinked for fear that he had seen it wrong, but he found that it was really the kneeling statues of Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan, and stopped immediately. After a long silence, Xiao Ziyun finally managed to utter a sentence. You made an image of yourself and then cursed yourself. Chu Zhenxiong, you are really a frog on a toad, an ugly flower. What a fucking pervert. Puff. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu, who had just recovered from their shock, couldn't help laughing out loud when they heard Xiao Ziyun's vulgar but darkly humorous words. This laughter seemed to be a signal, and the other guests could no longer hold back. Puff. Aha, ha ha ha, aha. Stop laughing, didn't you see that Chu Jinxiong wanted to kill someone? No, I can't help it, ha ha ha. The laughter that rose one after another instantly spread throughout the banquet hall, and everywhere was filled with the sound of people trying hard to hold back their laughter. The mature and prudent guest still took Chu Jinxiong's face into consideration and tried hard to hold it in. He couldn't help but just laughed in a low voice. The younger guests didn't care about that and just laughed. The loud laughter was like a slap in the face of the Chu and Chin families, making their faces turn the color of liver. Chu Longtu sneered. It seems that I misunderstood, uncle. Although my uncle kept saying that he wanted my parents to be despised by others, it seems that he still has a deep affection for his brothers. He would rather kneel in front of the Chu family and be despised by others than let my parents suffer. Just for this, I will toast you 3 glasses of wine later. Chu Longtu's words, which seemed to be grateful but were actually full of ridicule and malice, were like adding fuel to the fire, and the laughter in the banquet hall became even louder. On the high platform, Chen Mingxi's face flushed red. She was laughed at so hard that she couldn't raise her head. She wished she could crawl into the ground. She cursed Chu Jinxiong and Chu Tiannan countless times in her heart. Such a simple thing could actually go wrong. The Jiangdong hero is simply a waste. Chu Jinxiong and Chu Tiannan, father and son, stared at the 2 kneeling statues stiffly. Their hearts felt as if they were being fried in a frying pan. They were filled with anger and shock. How is this possible? Chu Tiannan muttered to himself in bewilderment, while the experienced Chu Jinxiong had already stared at Brother Dao, who had a bandaged arm, and roared angrily. Yan Laodao, what the hell is going on? I asked you to build a statue of Chu Jinfeng and Xiao Wan, what the hell did you build? Chu Jinxiong was so angry that he cursed without caring about his decency. But Brother Dao was not in a good mood either. He rolled his eyes and jumped 3 feet high, cursing. If you ask me, who the hell should I ask? The photo you gave me is of you and that little bastard Chu Tiannan. What's wrong with me taking pictures according to the photos? Who the hell knows if you and your son are perverts and are used to kneeling down and being spit on? Chu Jinxiong was immediately blocked by Brother Dao and didn't know what to say. His hands were shaking like Parkinson's disease due to anger. How could he make a mistake? This bastard definitely did it on purpose. Brother Dao cursed while casually looking at Chu Longtu and nodded at him imperceptibly. The corners of Chu Longtu's mouth curled up slightly, and he nodded slightly to him. Yesterday in Su village, Brother Dao was resentful of Chu Tiannan for using him as a gun to deal with Chu Longtu, and he revealed the revenge plan of Chu Jinxiong and his son to Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu took advantage of the situation and asked Brother Dao to replace the kneeling statue with the images of Chu Jinxiong and Chu Tiannan. Use your own method to give others a taste of your own medicine and embarrass Chu Jinxiong in front of many Jiangdong celebrities. If Chu Longtu hadn't been sure about this, he would have jumped up and cut the old bastard into a human stick when Chu Jinxiong humiliated Chu Jinfeng and Xiao Wan. Yu Lingqing and the other 2 guests were unaware of the inside story. They watched Chu Jinxiong and Brother Dao arguing with each other. While it was ridiculous, they were also filled with endless doubts. Didn't the Qinglong Society form an alliance with the Chu family to jointly develop Su village? How could such a small thing go wrong and cause such a huge embarrassment to the Chu family? Aren't they really afraid that the Chu family will drive away the Qinglong Society in anger, preventing them from getting their hands on the fat piece of meat from the business district development? The laughter gradually died down, and a strange atmosphere gradually spread in the banquet hall. Chu Jinxiong and Chu Tiannan could naturally think of the problems that the guests could think of, and their faces became increasingly ugly. With such lucrative profits from the development of the business district as a foundation, Chu Jinxiong firmly believed that even if the Qinglong Society went crazy, they would never dare to turn against him. After all the land in Su village is in his hands. Could it be that Qinglong is dissatisfied with the profit-sharing ratio and wants to embarrass him on purpose? Chu Jinxiong thought he had found the answer, and his anger grew, and he gritted his teeth. Yan Laodao, is this your own decision or Fu Qinglong's idea? Aren't you afraid that I will kick you out? Chu Jinxiong threatened Brother Dao brazenly, and many guests looked at Brother Dao without blinking. Regarding the development of the business district, they were also very curious about where Qinglong got the confidence to fall out with Chu Jinxiong. Facing everyone's gaze, Brother Dao smiled contemptuously, spat and cursed. Stop flattering yourself. You dare to threaten our Qinglong society? What a bullshit business district development. You want to kick me out, but I don't want to participate. You can just screw yourself. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone, including Chu Zhenxiong, looked at Brother Dao in disbelief. The Qinglong society actually fell out with the Chu family and gave up on the development of the business district. Are these money-obsessed guys crazy? Do they know how much benefit they have given up? As the entire audience was shocked, Chu Longtu's mocking voice suddenly rang out. Speaking of business district development, I think you should take a look at this, uncle. The big screen behind Chu Zhenxiong suddenly lit up, and the dignified female news anchor appeared again with a smile on her face. This station has an urgent message. According to the reporter at the front, a large-scale ancient tomb was suddenly discovered underground in the area where Su Village is located in the business district planning map, which contains a large number of precious cultural relics. In an instant, all sounds in the place disappeared, even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Currently, Professor Jiang Qingyun, a famous archaeological expert in this city, has led a team to Su Village to carry out protective excavation of the ancient tomb, and has applied for a temporary blockade of Su Village. The Jiangdong City Council held an emergency meeting and decided that in order to protect the cultural relics, Su Village will be removed from the business district development plan, and the relocation and reconstruction plan of Su Village will be suspended indefinitely, with priority given to excavating the ancient tombs. The dignified and mellow voice of the female anchor echoed in the banquet hall. The guests stared at the news footage in amazement, completely stunned by this shocking reversal. Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan's faces instantly turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble violently with fear. Chen Mingxi covered her mouth in disbelief and almost fainted on the stage. Boom. With a muffled thud, old lady Chen fell backwards with her eyes rolled back. Chen Taishan was so frightened that his soul flew away. He hurriedly gave water to old lady Chen to calm her down. Many relatives of the Chen family also suddenly became confused. Yu Lingqing, Su Wanqiu, and Xiao Ziyun looked at Chu Longtu in shock. They saw it clearly. Just now Chu Longtu used his mobile phone to project the screen onto the big screen. As the screen was projected, a news broadcast popped up, announcing the breaking news that shocked everyone. The timing was just right, with a perfect and seamless transition, and it even made people feel as if Chu Longtu had already known the news in advance. This almost prophetic scene made the three of them feel their scalps tingling, and they couldn't help but come up with a bold guess in their hearts. Is this not a coincidence, but a plan that Chu Longtu had planned in advance? Dao Ji's arrogant laughter broke the silence in the banquet hall, exploding in everyone's ears like thunder. Ha ha ha, this is really retribution. You dare to threaten our Qinglong society, you deserve to shoot yourself in the foot. Su Village has been kicked out of the business district planning and its development has been suspended indefinitely. The 1 billion yuan your Chu family spent on the land has gone down the drain. Let's see how you can still show off now. Brother Dao was laughing so hard that he was out of breath. The other guests also came to their senses and were instantly shocked, talking to each other in shock. Fuck, there's an ancient tomb under Su Village. The Chu family's luck is so bad. Such a brilliant move was ruined so dramatically. The Chu family is in big trouble. 1 billion yuan is probably all the cash in the Chu family, and it can only be raised with bank loans. If Su Village was included in the business district plan, the Chu family could use the land in Su Village as collateral to continue to borrow money from the bank to maintain cash flow. However, if Su Village was kicked out of the plan, the land in the hands of the Chu family would instantly become worthless, and they would not be able to borrow money from the bank at all. If the funding chain is broken, the entire Chu family will be finished. Fortunately, we didn't board the Chu family ship, otherwise the loss would be huge. Look, Chen Taishan has fainted from anger. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Taishan could not stand such a heavy blow. He rolled his eyes and fell down. Everyone in the Chen family was in chaos again. In fact, even they wanted to faint and treat this as a nightmare, and when they woke up, it never happened. Because, among the 1 billion yuan of funds, 1 billion yuan belongs to the Chen family. In order to participate in the business district development, Chen Taishan even mortgaged all the Chen family's assets and borrowed 100 million yuan to jointly acquire the land with the Chu family. Before this, the Chen family had never thought that the plan might fail. The news that the Chu family received from the parliament was that Su village was definitely within the planning scope of the business district. As long as Su village was developed, the Chin family would receive several times the return. However, an ancient tomb was unearthed underground in Su village, and development was suspended indefinitely. Without the support of business district planning, how much can the small piece of land in Su village really be worth? It's hard to say whether there are 10 million or not. The assets shrank 100 times in an instant, and 100 million became 1 million in the blink of an eye. How could Qin Taishan not feel dizzy, and how could the Qin family not feel desperate? Boom. On the high platform, Chu Tiannan's legs went weak and he sat down on the ground, his face filled with unspeakable despair. Chu Zhenxiong barely managed to stand still, looking at Chu Longtu with an extremely cold expression and Brother Dao who was laughing arrogantly below the stage, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. The kneeling statue was replaced, the Qinglong Society withdrew from the development of Su village, and the Kelong to broadcast the news. A series of confusing images were quickly pieced together, and in an instant a horrifying guess formed in Chu Zhenxiong's mind. Chu Longtu and Brother Dao both knew in advance that the development of Su village would be suspended. Chu Zhenxiong instantly got goosebumps all over his body, looked at Chu Longtu in horror, and screamed. You already knew that Su village would be kicked out of the business district planning, right? It's you who did this. How on earth did you do that? All the guests were shocked and looked incredulous. It turned out to be Chu Longtu's doing. How is that possible? Chu Longtu let everyone look at him, looked at Chu Zhenxiong coldly, and said lightly. It's very simple. I was the one who discovered and reported the ancient tomb under Su village. It was Chu Longtu who discovered the clues about the wild land while strolling in Su village yesterday. He found Jiang Qingyun to confirm his guess and worked together to carry out the matter. These words instantly struck like thunder, and Chu Zhenxiong's eyes went dark, and he almost fell down. The other guests instantly felt a chill to their bones and were terrified. This boy has such a deep mind. Everyone was deceived by him. Everyone thought that Chu Longtu could only silently endure Chu Zhenxiong's deliberate revenge and humiliation, and from then on he was trampled into the mud and could never turn over, and could only be despised by others. Who would have known that Chu Longtu had been secretly enduring and preparing so many trump cards, and today he would launch a Jedi counterattack and push the Chu family into a desperate situation. Everyone suddenly felt a little afraid of Chu Longtu, but the stars in Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu's eyes were almost bursting. Just now, under Chu Zhenxiong's deliberate revenge, they were completely powerless to fight back and were almost in despair. However, with Chu Longtu's amazing counterattack, the deeper the despair just now, the greater the surprise now. They had never expected that the seemingly calm Chu Longtu actually had so many cards prepared behind the scenes, and his moves were aimed directly at Chu Zhenxiong's weak points. A tide of shock, admiration, and love surged in the hearts of Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu, making the two women almost want to scream. If the occasion wasn't wrong, they would have pounced on Chu Longtu and given him a good bite. The junior brother is so handsome that he made them wet with joy. Chu Longtu. Chu Zhenxiong roared with resentment, his heart almost bleeding, and he deeply regretted why he did not kill Chu Longtu 10 years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the crisis he is in today. Chu Longtu looked at the trembling Chu Zhenxiong with satisfaction, slowly took out his last trump card and stabbed Chu Zhenxiong in the heart for the last time. Uncle, you don't have to thank me. 10 years ago, you seized the Chu family. Today's incident is just a repayment of a little interest. In addition, I also personally prepared a gift for my eldest brother and his wife. Chu Longtu took out a piece of paper from his arms and wrote casually. This is a marriage medical examination form, which records Chu Tiannan's physical condition. According to the examination results, the doctor determined that Chu Tiannan had severe kidney deficiency and insufficient kidney yang. He would never be able to have children again in this life, or even have sex. In other words, Chu Tiannan, from now on, you are a eunuch who is not a eunuch. Chu Tiannan's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Chu Longtu, who was smiling faintly like a devil, in shock and disbelief. His body began to tremble violently involuntarily. Although my sister-in-law is a second-hand commodity that I don't want, this is related to her sexual happiness for the rest of her life, so it's better for her to know about it. What do you think, brother? Chu Longtu's tone was gentle, but it contained an infinite amount of coldness and malice, which almost suffocated Chu Tiannan. Fart. Chu Tiannan's angry roar rose to the sky, and his face was distorted like a devil. Nonsense, how could I possibly be? It's written in black and white. If you don't believe it, you can take a look. Chu Longtu threw the marriage examination form forward and said lightly. I guess you never read the contents after the premarital examination. Such light words seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds, shocking Chu Tiannan so much that he was dumbfounded and could not utter a single word. The marriage examination form fell and the guest in the front row caught it. After a quick glance, he exclaimed. This seems to be true. The other guests couldn't help themselves and started to look, then couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The doctor diagnosed that my kidney yang was seriously deficient. I had severe kidney pain every midnight, which led to my lifelong impotence. The doctor who diagnosed him was Lei Tianming. He is a famous doctor in Jiangdong First Hospital. If he said he was impotent, then it seems that Chu Tiannan is really a eunuch. A customer who worked in the medical industry carefully read the marriage examination form and nodded affirmatively. It can't be wrong, it's Lei Tianming's handwriting. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Fuck, Chu Tiannan is actually useless. Will Chen Mingxi be a widow for the rest of her life? That's what the Chen family has done. If they hadn't been greedy for wealth and fame, they wouldn't have broken their engagement with Chu Longtu and hooked up with Chu Tiannan. This is a mess. Now they have ruined their daughter's life. Come on, do you think Chen Mingxi is a good woman who is fickle? She and Chu Tiannan are a whore and a dog, and their relationship will last forever. The Chu family is so embarrassed now. The guests were talking animatedly, occasionally glancing sarcastically at Chu Tiannan and Chen Mingxi on the podium. The situation has changed. If they want to get a piece of the pie from the development of the business district, they naturally have to curry favor with the Chu family. However, Su village was kicked out of the business district planning, the Chu family plan went bankrupt, and they were no longer of any use to them. Naturally, they didn't have to say nice things against their conscience, so they could just indulge themselves, right? Chen Mingxi on the high platform no longer cared about anything else and grabbed Chu Tiannan tightly and screamed. Is what Chu Longtu said true? Chu Tiannan seemed not to hear Chen Mingxi's question, but just stared at the marriage examination form that was being circulated among everyone below. Just as Chu Longtu said, he had indeed not read the contents of the marriage examination form. But the severe kidney pain at midnight is real. Although it was only a brief sting, Chu Tiannan didn't feel anything in his entire lower body after the pain, which was completely consistent with the diagnosis on the marriage examination form. Boundless fear instantly overwhelmed Chu Tiannan. All the energy in his body was instantly drained. His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground with a plop. Seeing Chu Tiannan's distraught look, Chen Mingxi was struck by lightning. He instinctively let go of his hand and looked around in confusion. Wherever I looked, I saw only ridicule, mockery, and contempt. There was no more envy and jealousy. Boom. All the beautiful fantasies in Chen Mingxi's heart were shattered, and only one thought was flashing wildly in his mind. She will have to live with a eunuch for the rest of her life. Boom. Chen Mingxi could no longer bear the blow, and following old lady Chen and Chen Taishan, he also fainted with his eyes rolled back. Chu Zhenxiong was the only one still standing on the platform. The marriage examination form was handed to him. Chu Zhenxiong opened it with trembling hands. After reading it quickly, he could not help but clench the form into a ball. Chu Zhenxiong raised his head, the hatred in his eyes almost solidified, and the sound was almost forced out from between his teeth. Chu Longtu, you are so cruel. Chu Longtu said calmly without changing his expression. No matter how cruel I am not as cruel as you. You can take away your brother's property without any psychological burden, and you can also smile and raise a snake whip to whip your 16-year-old nephew, forcing him to flee the Chu family so that you can take everything from the Chu family with a clear conscience. Compared to you, what I did is not even 1/10,000th as vicious as you. There were several exclamations and gasps all around. Everyone, including Yu Lingqing, Su Wanqiu, and Xiao Ziyun, only now realized how Chu Longtu was abused behind the Chu family incident. It was so vicious that just listening to it made people tremble all over. They couldn't imagine how Chu Longtu managed to survive. Chu Zhenxiong stared at Chu Longtu and spoke word by word. I only regret that I didn't kill you, little bastard. Chu Longtu laughed immediately. I knew you wouldn't regret it at all. It's good, very good. If you really repent, I'm a little worried about how to deal with you. Chu Longtu smiled and picked up the wine glass, toasting Chu Zhenxiong on the podium from a distance. That's all we have to say today. I've had enough fun. Before I leave, I'll give you a toast. Congratulations to my elder brother on marrying his beautiful wife, and congratulations to my elder uncle on having many children and grandchildren in the future. We have a long way to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Longtu raised his head, drank it all, and threw the glass heavily to the ground. Amid the crisp sound of shattering, Chu Longtu turned and left with a loud laugh in front of everyone's gaze. Yu Lingqing, Su Wanqiu, and Xiao Ziyun also stood up and raised their glasses to toast Chu Zhenxiong, saying in unison, Congratulations to young Master Chu for having a beautiful wife, and congratulations to Director Chu for having many children and grandchildren. With strange and mischievous smiles on their faces, the three of them drank the wine in one gulp and followed Chu Longtu out of the banquet hall. Behind them were all the guests' faces that were almost distorted from trying so hard to hold back their laughter. Chu Longtu actually congratulated Chu Zhenxiong on having a large family. These words were too sarcastic, too mocking, and too vicious. They were simply rubbing salt into Chu Zhenxiong's wounds. Chu Tiannan has really become an impotent eunuch. How can he have many children and grandchildren? Do we have to ask Qin Mingxi to borrow seeds? With just a few simple words, Chu Zhenxiong, Chu Tiannan, and Qin Mingxi were hurt to the core, and the last bit of their dignity was completely torn off and thrown to the ground and trampled on. Many guests tried hard to hold back their laughter, while Chu Zhenxiong on the podium was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Chu Zhenxiong looked at Chu Longtu's back with resentment and roared wildly in his heart. Chu Longtu, I want you to die. I must kill you. What's up? Brother Dao nodded quickly and said with great fear and trepidation. I offended young Master Chu twice before, and was scolded by our boss. Today our boss specially prepared some wine to personally apologize to young Master Chu. Mr. Chu, if you are free, could you please come and visit us? Chu Longtu raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. After laying the groundwork for so long, has the Qinglong Society's boss finally been unable to hold back? Chu Longtu was also somewhat interested in Fu Qinglong, the leader of the Qinglong Society, so he simply agreed. Good. After instructing Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu to send Xiao Ziyun back, Chu Longtu got on the Land Rover and left with Brother Dao. Half an hour later, the Land Rover stopped in front of the gate of Dragon Palace. Brother Dao chased the doorman away, got out of the car himself and respectfully opened the door for Chu Longtu. After Chu Longtu got off the car, he looked up at the magnificent building in front of him, and Brother Dao explained beside him. Longgong is a top-level club under the Qinglong Club, providing a variety of services including catering, fitness, golf, hot springs, etc. From decoration to management, it is the top level in Jiangdong. The boss is worried that there are too many people outside and it would be better to stay at home, so he chose to host a banquet here to apologize for your crime. Brother Dao was leading the way in front, and all the waitresses in black silk short skirts who passed by bowed and greeted him, but Brother Dao didn't bother to respond. He kept explaining the various areas of the Dragon Palace to Chu Longtu, making the waitresses couldn't help but speculate about Chu Longtu's identity. Chu Longtu must be a big shot to be able to make the hot-tempered Brother Dao so respectful. Passing through the luxurious and grand passage and going straight into the depths of the Dragon Palace, Brother Dao finally gently pushed open the door of a suite with a sign that read, Qianlong Yuan. Mr. Chu, we are here. Brother Dao respectfully stepped aside and invited Chu Longtu to come in. He closed the door and stood there as a security guard. Chu Longtu walked in, and a middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor came up to greet him with a hearty smile. Welcome, Master Chu. I'm Fu Qinglong, Mr. Chu, please take a seat. Fu Qinglong has a square face and exudes a faint sense of majesty. It is obvious that he has held a high position and great power for a long time. But in front of Chu Longtu, Fu Qinglong smiled very friendly, not at all as gloomy and cruel as the outside world said. He looked like a wealthy business elite, without any trace of ruffian. Chu Longtu sat down with all kinds of thoughts in his mind. Fu Qinglong personally made a cup of tea and brought it to Chu Longtu, extending his hand to invite him. This is the top-quality Mingqian Longjing tea that I just bought at the auction. How does it taste, Mr. Chu? Chu Longtu picked up the teacup made of top-quality celadon, took a sip, and then put the cup down. Good. Fu Qinglong laughed heartily. Since Master Chu praised this tea, it is not worthy of the price of 1 million per pound. Mr. Chu likes it. I'll have someone pack it for you when we go back. Chu Longtu crossed his legs, looked at Fu Qinglong with a smile, and said lightly. If you have something to ask of you, Boss Fu, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Although tea leaves costing 1 million per kilogram are not cheap, I don't care about this small favor. Fu Qinglong didn't expect Chu Longtu to be so straightforward. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. It makes Master Chu laugh. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. I invited Master Chu to come here today because Lao Dao was ignorant and offended Master Chu many times. As the eldest brother, I cannot escape the blame, so I set up a wine party for Master Chu to apologize. Fu Qinglong handed over a black card with a gold border. This is the highest level black card in the Dragon Palace. With this card, all purchases will be discounted by 50%, and all facilities in the Dragon Palace can be used first. Chu Longtu didn't even look at the black card, but just looked at Fu Qinglong indifferently. Fu Qinglong immediately realized that Chu Longtu didn't take his trick seriously at all, so he stopped preparing for it and just stared at Chu Longtu. The second thing is to ask young Master Chu for a favor. I would like to invite Master Chu to come out and fight for our Qinglong society. After the task is completed, I will reward you handsomely. Fu Qinglong looked at Chu Longtu solemnly, his eyes full of pleading. This answer was really beyond Chu Longtu's expectations, and he couldn't help but ask back. Boxing. With the power of your Qinglong society, you should not be short of boxers. Fu Qinglong smiled bitterly. Of course there is no shortage of ordinary boxers, but this time, our opponents have recruited warriors to help them. If ordinary boxers were to fight them, they would undoubtedly be killed. Chu Longtu immediately became interested. Since returning to Jiangdong City, this was the second time Chu Longtu heard news about a warrior, except for the chance encounter with a dark force warrior when he was looking for Qian Tongsheng. Tell me about it. Seeing that Chu Longtu was interested, Fu Qinglong was secretly delighted and quickly told him the whole story. In addition to the Qinglong society, there are 4 other major forces in the underground world of Jiangdong City. This time, the one that had friction with the Qinglong society was another underground force, the Bengshan Hall. The territories of the Qinglong society and the Bengshan Hall partially overlap in Xiqing district, but apart from some minor frictions among the subordinates, there are no major conflicts. However, after the members of the Qinglong society discovered a mineral vein on the West Mountain where the 2 territories met, a fierce conflict broke out between the Qinglong society and the Bengshan Hall. Although the reserves of that mineral vein are not large, its value after evaluation is at least 500 million. Even if you don't dig it yourself, you can at least make a few hundred million by reselling it. With such huge benefits at stake, who among the Qinglong society and Bengshan Hall can give up? As soon as the news came out, the Qinglong society and the Bengshan Hall claimed that the mineral vein was in their own territory and should belong to them, and at the same time they mobilized troops to head to Xishan. They are all hot-blooded men. When they get together, it's like putting a gasoline can on a pile of matches. There's no reason why they won't explode. Just one day later, more than 20 men from both sides were hospitalized. If it weren't for the strong restraint from Fu Qinglong and the boss of Bengshan Hall, there would probably be even more people. Fu Qinglong and the boss of Bengshan Hall saw that this was not a solution, so they got together to discuss and came up with a solution. Fight in the ring. Exciting, and quite popular among celebrities in Jiangdong City. In addition to the fights between boxers supported by the organizers, the ring match also accepts applications from third parties. If 2 forces want to settle their grievances through a fight in a ring, they only need to pay a venue usage fee to the organizer and agree on a time for the match. In this way, the consumption caused by the confrontation between the 2 forces can be greatly reduced, and a winner can be determined. Why not do it? Therefore, once this model was launched, it was welcomed by all forces in Jiangdong, especially the 5 major gangs. They have had various minor frictions over the years, but it is impossible for them to really give it a try. The third-party force fight model of the ring match is very suitable for them. When the mine crisis became a big deal, in order to avoid losses, Fu Qinglong and the boss of Bengshan Hall quickly reached a consensus. The Qinglong Society and the Bengshan Hall each sent one person to represent their respective forces to participate in the underground competition. The winner will own the mineral vein. I had already found a Muay Thai master who had won 38 consecutive bouts in the Southeast Asian underground black boxing world, but I suddenly heard that Bengshan Hall had found a fighter to participate in the competition. And he is a warrior who has cultivated inner strength. Fu Qinglong spread his hands and smiled bitterly. I know a little bit about martial arts. No matter how powerful a Muay Thai master is, he is at most at the level of strengthening the body. When facing a warrior who has cultivated internal energy, no matter whether it is open energy or hidden energy, the result will be that he will be killed instantly in one blow. Chu Longtu nodded in understanding, and Fu Qinglong shook his head and sighed. So I've already lost before this fight even started. Even though we lost an extra mineral vein, the Qinglong Society's power was not damaged. But things are not that simple. The ambition of that old fellow from Bengshan Hall is far more than just one mineral vein. He also planned to have that warrior suddenly kill all the high-ranking officials of the Azure Dragon Society after the competition and help the Collapse Mountain Hall swallow up all the forces of the Azure Dragon Society. Fu Qinglong was angry and anxious, his face full of fear. If I hadn't planted someone next to him, I'm afraid that old bastard would have succeeded. Chu Longtu's eyes narrowed, and he was somewhat amazed at the cruelty and insidiousness of the boss of Bengshan Hall. Fu Qinglong was right. If they were caught off guard and suddenly attacked by an internal force warrior, they would be killed without any chance of fighting back. Fu Qinglong clenched his hands tightly and gritted his teeth. The news of the ring duel has been released and cannot be changed. Even if it can be cancelled, if Bengshan Hall really decides to swallow up Qinglong Club, they will not stop just because of the cancellation of a ring match. Now that things have come to this, we have no way out. We can only fight. We must also have our own internal force warriors. But it's not that easy to find an internal force warrior. We've been searching for half a month but to no avail. The competition is approaching, but we still don't have anyone to compete with Bengshan Hall. We can only watch the Qinglong Society go to destruction step by step. But fortunately, there is always a way out. Fu Qinglong looked at Chu Longtu with extremely bright eyes. I didn't expect that Lao Dao would actually meet Master Chu. Please, Master Chu, save the lives of hundreds of brothers in our Qinglong Society. Fu Qinglong stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu looked at Fu Qinglong, who was bent over and unable to stand up, and then spoke after a slight pause. It's not impossible to give you a hand. But Fu Qinglong was overjoyed when he heard it and said without thinking. Master Chu, just ask for any conditions you want. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse. Chu Longtu nodded at Fu Qinglong. That's what you said. My request is very simple. There must not be any more forced demolitions like the one in Su village yesterday. If I find you again, I will destroy your Qinglong Society first without anyone else's help. Do you understand? The cold and stern voice exploded continuously in Fu Qinglong's ears like a loud bell, making Fu Qinglong dizzy and shaky, and a strong fear rose in his heart. Is this a warrior? It's so scary. Fu Qinglong became more and more in awe of Chu Longtu and said in a firm tone. Don't worry, Master Chu. I will definitely strictly control my subordinates and this kind of thing will never happen again. After seeing Chu Longtu nod slightly, Fu Qinglong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to pick up food and pour wine for Chu Longtu with a smile. After eating and drinking, Fu Qinglong was planning to arrange 2 beauties, but Chu Longtu would never do that with him, so he refused him sternly and proposed to leave. Fu Qinglong didn't force it. Since he had already established contact with Chu Longtu, there would be plenty of opportunities to get close to him in the future. After declining Fu Qinglong's offer of farewell, Chu Longtu walked out of the Dragon Palace alone, looking at the facilities inside the palace. To be honest, this is worthy of being the top-level club that Qinglong Club has invested heavily in, and every detail of its layout is ingenious. When they passed by the hot spring area on the way, Chu Longtu went in to take a look. After thinking it over, he decided to bring Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu here to take a mixed bath and relax. When he walked to the door, Brother Dao was already waiting for him outside in his car, but Chu Longtu suddenly heard a familiar voice. Whoever has reserved your Dragon Head class private room, notify him to vacate the room immediately. Chu Longtu turned his head and looked at the front desk. Who else could that angry lady be but Yu Lingqing's mother? Yu's mother was furious, and the lobby manager at the front desk looked embarrassed. Mr. Yu, the other party has already made a reservation in advance and paid a deposit. According to the rules, they cannot cancel the reservation at will. How about I help you book a room of a different level? Mother Yu frowned, her face looking very cold. Tomorrow is the birthday of my husband, the chairman of Yu Corporation. Apart from your best leading class private rooms, no other private rooms are worthy of his status. I'll say this one last time, no matter who ordered it, I'll pay double the money and make him return it. However, the lobby manager insisted that the rules cannot be changed and insisted on doing things according to the rules. Although the Yu family is a wealthy family, the guests who have reserved the Dragon Head room are not bad either, and neither side can be offended. If they really did as Yu's mother said, they would certainly please the Yu family, but they would offend the guests in the Longtou private room. A casual complaint from someone to the higher-ups of the Qinglong society could make her unable to survive in Jiangdong. Seeing that the lobby manager refused to give in, Yu's mother became even more furious. Chu Longtu, who was standing next to him, heard it clearly. Yu Lingqing's father's birthday is tomorrow. After a slight hesitation, Chu Longtu leaned over and spoke. Auntie, what's the matter? Mother Yu, who was already furious, found a place to vent her anger when she saw that it was Chu Longtu, the pretty boy who had seduced her precious daughter. What does my presence here have to do with you? Why are you here? Are you following me? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm telling you, just give up on this idea. The son of a death row inmate, who was kicked out by the Chu family, is not worthy of our Yu family. No matter what, I won't let Linger be with you. Mother Yu scolded Chu Longtu in an extremely sarcastic manner, and the facts revealed in her words made Chu Longtu's eyes turn cold. Sure enough, the Yu family knew about Chu Zhenxiong's plan to kick Chu Longtu out at the engagement ceremony. The difficulties at the engagement ceremony might be the result of the Yu family secretly fanning the flames. Whether it's worthy or not is not up to you to decide. Besides, matching the status of the Shangyu family is not a big deal. Chu Longtu retorted indifferently, which immediately made Yu's mother laugh out of anger. You can't even protect the reputation of your own parents. You are just a piece of trash who can only let others trample on you. How dare you look down on the Yu family? It's ridiculous. Besides, you keep saying that you look down on the Yu family, so why are you here? Isn't it because you were so anxious to find a new backer after your reputation was ruined by the Chu family that you followed me here to try to please me and promise you and Linger? Could it be possible that you are here to consume? Any item here costs at least 50,000 yuan. With your poor appearance, can you afford it? Mother Yu glanced at Chu Longtu with contempt and turned her head away, not even wanting to look at him a second time. Chu Longtu raised his eyebrows and sneered. I am already giving enough face to the owner of this place by being able to come here. As for consumption, I really don't know. After all, I don't have to pay for it. Chu Longtu told the truth that Fu Qinglong was already overjoyed that he could come here. As for consumption, even if he wanted to pay, Fu Qinglong would resolutely block him. However, to Yu's mother, it sounded like Chu Longtu was just pretending to be cool because he felt embarrassed after being scolded by her. Yu's mother didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to put pressure on the lobby manager with a cold face. Chu Longtu originally wanted to leave, but when he thought of Yu Lingqing, his heart couldn't help but soften. Walking to the front desk, Chu Longtu took out the black card that Fu Qinglong had just given him and handed it to the lobby manager. Agree to her request and keep the Dragon Head room. When the lobby manager saw the black card with gold edges, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked extremely shocked. However, Yu's mother did not appreciate this at all. She thought that Chu Longtu was still pretending to be powerful and immediately became furious. What do you want here? Who do you think you are to be able to reserve a Dragon Head class room at Dragon Palace? Stop making trouble here and get out of here right now. The Dragon Palace's leading private room was so popular that even though she was the mistress of the Yu family, she personally came here and tried hard to get one for a long time but failed. Who the hell is Chu Longtu? How dare he say that he can be captured directly? However, before Yu's mother finished speaking, the lobby manager took the black card, and after a few operations, he respectfully spoke to Chu Longtu. Dear Supreme Card Guest, we have already cancelled the original guest's reservation as per your request and freed up the Dragon Head private room. Do you have any other instructions? Mother Yu was stunned for a moment, staring at the lobby manager in astonishment, totally unable to believe her ears. Chu Longtu solved the problem of getting the Dragon Head private room, which he had been trying to get for a long time, with just one sentence. It must be fake, right? Could it be that these two people are acting for themselves? Chu Longtu was too lazy to pay attention to Yu's mother's thoughts. If it weren't for Yu Lingqing's face, he would be happy to see Yu's mother embarrassed. After taking back the black card and nodding slightly to Yu's mother, Chu Longtu walked out of the Dragon Palace. Mother Yu was stunned for a while. After she came to her senses, she ignored her status and went straight to the computer. She saw with her own eyes the words, Yu family, written on the schedule for tomorrow's stay in Longtou private room. She opened her mouth in disbelief. The Longtou private room was actually turned down and given to the Yu family. This. How is this possible? Mother Yu murmured in shock, and suddenly thought of the supreme card that the lobby manager had just mentioned, and asked hurriedly. What is this supreme card you just mentioned? The lobby manager looked at her strangely and said. Supreme card is the most premium membership card in Dragon Palace. All guests with the Supreme card can enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases in Dragon Palace, and can also use and reserve all facilities in Dragon Palace first. Mother Yu gasped in shock. As the mistress of the Yu family and one of the top noble ladies in Jiangdong City, she had never heard of this kind of card. But Chu Longtu has this card. How could he have it? Yu's mother asked subconsciously, and the lobby manager answered quickly. The Supreme Black cards are all given privately by the boss and are not sold to the public. Only those guests who are recognized as the most distinguished by the boss will receive the Supreme Black card presented by the boss himself. And the unqualified guests don't even know that this card exists. Bang. The lobby manager's words were like a sharp slap in the face to Yu's mother. This was equivalent to pointing at Yu's mother's nose and saying that in the eyes of the Dragon Palace, she, the mistress of the Yu family, was far less noble than Chu Longtu. 5 minutes ago, Yu's mother was still mocking Chu Longtu for not being able to afford the consumption, and she scoffed at Chu Longtu's words that he came here to give face to the boss of Dragon Palace. Now it seems that everything Chu Longtu said was true. Mother Yu's face turned blue and red, and she felt a burning pain, unable to utter a word. At this time, the lobby manager spoke up and considerately added the final blow. Mr. Yu, according to Mr. Chu's request, the Dragon Head room has been reserved for you. Do you have any other requests? Bang. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a slap in the face, and Yu's mother's face turned red. She was too embarrassed to stay any longer, so she turned around and left the Dragon Palace with her bag. Chu Longtu had no idea about the embarrassing experience that Yu's mother had gone through, and was served attentively by Brother Dao all the way back to Yu Lingqing's villa. When he walked in, Chu Longtu was surprised to find that Xiao Ziyun had not left yet and was having a pleasant conversation with Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu. Uncle, didn't you go back? Chu Longtu asked in surprise. The three people who heard the noise turned around. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu waved to him, while Xiao Ziyun rolled his eyes rudely. Why, are you worried that I'll disturb your world of three? Xiao Ziyun's words made Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu blush. No matter how legitimate the reasons for the three of them being together were, the two girls still blushed when their elders exposed them to their faces. The two women immediately found an excuse and hurried upstairs, leaving only Chu Longtu and Xiao Ziyun. I now understand why you only looked at me once and never showed up again. So this is the joy here, I don't miss my uncle. Xiao Ziyun said sarcastically. Chu Longtu grinned and asked curiously. Uncle, do you have anything else to do? Xiao Ziyun curled his lips and glared at Chu Longtu unhappily. Of course I have something to say. You're so elusive and you don't come to see me, so I can only wait for you here. Chu Longtu's curiosity was immediately aroused. He opened a can of beer and motioned for Xiao Ziyun to speak directly. Xiao Ziyun said directly. When are you free, kid? I've arranged a blind date for you, go meet her. Puff. Chu Longtu couldn't help himself and the beer he had just drunk sprayed all over Xiao Ziyun's face. Chu Tiannan sat in the living room woodenly, while Chen Taishan, with an anxious look on his face, kept turning around. Old Lady Chen and Chen Mingxi were greatly shocked and were sent back to the Chen family to recuperate. Only Chen Taishan came to the Chu family after he woke up. He has to come, because the 100 million that the Chen family scraped together is still tied up in the land bought by the Chu family. If they don't hurry up and find a solution, the Chen family won't be able to keep their wealth and glory, and it would be good if the whole family doesn't have to beg on the streets. Chen Taishan was extremely anxious, but seeing that Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan were in a trance after returning, he could no longer hold back. Brother Chu, please tell me what to do with the land in Su village. Chen Taishan urged anxiously. Chu Zhenxiong was awakened and asked back with a dazed look in his eyes. What did you say? Chen Taishan's heart suddenly sank. If he didn't have to rely on the Chu family to recover the loss of his investment, Chen Taishan would have wanted to give Chu Zhenxiong a big fight. It's a matter of life and death, and you're still distracted. Suppressing his anxiety and anger, Chen Taishan repeated it again, and Chu Zhenxiong laughed miserably after hearing it. How to deal with it? How should I know? Chen Taishan's hair stood on end in an instant, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Faced with the crisis of family destruction and death, Chen Taishan did not care about offending Chu Zhenxiong and pointed at Chu Zhenxiong's nose and yelled. How could you not know? If you hadn't guaranteed that you would make a profit without losing any money, how could our Chen family bet such a huge amount of money? In order to get the money, I even borrowed money from a bank. It's great now. The business that was sure to make a profit without losing money has gone bad. I want to get my principal back, but you really said you didn't know. Do you know that if you can't get the money back, the Chen family will be completely ruined? Chu Zhenxiong looked at Chen Taishan, who was blushing and pale, expressionlessly, with a sarcastic curve at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you are the only one who has borrowed money from underground banks? How much is your Chen family worth? I only borrowed less than 100 million yuan by mortgaging all my belongings, and the amount I borrowed is more than 5 or 6 times what you have. If they are going to go bankrupt, it's the Chu family that will fall before you. What the hell are you crying about? Besides, Chen Taishan, don't forget that it was you who begged Chen Mingxi to marry Tiannan, and it was you who rushed to give me money in order to get a piece of the Su village land. You are quicker than anyone else to take advantage, but when you are at a disadvantage, you ask me for my principal. Do you have any shame? Chu Zhenxiong angrily scolded Chen Taishan, and the murderous intent towards Chu Longtu in his heart suddenly surged again. If Chu Longtu and Chen Mingxi had not made an engagement 10 years ago, and he was afraid of gossip from outsiders after he took over the Chu family, so he took the initiative to transfer the engagement to Chu Tiannan, his grandson would not have married a family like the Chen family who only cares about profit. It's all Chu Longtu's fault. Chen Taishan didn't care about Chu Zhenxiong's anger at all. He just wanted money and interrupted Chu Zhenxiong angrily. Just tell me, is there any way to get back the money I invested? Chu Zhenxiong laughed out of anger. Take it back. What are you dreaming about? Even if we sell the Su village land right now, let alone whether there is anyone to take it over, given that Su village has been kicked out of the business district planning, how much can we still sell the land for? You should be thankful that someone is willing to take over the project for 100 million yuan. How dare you want to get your principal back? Upon hearing this, Chen Taishan suddenly saw stars and collapsed on the sofa with a look of extreme despair. 100 million to take over. Then he could get at most 10 million, which was a drop in the bucket compared to the 100 million he borrowed. It's over, the Chen family is completely finished. Chu Zhenxiong felt even more disheartened. He looked at Chu Tiannan, who looked expressionless and not angry at all, with heartache. He couldn't understand why things suddenly turned out like this. Just when everyone was completely hopeless, Chu Zhenxiong's cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the string of numbers on the screen, Chu Zhenxiong's dim eyes suddenly burst into an astonishing light. Chu Zhenxiong answered the phone as quickly as possible and spoke humbly. Assistant Wang. It's me. A majestic and cold female voice sounded, and Chu Zhenxiong couldn't help but tremble all over and shivered. Dian. Dian. Chu Zhenxiong was so frightened that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The cold female voice was extremely steady, as if she was chatting about daily life, but the content of her words was extremely cold. If an ordinary person keeps a hunting dog, he can pounce on prey and take a few bites when he sees it. I have raised you for 10 years, but you can't even do such a small thing. What use do I have for you? Chu Zhenxiong was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. He didn't care about anything else and fell to his knees, begging desperately. Please, give me another chance. I promise I won't let you down. Please, for my 10 years of hard work, please give me one last chance. Chen Taishan looked at Chu Zhenxiong in shock as he begged desperately, and his heart was filled with turmoil. The person on the other end of the phone should be Chu Zhenxiong's backer. Who could possibly make Chu Zhenxiong beg in such an undignified manner? Dian. Is there a big boss named Dian in Jiangdong? After Chu Zhenxiong begged for a long time, a cold female voice slowly sounded. I'll ask for help with the matter of the land in Su village. Continue to complete your mission. Remember, this is the last time. After hearing the busy tone from the microphone, Chu Zhenxiong collapsed on the sofa, feeling relieved, and his heart completely settled in his stomach. Chen Taishan, who had been eavesdropping, had his eyes shining and came forward with a licking face, saying hopefully, Brother Chu, what just happened was... Chu Zhenxiong's face was extremely hideous and distorted, like a gambler who was forced into a desperate situation. I've passed this level. But the last way out is gone. Chu Longtu, now it really is either you or me. While Chu Zhenxiong was getting angry, Chu Longtu was also shouting in surprise. Uncle, are you serious? Chu Longtu looked at Xiao Ziyun with a ridiculous expression. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu, two extremely beautiful women, live with him, yet they ask him to go on a blind date. Besides, how could he have the time? Having just dealt with the Chu family, he is now busy looking for clues to save his father. Xiao Ziyun said unhappily. Saving your father is of course important, but continuing your family line is equally important. Don't tell me about those two girls. They're nice, but you can't handle any of them. One is a rich lady, and she will be married sooner or later. The other is just a little curious about you, and can't be said to like you at all. Instead of hanging out with two women who are doomed to have no future, it's better to find a more stable life. Chu Longtu glared and was about to refute, but was interrupted by Xiao Ziyun with a wave of his hand. Stop talking nonsense, I have to take care of you when my mother is not around. I've already made arrangements. I'll go there tomorrow at noon. If you don't go, I'll beat you up. Xiao Ziyun puffed his beard and glared at Chu Longtu to scare him. Chu Longtu could only smile bitterly and could not say anything else. Junior brother, you are so lucky. You can just sit at home and a beautiful woman falls from the sky. Yu Lingqing made mischievous faces and Su Wanqiu laughed so hard that she lay on top of Yu Lingqing and couldn't get up. Chu Longtu smiled bitterly and let the two women tease him. He was really speechless because of Xiao Ziyun's outrageous behavior. In fact, it was not just him. Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu could also understand Xiao Ziyun's painstaking efforts. The decline of the Xiao family at its peak really had a huge impact on Xiao Ziyun's personality, from a handsome and elegant young man to a cautious and prudent citizen. Even though Chu Longtu defeated the Chu and Chen families head-on at the engagement ceremony and proved his ability, he still failed to eliminate Xiao Ziyun's psychological shadow. As for Chu Longtu, his only relative, Xiao Ziyun just wants him to find a suitable woman like all ordinary people and live a peaceful and stable life. In Xiao Ziyun's opinion, this was the most appropriate arrangement. However, he underestimated Chu Longtu's strength and influence. Chu Longtu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and didn't take the matter to heart. At worst, I can go out for lunch tomorrow at noon to deal with Xiao Ziyun. Otherwise, if he really takes this matter seriously, it will be even more of a headache. After Yu Lingqing and Su Wanqiu finally stopped laughing, Chu Longtu mentioned the encounter with Yu's mother. Yu Lingqing's eyes suddenly dimmed. Of course I remember that tomorrow is his birthday. I have already arranged the birthday present for you, but... However, she had been kicked out of the Yu family. After a slight hesitation, Yu Lingqing whispered. Junior brother, can you go with me tomorrow? Chu Longtu said without any hesitation. Good. Yu Lingqing didn't expect Chu Longtu to be so straightforward. She was happy, but then she was worried. But I'm worried they'll make things difficult for you. Yu Lingqing knows the character of his family members very well, and Chu Longtu will definitely be bullied if he goes there. Chu Longtu smiled faintly. Do you think they can defeat me? Seeing Chu Longtu being so open-minded, Yu Lingqing immediately put aside her worries, smiled happily and nodded repeatedly. Then we'll go together. Then maybe with the gift I prepared, you can get your father to accept you, and then you won't have to worry about their objection anymore. Su Wanqiu looked at the two people who were talking and laughing with jealousy, and pursed her lips in grievance. You stinky junior brother, I've already given you that, but you don't even treat me nicely. Chu Longtu caught a glimpse of Su Wanqiu's expression, and the frenzied and intoxicated scene of that night suddenly emerged in his mind. He quickly let go of Yu Lingqing's hand, fearing that he would upset Su Wanqiu. Thinking about the Shura field that might appear, Chu Longtu couldn't help but shudder. The next morning, after breakfast, Chu Longtu went to meet the blind date according to the address given by Xiao Ziyun. Are you still unsure of your uncle's judgment? She's definitely a beauty. Besides, he is your acquaintance. You know him well, so you can rest assured. Xiao Ziyun's chest pounded loudly on the phone, which aroused Chu Longtu's curiosity. Acquaintance. He was only in high school before going to the mountain. He had almost no classmates, no childhood friends, and it was even less likely that the rich second-generation people he used to hang out with would come on a blind date with him. Who could it be? With this curiosity in mind, Chu Longtu came to a branch of Jiangdong City First Bank. After entering the lobby, Chu Longtu took a look around and immediately found the target, looking very surprised. At the end of my sight, a female teller is working diligently behind the counter. The female teller has picturesque features and a pair of eyes as gentle as the rippling spring water. Her whole person is like a delicate and petite piece of jade, making people want to protect her. Chu Longtu couldn't help but think of a little girl following him and calling him brother. It turns out that it's actually an acquaintance. Chu Longtu walked over slowly and sat down. Hello sir, what's the matter, ah? The female teller's sweet smile suddenly turned into a look of astonishment, and her greeting came to an abrupt end. Chu Longtu smiled slightly. Aunt Qin, long time no see. And Qin stared at Chu Longtu blankly, and only spoke with difficulty after finally finding familiar traces on Chu Longtu's face. Brother Longtu. It's me. Chu Longtu nodded, feeling filled with emotion. 10 years ago, Qin's father was a senior executive of the Chu group and was highly regarded by Chu Zhenfeng, so the two families had close contacts. It was at that time that Qin became Chu Longtu's little follower, running around with Chu Longtu all day long and becoming very dependent on him. Chu Zhenfeng and Xiaowan also liked Qin very much, and once they even joked about letting Chu Longtu marry Qin after drinking. However, after Chu Longtu and Chen Mingxi got engaged, Chu Zhenfeng no longer mentioned this matter. Later, Chu Zhenxiong came to power, and Qin's father was purged and kicked out of the Chu group. Chu Longtu became dependent on others and never saw Qin again. Unexpectedly, fate played such a trick on him that the blind date Xiao Ziyun arranged for him was actually Qin. After Qin confirmed Chu Longtu's identity, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her watery eyes were immediately covered with a layer of mist, full of excitement and surprise. Seeing his old friend again, Chu Longtu felt a little excited and smiled. I didn't expect it to be you. Qin walked out from behind the counter and couldn't help but hug Chu Longtu. Brother Longtu, you are finally back. Chu Longtu gently touched Qin's soft ponytail. Don't worry, I won't run away when I come back. If you keep holding me like this, I won't be able to breathe. Chu Longtu deliberately made a joke, and as expected, Qin immediately let go of his hand, blushed, and couldn't help but hit Chu Longtu lightly. After the excitement, Qin calmed down a little, and a series of questions came to her. Brother Longtu, why did you suddenly disappear 10 years ago? Where have you been for the past 10 years? How did you know I was here? Chu Longtu scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Didn't anyone tell you that someone would come to see you today? Qin thought for a moment and then clapped his hands suddenly. By the way, Uncle Xiao said he introduced me to a blind date and he's coming to see me today. And Qin's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Chu Longtu in shock, even more shocked than when Chu Longtu appeared in front of her. Chu Longtu touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly and couldn't help but blame Xiao Ziyun in his heart again. Xiao Ziyun really found a good candidate. He had him go on a blind date with his former little sister, which always made him feel awkward like an old cow eating young grass. With the idea that if he sticks his head out he'll get hurt as well as if he keeps his head down, Chu Longtu simply nodded. Yes, that person is me. And Qin opened her mouth cutely, and then her pretty cheeks instantly turned red like a sunset cloud, looking particularly touching. Chu Longtu laughed dryly and racked his brains to think of a topic to ease the awkwardness. At this moment, a sharp scolding came from afar. And Qin, why are you standing there like an idiot? Who asked you to chat here? Didn't you see that there was no one at the counter? According to the rules of the industry, if you leave your workstation without permission, you will be fined 200. Chu Longtu looked at the person who came and couldn't help but frowning. This woman with heavy makeup on looked pretty, but her exaggerated model-like hip twisting when she walked and her clothes made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The opening of her shirt was so wide that it revealed her deep cleavage, and even her purple bra was vaguely visible. The skirt is so short that it barely passes the hip line, and the lace edges of the flesh-colored stockings are almost exposed, making people unable to help but peek at the scenery deep between her legs. A nice business suit was made to look like a prostitute by this woman. No matter how you look at it, this woman should be in a club, not a bank. And Qin couldn't help shrinking her head when she was scolded, and she timidly asked for mercy. Manager Chang, this is a friend I haven't seen for a long time. We just had a few words. Please be flexible and stop deducting my salary. My salary for this month has been almost completely deducted. I don't even have enough to eat. However, Manager Chang remained unmoved and scolded with a cold face. Do you think the bank is your home and you are free to chat during working hours? If your salary is deducted and you can't afford to eat, that's because you don't follow the rules. What does it have to do with the industry? Go back to your workstation immediately, or I'll deduct another 200 from you. And Qin felt full of grievances, but dared not speak out. She could only look at Chu Longtu apologetically and return to her workstation with red eyes. Manager Chang had a sneer on his face and his eyes were full of pride. Chu Longtu couldn't bear it anymore and spoke with a frown. Who said I came to chat with her? I came to her to open an account and deposit money. And Qin, who had just sat down, was startled and quickly winked at Chu Longtu. She thought Chu Longtu was finding an excuse to help her out, but if Manager Chang exposed her, she would only target him more, which would not be worth the loss. However, her look was not seen by Chu Longtu but was clearly seen by Manager Chang. Manager Chang glanced at Chu Longtu, ignored his cheap clothes which cost no more than 200 yuan, and focused on his neck and wrists. When he found that they were empty without any expensive watches or jewelry, he sneered. Open an account to deposit money. How much do you plan to save? Chu Longtu said lightly. 10 million. As soon as these words came out, Manager Chang laughed ridiculously, and even the other onlookers and bank tellers couldn't help but burst out laughing. 10 million happy beans. He has no idea what 10 million means, but he dares to ask for it. He is really ignorant and fearless. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Their pockets are cleaner than their faces, yet they dare to pretend to have 10 million. How can An Qin, who is so beautiful, have such an unreliable friend? The laughter coming from all directions made An Qin couldn't help but cover her face. Chu Longtu's property was taken away, so where was the remaining 10 million? But An Qin only felt a strong sense of self-blame and guilt, without the slightest anger. If it wasn't for helping her, how could Chu Longtu be so stubborn and be laughed at? After Manager Chang had laughed enough, he didn't believe Chu Longtu's words at all and said impatiently. You need 10 million, but I still have 100 million. You don't even have $1,000 in your pocket, but you're still pretending to be cool and trying to pick up girls. Why don't you just take a piss and see what kind of person you are? Leave now, or I'll ask security to throw you out. Without even looking at Chu Longtu, Manager Chang looked at An Qin arrogantly. An Qin, the bank doesn't pay you to have a love affair here. There are still 3 days left until the end of the month, and you still need $1 million to achieve your sales this month. Instead of wasting time with this pretty boy, you should think about how to attract deposits. Otherwise, if you fail to complete the assessment, you will have to pack up and leave. And Chin's face turned pale instantly, and her pale little face made people feel extremely distressed. Manager Chang's eyes rolled and his tone suddenly softened. I know your family is in financial difficulty. Your mother and brother all rely on your salary to survive. You cannot be unemployed. Actually, I'm not a heartless person. Let me put it this way. I have a client who has $1.5 million in idle funds that he wants to deposit. I can let him stay in the bank and count it as your achievement. You just need to have a meal with him. And Chin's eyelashes trembled, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes, and she whispered. Manager Chang, that's not necessary. Manager Chang ignored Chin's objection and said firmly with an expression of, I'm doing this for your own good, on his face. So many people wanted this performance but I didn't give it to them. I kept it for you. Don't be ungrateful. It's settled now. I'll send the address to your cell phone. Seeing that Manager Chang was acting arbitrarily, Chin finally became anxious and her voice suddenly rose. I'm not going. Last time you introduced a client who wanted to deposit money, you also said you wanted to have a meal, but during the meal you started to make advances and even asked me to sleep with you. If I hadn't taken the opportunity to run away, I don't know what would have happened to me. I will never go this time. And Chin was completely desperate. After her last experience, she knew what kind of people Manager Chang's so-called clients were. Even if she doesn't want to lose her job, she will never sell out her dignity. Chu Longtu's pupils shrank, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense, but his heart felt more and more distressed for Chin. And Chin, who was once a rich second generation, has fallen to this point. After hearing Chin's revelation, other customers and tellers also started talking about it. Isn't this just pimping? Look at that woman, she's as slutty as a brothel owner, it's no surprise that she could do something like this. The Chang woman relied on sleeping with men to get to the top, and now she wants to drag Chin down with her. How shameless. How come Chin was targeted by her? It's so unlucky. Manager Chang didn't expect that Chin would actually dare to confront her in person and expose her scandal. The contemptuous looks from people around her made her angry and anxious, and she stopped pretending completely. Little bitch, you are shameless even though I give you face. You are not a virgin anymore. You can earn a lot of commission just by accompanying someone and doing nothing. Yet you don't want it. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I want to see if you can still be so noble when you are kicked out of your home and your whole family has no food to eat. Manager Chang was so angry that he started cursing and was about to leave. Chu Longtu suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, but the kind of thing you're talking about will never happen. Chin, here is a check for 10 million. Please open an account for me and deposit it in it. A check was placed on the counter, and Chin was stunned. Even the customers and tellers who had just ridiculed Chu Longtu were stunned. Manager Chang was struck by lightning and froze in place. Chu Longtu's cold voice echoed throughout the hall. Chin is aloof because she has the capital to be aloof. Even if she does nothing, she can still accomplish her goals. Unlike Manager Chang, who has to lie down. Is this 10 million enough for Chin to complete this month's sales? Manager Chang stared at the check and unconsciously clenched his fists. She really wanted to say no, but the check for 10 million was right in front of her and she couldn't say it at all. For a moment, Manager Chang was extremely jealous of Chin. Why? She gave up all her bottom line, accompanied the men to eat, drink and sleep, turning herself into a bitch. After working hard for a whole year, she only managed to bring in more than 10 million in sales. Not only is Chin beautiful and pure, but any of her friends can actually give her 10 million to help her achieve her sales target, so she doesn't have to give up her dignity for the sake of sales. Why is Chin so lucky that he gets all the good things? In addition to Chin, Manager Chang also held a grudge against Chu Longtu. If it weren't for her, Chin would have already been in her pocket. As early as when Chin entered First Bank, Manager Chang had set his eyes on her and was planning to drag Chin into the water. By then, she will use Chin as a pioneer to win over those big customers for her, making them willingly deposit their money in First Bank, which will become a stepping stone for her to move further. For this purpose, she deliberately made things difficult for Chin and was about to succeed, but who knew that Chu Longtu, a Cheng Yaojin, would suddenly appear and chopped all her plans to pieces with one axe. Manager Chang was so angry that he wanted to scream. He glared at Chu Longtu fiercely and left the lobby without saying a word. Chu Longtu tried to ruin her plans, but this matter is not over yet. Chu Longtu was too lazy to pay attention to this clown. He gently patted Chin, who was still staring at the check, and teased him. Don't look at it. It won't become two pictures if you look at it again. Help me save it. Chin came back to his senses and stuttered. Brother Longtu, you really need to save me. Chu Longtu found it funny. What else? Am I teasing you? Seeing that Chu Longtu was serious, Chin felt mixed emotions and picked up the check to get busy. After preparing the information, Chin asked Chu Longtu to wait for a moment and took the information into Manager Chang's office. Large check transfers require the signature of a bank manager before they can be transferred, otherwise they cannot be deposited into the account. Chu Longtu was waiting bored, when suddenly Manager Chang's office door slammed open and Chin walked out with a panicked look on his face. Brother Longtu, Manager Chang said the check is fake and the money can't be transferred in. Chin's smooth forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, but she didn't bother to wipe it off. She spoke to Chu Longtu in panic. Chu Longtu's face instantly darkened and his heart was filled with anger. This ungrateful woman. How could he not know whether the check was genuine or not? Even if the Qinglong Society went bankrupt, they would never dare to use a fake check to fool him. Manager Chang must have been slapped in the face by him and was holding a grudge and deliberately making things difficult for him. Call out your bank president. Chu Longtu didn't want to say another word to Manager Chang and went straight to find the bank president. Chin nodded in panic and turned to go to the president. Manager Chang walked out of the office, sneered, and threw the torn check on the counter. It's no use for you to go to the president. The signature on the check is incorrect and it is suspected to be forged. Our bank has the right to refuse to pay it. Please take the fake check and get out of here right now, or I can call the police to arrest you. Manager Chang looked at Chu Longtu proudly, feeling extremely pleased. Chu Longtu felt great when he slapped her in the face just now, but he didn't expect that she would retaliate so soon. Cashing checks and transferring money to the bank are within her authority as a manager. As long as she says the check is fake, it is fake too. She had just returned to the office when she came up with the plan. As soon as Chin entered the office with the check, she lost her temper and tore the check into two halves. In this case, even if the check is genuine, it cannot be cashed if it is damaged. Even if Chu Longtu got angry and wanted to hold her accountable, she could easily shirk responsibility by saying that the check was damaged or she had misread it. The more Manager Chang thought about it, the more beautiful it became. He looked at Chu Longtu fearlessly, with a look of provocation between his brows. I did it on purpose, what can you do to me? So what if you have money? You can still be easily controlled by her. Chu Longtu didn't expect Manager Chang to be so bold, and the chill in his body grew even chillier. The president is here. Chin's voice sounded, and a middle-aged man with a square face walked over. The middle-aged man looked at Manager Chang with displeasure. What's going on? Manager Chang quickly picked up the fake check and exaggerated. President, this guy brought a fake check to our bank and wanted to deposit money. This is clearly a scam. We should call the police and have him arrested immediately. The bank president frowned deeply and looked at the check that was torn in half. When the president saw that the signatory's name was Fu Qinglong, his face suddenly changed. Fu Qinglong. Is this a check from the Qinglong Society? Manager Chang was stunned. Qinglong Society? How can it be? She couldn't say any more. When she tore up the check, she was only thinking about taking revenge on Chu Longtu and didn't even look at who signed it. Who would have thought that it was a check from Fu Qinglong? He is the leader of the Qinglong Society and a giant in the entire Jiangdong underground world. Moreover, Qinglong Club is a major client of First Bank. Every year, the amount of money that Qinglong Club withdraws from the account of First Bank is no less than 1 billion yuan. It is the VIP among VIPs. The bank president has to take the initiative to give gifts to Fu Qinglong during every festival, for fear that this important client will run away. The check for Chu Longtu was actually written by Fu Qinglong. Boundless chill swept through Manager Chang's body, causing her to unable to help but knock her upper and lower teeth against each other, making a clicking sound. Chu Longtu spoke coldly. The check was given to me personally by Fu Qinglong. If you don't believe it, you can ask him for confirmation. The president gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, he hung up and looked at Manager Chang. President. Manager Chang looked at the president pitifully, her plump body trembling with fear. The president looked at Manager Chang's body, which had once made him extremely satisfied and had been replaced with countless deposits, and kicked him over without any hesitation. Roll. From today on, you can't even think about working in any bank in Jiangdong City. Brother Longtu, do you know the leader of the Qinglong Society? And Qin couldn't help but ask in a low voice, her eyes anxiously as if she was afraid that Chu Longtu would think she was talking too much. Chu Longtu looked at the cautious and sensitive Qin and couldn't help feeling distressed, and at the same time even more confused. Qin was very lively and sunny when she was a child, but now she has become so sensitive and cowardly. What happened? Chu Longtu's heart was filled with doubts, but there was no expression on his face. He shrugged and said, "After all, I was also the eldest son of the Chu family back then, so it makes sense for me to know him. I just helped Fu Qinglong, and he gave me 10 million to thank me." Qin suddenly realized and said with a smile, "Brother Longtu, you helped me a lot by driving Manager Chang away, and you also helped me achieve my sales target. Let me treat you to a meal. Eat whatever you want. It's my treat." Qin patted her bag proudly, and Chu Longtu couldn't help but laugh. Good. Having said that, Chu Longtu still found an affordable restaurant. He had good eyesight and could clearly see the frayed collar of Qin's shirt and his badly worn shoes. Being frugal to this extent can only prove one thing. Qin is very short of money. Chu Longtu walked into the restaurant calmly and let Qin order a bunch of dishes while he ate while asking subtle questions. But whenever her father was mentioned, Qin would avoid the conversation and change the subject, ignoring the whole conversation. Chu Longtu simply stopped testing him, and he and Qin had a tacit understanding not to mention the blind date at all, and they chatted in a relaxed tone. At this moment, Qin's mobile phone screen lit up and received a message. Qin took a glance and the smile on her face froze instantly. Chu Longtu saw that something was not right and started to ask, "What's wrong?" Qin came back to her senses, her eyes filled with panic and she no longer cared about eating. She stood up and left in a hurry after saying a few words. "Brother Longtu, I have something to do today. I'll come back to you another day." After paying the bill, Qin left the restaurant. Chu Longtu frowned, followed Qin out of the restaurant, so Qin got into a taxi, and stopped another taxi and followed. When he saw Qin again, Chu Longtu felt something awkward and weird everywhere, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Moreover, he received a message and left halfway through his meal, which made Chu Longtu feel uneasy. He decided to find out what happened. The taxi turned many turns and finally stopped in an area of low and dilapidated bungalows. Qin hurriedly got out of the car, pushed open the door of one of the houses and walked in. Chu Longtu got out of the car and looked at the dilapidated bungalow in confusion. Qin's father was an executive of the Chu Group after all. Even if he was purged, his salary plus option dividends would still be several million a year. How could he be so poor as to live here? When he approached, he found that the door of the bungalow was not closed, and Chu Longtu clearly heard Qin's angry voice. "Marry me if you want, I won't marry anyway." Chu Longtu was startled and quickly took a few steps closer and looked inside through the crack in the door. In the yard, Qin, with tears in her eyes, was confronting a middle-aged woman. A young man in his early 20s was sitting on a chair next to him, playing a mobile game nonchalantly. Chu Longtu recognized the middle-aged woman. She was Qin's mother. 10 years ago, she often went to visit the Chu family with N's father. But 10 years ago, N's mother had exquisite makeup and was wearing all branded clothes. She looked like a wealthy lady at first glance. Now, N's mother's face was pale, and she was holding a cigarette in one hand and cursing like a shrew. "You are such a rebellious girl. If I tell you to marry, you have to marry. Do you think you are still the rich lady you used to be, and you can choose any young talent you want? You are just a stinking worker now. Why don't you get married? I'm telling you, it's already been settled, and I've accepted the betrothal gifts. They will come to pick you up tomorrow, just go back with them." Anne's mother made the final decision without any doubt, leaving Enchin no room to object. Enchin looked at her mother in despair, tears falling like beads from a broken string. "The man you're going to marry is already 50 years old, and his wife just died. How can I marry him?" Mother-in was a little embarrassed and glared at Enchin angrily and spoke harshly. "What's wrong with 50? Their family is wealthy, you can enjoy a good life right away if you marry them. Isn't that better than what you have now? You're going to die if you don't marry into a family like this." Enchin's younger brother, who was playing games nearby, was so annoyed by the noise that he threw his phone and started swearing. "Enchin, don't be shameless. It's good enough that someone wants you. Why are you complaining so much? I was counting on using your betrothal gift to pay off my gambling debts and make a comeback. If you don't marry me, I'll just use chicken feathers to win money. Get out of here tomorrow. If you don't marry me, I'll beat you to death." Mother-in quickly started to coax Andy. "Don't be angry, dear boy. Go and have fun. I'll persuade her and make sure she leaves tomorrow." Enchin looked at her cold and heartless mother and brother in disbelief. Her heart felt as if it was torn apart. "He is your son, and I am your daughter. Why should I spend my whole life paying for his mistakes? Why?" Enchin's heart-wrenching voice sounded like a cuckoo crying blood, but Anne's mother and Andy remained indifferent, and even pointed at Enchin and cursed. Chu Longtu couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he pushed open the door and said in a cold voice, "Enchin, let's go." Chu Longtu grabbed Enchin's hand and left without even looking at Anne's mother and Andy. Anne's mother and Andy were shocked, because Enchin was their cash cow. "If I leave now, what if the men can't pick me up tomorrow and ask for the betrothal gift back?" "Stop right there." Mother-in took off her slippers and threw them at him while cursing. Andy picked up a shovel and hit him down angrily. When? With a dull thud, Chu Longtu snatched the shovel and slapped Andy with his backhand, knocking him to the ground. "Ah!" Andy screamed miserably, and his mother was shocked and rushed over to him. "Good boy, are you okay? Someone's been murdered, come quickly." Anne's mother started to throw a tantrum. Chu Longtu looked at her expressionlessly, took out the bank card he had just opened and threw it in front of her. "The password is on the back of the card. No matter how much money you charged others, I will give you double it. Take the money and disappear without a trace. I want your daughter. From now on, Enchin will have nothing to do with you. If you dare to pester me again, I won't let you go." After saying these harsh words, Chu Longtu pulled Enchin and left the courtyard. Anne's mother stopped throwing a tantrum abruptly and grabbed the bank card greedily without even looking at Enchin. "Brother Longtu, thank you." Chu Longtu gently stroked her soft ponytail and spoke softly. "What happened?" That simple sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Enchin could no longer hold back her grievances and burst into tears in an instant. Enchin cried and told Chu Longtu about her experiences in the past 10 years in a disjointed manner, which made Chu Longtu's heart tighten. After Anne's father was kicked out of the house 10 years ago, he actually had quite a bit of savings, enough for the family to live a rich and stable life. It was just that Anne's father was so outraged for Chu Zhenfeng that he became an alcoholic and suddenly died of a cerebral hemorrhage one day. Anne's mother was a vase, with no special skills except spending money. As a result, by the time Enchin graduated from university within a few years, she had spent most of her savings. So far, everything is normal. Enchin has graduated and can support herself, and the remaining money is more than enough for her mother and brother to live on. Who would have thought that Andy got addicted to gambling when he was in college, and lost all his savings? Even selling his house was not enough to pay back the debt. The family was forced to move to a bungalow, but Andy was still playing. Anne's mother favored her son for no reason and even forced Enchin to hand over his salary to Andy to pay off his debts. If not for this, Enchin would not have been easily exploited by manager Chang due to his weaknesses. However, Anne's mother and Andy were not satisfied, and even agreed to sell Chin to a man in his 50s whose wife had just died for a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. Chu Longtu's fists became stiff after hearing this, and he wished he could go back and beat them both up. After venting for a while, Chin's emotions stabilized a little, and he grabbed Chu Longtu's hand and said anxiously, "Brother Longtu, if you give them the card, they will definitely withdraw all the money. Go back and get it back." Chu Longtu patted Chin and said lightly, "This card has been opened for VIP privileges of your bank. If there is any transfer of money by a card that is not mine, the bank will call me to remind me. They can only take as much as I tell them to. Don't even think about the extra penny." Chin breathed a sigh of relief, but when she thought about the fact that she had caused Chu Longtu to lose another 600,000 yuan, guilt and self-blame immediately overwhelmed her like a tide. "Brother Longtu, consider this money as a loan from me. I will definitely pay it back." Chu Longtu wanted to refuse, but when he saw the determination in Chin's eyes, he agreed. This is Chin's last bit of dignity and persistence. If she doesn't agree, then she will really have no reason to go on. "Brother Longtu, you can just drop me off on the side of the road later. I'll go back to my bank." Chin said again. Chu Longtu frowned slightly. "Where are you staying tonight?" Chin didn't say anything, but Chu Longtu immediately understood. It seems that Chin plans to live directly in the bank. But this is possible for a short time, but how can it be feasible for a long time? Chu Longtu was about to ask Chin to live with him, but suddenly realized that it was Yulingqing's house. He was so comfortable living at his senior sister's place that he forgot that he had no place to stay in Jiangdong. Chu Longtu shook his head and said to Chin, "Come with me, I'll help you find a place to live." Chin looked anxious. Chu Longtu has helped her enough, how could she be ungrateful and continue to implicate Chu Longtu? Chu Longtu slapped her on the forehead to stop her from speaking. "I'll stay here for now. When you have money, I won't care where you want to go." Chu Longtu suppressed Chin's objection without any doubt and took her directly back to Yulingqing's villa. When Su Wanqiu heard the doorbell and opened the door, she saw Chu Longtu with a dry smile on his face and Chin who was anxious. Su Wanqiu blinked and looked at Chin curiously. "Junior brother, who is this?" Even though Chu Longtu had written a draft on the way back, he was still a little stuck when faced with such an embarrassing situation. How to say it? Bringing another woman back to live in my senior sister's villa doesn't seem right no matter how I look at it. Who cares? At worst, he'll get beaten up by his senior sister, but he can't let Chin live on the streets. Chu Longtu made up his mind and said shamelessly. "This is Chin, my sister whom I have known since childhood, and who was introduced by my uncle. Something happened to her, so she'll be staying here for the next few days." Chu Longtu finished speaking in one breath without blushing or panting, and Chin had already lowered his head awkwardly, wishing he could crawl into the crack in the ground. Su Wanqiu was shocked, and stared at Chu Longtu blankly with an expression that said, "My mother was shocked for a whole year." "Damn it, junior brother, you don't even try to avoid people now, do you? You actually brought your blind date home to live with you. Are you really not afraid that Linger will chop you down with a knife?" Su Wanqiu screamed in shock, and before Chu Longtu could stop her, he saw Yulingqing approaching. Yulingqing had a smile on her face, but her eyes were as sharp as flying knives, stabbing Chu Longtu again and again. Su Wanqiu decisively shut up and gave Chu Longtu an expression that said, "May all your luck be with you, junior brother." Yulingqing only said 2 words, and Chu Longtu could only smile bitterly and recount Chin's experience with some omissions. After saying this, Yulingqing and Su Wanqiu's attitudes had already changed drastically, and their faces were filled with indignation. "Sister Chin, you can stay here without any worries. No one dares to force you here." Yulingqing was very indignant, and Su Wanqiu kept nodding. "That's right, if anyone bullies you, we will let our junior brother go." Chu Longtu's face was full of black lines. "What, he is a dog?" Seeing that the 3 women were getting along well and the Shura scene he was worried about did not occur, Chu Longtu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw a message on his mobile phone that he had received 10 minutes ago. When he clicked on it, Chu Longtu's pupils shrank slightly. He made an excuse to go upstairs and make a phone call. The phone rang only once before it was connected, and Qin Tianchuang's voice rang out. Young master. Chu Longtu clenched his fists and his heart beat as violently as a drum. Do you have any news about the wanted criminal? The message just now was sent by Qin Tianchuang, and it contained only one sentence. Call back as soon as you find out about the prisoner. Qin Tianchuang's extremely affirmative words made the huge stone hanging in Chu Longtu's heart fall to the ground with a bang. That's right. Chu Longtu closed his eyes and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Finally there is news. Now we are one step closer to rescuing my father from prison. Where is he? Chu Longtu couldn't wait to ask, and Qin Tianchuang gave him an answer that he didn't expect. Jiangdong City Underground Arena Competition. This guy is hiding in there. Chu Longtu widened his eyes in shock and even thought he had heard it wrong. Ring match. Why is it there? Qin Tianchuang said in a deep voice. The last time you found Qian Tongxing inspired us. We reviewed the resumes of all wanted criminals and found a shocking fact. Based on this fact, we restarted the investigation and successfully found the whereabouts of one of the criminals and deduced his hiding place. Chu Longtu's heart skipped a beat. What facts? Qin Tianchuang was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. These wanted criminals once worked for the same person. Brother, it's almost time, let's get ready to go. Su Wanqiu took Qin's arm and waved at them. Leave Qin to me, you guys go ahead. Seeing that Qin and Su Wanqiu were smiling and getting along very harmoniously, Chu Longtu left the villa with Yulingqing. After the two left, Su Wanqiu enthusiastically suggested going shopping and returning to the room to change clothes. Qin looked at the clean and bright large bedroom, the smile on her face slowly faded, and her eyes were filled with struggle. After hesitating for a moment, Qin took out his cell phone and sent a message. I'm coming in. 1 second later, the phone screen lit up quietly. Got it, keep it confidential. Qin deleted the message and stared blankly out the window, her eyes more gloomy and guilty than ever before. Chu Longtu and Yulingqing drove to a manor-style villa community. This community is more upscale than the villa community where Yulingqing lives. The price of a villa starts from 50 million, and the annual maintenance cost is at least 1 million. Only the real rich can afford to live there. Following Yulingqing's instructions, Chu Longtu drove all the way to the gate of the Yu family villa. After parking the car, Chu Longtu picked up a long scroll from the back seat and got out. The scroll was a birthday gift he prepared for Yulingqing's father before he went to find Qin. Although his senior sister prepared a gift for him, Chu Longtu still prepared one for himself. If he really wants his senior sister to prepare everything, wouldn't he be a gigolo? Aren't you celebrating your birthday in Dragon Palace? After getting off the car, Chu Longtu was a little confused, and Yulingqing spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. Yulingqing was not in a hurry to go in. She pulled Chu Longtu and stood at the door, looking into the distance. Senior sister, are you still waiting for someone? Chu Longtu asked, and Yulingqing explained. My cousin from my aunt's family will also be here today. She runs a gallery, and my dad loves calligraphy and painting, so I asked her to help me pick out a painting as a birthday gift. Later, you can take this calligraphy and painting and say that it is a gift you picked out for my dad. I don't believe we can't take him down. Yulingqing raised her eyebrows confidently. Chu Longtu smiled and looked at Yulingqing's cheerful look, so he didn't tell her that he also brought a gift. I'll give her a surprise later. While waiting, Yulingqing casually talked to Chu Longtu about her cousin. Her aunt's family was not as wealthy as the Yu family, but with the support of the Yu family's business, they also had a fortune of tens of millions and lived a very comfortable life. With such a close relationship between the two families, Yulingqing and her cousin Wu Yusin should be close. But the two of them were born to clash with each other, their horoscopes were incompatible, and they simply couldn't get along. Since childhood, Wu Yusin loved to compete with Yulingqing, competing for praise from elders, competing for pocket money, and when they grew up, competing to see who was more attractive to boys, which made Yulingqing very annoyed. Originally, Yulingqing didn't want to contact Wu Yusin, but Wu Yusin took the initiative to call and ask Yulingqing if she wanted to come back to attend the birthday party, and even offered to help Yulingqing prepare a birthday gift. This is the first family member to contact Yulingqing since the break with the Yu family. Yu Lingqing was immediately moved, and thinking that Chu Longtu would also go back to the Yu family together, he agreed. Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu were chatting while waiting, and soon a black G-Class drove over. "Here I come." Yu Lingqing cheered up. The G-Class stopped, and a beautiful woman with big curly hair wearing a Chanel pleated skirt and carrying an Hermes bag and a well-dressed young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car. The two of them walked up hand in hand. The wavy-haired beauty, Wu Yusin, took off her sunglasses and greeted Yu Lingqing, then looked towards Chu Longtu with her narrow, almond-shaped eyes. After looking her up and down critically, Wu Yusin curled her lips. "Are you the abandoned young master of the Chu family, the pretty boy who caused my sister to break up with our family? I heard that you made a scene at Chu Tiannan's engagement party yesterday, bringing shame to the Chu family. Now that I see you in person, you're just like that." Chu Longtu's expression did not change, but Yu Lingqing's face darkened. "Wu Yusin, you want to cause trouble, right?" Just as Yu Lingqing was about to get angry, Wu Yusin suddenly spoke with a sweet smile. "It's just a joke, you look so embarrassed." "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. This is a gift. It's all prepared according to your request." Wu Yusin handed over a beautifully packaged wooden box. Yu Lingqing took it, opened it, glanced at it, and snorted coldly. "Since you helped me once, I won't bother with you this time." After saying that, Yu Lingqing pulled Chu Longtu and turned to walk towards the villa gate. Wu Yusin looked at the two men's backs with amusement, and smiled proudly while holding the elite man beside her. "I never thought Yu Lingqing was so smart, but in the end she ended up finding a gigolo who was kicked out of the house. Compared to you, my dear, that Chu Longtu is nothing. I have been fighting with her for so many years, and finally this time God has given me the opportunity to crush her completely." The elite man's eyes were full of superiority, and he nodded reservedly. "That Chu Longtu, I know him. My friend attended the Chu family's engagement party yesterday and said that Chu Longtu was just lucky enough to discover the underground tombs of Su village, and warned the Qinglong society. He worked with him to embarrass the Chu family because he pleased the Qinglong society. Who would he be without the Azure Dragon Society? Today, I will expose his true colors and make Yu Lingqing lose face, so that I can vent my anger for you, my dear." The two men laughed very proudly, but they did not notice that Chu Longtu, who had already walked into the villa gate, moved his ears slightly and had heard their conversation. The secret technique of martial arts, the ability to hear with clairaudience. With Chu Longtu's skills, he can hear all the movements within a radius of 50 meters. Chu Longtu's expression did not change, but his eyes turned cold. What about taking the initiative to show goodwill and easing relations? It's all bullshit. It was Wu Yusin who was trying to paralyze Yu Lingqing and even wanted to embarrass Yu Lingqing at the birthday party. Chu Longtu immediately had an idea in his mind, and he made up an excuse to go to the toilet and left. Yu Lingqing did not suspect anything and walked across the yard towards the villa in front. Wu Yusin and the elite man followed into the villa and walked proudly towards the main entrance of the building. Chu Longtu, hiding in the shadows, looked at them deeply, then disappeared silently in the villa to find his target. 10 minutes later, Chu Longtu appeared as if nothing had happened and pushed open the heavy bronze door of the villa. "Junior brother, I'm here." Yu Lingqing's voice rang out, and in an instant dozens of pairs of eyes fell on Chu Longtu. The living room, which was originally bustling with noise, suddenly became strangely quiet. Chu Longtu looked normal. He glanced around the living room and saw Yu Lingqing waving at him, so he walked over. "Is he the Chu family's pretty boy?" Humph, after his Chu family's property was seized, he set his eyes on the Yu family's property and instigated Lingqing to break with his family. What a piece of shit. Lingqing is so ignorant. She actually brought a pretty boy to such an occasion. It really spoils the fun. The smile on Yu Lingqing's face froze, and she couldn't help but glare at the relatives who were talking about it. "Who said my junior brother is a gigolo?" When the relatives of the Yu family around saw that Yu Lingqing was angry, they immediately shut up and stopped talking. Yu Lingqing was angry about the relatives' sarcastic remarks, but also felt sorry for Chu Longtu being wronged, so she said indignantly, "I know best whether my junior brother is a gigolo or not. I don't need the elders to remind me. No matter how bad it is, he won't cheat me out of a penny." Compared to some of the elders who are crazy about sucking the blood of the Yu family, junior brother is more than 100 times stronger than them. The living room was in an uproar. Wu Yusin and the eliteman watched the show with a gloating smile. Some of the blood-sucking elders that Yu Lingqing mentioned were so angry that their faces turned purple and they were about to have a heart attack. Yu Lingqing was too lazy to pay attention to them and just sat down. Chu Longtu, who had been sitting on the Jiao Yute, was moved by Yu Lingqing's protection of him and spoke. "Senior sister, you don't have to be like this," Yu Lingqing said indignantly. "I just can't stand some people pointing fingers at others. I'm bringing someone home, and I don't need them to say anything. If anyone dares to scold you, I will scold him back." Chu Longtu smiled faintly and patted Yu Lingqing's hand gently. He didn't care about the malice of Yu's relatives towards him at all, and didn't even take their words to heart. Just like would a dragon care about the noise and shouting of ants? Not at all. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. "Yu Lingqing, why are you showing off here?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yu's mother, dressed in jewels and precious stones, and a square-faced, dignified man standing on the stairs, looking at Yu Lingqing coldly. Yu Lingqing's body stiffened. "Dad." The square-faced man was Yu Lingqing's father, Yu Jianghe, the chairman of Yu Group. The relatives of the Yu family were overjoyed, and they all angrily denounced Yu Lingqing to Yu Jianghe. "Jianghe, look at this child, how does he talk to his elders? Lingqing has been corrupted by this pretty boy, for being disobedient and insulting his elders. This is simply too outrageous. He must be properly disciplined." The surface of the Yujiang River was as gloomy as water, and Yu's mother had already started to scold. "You brought such a mess home and talked back to your elders. Are you celebrating your dad's birthday or are you trying to piss him off to death? Kick him out immediately and apologize to all the elders." While scolding Yu Lingqing, Yu's mother looked at Chu Longtu in a demonstrative manner. It was only after she returned from the Dragon Palace that she realized that she had been thrown off balance by Chu Longtu. A mere membership card, even if it is the highest level Supreme Black card, can only mean that Chu Longtu and Fu Qinglong have a good personal relationship. It does not mean that Chu Longtu's own power and influence have reached the point where Fu Qinglong must be careful to win him over. In addition, news came out at the Chu family's engagement party that Chu Longtu and brother Dao had teamed up to embarrass the Chu family, which made Yu's mother even more certain. Chu Longtu must have got the black card because he discovered the underground tomb of Su village and informed the Qinglong society in advance, making Fu Qinglong so happy that he gave him one. The scene in the Dragon Palace was just him using Fu Qinglong's identity as a banner to show off. Chu Longtu is still the same penniless pretty boy who was kicked out of his home. He hasn't changed at all. After realizing this, Yu's mother regained her pride and became even more disgusted with the fact that Long Gong had anything to do with Chu Longtu, so she changed the location of the birthday party to her home. Unexpectedly, Chu Longtu actually followed me home. The more Yu's mother looked at Chu Longtu, the more she found it offensive. Just as she was about to scold him again, Wu Yusin suddenly stood up, smiled sweetly, and pulled Yu's mother's hand to act coquettishly. "Aunt, my sister finally comes home, and it's my uncle's birthday, so please don't make things difficult for her. Let's go to the table, I'm starving." Yu Lingqing, who was confronting Yu's mother with a stubborn face, was stunned, and then looked at Wu Yusin with gratitude. With Wu Yusin trying to smooth things over, Yu Jianghe and Yu's mother took into consideration the presence of so many relatives and decided not to force Yu Lingqing any further. They glared at Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu and stopped talking. No matter how unhappy the other relatives were, they could only stop and sit down indignantly. After Wu Yusin accompanied Yu's mother to sit down at the table, she waved to the elite man and spoke with a sweet smile. "Uncle, Aunt, this is my boyfriend Zhao Chen. I just came back from studying abroad at the Ivy League last month, and now I have joined Jiang Group. I know it's my uncle's birthday today, so I came to congratulate you." Elite man Zhao Chen respectfully handed over the beautifully wrapped gift box. "I heard from Yusin that you like calligraphy and painting, so I specially selected a Chinese painting to wish you a happy birthday." Yu Jianghe opened the gift box and took a look, a smile appearing on his face. "Not bad, with just the right depth and profound artistic conception. Although it is not a work by a famous artist, it is also a fine piece. You're thoughtful. What do you do under Lao Jiang?" Without waiting for Zhao Chen to speak, Wu Yusin couldn't wait to show off. Zhao Chen participated in a major Wall Street project when he was studying abroad. This time he came back because Jiang Songshan, chairman of the Jiang Group, valued him and personally invited him to serve as the director of the group's strategic planning department. $1 million annual salary, plus options. He spent $500,000 to select this painting as a gift especially for you. Uncle, you have to take good care of him. Wu Yusin pulled Yu Jianghe and acted coquettishly. When Yu Jianghe and his mother heard that Zhao Chen was so outstanding, they immediately looked at him differently and kept praising him. Other relatives of the Yu family also followed suit and praised Zhao Chen, making his face flushed, and he kept being humble. In contrast, Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu were neglected and no one cared about them. Yu Jianghe praised Zhao Chen a few words, and then he caught a glimpse of Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu who were left out, and suddenly felt a little angry. Wu Yusin's own conditions are not as good as Yu Lingqing's, but her boyfriend is an outstanding young talent. Look at Yu Lingqing again, what is he looking for? He is so stupid that he can't even speak a word. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Yu Jianghe was unhappy, and Wu Yusin suddenly changed the subject. By the way, uncle, I heard from my sister that my brother-in-law also prepared a gift for you. It's a calligraphy piece written by the famous Master Wuncher himself. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Chu Longtu prepared Master Wuncher's calligraphy as a gift. Wow, this is incredible. To the level of Wu Daozi. Whenever a piece of calligraphy or painting comes out, it will be enthusiastically pursued by countless people, who will be willing to spend a huge amount of money to get it. Chu Longtu actually bought a painting by Master Wuncher as a birthday gift. Everyone was shocked, and Yu Jianghe looked at Chu Longtu in shock. Chu Longtu was a little confused. He scratched his head while looking at the wooden box in his hand. The gift prepared by senior sister is Master Wuncher's calligraphy. Looking at the shocked crowd, Yu Lingqing was secretly proud of herself, and her gratitude towards Wu Yusin reached a new level. Wu Yusin's performance today was truly amazing. Not only did he help her smooth things over and overcome the difficulties, he also provided a great assist in shifting the focus to Chu Longtu. He is truly a great teammate. It is true that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Yu Lingqing even felt a strong sense of guilt, thinking that she was too petty in the past and always had conflicts with Wu Yusin. She must treat her well in the future. When everyone was shocked, a relative of the Yu family suddenly started to question. Master Wuncher's calligraphy is extremely rare, and whenever it is released, it will be snapped up immediately. I haven't heard of any copybooks of Master Wuncher's calligraphy leaked recently. Could this be fake? Even if it's true, can this pretty boy who was kicked out of the Chu family afford it? Yu Lingqing had already expected that someone would question him, so he spoke calmly. This copy of calligraphy has indeed not been leaked. It is a private collection of my junior brother and friend. In order to celebrate my father's birthday, my junior brother took great pains to get the owner to agree to transfer the property. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, junior brother is a direct descendant of the Chu family, so a copy of the calligraphy is not a problem. Yu Lingqing praised Chu Longtu so much that Chu Longtu felt a little embarrassed. In fact, Wu Yusin found out that a client of the gallery had this calligraphy collection and told Yu Lingqing. After receiving this news, it happened to be Yu Jianghe's birthday, so Yu Lingqing asked Wu Yusin to help her get him. After Wu Yusin got the calligraphy copy, she asked someone to check it, so it must be true. The relative who had raised the question was stopped by Yu Lingqing and shut up in disappointment. The other relatives also looked unhappy. Yu Lingqing's reasons were flawless and left them no room for doubt. They could only watch Chu Longtu walk towards Yu Jianghe with the calligraphy. The relatives of the Yu family felt so upset when they thought that Chu Longtu might be valued by Yu Jianghe with this calligraphy and rise to a high position in the Yu family. Only Wu Yusin and Zhao Chen looked calm, with a barely perceptible sneer and complacency in their eyes. Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing stood side by side in front of Yu Jianghe. Chu Longtu handed the wooden box to Yu Jianghe and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Happy birthday, uncle. Happy birthday, dad. Yu Jianghe looked at Chu Longtu with complicated eyes, and Yu's mother's face also looked a little stiff. The two had already agreed to embarrass Chu Longtu severely today and force him to leave Yu Lingqing. But what Chu Longtu presented was a copy of Master Wuncher's calligraphy. How should the two of them respond? In a flash, Yu Jianghe made up his mind. It is impossible to agree that Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu can be together. Yu Jianghe has already selected a marriage partner for Yu Lingqing. The marriage between the two parties will bring huge benefits to the Yu family. But considering the calligraphy, Yu Jianghe decided to take a gentler approach. At the very least, I will be nicer to Chu Longtu today. Yu Jianghe opened the wooden box, looking forward to opening the calligraphy inside. The next second, Yu Jianghe's face suddenly froze, and rage rose in his eyes. Bang! Yu Jianghe threw the wooden box heavily to the ground, and an antique calligraphy piece flew out. Chu Longtu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, and he heard Yu Jianghe's angry roar rising into the sky. You bastard! You've tricked me with fake goods, get out of here. Yu Lingqing was like being struck by lightning and turned into stone instantly. Wu Yusin and Zhao Chen were already laughing silently with smugness in their eyes. Wow! Many relatives became excited instantly, their eyes lit up like light bulbs, and they couldn't wait to look at the calligraphy on the ground, some even couldn't believe it. Is it really fake? But didn't Yu Lingqing swear that it was true? Yu Jianghe was extremely angry. When he thought about his intention to be gentler towards Chu Longtu just now, he wanted to slap himself. How could he ever think of being nicer to this bastard? Go and get the sandalwood box from my safe. Yu Jianghe gritted his teeth and instructed Yu's mother, who hurriedly brought a sandalwood box and placed it on the table. In front of everyone, Yu Jianghe opened the sandalwood box and carefully took out a copy of calligraphy. Then he roughly picked up the copybook on the ground and threw it on the table. Everyone leaned over to look at the two copies of calligraphy and suddenly exclaimed. Why are these two calligraphy works the same? There are two copies of calligraphy on the table, the content and handwriting are exactly the same. Yu Jianghe pointed at the copybook taken out of the sandalwood box and said coldly. I bought this copy of the Tao Te Ching handwritten by Master Wanshi at a secret auction half a month ago for a large sum of money. I have treasured it in my home and never let anyone else know. 3 top authentication experts jointly guarantee that the calligraphy is authentic. Since the authentic copy of the calligraphy is in my hands, where did you get this so-called authentic copy of Master Wanshi's calligraphy? The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone widened their eyes in shock. What a coincidence. The original copy of the fake Chu Longtu calligraphy is actually in Yu Jianghe's hands. Isn't this like the fake Li meeting the real Li, and running directly into the hands of the real owner? The relatives of the Yu family laughed in glee and sighed with relief. This damn pretty boy finally got into trouble. After hearing Yu Jianghe's words, Yu Lingqing suddenly turned her head to look at Wu Yusin, her eyes full of disbelief at being deceived. When she saw Wu Yusin's extremely smug and vicious smile, Yu Lingqing instantly understood. What customer's private collection, genuine calligraphy? What about taking the initiative to show goodwill and preparing gifts? What about smoothing things over and speaking good words to her and Chu Longtu? It's all fucking fake. From the very beginning, Wu Yusin had set this trap for her to fall into. The huge anger and sadness overwhelmed Yu Lingqing like a tide, causing Yu Lingqing to tremble all over and barely have the strength to stand. A broad and warm hand supported her, and Chu Longtu's voice sounded calmly without any ripples. The calligraphy is fake, I admit it. But there was someone else who deliberately forged the calligraphy and pinned the blame on me. What do you say, cousin? Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Her innocence and ignorance made Chu Longtu want to give her a thumbs up. Good acting. Chu Longtu looked at her indifferently. The calligraphy is fake, shouldn't you give an explanation? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yusin immediately smiled with a look of success. She didn't even need to say anything, Yu's mother's sharp voice rang out. Nonsense. Didn't you prepare the calligraphy yourself? Now that the truth has been exposed, do you want to put the blame on Yusin and let her take the blame for you? Yu Jianghe also laughed angrily and nodded repeatedly. Okay, Yu Lingqing, you really found a good person. It's fine if he just made a fake calligraphy to fool me, but your cousin was kind enough to speak up for you too, and he actually wanted to drag her to take the blame. You have brought shame to our Yu family. Yu's relatives also spoke up angrily. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Why buy a fake one to show off? It's really funny. You should stand at attention when you are beaten, and admit your mistakes when you are wrong. You actually dragged a little girl down with you. You are such a piece of shit. You Lingqing, have you been cursed? It's just this thing, what do you like about it? In an instant, Chu Longtu was pointed at by thousands of people, and a tide of ridicule and insults came from all directions. That's not the case. Wu Yusin framed me. Yu Lingqing's pretty face was pale as she tried to defend herself, but her feeble defense was drowned out by the overwhelming wave of accusations without even making a splash. Chu Longtu patted Yu Lingqing's back gently, and looked indifferently at Wu Yusin, whose eyes were extremely proud but whose face was full of innocence and grievance. Wu Yusin saw that the plan was being carried out smoothly and Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu became the targets of public criticism, and the pride in her heart almost overflowed. In order to add fuel to the fire, Wu Yusin even pretended to cry and sob out of grievance. You prepared the calligraphy, how do I know it's fake? Even if my sister has always disliked me, you can't frame me like this, brother-in-law. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like pouring a bucket of oil on a fire, and the scene exploded instantly. The tones of accusations and scolding from many relatives immediately rose to a higher level, and they angrily scolded Chu Longtu with spit flying. Yu's mother comforted Wu Yusin with a sullen face. Yu Jianghe was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. He kept clenching and unclenching his palms, wishing he could slap Chu Longtu to death. Amid the noisy curses, Zhao Chen's sigh was particularly obvious. Even if you can't afford Master Wuncher's calligraphy, you can just buy a cheaper genuine painting like me. Why would you want to cheat? Luckily Uncle Yu found out. If he hadn't, wouldn't you have gotten away with it? When Zhao Chen's words, which seemed like a sigh but were actually adding fuel to the fire, came out, Yu Jianghe's rage soared to the extreme. Get out of here, both of you. I don't have a daughter like you who doesn't know what's good for you. Yu Jianghe roared angrily, while Wu Yusin and Zhao Chen both had a hint of pride in their eyes. The plan succeeded. Yu Lingqing has completely fallen out of favor, and no one can compete with Wu Yusin anymore. She can enjoy more of the Yu family's resources and benefits. Yu Lingqing felt cold all over as he looked at the faces in front of him, feeling completely hopeless. Brother, let's go. Yu Lingqing pulled Chu Longtu and wanted to leave, but Chu Longtu didn't move and said lightly. Senior sister, we are not leaving. If I leave, wouldn't that be a bargain for this villain? Have you forgotten what Master taught us in the mountains? If people respect me, I will respect them too. If anyone harms me, I will beat him so hard that even his mother can't recognize him. Yu Lingqing had lost all his fighting spirit and became discouraged. They just keep denying it. We have no evidence and there is nothing we can do to them. Chu Longtu said lightly. Who said we don't have evidence? Yu Lingqing suddenly looked up and looked at Chu Longtu in astonishment. Chu Longtu smiled at her and suddenly shouted. Shut up, everyone. The roar, like the sound of thunder, instantly suppressed everyone's voices, making their ears buzz and their mouths shut tightly. Yu Jianghe glared and was about to scold Chu Longtu, but Chu Longtu spoke first. You don't believe it, do you? Then I'll give you evidence. Chu Longtu took out his mobile phone and started playing a video. I won't tease you anymore. This is a gift. It's all prepared according to your request. I have been fighting with her for so many years, and finally this time God has given me the opportunity to crush her completely. Let him show his true colors today. The voices of Wu Yusin and Zhao Chen were clearly heard on the phone. Everyone stared at the video in amazement and saw with their own eyes that Yu Lingqing took the wooden box containing the fake calligraphy from Wu Yusin. Wu Yusin and Zhao Chen looked at Chu Longtu as if they had seen a ghost. A great fear instantly descended upon them, making their hair stand on end. How come there is a video in Kalangtu? Yu Lingqing watched the video with great surprise, and couldn't help but hug Chu Longtu tightly with excitement. Junior brother, what's going on with this video? Chu Longtu stared at the pale-faced Wu Yusin and Zhao Chen and said lightly. I heard their conspiracy, so I went to the Yu family's monitoring room, found the camera at the door, and recorded their conversation. Wu Yusin, do you have anything else to say? Wu Yusin's eyes were filled with panic, she was no longer as calm as before, and she spoke incoherently. She, is not me. In panic, Wu Yusen couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Chu Longtu spoke again. Indeed, senior sister just lied. In order to make me look good, she bought a copybook from Wu Yusen and wanted me to give it to Uncle Yu to please you, but I didn't expect that she had evil intentions. She probably knew you bought the genuine copybook a long time ago, and deliberately bought an identical fake copybook to frame me. You foolishly fell into my trap, which is simply laughable. The whole place was in dead silence, no one spoke. Everyone who had just spoken for Wu Yusen was embarrassed and wished they could crawl into the ground. It's a pity that they are so much older than Wu Yusen, but they are played around by her. Yu Jianghe watched the video in shock, then slowly looked towards Yu Lingqing. He moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. Mother Yu's face turned pale and she seemed to be in a state of dementia. Chu Longtu put away his phone and spoke lightly. The evidence is irrefutable. How are you going to argue? Wu Yusen's face was full of resentment. Chu Longtu, don't be so proud. Bang. Before she could finish her words, Chu Longtu suddenly raised his hand without any warning and slapped her hard in the face. Wu Yusen immediately lost her balance and fell to the ground in a dizzy state. Chu Longtu looked down at Wu Yusen. I'm sorry, I just heard you talking and suddenly felt disgusted. I wanted to give you a slap in the face. You don't mind, do you? Wu Yusen was so angry that she almost went crazy, and Zhao Chen cursed and punched her. Fuck you. Bang. Another slap in the face, Zhao Chen was also slapped and fell beside Wu Yusen. The whole place was dead silent, and everyone kept their mouths shut without making a sound. Chu Longtu, you are so outrageous. A sharp voice suddenly broke the silence in the living room. This is the Yu family, not a place for you to show off your power. Not only did he send a fake calligraphy, but he even dared to beat someone up in the Chu family. If you don't give me an explanation, I will not let you leave the Chu family's door today. Yu Lingqing immediately refused to accept this and retorted in dissatisfaction. It was Wu Yusen who framed junior brother. She deserves to be punished. Why are you making things difficult for junior brother without knowing the truth? Mother Yu looked at Yu Lingqing coldly, grabbed the fake calligraphy on the table and tore it to pieces. You ungrateful thing, what's wrong with the fake calligraphy? Your cousin prepared the fake calligraphy, and that's for your own good. Boom. This earth-shattering statement immediately stunned Yu Lingqing, who couldn't believe that these were the words of Yu's mother. Chu Longtu also frowned deeply, and a hint of understanding and disgust flashed across his eyes. Wu Yusen was stunned. For Yu Lingqing's good. How come she didn't know about this? Yu's mother looked at Chu Longtu with arrogance and disgust. If you hadn't insisted on finding such a shabby thing, would your sister have resorted to such despicable means? Use the fake calligraphy to ruin his reputation. After knowing the huge gap between you two, I will take the initiative to leave you and help you to have a happy marriage with the person chosen by the family. It would be fine if you didn't appreciate her efforts, but you actually insulted her. How could I have such an ungrateful and shameless daughter like you? Amid Yu's mother's fierce scolding, Wu Yusen and Zhao Chen's eyes lit up at the same time, and they instantly understood what Yu's mother was thinking. It is true that Wu Yusen prepared a fake calligraphy to frame Chu Longtu, but if this incident can be used to force Chu Longtu to leave Yu Lingqing, Yu's mother would not mind reversing right and wrong. Wu Yusen immediately revealed a gloomy expression and beat her chest and stamped her feet. I didn't want to talk about this originally. Even if I am wronged or misunderstood, I will accept it as long as it is good for you. But since my aunt has revealed it, I won't hide it anymore. Sister, how long are you going to persist in your delusion? The marriage partner your uncle chose for you is 100 times better than this abandoned child in terms of family background, character, appearance, and ability. Yet you were so blinded by greed that you even broke up with your family for him. Do you really want to degenerate and hang out with him in the mud for the rest of your life? Wu Yusen looked very disappointed, and Zhao Chen sighed repeatedly. I told you not to do this. You might end up being a nobody. But you said that as long as your sister is well, it doesn't matter if you are misunderstood. Look, as expected, she didn't appreciate it at all, and even allowed her mistress to beat people up. What a waste of kindness. As the three of them sang in unison, the other relatives of the Yu family also reacted and began to assist, accusing Yu Lingqing of being ungrateful. Yu Jianghe was sitting on the Jiaoyute, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had the same idea as Yu's mother. If they could take this opportunity to force Chu Longtu away, it would naturally be a great benefit to the Yu family. As for how angry and aggrieved Chu Longtu was, what did it have to do with them? Yu Lingqing felt cold all over as she looked at the relatives in front of her who were accusing her, and she couldn't even think of saying a word in her defense. Even her dearest mother has started to confuse right and wrong. What else can she say? Chu Longtu had regained his composure and even smiled faintly. So, it's still my fault. Mother Yu was a little confused as to the depth of Chu Longtu's smile, but she still held her head high and spoke arrogantly. Certainly. If you prepare the gift yourself, even if Yusin wants to, will she have the chance? These extremely shameless words almost made Chu Longtu sigh in amazement, and he chuckled and spoke. Well said. But how do you know that I didn't prepare any gifts? Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Longtu took out the scroll gift he had prepared. Senior sister was kind-hearted, so I didn't plan to take out the gift I prepared. But since you said so, I have to let you see it. As he spoke, the smile on Chu Longtu's face became more and more intense. What a coincidence. The gift I prepared happens to be Master Wensher's calligraphy. Unfortunately, my calligraphy is the only authentic one. Uncle Yu, the calligraphy you said was authenticated by an auction expert for a large sum of money is actually fake. The living room fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Is this kid so stupid that he's talking nonsense? This kid has completely given up and has no shame at all. Wow, the person who pirated Master Wensher's calligraphy has made a fortune today. There are 2 copies here alone. The relatives of the Yu family mocked Chu Longtu unscrupulously, and no one believed what Chu Longtu said. Wu Yusin never expected that Chu Longtu had also prepared Master Wensher's calligraphy, and even shamelessly said that the calligraphy that Yu Jianghe took was also fake, actively attracting attention, and almost making her jump for joy. Once this fun thing happens, who will still remember that she set a trap to frame Yu Lingqing? As expected, Yu Jianghe was so angry that he laughed. Do you know Master Stone? Have you ever seen the real thing? Did you know that the 3 experts who authenticated this calligraphy are all recognized experts in Master Wensher's calligraphy and painting research? 3 people jointly guarantee that the calligraphy is authentic. Who do you think you are to dare to say that the calligraphy is fake? As Yu Jianghe finished speaking, the laughter became louder and more shrill. Chu Longtu was unmoved and even wanted to laugh. He doesn't understand Master Wensher. If he doesn't understand, no one in the world will understand. The so-called Master Stubborn Stone is actually just Chu Longtu's pseudonym. You should know that Luo Qingfei is not only an expert in medicine and martial arts, but also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the art of divination. As her apprentice, Chu Longtu is naturally proficient in everything. The so-called Master Wensher's calligraphy, which is sought after by thousands of people and collected at great prices, is nothing more than a casual doodle by Chu Longtu when he has free time. When there was no paper to wipe my butt, I would tear up the Kalangta books one by one. Showing off Master Wensher in front of him is even more ridiculous than waving a sword in front of Guangong. Looking at the self-satisfied Yu Jianghe, Chu Longtu showed some pity in his eyes and slowly unfolded the scroll. You can see for yourself who is real and who is fake. The calligraphy written by the master himself is vigorous and powerful, like a winding dragon in the sky, full of energy and vigor, and magnificent. And when the master signed his name, he would deliberately change the structure of the word stone, making it look like he was painting a lying stone. This is Master Wensher's unique signature. And your calligraphy has no spirit at all, and the stone on which you sign your name is written in a very conventional way. It's completely fake at first glance. Chu Longtu's leisurely voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone suddenly felt like ducks with their necks strangled, unable to make any sound. Sneaky person. The relatives of the Yu family who had just laughed at Chu Longtu suddenly shut their mouths tightly, their eyes filled with pain. No matter how thick-skinned they are, they cannot say with a clear conscience that Chu Longtu's is a fake when they see such a huge difference between the 2 sets of calligraphy. Yu Jianghe stared blankly at the 2 copies of calligraphy, his face burning with pain. He originally wanted to laugh at Chu Longtu's joke, but he never expected that the clown would be himself. Yu's mother and Wu Yusin were like fish out of water, Their mouths kept opening and closing, but they were too shocked to utter a word. Yu Lingqing looked at the two copies of calligraphy with surprise and joy, and held Chu Longtu's hand tightly. "Junior brother, where did you get this scroll? This is the authentic calligraphy of Master Wensher. A treasure that you may not be able to buy even if you spend millions of dollars." Even Yu Jianghe bought a fake one without any hesitation, so where did Chu Longtu get the real one? Everyone's dull eyes suddenly moved and they all looked at Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu shook his head indifferently. "It's not a very precious thing. I just found a random store on the side of the road and got it for $50. This is the truth." Chu Longtu bought this scroll for 50 yuan from a stationery store before he went to Xian Qin, and borrowed the store owner's pen and ink to write this calligraphy. However, to Yu Jianghe and the others, these words were clearly a mockery of him for being a sucker and buying fake goods. Yu Jianghe spent more than 10 million to get this copy of calligraphy at an auction. How is that possible with $50? Yu Jianghe felt so frustrated that his chest was about to explode, but he saw Chu Longtu smiling at him. "The gift has been delivered. I guess Uncle Yu doesn't want to keep me for dinner, so I'll take my leave. By the way, Uncle Yu, don't forget to ask for an explanation from those 3 appraisal experts." "What the hell, you can't even tell the real from the fake and yet you dare to call yourself a research expert. It's ridiculous." Chu Longtu said something lightly and turned away. Yu Lingqing also followed Chu Longtu without any reluctance. Yu Jianghe felt a sudden sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. Killing people and destroying their hearts, this is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. Yu's mother was even more furious, her face turned pale with anger. Lawless, absolutely lawless. All the conspiracies were thwarted by Chu Longtu, and he was even unable to retaliate after being mocked in the face, which made Yu's mother so angry that she even wanted to kill someone. Suddenly, Yu's mother slapped Wu Yusen hard in the face and roared angrily. "You're useless. Since you want to frame him, why don't you prepare more thoroughly? What use is there for you if he gets away so easily?" Wu Yusen was stunned. She covered her face and looked at Yu's mother in shock, her face distorted. She was so scared that she couldn't say a word. "That's enough." Yu Jianghe shouted coldly, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and waved his hands weakly. "Let's all go. It's really impossible to hold a birthday party like this." Many relatives of the Yu family were about to leave when the housekeeper suddenly walked in with a middle-aged man. "Mr. Yu, Mr. Lei Tianming, the deputy director of Jiangdong City First Hospital, is here to congratulate you." The middle-aged man, Lei Tianming, smiled and bowed. "Happy birthday to Director Yu. Lei came here uninvited, please don't blame me." Yu Jianghe stood up immediately, his face instantly filled with a smile. "What are you talking about, Dean Lei? Please take a seat." The relatives of the Yu family hurriedly gave up their seats to Lei Tianming, and a smile appeared on their gloomy faces. "This is a famous doctor from Jiangdong City First Hospital, a master who can bring people back from the brink of death at critical moments. He holds a highly respected position in Jiangdong City. Moreover, Lei Tianming has noble medical ethics and never actively curries favor with the powerful. But now he has taken the initiative to come to Yu Jianghe's house to celebrate his birthday, which immediately makes Yu's relatives very excited." Lei Tianming did not sit down in a hurry, but looked around and said in surprise, "Has Master Chu left?" Yu Jianghe was stunned. "Who is Master Chu?" "Of course it's Master Chu Longtu Chu." Lei Tianming did not find Chu Longtu, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. "I rushed here because I heard that Master Chu was here, but I didn't expect to see him." The smiles that had just appeared on the faces of Yu Jianghe, Yu's mother, and Yu's relatives suddenly froze. So Lei Tianming came here specifically to find Chu Longtu, and celebrating Yu Jianghe's birthday was just a bonus. Also, what the hell is Master Chu? Before they could react, 2 more men appeared at the door. "Old Yu, here I come." "Boss Yu, I'm here to bother you." Yu Jianghe turned around and his heart skipped a beat. Jiang Group, Jiang Songshan. Qinglong Society, Fu Qinglong. No matter which one of them is a heavyweight figure who is no less important than Yu Jianghe, they actually appeared in the Yu family at the same time. Yu Jianghe was surprised and quickly went up to greet him with a smile. The relatives of the Yu family became even more restrained, looking at Jiang Songshan and Fu Qinglong with awe, their faces flushed with excitement. These are two giants in Jiangdong City that are no less powerful than the Yu family. Now they have come uninvited to congratulate you, Jianghe. How can they not feel proud? Zhao Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly brightened up his eyes and spoke to Wu Yusen excitedly. The chairman is here. The chairman must have heard about Director Yu's birthday and knew about your relationship with him, so he came to give me face and support me. Wu Yusen was also excited and kept urging Zhao Chen to come over. Zhao Chen excitedly took Wu Yusen over and said respectfully, "Chairman, you are here." Jiang Songshan was stunned when he saw Zhao Chen. "Why are you here?" Zhao Chen's smile suddenly froze, and he said quickly, "My girlfriend is Mr. Yu's niece, and I came here specially to celebrate Mr. Yu's birthday." "Isn't that why you came here?" Jiang Songshan frowned, and Fu Qinglong spoke impatiently. "You are nothing, but you deserve us to come here for you. Go away." "Lao Jiang, I didn't see anyone, did you see anyone?" Zhao Chen expressed his feelings incorrectly and was scolded for being at a loss. Wu Yusen's face instantly turned red and she wished she could crawl into the ground. Jiang Songshan also shook his head in confusion. Yu Jianghe was suddenly surprised and couldn't help but say, "Who are you looking for?" Fu Qinglong looked around impatiently. "We are looking for young Master Chu Longtu. Where is he?" Yu Jianghe was stunned. Mother Yu was stunned. Wu Yusen and Zhao Chen were stunned. The relatives of the Yu family were even more stunned. Jiang Songshan and Fu Qinglong also came to find Chu Longtu. And they actually respectfully addressed Chu Longtu as Master Chu. What the fuck is going on? Everyone was so shocked that their brains almost crashed. Yu Jianghe asked subconsciously, "Aren't you here for my birthday?" Fu Qinglong frowned immediately, and Jiang Songshan even sneered. "We have been friends for many years. Do you think it is necessary for us to come in person for your ordinary birthday?" As he spoke, Jiang Songshan's face was full of disappointment. "We all heard that Master Chu and your daughter were coming to celebrate your birthday, so we came all the way here to see him, but we didn't expect to make it." Fu Qinglong sighed heavily, nodded perfunctorily to Yu Jianghe, and prepared to leave. Zhao Chen standing aside was so frustrated that he almost exploded. Why? Why do Jiang Songshan and Fu Qinglong admire Chu Longtu so much but ignore me? How am I worse than that pretty boy Chu Longtu? That pretty boy Chu Longtu left long ago. Feeling aggrieved, Zhao Chen couldn't help but blurt out something. Fu Qinglong stopped walking just now, and Jiang Songshan's face changed drastically, looking at him angrily. "What did you say?" Fu Qinglong narrowed his eyes dangerously. Zhao Chen felt something was wrong, but his heart was filled with resentment, so he replied with gritted teeth. "I said that pretty boy Chu Longtu left a long time ago." Bang. Fu Qinglong raised his hand and slapped Zhao Chen hard, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth and knocking out one of his teeth. "Really? Who the hell are you? Do you think you can scold Master Chu?" Fu Qinglong roared in anger, cursing and kicking Zhao Chen hard, causing Zhao Chen to roll on the ground screaming in pain from his internal organs. Yu Jianghe and others were instantly frightened by Fu Qinglong's violent actions. What shocked them even more was that Zhao Chen's boss Jiang Songshan did not stop him at all, but instead gritted his teeth and roared. "Kick him hard. You blind bastard, you actually dared to scold Master Chu, you are tired of living. I'll have the HR department give you a notice of dismissal later. Get out of here right away." Yu Jianghe, Yu's mother, Wu Yusen, and many of Yu's relatives were completely petrified, and were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. "If you dare to let me hear you scold young Master Chu again, I will cripple you, believe it or not." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of laughter and applause from the gate. What a majestic presence, what a fierce aura, worthy of being the leader of the Azure Dragon Society. Not only is he arrogant in his own territory, he is also domineering in other people's homes. Even Mr. Yu's relatives were beaten up when he said so. If this gets out, everyone will praise President Fu for being so powerful. These words, which seemed like compliments but were actually a mockery of power, immediately angered Fu Qinglong, who looked back angrily. Who's being sarcastic? Everyone turned their heads. At the gate of the villa, two men, one tall and one short, were standing and looking at everyone in the living room. The man on the left is tall, with a face as cold as an iceberg, and he exudes a strong and tough feeling as strong as steel. The man on the right is shorter and fatter, with a smile on his face, seeming harmless, but the viciousness and hostility in his eyes suddenly make him look extremely eerie and scary. The one who had just ridiculed Fu Qinglong was the short and fat man. When Fu Qinglong saw the person coming, his face suddenly turned cold. "Zheng Cheng, you fat bastard, what are you doing here?" As soon as these words were spoken, some of the Yu family's relatives exclaimed. "Zheng Cheng, the boss of Bengshan Hall, is actually him. Isn't he here for Chulong too, that little white guy?" The short and fat man was none other than Zheng Cheng, the boss of Bengshan Hall who had been fighting fiercely with Qinglong society recently and was known as the Smiling Tiger. The tall young man next to Zheng Cheng also looked unfamiliar to Fu Qinglong, as he had never seen him before. And for some reason, Fu Qinglong always felt a little creepy when looking at the stern-faced young man. It's like when a person is walking in the wild and suddenly sees a tiger appear in front of him, and he feels that kind of fear of encountering his natural enemy, making his whole body tremble with fear. Zheng Cheng was scolded by Fu Qinglong, but he still had a smile on his face, but the viciousness in his eyes increased. "I'm naturally here to celebrate Director Yu's birthday. By the way, I'm just helping this distinguished guest beside me to lead the way." Fu Qinglong's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, and Jiang Songshan also narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart in turmoil. Although Zheng Cheng's status was equal to theirs, he still respectfully addressed the tall young man as a distinguished guest, and even belittled himself by saying that he was leading the way. This was enough to show how prominent the young man's status was. Who is this young man? Fu Qinglong and Jiang Songshan thought of all the major wealthy families in Jiangdong, but they couldn't think of anyone who could match this tall young man. The tall young man glanced at Fu Qinglong and Jiang Songshan coldly, and walked straight towards Yu Jianghe, who was full of surprise. "I heard that it's your uncle's birthday today, so I came here specially to celebrate your birthday. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Uncle Yu." The tall young man handed over a gift box. Yu Jianghe swept away the gloom from before and accepted the gift with a big smile on his face. Okay, nephew, you are so thoughtful." The tall young man looked at Yu's mother again and handed her a small box as well. "I came here in a hurry, and I didn't prepare anything good for my aunt. This is a beauty cream that I have kept in my family. Please accept it, Auntie." Mother Yu's face also instantly lit up, and her eyes narrowed into a line as she accepted the gift. Only Wu Yusin and a group of Yu family relatives were confused. Who is this young man? Yu Jianghe noticed the puzzled looks of the crowd and spoke with a smug look on his face. "Everyone, let me introduce myself. This is Qin Yi from the Qin family in Luocheng. At the same time, he is also Ling Qing's future husband." These words fell like a thunder, and immediately made everyone dizzy. Luocheng, Qin family. If these two words are said separately, they may refer to many families. But when they are combined together, there is only one family being referred to. That is the Qin family, which has been based in the capital city of Luocheng for more than 100 years and relies on martial arts to make a living. Unlike other families that rely on money or power to gain a foothold, the Qin family's reputation was earned entirely through fists. 100 years ago, the Qin family opened the first martial arts school in Luocheng, and since then they have established a firm foothold in Luocheng. To this day, the Qin family's Hongwu halls have already opened all over Luo City. There are even rumors that there is a warrior in every Hongwu hall, and countless people talk about it with relish. Putting aside the use of force, the Qin family's accumulation over 100 years has allowed them to almost monopolize the security, sports, and athletics industries in Los Angeles, and they make astronomical wealth every year. With its mysterious martial arts aura and strong financial resources, the Qin family's reputation has spread widely in Jiangdong and is praised by people. The marriage partner chosen by Yu Jianghe for Yu Lingqing turned out to be the Qin family. This unexpected result plunged the entire living room into speechless shock, and everyone stared blankly at the cold and arrogant Qin Yi. After a moment, the noise rose to the sky. Fuck, it's actually the Qin family. Jiang He is really experienced. He actually managed to get close to the Chin family. Now our family is prosperous. Now that we can rely on the Chin family and take advantage of their connections and background, our family can expand to the surrounding areas and move to a higher level. What a good plan, what a good method, amazing, really amazing. The relatives of the Yu family were whispering to each other excitedly, and from time to time they looked at Yu Jianghe and Qin Yi with awe and admiration. Wu Yusen looked at the tall and cold Qin Yi with red eyes. She was already so jealous that she wanted to kill Yu Lingqing and take her place. This is a top-notch man who comes from a century-old wealthy family. How come he is Yu Lingqing's fiancé? How nice it would be if it was hers, looking at that strong body, if she were in bed. Gradually, Wu Yusen's face flushed deeply, and streams of heat kept running through her body. Her two legs had already been entangled together without her noticing, and small drops of water kept oozing out and flowing down. At this moment, Wu Yusen completely forgot about Zhao Chen, who was lying on the ground after being beaten so badly. Fu Qinglong and Jiang Songshan's faces had already turned extremely ugly. Jiang Songshan was simply worried that Chu Longtu suddenly had a powerful enemy. Fu Qinglong was shocked, but also felt a sense of sudden enlightenment and deep fear. He understood. It turns out that the warrior invited by Bengshan Hall to fight in the arena and to raid and destroy the Qinglong society was actually Qin Yi. With the Qin family's hundreds of years of profound heritage and martial arts accumulation, can Chu Longtu defeat him? Fu Qinglong instantly had the answer in his mind. It's difficult. Even if Chu Longtu is a genius, how can he defeat others' accumulation of hundreds of years? Thinking of this, Fu Qinglong could no longer stay there. He gritted his teeth, glared at Jing Cheng, and was about to leave. Jiang Songshan followed him. Qin Yi suddenly spoke. You beat someone up at my future father-in-law's house, and you want to just leave like that? Take my palm. Qin Yi snorted coldly and slapped Fu Qinglong on the back with his palm. Fu Qinglong immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Songshan was shocked and glared at Qin Yi angrily. He and Lei Tianming lifted Fu Qinglong up and hurried away. Qin Yi's stern rebuke was then heard. This is just a minor punishment. If you dare to offend me again, I will never let you off easily. Yu Jianghe and Yu's mother followed closely with their smug laughter, laughing extremely smugly. There was severe internal bleeding, and there were varying degrees of contusions and bone fractures. The most serious thing is that there is a high possibility that some of the warrior's internal energy will remain in the body and continue to cause damage. Even if he is sent to the hospital, it will be useless. Someone must clear his meridians and release his internal energy. Quick, contact Master Chu immediately, he must take action. Lei Tianming hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Chu Longtu. The phone was picked up after just one silent tone. Lao Lei, what's the matter? When Chu Longtu's voice sounded, Lei Tianming immediately told the whole story in detail, and anxiously asked Chu Longtu to help save Fu Qinglong. Chu Longtu's voice suddenly became much colder. Send him here immediately. Qin family, Qin Yi, humph. The phone was hung up. Lei Tianming and Jiang Songshan breathed a sigh of relief, and without delaying a bit, they drove non-stop to Yu Lingqing's villa. When they arrived at Yu Lingqing's villa, Chu Longtu had been standing at the door waiting for a long time. As soon as the car stopped, Chu Longtu opened the door and got in. He immediately saw Fu Qinglong, whose face was as pale as gold paper and whose breath was weak. Chu Longtu gently pressed his palm on Fu Qinglong's chest, and immediately felt a domineering internal force raging between Fu Qinglong's chest and abdomen, continuously bleeding him. If Lei Tianming and Jiang Songshan had delivered the food a little later, they would have been able to enjoy the feast. The coldness in Chu Longtu's eyes grew even stronger, and the internal energy in his body slowly flowed into Fu Qinglong's chest, constantly expelling and neutralizing Qin Yi's cold and violent internal energy. This Qin Yi is at least a warrior in the middle stage of dark force. Chu Longtu instantly made a judgment on Qin Yi's internal strength, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This is the most powerful warrior he has encountered since he came down the mountain. Even stronger than the warrior who protected Qian Tongshen. Is this the heritage of a century-old martial arts family? Chu Longtu quickly dispelled all the remaining internal energy, and with a flip of his hand, several golden needles penetrated into Fu Qinglong's chest and abdomen. The 9 needles of the coffin are like spring breeze and rain. The miraculous acupuncture technique instantly activated Fu Qinglong's vitality, causing him to groan and slowly open his eyes. When Fu Qinglong saw Chu Longtu, he immediately felt relieved. "Fortunately, I didn't die." Fu Qinglong immediately spoke anxiously, his voice hoarse and thin. "Mr. Chu. Qin family, Qin Yi." Chu Longtu raised his hand to stop him from speaking. "I already know all that. Don't worry about Qin Yi, go back and have a good rest. He hurt you today, and once we're on the ring, I'll make him pay you back tenfold." When Fu Qinglong heard what Chu Longtu said, he became even more worried. Chu Longtu is so confident, but can he really defeat Qin Yi? Fu Qinglong trembled violently when he thought of the terrifying force that was just a slight contact but as powerful as the collapse of mountains and seas. After a slight hesitation, Fu Qinglong couldn't help but whispered, "Mr. Chu, how about I give up and give the mineral vein to Beng Shantang? You don't have to fight with him." Chu Longtu glanced at Fu Qinglong indifferently. Fu Qinglong couldn't help but lower his head under that cold gaze, as if Chu Longtu could see through his worries. "Are you worried that I can't beat him?" Chu Longtu said lightly. Fu Qinglong was silent. Jiang Songshan and Lei Tianming kept their mouths tightly shut. But Chu Longtu didn't scold them. He pulled out the golden needle, stood up and walked towards the villa. "Don't forget, even if you bow your head, Bengshan Hall will still take away your property. Go back and rest. The tournament will go on as scheduled." Fu Qinglong and the other 2 looked at each other, and finally left the villa without saying anything. When Chu Longtu returned to the villa, Yu Lingqing, who had also received the news from the Yu family, was sitting on the sofa in a daze. And Qin sat beside her, trying to comfort her at a loss. "Su Wanqiu is not here, she will return to Su village tonight. Brother, what should we do?" Yu Lingqing's face was full of anxiety, but Chu Longtu was very calm and smiled calmly. "Don't worry, senior sister. The sky won't fall. That Qin Yi, he won't succeed. You are my senior sister, how could I give you to him? But that's a warrior." Yu Lingqing was not relieved and wanted to say something else, but Chu Longtu had already reached out and gently pressed the acupointment on her neck. Yu Lingqing immediately fell down and fainted. And Qin was startled and Chu Longtu shook his head at her. "Don't worry, senior sister is fine. I just want her to have a good sleep. You should go to bed too." Chu Longtu picked up Yu Lingqing and went upstairs. And Qin looked at Chu Longtu's back with twinkling eyes, slowly took out her mobile phone, edited a few words and sent them out. Yu family. Even though it was already late at night and everyone was asleep, the Yu family was still filled with joy. Qin Yi severely injured Fu Qinglong, which greatly restored Yu Jianghe's reputation. Yu Jianghe was so happy that he held a grand banquet to entertain his good son-in-law. Many relatives of the Yu family also tried to curry favor with Qin Yi and flatter him, trying to get closer to him and gain more benefits. Wu Yusen stuck to Qin Yi the whole time, wishing she could snuggle into his arms, and she almost angered Yu's mother and got kicked out. Even Jing Qingdu, the leader of Bengshan Hall, was left out, but he didn't care. He just stroked his wine glass, watched the lively scene with a smile, and there was something thoughtful in his eyes. When all the relatives of the Yu family were almost drunk and Yu Jianghe was almost unconscious, Qin Yi and Jing Qingcai said goodbye with a smell of alcohol. After getting into Jing Cheng's spacious Maybach, Qin Yi immediately returned to his cold and arrogant look, as if the 5 kilograms of wine poured into his stomach did not exist at all. "Go back," Qin Yi said lightly, and the Maybach started and slowly drove away. As he watched the Yu family's gate fade away, a trace of contempt flashed across Qin Yi's eyes. The Yu family is nothing more than that. If they didn't have a good daughter, would they be worthy of marrying into my Qin family? Jing Qing listened with a smile, his face showing no emotion at all. Isn't this a good thing? The more stupid the Yu family is, the easier it will be to clean up the Yu family after you, young Master Qin, marry Yu Lingqing. The most urgent task is to deal with that guy named Chu Longtu first. Qin Yi's eyes suddenly became gloomy. That's right, we have to deal with that guy first. He dared to seduce Yu Lingqing, it is already a capital crime. If he harms Yu Lingqing's body and ruins my plan, I will be damned. Before Qin Yi finished speaking, the Maybach suddenly stopped. Zheng Qing frowned, looking displeased. What's going on? The driver's terrified voice came. Boss, there's someone blocking the road ahead. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed across Zheng Cheng's eyes. In Jiangdong, is there anyone who dares to deliberately block Zheng Cheng's way? Zheng Cheng lowered the car window to see who was so reckless, and happened to see the black Bentley blocking the road also slowly lowering its window. Chu Zhenxiong appeared with a smiling face and nodded slightly to Zheng Cheng and Qin Yi. Zheng Kuei-shou, young Master Qin, please forgive me for being so abrupt. I've prepared some good wine. Do you two have time to chat? I searched for a long time before I found this jar of daughter's red wine that was sealed for 30 years. You too, please. Qin Yi stared indifferently at the clear wine in the gorgeous wine glass, motionless. Zheng Qing gently stroked the emerald green ring on his finger and said with a smile. Boss Chu, you can't drink this wine casually. Although Bengshan Hall and the Chu group are both in Jiangdong, we don't have much in common, and our two families don't have much friendship. You suddenly invited us here to drink late at night. What this means is, haha. If you have something to say, just say it. Zheng Qing smiled widely, but there was no emotion in his eyes. If there was anything wrong in Chu Zhenxiong's words, he would decisively press the mechanism on the ring and let his younger brothers waiting outside the door break in. Chu Zhenxiong naturally noticed Zheng Cheng's actions and the deep meaning in his words, but his expression did not change at all. Okay, don't drink this wine so quickly. Let's talk business first. Chu Zhenxiong looked at Qin Yi and said in a deep voice. I'm afraid young Master Qin's visit to Jiangdong this time is not simply to celebrate Yu Jianghe's birthday. Let me venture a guess. Is it because of Yu Lingqing? Qin Yi's eyes flickered, but he still said nothing. Zheng Qing smiled slightly and continued to practice Tai Chi casually. The Yu family has already arranged the marriage between young Master Qin and Miss Yu with the Qin family. It is only natural for young Master Qin to come and celebrate the birthday of his future father-in-law. What does Mr. Chu mean by asking this? Seeing that Zheng Qing was still fooling around, Chu Zhenxiong cursed him in his heart as an old fox, and simply stopped pretending and sneered. Future father-in-law? Maybe not. I'm afraid if young Master Qin doesn't come, this beautiful fiancé will belong to someone else. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the suite suddenly froze. Anger showed on Qin Yi's face for the first time. An invisible and cold aura rose up, instantly covering the entire suite like an iron plate. Zheng Cheng's smile disappeared and he looked at Chu Zhenxiong viciously. Boss Chu, this is over the line. Chu Zhenxiong was almost breathless due to Qin Yi's powerful aura, but he still couldn't help laughing. Keep pretending. Chu Zhenxiong became more calm and asked back. Am I wrong? Everyone in Jiangdong knows that Yu Lingqing and Chu Longtu are blatantly dating each other. How could anyone know that young Master Qin is her real fiancé? The cold aura of Qin Yi became more and more powerful, but Zheng Qing seemed to have suddenly thought of something and spoke thoughtfully. I heard that Chu Longtu is Mr. Chu's nephew. Besides, it seems like I gave you a big embarrassment a few days ago. Chu Zhenxiong glared at Zheng Qing angrily and said in a cold voice. Okay, stop beating around the bush. I know you are here because of Yu Lingqing's collusion with Chu Longtu. It just so happens that Chu Longtu and I also have some grudges to settle. If young Master Qin doesn't mind, why don't we join forces to deal with Chu Longtu? Chu Zhenxiong revealed his cards directly. Qin Yi frowned and spoke for the first time since entering the suite. It's just a Chu Longtu. It would be a piece of cake for me to crush him to death. Do I still need to join forces with you? Chu Zhenxiong laughed when he heard it, and the sarcasm in his laughter immediately made Qin Yi's face darken. Master Qin has never seen the Kolongtu, right? Chu Zhenxiong looked at Qin Yi and spoke lightly. If Chu Longtu is really as simple as you think, do you think I would look for you? This guy returned after disappearing for 10 years. Although he has no connections or wealth, he somehow developed a good mind and eloquence. He instigated the Qinglong society to rebel in advance, ruined the Chu group's plan to demolish Su village, and ruined my son's engagement party with just a few words, causing the Chu family's reputation in Jiangdong to plummet. I even heard that Yu Jianghe was embarrassed by him at the birthday party just now. Even Yu Lingqing, whom you, young Master Qin, regard as your forbidden lover, is completely devoted to him. Do you think you, an outsider, can easily control this kind of person? Chu Zhenxiong glanced at Zheng Cheng. If you think you have the help of Bengshan Hall, don't forget that he also has the help of Qinglong society. Zheng Cheng remained silent, but Qin Yi sneered and said arrogantly, "Why do I need help from others? I alone am enough to bring him to ruin." As he spoke, Qin Yi slapped the thick wooden table, leaving a deep handprint instantly. Chu Zhenxiong's pupils shrank, but he didn't stop talking. Young Master Qin is indeed very strong, but what if Chu Longtu doesn't fight you head-on? Don't forget, you have already met Fu Qinglong. If he had tipped off Chu Longtu would have probably already fled Jiangdong by now. If you don't crush him to death once, even if you marry Yu Lingqing, aren't you worried that she will put a hat on you at any time? Qin Yi's body froze and he was completely speechless. Chu Zhenxiong immediately smiled with satisfaction. I have a plan. As long as you two are willing to help me, I guarantee that I can get rid of Chu Longtu and let young Master Qin get the beauty. Zheng Cheng and Qin Yi looked at each other. Qin Yi looked cold and stopped talking, while Zheng Cheng smiled again. What do you mean by helping or not? Mr. Chu is too polite. We will be in Jiangdong City together in the future, so we need to take care of each other. With just one sentence, Zheng Cheng reached a consensus on behalf of Qin Yi and Chu Zhenxiong. The three families joined forces to deal with Chu Longtu and make him irretrievable. Chu Zhenxiong grinned smugly. With the strength of the Chu family, it is not impossible to deal with Chu Longtu alone, but with the lesson from last time, Chu Zhenxiong would rather spend time to get two strong helpers to ensure that there is no chance of failure. This is his last chance, he can't make any mistakes. After the joy, Chu Zhenxiong's eyes flickered and he spoke. I have another unwelcome request. I wonder if I can ask young Master Qin for help. Qin Yi said calmly, you say. Chu Zhenxiong clapped his hands, pushed the door open, and Chu Tiannan walked in with a depressed look on his face. Chu Zhenxiong looked at Qin Yi solemnly. Medicine and martial arts are inseparable. I know that the Qin family in Luoqing is not only strong in martial arts, but also has great skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Don't be afraid of being laughed at by young Master Qin. My son has a health problem. I have seen many doctors but they have no clue. I can only ask young Master Qin for help. As long as you can cure my son, you can set any conditions. Chu Zhenxiong talked about Chu Tiannan's problems. Chu Tiannan lowered his head in embarrassment and clenched his fists tightly. Qin Yi didn't expect that Chu Tiannan was impotent at such a young age. He was looking at him with a smile, and suddenly his eyes changed. Wrong. Qin Yi suddenly grabbed Chu Tiannan's wrist, used his internal energy to probe into his internal condition, and said in surprise. Such a strong internal energy, such a wonderful technique. Chu Zhenxiong shuddered and asked quickly. What's the meaning? Qin Yi closed his eyes to investigate, then opened them and sneered after a moment. He's not sick at all. Someone used internal energy with an extremely sophisticated method to block the sperm gate in his body, which caused him to become impotent. He has offended a master. What? Chu Zhenxiong was struck by lightning, and Chu Tiannan's eyes widened. No matter how the father and son guessed, they never thought that the reason for Chu Tiannan's impotence was this. Offended a martial arts master. But Chu Tiannan is a dandy young man who has never even come into contact with any martial artists. How could he offend a martial arts master? Qin Yi frowned, and his internal energy continued to flow into Chu Tiannan's body. There was even a visible column of white air condensing above his head, and his aura became increasingly powerful, almost suppressing everyone to the point where they couldn't breathe. Chu Tiannan felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring, his whole body warm and comfortable. Puff. Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood without any warning, and suddenly let go of Chu Tiannan's wrist as if he had been electrocuted. The warmth in Chu Tiannan's body disappeared instantly, and he once again felt cold and numb as if he had fallen into an ice cave. There was dead silence in the suite, and no one spoke. Qin Yi took a few deep breaths, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with inexplicable shock. What an ingenious technique. This person's cultivation is at least above the middle stage of dark energy. But why does this method seem familiar? Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan were confused. The Chu family is a business family and is not very clear about the distinction between different levels of martial arts. Zheng Cheng, however, knew everything, and his fat face instantly tensed up. In the middle stage of dark energy, he is a powerful god of war who can almost exert power comparable to that of thermal weapons with his human body. The Chu family actually offended such a terrifying master. After the shock, Zheng Cheng suddenly felt gloating and explained with a smile how powerful the dark energy warriors were. Before he could finish, Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan were already pale with fear, and Chu Tiannan was even shaking all over and couldn't stand steadily. After all, Chu Zhenxiong was experienced, and he immediately came up with an idea. The Chu family had no background in martial arts, nor did they know any other martial artists. If you don't want to be strangled to death by the Dark Force warrior, you must ask for help. After searching all over Jiangdong, is there any better candidate than Qin Yi in front of him? Chu Zhenxiong stood up suddenly, put aside all his airs, and bowed deeply to Qin Yi. Please, Master Qin, save our lives. Chu Tiannan also reacted and fell to his knees, saying in a trembling voice. Please help me, Mr. Qin. Qin Yi sneered in his heart as he looked at Chu Zhenxiong, who had been calm and composed just now and even slightly superior to him, now begging him for help in a servile manner. In this world, fists have the final say. He deliberately delayed for a while, until Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan were terrified and unable to control themselves. Qin Yi slowly spoke. Help, it's not impossible. Although this person's technique is exquisite and his cultivation is pretty good, if you really want to unlock it, there are ways. My grandfather has reached the peak of dark energy and is proficient in internal medicine. It will be a piece of cake for him to unlock the blockage in his body. Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan were ecstatic, but Qin Yi's next words immediately froze their smiles. But why should I save you? This man's cultivation is at least in the middle stage of dark energy. If I save you and offend him, it will be a big trouble for the Qin family. You should seek help from someone else. Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan stood there in a daze, while Qin Yi and Zheng Cheng had already stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. Chu Zhenxiong suddenly spoke, and Qin Yi turned around and looked at him indifferently. Chu Zhenxiong looked straight at Qin Yi and spoke word by word while gritting his teeth. Save my son. I'll give you 50% of the land in Su village. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows suddenly, and Zheng Cheng spoke in surprise. The development of the land in Su village has been suspended indefinitely. You. Chu Zhenxiong interrupted him. I have cleared the joints. After the excavation of the underground tombs of Su village is completed, the land of Su village will be developed normally. 50% of Su village, which is 1/8 of the planned top-level business district, will all belong to you. After development, the revenue will be at least 1.5 billion. I'll use it to restore my son to good health. Zheng Cheng's heart was pounding, but since he was not the one involved, he could only look at Qin Yi expectantly. Qin Yi was silent for a moment and said in a cold voice. 60%. Bangshan Hall is the Qin family's ally in advancing into Jiangdong, and they also need a group of members. Chu Zhenxiong felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. A full 6 components. According to the funds invested in acquiring the land, that means a full 600 million was given away for nothing. Adding the 10% given to the Chin family, the Chu family only has a 30% share left. Even if Su village is fully developed, the Chu family's income is likely to be just equal to the cost, which is equivalent to working in vain. But when he thought that Chu Tiannan was his only child, Chu Zhenxiong gritted his teeth and agreed. Good. Chu Tiannan, I'll leave it to young Master Qin. Qin Yi smiled for the first time, his heart filled with excitement and pride. When he came to Jiangdong, not only did he want to snatch back Yuling Qing, he also shouldered the important task of exploring the way for the Qin family's forces to enter Jiangdong. I thought it would be difficult to break the original structure of Jiangdong and insert the power of the Qin family, but I didn't expect that I could get such a big piece of cake so easily and complete the family mission. As for whether it would offend the warrior who plotted against Chu Tiannan, Qin Yi sneered in his heart. As a dandy boy, it is very likely that he accidentally offended a passing master while he was looking for women, and the passing master was so displeased that he plotted against Chu Tiannan. Now that no one knows where he has gone, why would they care about Chu Tiannan being rescued? Besides, even if they offended him, would the Qin family be afraid with its power? When I finish my business in Jiangdong and return to Luocheng, I will bring your son back and let the old man personally remove the shackles for him. Qin Yi gave a confident assurance, and Chu Zhenxiong nodded repeatedly, gritting his teeth. It seems that we need to deal with Chu Longtu as soon as possible. Qin Yi and Zheng Qing nodded in unison. With the Chu family, Bengshan Hall, and Qin family joining forces, even if Chu Longtu was a monkey with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be wiped out by such a terrifying and powerful blow. Upon learning that his serious illness could be cured, Chu Tiannan immediately regained his energy and spirit, with a vicious light flashing in his eyes. Chu Longtu, let me see how you die this time. Chu Longtu didn't know that the Chu family had already joined forces with Qin Yi and Bengshan Hall. However, the news of Qin Yi's appearance from Fu Qinglong was enough to make him alert. He was not afraid, but other people around him were not as confident as he was. Chu Longtu even asked Qin Tianshuang to pay attention to Qin Yi's movements and news. But the following day was calm. Qin Yi stayed quietly in the hotel without any movement, as if he was unaware of Chu Longtu's existence at all. However, this abnormality made Chu Longtu even more alert. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Given the Qin family's traditionally strong and even brutal style of doing things, Qin Yi's fiancée has been seduced by Chu Longtu, so Qin Yi should have rushed to the door with a knife in hand as soon as possible. Now they are almost like turtles, which is really not the Qin family's style. There must be something fishy behind this. Just when Chu Longtu was confused and alert, an unexpected call came on his cell phone. Chu Longtu answered the call, and Grandpa Su's old and sad voice sounded anxiously. Xiao Chu, please come to the village soon. Wanqiu has been kidnapped. What? Wanqiu was kidnapped. Yu Lingqing was extremely shocked when he heard the news and said anxiously. Wanqiu has always been kind to others, how could she have a grudge against someone and be kidnapped? Chu Longtu shook his head. Grandpa Su didn't say anything on the phone, he just told me to come over. After I leave, you stay at home and don't go out. Yu Lingqing nodded with a pale face, while Qin's face was full of confusion. Chu Longtu looked at Yu Lingqing deeply and said firmly. Don't worry, senior sister, Sister Su will be fine. No matter who kidnapped Sister Su, they will definitely regret it. Chu Longtu left the villa with a fierce murderous aura and drove directly to Su village. In the car, Chu Longtu took out his mobile phone, edited a message and sent it out. In the villa, Yu Lingqing sat there distracted. Qin made an excuse to go back to her room to change clothes, and quickly sent a message after returning to the room. Somewhere in Jiangdong. Someone who was leisurely drinking tea suddenly heard his cell phone ring. When he picked it up, the man's face changed slightly and he immediately made a phone call. Number 1 is in trouble. Send out the crows to investigate immediately. A hoarse voice sounded. Received. The crow has set off. Chu Longtu hurried to Su village. When on the road, Chu Longtu had an inexplicable feeling. If something happens to Su Wanqiu, it might be directed at me. After all, Su Wanqiu has been too close to him these days. When Chu Longtu saw Grandpa Su, this feeling became even stronger. Grandpa Su's house was not as crowded as Chu Longtu had expected. Only Grandpa Su was sitting alone in the living room. The moment he saw Chu Longtu, Grandpa Su grabbed Chu Longtu's hand, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Chu, please save Wanqiu. Chu Longtu's heart skipped a beat and he said in a deep voice. Grandpa Su, don't worry, what's going on? Grandpa Su handed the phone to Chu Longtu with trembling hands. Chu Longtu took it and looked at it, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. In the middle of the screen is a photo. In the photo, Su Wanqiu had her eyes closed and seemed to be unconscious, her limbs were tied tightly with thick ropes and she was unable to break free. It was a very standard kidnapping posture. Along with the photo, there was also a message. Don't make a sound, don't call the police. Let Chu Longtu come alone, otherwise I will kill him. Location, Port Area 1, Old Wharf, Jiangdong City. Grandpa Su's trembling voice rang out. Wanqiao went to work as usual this morning and has not returned until now. And I just received this message, and I thought it was a prank. But then I called Wanqiao and a stranger picked up the phone. The stranger said the same thing as in the message, and even took a photo of Wanqiao and sent it to me. Only then did I know that Wanqiao was really kidnapped. Grandpa Su held Chu Longtu's hand tightly, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. Xiao Chu, I don't know why they are looking for you, but now only you can save Wanqiao. Chu Longtu's pupils suddenly shrank, and murderous intent filled his heart. This was so obviously targeting him that Chu Longtu confirmed that his premonition was correct. Su Wanqiao was kidnapped because of me. As for who was the mastermind behind the scenes, Chu Longtu could guess it without even thinking about it. Looking throughout Jiangdong, there are very few people who have the ability and motivation to do this. Chu Longtu wrote down the address, his voice as cold as the Arctic wind. I know. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Sister Su back safe and sound. After calming down the panic-stricken Grandpa Su, Chu Longtu immediately left Su village and rushed to the old pier. The old wharf is located in the far suburbs of Jiangdong City, close to the sea. It used to be a cargo wharf in Jiangdong City. After the new port area was built in Jiangdong City, this place was abandoned and rarely visited. Chu Longtu drove for nearly an hour before getting here. After abandoning the Ferrari on the side of the road, Chu Longtu walked into the huge dock alone. The abandoned containers at the dock were piled up high, casting shadows that covered the entire dock, making it look extremely eerie. Chu Longtu walked through one container mountain after another. Apart from the sound of his own footsteps, the only sounds he could hear were the rolling waves and the whirring of the night wind blowing through the empty containers. After Chu Longtu walked past, shadows stood up one after another on the two-story container mountain. They stared at Chu Longtu's back and spoke in a low voice into the earphones. Chu Longtu has arrived without any companions. As Chu Longtu walked, his ears moved slightly and his eyes became increasingly gloomy as he looked ahead. After passing through the dense and gloomy container area, Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly became clear. The boundless sea appeared before my eyes, and a person stood quietly on the empty dock. At his feet, Su Wanqiao, with his eyes closed and his body tied up, lay powerlessly on the ground. Chu Longtu walked over step by step, without even looking at the men standing there, and squatted down to check Su Wanqiao's body. After a rough inspection, Chu Longtu's eyes relaxed slightly. Su Wanqiao was just unconscious, but other than that, nothing else happened that Chu Longtu was worried about. The standing man spoke calmly. Don't worry, she's just the bait we used to lure you here. We don't bother to do those dirty things to her. Chu Longtu ignored it and checked carefully again before slowly standing up and looking coldly at the strange man in front of him. You guys really came here for me. Who's behind you? The strange man put his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Longtu arrogantly. You touched someone you shouldn't have touched. This is how you will die. I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. At least you can keep your body intact. It is the only kindness I can offer you. Chu Longtu's guess came to an end, and he said in a cold voice. It is indeed Qin Yi. What a bastard descendant of a famous family. Turns out he's nothing but a thief. When the strange man heard Chu Longtu insulting Qin Yi, he immediately became furious. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you comment on young Master Qin? You shameless fellow. If that's the case, I will personally take off your head and present it to young Master Qin for his report. A cold and majestic aura rose from the strange man, and the undulating waves under the dock suddenly became as smooth as a mirror. Such a shocking scene did not change Chu Longtu's expression at all, and he spoke in an increasingly cold voice. Many people want to kill me, but I am still alive and well. Do you think you can kill me with just your peak Ming Jin? The strange man who was about to take action suddenly froze. How do you know I'm at the peak of Ming Jin? The next second, the strange man suddenly reacted, his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of shock. No, you are also a warrior. The peak of dark power. A strong sense of shock and panic rose in the stranger's heart. His confident and calm expression suddenly changed, and he stepped back without thinking. A warrior at the pinnacle of dark energy, among the entire Chin family, only Old Man Chin, the Chin family's magic needle to suppress the sea, has such cultivation. He is a top-level war god who can almost resist bullets with his body and whose attack is comparable to that of a small-caliber artillery shell. In front of such a master, the strange man who was at the peak of Ming Jin was not much stronger than an ordinary person. Retreat. Must retreat immediately. The strange man retreated frantically, decisively, and quickly enough. But Chu Longtu is faster than him. Chu Longtu's figure appeared in front of the strange man silently like a ghost, and he lightly pressed his palm down in the strange man's terrified eyes. Puff. The strange man suddenly spurted blood, and his endless internal energy seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer and was instantly shattered. His body, as hard as steel, immediately fell to the ground as if it were a red-hot steel bar. So strong. The strange man was spurting blood, his eyes filled with shock and even fear. Being at the peak of Ming Jin, he had long been accustomed to all enemies being fragile and falling down as easily as babies in front of him, but he never expected that one day he would end up in such a situation. With one move, all the internal energy was dissipated and he was seriously injured instantly. The palm force from Chu Longtu was at least at the peak of dark energy, and he couldn't take it at all. What a bastard, who said Chu Longtu is just an ordinary person. He is clearly a top war god at the pinnacle of dark energy, yet he is described as an ordinary person. If he could go back alive, he would chop the bastard who spread false information into meat paste. The strange man was anxious and angry. Seeing Chu Longtu raise his hand again, he suddenly raised his head and roared to the sky. What are you waiting for? Full fire, blast. The thunderous roar instantly spread throughout the entire dock area, and at this moment a bolt of lightning struck wildly. Boom. Amidst the endless roar, dazzling thunder illuminated the dark sky. Chu Longtu turned around suddenly, and his hair and beard stood up in an instant. Dozens of figures suddenly appeared on top of the mountain of stacked containers. On their shoulders, they were carrying shoulder-fired single-shot rocket launchers. Amid the strange man's roar, dozens of rocket launchers were aimed at Chu Longtu and the triggers were pulled hard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A sharp sound of cutting through the air suddenly rang out, and dozens of rocket launchers were fired at the same time, dragging long tails of flames and accurately bombarding Chu Longtu. The strange man slapped the ground hard, laughed wildly, and rushed into the surging waves under the dock. I want to see how you die. The strange man roared triumphantly, steadied his body in the waves, and stared at Chu Longtu with his eyes wide open. Even a top war god at the peak of dark energy would not be able to escape the bombardment of dozens of violent rockets. This is terrifying firepower that is enough to destroy mountains and hills. The surging destructive firepower rushed in rapidly, but Chu Longtu did not retreat at all. At his feet was the unconscious Su Wanqiu. He can't retreat. With a tiptoe raise, Su Wanqiu's body was lifted up and held in Chu Longtu's arms. Dozens of rockets whizzed in, instantly engulfing Chu Longtu and Su Wanqiu. Boom boom boom. Dozens of violent explosions sounded in succession. A strong gale rolled up from the ground and madly pushed in all directions, instantly creating a huge wave. A mushroom cloud filled with destructive black smoke and fire rose slowly and dissipated. The strange man was hit by the strong aftermath and rolled repeatedly in the sea and was almost swept away by the waves. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, the stranger gathered his last bit of internal strength and struggled to get ashore. He looked at the mushroom cloud in front of him with pleasure, his heart filled with unprecedented satisfaction. A warrior at the peak of dark energy was killed by my own trick. Using the peak of bright energy to defeat the peak of dark energy, such a feat has never happened in the history of the Chin family. The strange man couldn't help but start to fantasize about how the Chin family would reward him when he returned after he had made such a great contribution. The fantasy was only fleeting, and the strange man still forced himself to look at the slowly dissipating mushroom cloud, ready to confirm Chu Longtu's death. By the way, let's find out why Chu Longtu has reached the peak of dark energy. A warrior at the peak of dark power is not like a cabbage that can be grown casually in the wild. The strange man must find out the truth about this matter and report it to the Chin family, so as not to provoke a powerful enemy for the Chin family. The last wisp of black smoke and fire slowly dissipated, and the strange man's eyes widened. The next second, his whole body stiffened, his face filled with shock and fear as if he had seen a ghost. A bright golden light burst out from the mushroom cloud, and then tore through the dark sky like a sharp sword. Wisps of golden light rippled in the air, outlining a golden bronze bell upside down on the ground. Inside the bronze bell, Chu Longtu was holding Su Wanqiu and standing quietly, without a single hair on his body being hurt. The strange man was completely dumbfounded. His whole body was shaking violently, and he stared at the golden bronze bell that was slowly fading away. Internal energy transforms into a form. This is transformation. No, this is. The strange man could no longer speak. The overwhelming shock and piercing fear had completely shattered his mind, leaving him in complete chaos. Dozens of figures standing on the top of the container stared at Chu Longtu blankly, and the rocket launchers in their hands fell down unconsciously. "Hey, monster!" Someone was trembling violently and muttering to himself, his voice suddenly rising. "A monster! Run!" Dozens of figures came to their senses, turned around abruptly, and fled madly with all their might, without any thought of resisting at all. A monster that can withstand dozens of rockets with its body without any damage, this fucking monster shouldn't be the enemy they are dealing with. Chu Longtu let them escape and gently put Su Wanqiu in his arms on the ground. The next second, Chu Longtu's figure suddenly disappeared. Woo! A fierce gust of wind suddenly appeared at the dock, sweeping away dozens of people who were desperately fleeing. When the strong wind blew past, dozens of heads flew into the sky, and dozens of blood fountains flew into the sky. Endless blood rain rolled down, instantly dyeing the entire dock red, turning it into a hell on earth. Boom. The living person was thrown at the feet of the strange man, with a dazed look in his eyes. He was completely frightened and couldn't even utter a word. "Are they also from the Chin family?" Chu Longtu spoke lightly, his voice extremely steady, as if taking dozens of lives in an instant had no effect on him at all. The stranger, who had been completely frightened, responded instinctively. "No, they are not from the Chin family. They are from Bengshan Hall. Jingqing sent them to help me deal with you. The rocket launchers we used just now also came from the Bengshan Hall's warehouse." The strange man told everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans, not daring to hide anything. Chu Longtu's eyes became colder when he heard this. Jingqing, collapsed Mountain Hall. It seems that they are completely and utterly tied to Qin Yi. Chu Longtu looked down at the strange man who was trembling in fear and spoke coldly. "Besides Beng Shantang, who else was involved in this incident tonight?" The next second, Chu Longtu heard an unexpected name from the strange man. "And the Chu family." Chu Longtu turned his head away, as if he hadn't heard clearly. "Who are you talking about?" The strange man was afraid that Chu Longtu would get impatient and slap him to death, so he spoke hurriedly. "Chu family, Chu Zhenxiong." Chu Longtu finally confirmed that he was not hallucinating and frowned tightly. "How did Chu Zhenxiong get involved with Qin Yi?" The strange men continued to reveal their plans. Today's kidnapping plan was all planned by Chu Zhenxiong. "I used Su Wanqiu as bait to lure you here, and I and the people from Bengshan Hall will kill you." And in order to cure his son's impotence, Chu Zhenxiong even offered 60% of Su village's land to the Qin family for help. "But he never told us that you are also a warrior. Damn bastard, he screwed us all." The strange man was cursing angrily, but Chu Longtu was slightly stunned. 60% of the land in Su village. Su village has suspended development indefinitely, and the land is worth very little. Why would Qin Yi agree to this? Chu Zhenxiong personally promised Qin Shao that he has already smoothed over the relationship and will open the underground tombs of Su village as scheduled after they are hollowed out. Another valuable piece of information. The strange man looked at Chu Longtu cautiously and pleaded in a low voice. "Mr. Chu, I am just following orders. Please forgive me just once." The strange man begged for mercy in a low voice, without the arrogance that had just driven Chu Longtu to commit suicide. Chu Longtu glanced at him indifferently. "I have one last question. Why did Qin Yi want to get rid of me?" When the strange man heard that Chu Longtu's tone had softened slightly, he was overjoyed and spoke without thinking. "Because you and Yu Lingqing are too close. Qin Yi wants to use her to break through his realm, and has long regarded Yu Lingqing as his forbidden lover. You seduce her to break up with the Yu family and even live with her. Qin Yi will definitely kill you. Chu Longtu's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. What did you say? A breakthrough. The strange man nodded repeatedly. That's right. The Qin family's martial arts skills can only be cultivated to the peak of dark energy, and there is no way to break through to the realm of transformation energy. Later, I don't know where Mr. Qin got a secret method from. It says that one needs to find a woman born on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, absorb the rich Xuanin energy naturally contained in her body, and forcefully break through to the Huajin realm. The Qin family searched all over Luocheng and the surrounding cities, and finally found Yu Lingqing, and took the initiative to ask for marriage. After Qin Yi and Yu Lingqing's wedding, Qin Yi will be able to absorb Yu Lingqing's Xuanin energy and break through to the Huajin realm, allowing the entire Qin family to move to a higher level. The stranger's words were so convincing that Chu Longtu felt murderous after hearing them. It turns out that the Qin family used their senior sister as a cauldron for practicing martial arts. Once this kind of skill is accomplished, the practitioner will certainly gain great benefits. However, for the woman who acts as the cauldron, the end is extremely miserable. The precious energy and spirit in the body have been drained away, and the whole person is like a pile of dregs that has been squeezed dry of sugarcane residue. There is simply not much left to live. Qin Yi, you deserve to die. The Qin family deserves to be killed. The strange man didn't know that Chu Longtu was murderous, and looked at Chu Longtu with hope. Mr. Chu, I've told you everything you want to know. Can I leave now? Chu Longtu looked coldly at the strange man whose face was full of fear and pleading. You know so much, what is your relationship with Qin Yi? The strange man hesitated and whispered. My father is the youngest disciple of Mr. Qin. Qin Yi and I grew up together and we are as close as brothers. This time Qin Yi came to Jiangdong to get rid of you, so I came with Qin Yi to help him. Chu Longtu said, Oh. We are so close, how could you know so much? Since you and Qin Yi were so close, Qin Yi would be in great pain if you died, right? Huh. Before the strange man could react, he saw a flash of cold light, and the world in front of him suddenly spun around. The last thing he saw was a headless body spurting blood and slowly falling to the ground. Ah, that's my body. The strange man suddenly realized and fell into complete darkness. Chu Longtu's eyes remained cold and calm. Let the strange man go. How is that possible? Regardless of whether he is the mastermind or not, since he dares to attack the people around him, he must pay the price in blood. From the very beginning, Chu Longtu had no intention of letting him go. Chu Longtu immediately kicked the younger brother from Bingshan Hall who didn't even dare to breathe. Do you know where Jingqing is? The younger brother looked at the body of the stranger in horror and nodded frantically at Chu Longtu, fearing that if he was a second late he would fall down and join the stranger. Lead the way. The younger brother rushed out, tumbling and crawling. Chu Longtu picked up Su Wanqiu, and followed with flames burning in his eyes. Since Qin Yi and Jingqing chose war, Chu Longtu will give them war. They decided to start the war, but when it will end depends on Chu Longtu. 10 minutes after the two men left the dock, a thin figure arrived at the dock silently. When he saw the hellish scene at the dock, he was completely stunned. After a full minute of being stunned, the figure came back to his senses and quickly moved around the scene, as if looking for something. The more he searched, the more shocked and confused the figure became. When he found the separated body of the stranger, he fell completely silent as he watched the shocking scene before him. After a moment, the figure made a phone call and whispered. I'm Crow. I've tracked Target 1 to where the hostages are being held. Something went wrong. The voice of the man who had just been leisurely drinking tea and giving orders came out. What's the problem? The figure took a photo of the scene and sent it over. The man on the other end of the phone instantly fell into a long period of loneliness and shock. After a long time, a low voice came from the microphone. Mission cancelled, come back immediately. I wonder if the dock is finished yet. Jingqing couldn't help frowning as he dialed the number. These little bastards don't even know how to report the news in time. They are becoming more and more unruly. I have to practice hard when I get back from work. Jingqing immediately thought of another possibility, and his expression suddenly turned unsightly. It is very likely that these little bastards have not finished yet, but have already finished but did not report it to him and went off to find some place to have fun. We must teach them a lesson when they come back. Zheng Qing was secretly mad in his heart, but he never thought that the people he sent out would fail. How could 20 or 30 people, armed with 20 single-shot rocket launchers, encircle and suppress a Chu-Long-Tu, lose? At this time, the phone was connected and Zheng Qing gave direct instructions. Go find me some girls and bring them up. Find those who are particularly sensible, not those ignorant idiots. Understood, boss. I'll bring it to you right away. The younger brother took on the task with a smile on his face. Zheng Qing was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly heard a strange cry from the younger brother on the other end of the line. Hey, stop right there. Who are you? Who let you in, ah? The younger brother suddenly screamed and fell to the ground with a dull thud. The panicked and angry roars of the other brothers and the noisy footsteps continued to be heard. The third brother has collapsed. Hurry up and drag him to the infirmary. If he dares to run away and cause trouble in our Bengshan Tower, he will die. Brothers, grab your weapons and kill him. Kill him, ah. Old Five has fallen. Who is attacking? Counterattack, counterattack. Ah. Zheng Qing's smile froze instantly. He listened to the sound coming from the phone in shock, his mind racing. Someone attacked the collapsed mountain tower. Who is it? Could it be the Qinglong Society? Zheng Qing had 1,000 thoughts in his mind, but he quickly dialed the number of the security room in Bengshan building and said through gritted teeth. Someone immediately open the armory, arm everyone, and clear all outsiders from the collapsed mountain building. No matter who dares to attack collapsed mountain tower, I will make sure he never returns. Yes, sir. Zheng Qing put down the phone and regained his composure. The security room is the strongest force of Bengshan Hall, which he spent a lot of money to build. Although there are not many people, every member is a professionally trained killing machine with extremely strong combat power. Even if facing a warrior, he will still suffer defeat under the tactics of a pack of wolves devouring a tiger. Zheng Qing turned on the surveillance footage on his computer, and surveillance footage from every corner of the Bengshan building immediately appeared on the screen. Switching to the first floor, Zheng Qing stared at the screen coldly. He wanted to see who was so bold as to attack Bengshan Tower. However, when the surveillance footage on the first floor appeared, Zheng Qing sat up straight in an instant, his eyes filled with panic. On the screen, the younger brothers of Beng Shantang were holding machetes and steel pipes and hacking at the empty air in front of them. There was no trace of any enemy at all. But from time to time, there were little brothers falling down in weird postures with blood gushing out of their bodies, as if there was an invisible ghost in the air attacking them madly. There were more than a dozen little brothers lying in a pool of blood on the ground, screaming, and some of them were falling down every moment. But there was no sign of any enemy in the surveillance footage. A chill ran down Zheng Qing's spine and spread throughout his body, causing his muscles to tense up uncontrollably. What's going on? Where is the enemy? Could it be that everyone in Bengshan Hall has seen a ghost? Zheng Qing was lost in thought, and then he saw the elite thugs from the security room wearing helmets and bulletproof vests, armed to the teeth, appearing on the surveillance screen with guns in hand. Zheng Qing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The security room's elite thugs appear, and no matter how strange the enemy is, they have no choice but to surrender. Zheng Qing's confidence had just risen when, in the surveillance footage, the thug from the security room who was walking in the front suddenly fell to the ground without any warning, his body twitching violently like a fish that had just woken up from sleep. Just 3 seconds later, the thug was silent and a large amount of blood seeped out from under his helmet. His fall instantly triggered a series of domino effects. The second thug walking behind him suddenly tilted his head, and Zheng Qing seemed to hear the sound of his cervical vertebrae breaking through the screen, and he fell to the ground with a bang. The third thug collapsed in agony, clutching his heart. 4th place, 5th place. Only 10 seconds had passed until the 15th thug, who was walking at the end, fell to the ground, clutching his own throat. The 15 elite fighters that Zheng Qing had high hopes for have been wiped out. Zheng Qing was completely numb. He looked at the surveillance screen in despair, where no one was standing, his mind was almost blank. Until now, there is still no sign of the enemy on the surveillance. Who is it? As if hearing his inner roar, a figure suddenly appeared on the screen. The men seemed to appear out of thin air and appeared directly in the center of the picture. Zheng Qing jerked his head forward and stared at the screen. Under his gaze, the figure slowly raised his head and made a throat-cutting gesture to the camera with a cold expression. Zheng Qingru was struck by lightning. Although he had never seen this face before, it looked very familiar to him. He was so familiar with it that he sent people to encircle and suppress him tonight. The figure on the screen was Chu Longtu. The enemy is actually him. Who are you really? Ah. The same tragic scene as that on the first floor happened again, and no enemy could be seen in the surveillance video. The younger brothers, however, treated themselves as if they were facing a formidable enemy, hacking at the air in vain with their knives, guns, sticks, and clubs, and then fell down one after another in a strange manner. When all the younger brothers on the second floor fell down, Chu Longtu's figure appeared again, staring coldly at Zheng Qing through the camera, and then disappeared again. Zheng Qing mechanically tapped the keyboard, and the surveillance footage on the third floor appeared. Then, the third floor was also completely destroyed. Fourth floor. Fifth floor. Dozens of little brothers on every floor couldn't even last more than a minute under Chu Longtu's strange and powerful attack. Zheng Qing's mind went blank as he stared blankly at Chu Longtu as he swept through floor after floor. In just 10 minutes, Zheng Qing felt that it was as long as 10 years, and Chu Longtu had already cleared the 10th floor and was about to approach the top floor. Bang! The office door was roughly pushed open, and a burly man covered in blood rushed in, spitting blood and roaring in despair. "Boss, let's go. Too strong, the brothers are no match for him. He'll be here soon, hurry up." Zheng Qing stared blankly at the burly man with more than a dozen knife wounds all over his body and blood gushing out. This is his #1 warrior, proficient in dozens of fighting styles and possessing strength comparable to that of a Ming Jin warrior. But now he was trembling like a weak chicken under a tiger. Zheng Qing even saw tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. This guy was scared to tears. Zheng Qing came back to his senses, and all his panic and despair magically disappeared in an instant, and he let out a long breath. "Damn it, he's dead, what is there to be afraid of? I'm afraid it's too late." Zheng Qing spoke softly, and the sturdy man was stunned. Endless fear and despair suddenly rose in his eyes, and he turned back abruptly. Boom. With a dull thud, the 200-pound strongman was kicked away like a piece of paper. The man was still flying in the air when his internal organs were completely shattered and he died instantly. Chu Longtu walked in slowly from the door, and a strong, tangible smell of blood instantly filled the office, making Zheng Qing feel suffocated as if his mouth and nose were completely blocked by blood. When Zheng Qing finally saw Chu Longtu with his own eyes and met those almost scarlet eyes, his body couldn't help but tremble violently. That feeling is like a mouse being stared at by a giant dragon, making people feel scared and terrified, as if they have encountered their natural enemy. Chuckle, chuckle. Zheng Qing's upper and lower jaws kept trembling and colliding, and he was so scared that he almost peed himself. Chu Longtu ignored him and looked coldly at the land transfer contract on the table. After staring for a moment, Chu Longtu raised his eyes and looked at Zheng Qing. Plop. Zheng Qing's knees went weak and he knelt on the ground. He opened his mouth to explain but was so terrified that he couldn't even utter a word. He could only kowtow desperately. One after another, soon Zheng Qing's forehead was bleeding, but Zheng Qing didn't dare to stop. "According to what I was thinking when I came in, I should have killed you as soon as we met. But now I can give you a chance." Chu Longtu's cold voice sounded, and Zheng Qing suddenly raised his head, his bloody forehead full of surprise, and nodded desperately. "Just say it. As long as I can do it, I can even give you the entire Collapse Mountain Hall." Chu Longtu pointed at the land transfer contract. "Draft a new contract and transfer 60% of the Sioux village land to my name." Zheng Qing didn't hesitate at all. "Is there any need to tell you which to choose, life or money?" Even though he liked this contract very much half an hour ago, he now discarded it like a piece of trash in an instant. Zheng Qing's body, which was as fat as a pig, jumped up with unprecedented agility. He grabbed the phone on the table and called the lawyer of Bengshantang, roaring, Draw up a contract and send it to me right now. Slow down for a second, and I'll tear down your law firm. 5 minutes later, a standard transfer contract was faxed over. Jing Qing signed and stamped the contract without even looking at it, then handed it to Chu Longtu eagerly. Chu Longtu took it and glanced at it. Before Jing Qing could speak, he raised his fingertips and gently touched Jing Cheng's forehead. With a slight release of powerful internal energy, Jing Cheng's brain was instantly turned into tofu brain. Jing Cheng's whole body stiffened, and he fell down with a bang after raising his head to the sky. Chu Longtu looked at Jing Cheng coldly. I only said I would give you a chance, but I didn't say I would spare your life. Remember not to trust others so easily in your next life. Chu Longtu immediately made a phone call without even looking at Jing Cheng. I'm at the Collapse Hall headquarters. Jing Cheng is dead. I'll give you half an hour. Bring all the people you can muster to Bengshan Hall. After saying these 3 sentences, Chu Longtu threw down his phone, sat on Jing Cheng's leather chair and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later. More than 20 cars stopped at the entrance of Bengshan building, and nearly 200 Qinglong Society members rushed out of the cars, all holding weapons in their hands. Fu Qinglong got out of the car with a ferocious look on his face and waved his hand coldly. Go in. Whoever dares to block my way, let him go. Yes. The younger brothers of the Qinglong Society responded in unison and rushed into the Bengshan Tower with great momentum. Then they were stunned by the pool of blood and the Bengshantang brothers lying on the ground groaning. A Qinglong Society member looked at a Bengshan Hall member with broken arms and legs, and after hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help himself. Are you guys doing hospital group buying? If I go to the doctor for a broken arm, can I get a free leg treatment voucher? The little brother from Bengshan Hall was in so much pain that he couldn't hold his breath. He rolled his eyes and fainted from anger. Fu Qinglong, who followed closely behind, was also stunned. When he received the call from Chu Longtu, he thought Chu Longtu was blocked by Bengshan Hall, so he hung up the phone and gathered people to rush over. He just rushed in ready to fight, but all the brothers from Bengshantang fell down by themselves. Then Fu Qinglong seemed to have thought of something. He took a breath of cold air, and a storm of emotions rose in his heart. Could these have been done by Chu Longtu? Without time to think about it, Fu Qinglong and his brothers continued to rush upwards. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. All the way up to the 12th floor, the scene was exactly the same. Fu Qinglong was already numb from the shock. He left his equally petrified younger brother outside to clean up the mess. He pushed open the door of Jing Cheng's office and happened to see Chu Longtu with his eyes open. Why so slow? Chu Longtu frowned slightly, and immediately gave the order without waiting for Fu Qinglong to speak. Come here, kneel down and kowtow. Ah. Fu Qinglong was stunned. What is this operation? Call him up from the hospital bed and bring a group of younger brothers to come from far away and kowtow to him. Does Chu Longtu need people to kowtow to him? I want the Qinglong Society's foundation. I wanted to accept a disciple on my behalf, but you are far from qualified. I might as well accept you as my disciple in exchange for a share of the Qinglong Society's foundation. Remember, from today on, you are my apprentice. Chu Longtu slapped a booklet on Fu Qinglong's chest. This is the basic chapter of our sect's secret martial arts training manual. After you have mastered it and achieved a breakthrough to the Ming Jin realm, I will pass on the subsequent secrets to you. Fu Qinglong instinctively clutched the booklet, but his heart began to beat violently, and he stammered in disbelief. Why you mean, I can practice martial arts? Chu Longtu raised an eyebrow. Since I have taken away your inheritance, I naturally have to give you some compensation. Why, are you dissatisfied? Fu Qinglong shook his head violently, the joy in his heart suddenly exploded, and he couldn't help but grinning. Martial arts secrets. The precious martial arts secrets that many people would spend all their wealth to obtain were now in my hands. For the sake of this martial arts secret book, he would be willing to not only be Chu Longtu's apprentice, but also call Chu Longtu his father. What does the Qinglong Society's foundation mean to you? Fu Qinglong, who has been in the underground world for decades, knows better than Chu Longtu that the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. With the martial arts secrets, wouldn't it be easy to build a strong foundation? Besides, even if Chu Longtu took away the Qinglong society, Fu Qinglong became Chu Longtu's apprentice. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to take charge of the Qinglong society? It was just a transfer from one hand to the other. Fu Qinglong even earned a martial arts secret book. With the help of Chu Longtu, he made a lot of money. Fu Qinglong carefully put the booklet away and swore with gritted teeth. "Master, don't worry. From now on, if anyone dares to disrespect you, I will tear his head off and kick it like a ball." Chu Longtu was too lazy to listen to his expression of loyalty and said indifferently, "I killed Jingcheng, and I also killed most of the core members of Bingshan Hall. You must lead your men to wipe out the forces of Bingshan Hall right now, and make sure to annex all of Bingshan Hall's territory into the Qinglong society." Although Fu Qinglong had witnessed the tragic scene below with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but shudder when he heard Chu Longtu say it in person, and then he felt happy. This is the power of a warrior. And now he also has the opportunity to become a warrior. Chu Longtu handed the land transfer contract to Fu Qinglong again. At the same time, spread this news throughout Jiangdong. Then, take this contract to find Qin Yi and Chu Zhenxiong. Tell them, if they want to take it back, then see you in the ring. Chu Longtu stared into Fu Qinglong's eyes and spoke word by word. "I don't care what method you use, you must force Qin Yi and Chu Zhenxiong to the ring, and force them to place a heavy bet." Fu Qinglong looked at Chu Longtu with great determination. "Master, don't worry. If I don't let them put every last penny on the line, I won't be named Fu." Chu Longtu was very satisfied with Fu Qinglong's confidence and patted him on the shoulder. "The ring match will start tomorrow night. I want to see Qin Yi standing on the ring then." Fu Qinglong nodded heavily and watched Chu Longtu's figure disappear. Holding the contract tightly in his hand and feeling the outline of the martial arts booklet against his heart, Fu Qinglong let out a long roar with high spirits. "Brothers, follow me. After tonight, there will no longer be a Bingshan Hall in Jiangdong." Leaving some of his younger brothers behind to clean up the mess at Bingshan Tower, Fu Qinglong led a group of younger brothers as fierce as wolves and tigers out of Bingshan Tower and headed to various locations of Bingshan Hall to start taking over the power of Bingshan Hall. On the way, Fu Qinglong kept making phone calls, summoning the 4 kings of the Qinglong society including Brother Dao and asking them to sweep through all the territories of Bingshan Hall with thundering force. Such a big commotion could not be hidden from anyone who was interested, and it immediately shook all the forces in Jiangdong. Has Qinglong society gone mad? They actually took the initiative to start a full-scale war against Bingshan Hall. I heard that Fu Qinglong suffered a loss from Jingcheng yesterday, so why is he so angry today? Is he mad? Humph, it's not that easy to take down Bingshan Hall. Just wait and see, Qinglong society will suffer. Various opinions arose from all over Jiangdong, most of which were pessimistic or even pessimistic about the Qinglong society. After Jingcheng and Qin Yi appeared together at Yu Jianghe's birthday party yesterday, the whole Jiangdong knew that Jingcheng had hooked up with the Qin family to be his backer. With the support of the Qin family, how could Jingcheng lose? And the newly discovered mineral vein naturally belongs to Jingcheng. It must be that Qinglong will not be willing to accept defeat and wants to launch a counterattack in a last-ditch effort. Many forces who thought they had figured out the Qinglong society's motive suddenly realized it and watched with a sneer, waiting for the Qinglong society to suffer a defeat. However, the Qinglong society was frustrated and didn't take the opportunity, but an explosive piece of news suddenly spread. The headquarters of Bingshan Hall, Bingshan Tower, was raided by Qinglong society. Jingcheng was killed on the spot and the entire Bingshan Hall nearly collapsed. The entire Jiangdong fell silent, and then became completely boiling. The Qinglong society destroyed the Bingshan Hall. Are you kidding me? What on earth is going on? Why did Bingshan Hall suddenly collapse? Did Qinglong society find powerful external reinforcements? Where's the Qin family? Where's Qin Yi? Are they just going to sit there and do nothing? Countless shocks and speculations rose up into the sky and hit Qin Yi one after another. A luxurious villa halfway up the mountain in Xishan, Jiangxi province. This was the nest that Jingcheng spent a lot of money to build for himself, and it became Qin Yi's place of residence after he came to Jiangdong. In the living room, Qin Yi sat there in a daze, which was rare. He also knew the news of Bingshan Hall's defeat. He couldn't figure it out. Tonight's script should clearly be to lure Chu Longtu to the old pier and kill him, then raise Su village to the ground and get the benefits that he and Jing Qing deserve. But how did it suddenly become like this? Beng Shantang was defeated, and Jing Qing actually died. What about Chu Longtu? Is he dead or not? Countless doubts filled Qin Yi's head, making him almost lose his usual calmness and gloominess. He scratched his head in annoyance. Boom. The door of the villa burst open, and Chu Zhenxiong with red eyes rushed in with Chu Tiannan, roaring angrily. I trust you and gave you 60% of the land in Su village. I have made a plan, and I will leave it to you to execute. In the end, Beng Shantang fell to his knees first. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Qin Yi looked at the aggressive Chu Zhenxiong and was unable to answer for a moment. At this moment, another group of people followed Chu Zhenxiong in. Oh, they're all here. Fu Qinglong's teasing voice sounded. Qin Yi and Chu Zhenxiong turned back suddenly, and their eyes instantly became sharp enough to kill people. Fu Qinglong, who walked in leisurely with his younger brother, didn't care and had a playful smile on his face. It just so happens that you're all here, so I don't have to look for you one by one. You guys are the ones behind what happened tonight. It's a pity that all your plans have failed. See for yourself. Before he finished speaking, Fu Qinglong lightly threw out a stack of photos. Qin Yi and Chu Zhenxiong looked at the scattered photos, their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and they looked so ferocious that they seemed to want to devour anyone. The groaning little brothers in the completely defeated Bengshan building, the fat but silent body of Jing Qing in the office. The extremely tragic scenes in the photos hit Qin Yi and Chu Zhenxiong's eyes wildly. Chu Zhenxiong's anger disappeared in an instant, replaced by boundless shock and fear. It turns out that it was not a rumor, Jing Qing was really dead. All their plans tonight failed, and they were even found by their enemies. What to do now? Chu Zhenxiong couldn't help but look at Qin Yi, but saw Qin Yi looking at the stranger's dismembered body and his face with his eyes open in death in the photo with a look of rage. Old 5. Qin Yi roared, and his violent aura exploded. The teacup on the table was instantly blown away and smashed against the wall, breaking into countless pieces. Chu Zhenxiong retreated in embarrassment, looking in shock at Qin Yi, who was full of momentum and looked like a god or devil. So, is this the true face of a warrior? So scary. The younger brothers behind Fu Qinglong were also a little agitated by the terrifying momentum. Only Fu Qinglong was standing there, even though his cheeks were scratched by the broken teacup and left bloody marks, he still did not retreat a single step. Fu Qinglong even had the energy to tease Qin Yi, but as soon as he opened his mouth it was like a knife stabbing Qin Yi's heart. What a good young man, but he lost his life just because of your order. What a pity. If this news gets back, won't his parents be heartbroken? Qin Yi, who was already furious, suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. This sentence really hit the nail on the head. Lao Wu is dead. How can he explain this to his uncle who is as close to him as his uncle? His only son died in obscurity on a dilapidated dock before he could become famous in Jiangdong, and not even a complete body was left. Qin Yi swallowed the blood that was at the corner of his mouth. As the blood and qi rushed back, his eyes instantly burst into scarlet, looking extremely creepy. Qin Yi's low voice sounded slowly. It was me who killed Lao Wu. I misjudged the extent of Chu Longtu's collusion with you. I didn't expect you to go all out for him, and I didn't expect you to find a warrior to help you. Without the participation of warriors, you would not be able to break the trap set by the dozens of rocket launchers and the old man who is at the peak of Mingjin, let alone counterattack Bengshan Hall and swallow it up in one fell swoop. Even Jing Qingdu died tragically at your hands. I lost this time, I admit it. But do you think you won? Qin Yi's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of madness in it. Chu Zhenxiong suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Qin Yi with surprise and joy. He originally thought that they had already suffered a great defeat tonight and could only swallow this loss in silence. But from what Qin Yi said, it seemed like he had a backup plan. Fu Qinglong's expression also changed slightly, and he looked at Qin Yi vigilantly. What other tricks do you have? Su Wanqiu has been taken away by us, and Bengshan Hall has been defeated by us. It is no longer a force to be reckoned with. Even the 60% of Su village land that Chu Zhenxiong transferred to you has fallen into our hands. You've already lost miserably tonight, do you still want to make a comeback? Chu Zhenxiong, who was listening nearby, suddenly felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head, making him wish he could take a knife and kill Zheng Cheng, who was already dead, again. This damn fat guy. It would have been fine if he died, but he actually transferred 60% of the land in Su village to Qinglong society in Kelongtu. You must know that in order to allow the Qin family to use their best skills to cure Chu Tiannan, these 60% of the land are all the best land in Su village, close to the center of the business district. Now that 60% of the land has fallen into the hands of the Qinglong society and Chulongtu, what's the difference between this and holding his eggs? Chu Zhenxiong's eyes instantly turned red with anxiety. The redevelopment of the land in Su village was the last chance given to him by his backers. He originally wanted to use this piece of land to exchange for benefits, and after forming alliances, he could trample Chulongtu under his feet at once. However, he did not expect that Chulongtu would turn the tables again, and put himself in danger again. If he loses again this time, he will never have a chance to turn things around. Chu Zhenxiong no longer cared about anything else and immediately wanted to surrender to Fu Qinglong. Even if it means bringing shame to the whole of Jiangdong, as long as the land of Su village can be taken back, it will be enough. Fu Qinglong, the land of Su village. As soon as Chu Zhenxiong opened his mouth, Qin Yi's cold voice interrupted him. What's the value of the land in Su village? What about Bingshan Hall and Jingcheng? If they are lost, they are lost. If they are dead, they are dead. Do you think I care about these chess pieces? The only thing that hurts me is Lao Wu's death. But as long as the real plan can be completed tonight, even if Lao Wu dies, it will be enough to comfort his soul in heaven. A crazy smile appeared on Qin Yi's usually gloomy face, which became more and more intense until he laughed out loud towards the sky. Chulongtu should be very proud at this moment. But if he returns to Yulingqing's villa and finds out that my people have captured Yulingqing and tortured her little girl to death, how will he feel? Fu Qinglong felt his hair tingling as he looked at Qin Yi, who was laughing crazily. His hair almost stood up. Even Chu Zhenxiong looked at Qin Yi in shock, with goosebumps all over his body. They were all wrong. Whether it was Fu Qinglong or Chu Zhenxiong, they all thought that the purpose of all their plans tonight was to kill Chulongtu. No one expected that Qin Yi had other intentions and hid his real purpose from everyone. He wants Yulingqing. But the collapsed mountain hall has been completely destroyed. Where did you get the manpower? Fu Qinglong's weak rebuttal was only met with a scornful look from Qin Yi. Can you country bumpkins from the remote countryside imagine the depth of the Qin family in Luocheng? Do you think that I, the eldest son of the Qin family, came to Jiangdong with only Lao Wu, my confidant? Fu Qinglong couldn't say any more, and Chu Zhenxiong's eyes lit up and he started to calculate quickly. If Yulingqing is captured, she can be used to threaten Chulongtu to get back the 60% of the land. In this way, he still has a chance. Fu Qinglong took out his cell phone with a cold face. Qin Yi let Fu Qinglong inform Qin Yi, his scarlet eyes filled with ferocious and vicious murderous intent. Originally, because of Yulingqing's mysterious and Yin energy, I wanted to marry her to the Qin family in a formal ceremony. After I have absorbed all of her Xuanyin energy, I will let her die suddenly. This will also add some dignity to the Yu family and her. But this woman didn't know how to appreciate my kindness and even killed Lao Wu. How can I give her any respect? When she is caught, you must watch her carefully, and let Chulongtu watch her carefully too, to see how I kill her. Then, I will cut you into pieces piece by piece, to comfort Lao Wu's soul in heaven. Fu Qinglong had a blank expression on his face, but the fingers that pressed the phone could not help but tremble slightly. Strands of despair climbed out from his heart and occupied his entire heart. It's too late. It's too late. Even if we notify Chulongtu now, Qin Yi's people might have already done everything that needs to be done. This time, they were afraid that they had really lost. They should start taking action after receiving the news, right? But why is there no news from them and Brother Longtu? What happened? Just when the two women were distracted and restless, the lights outside the villa suddenly went out. And Qin's attention was drawn and he asked in confusion. What happened? Did the circuit breaker trip? No, there is still electricity at home. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Yu Lingqing instantly felt a chill running from his spine to his limbs and bones, and he suddenly turned his head to look out the window. Although it was pitch dark and silent, she instinctively smelled the scent of crisis. Something is wrong. It's so quiet outside. It is now the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, and the night is when all kinds of insects are active. Even through the window, I can usually hear the chirping of insects in the grass outside. But as the lights went out, all the chirping of insects also disappeared, leaving only a still heart-pounding silence outside. Yu Lingqing remained calm, pretended to be sleepy and yawned, then picked up the switch and closed the smart curtains. The curtains slowly closed, blocking the view inside and outside the window. The moment the curtains were closed, Yu Lingqing made a gesture to Qin to keep quiet. Qin didn't understand, but still kept her mouth shut and didn't make a sound. The next second, her eyes widened and she almost couldn't control her scream of shock. Under her gaze, Yu Lingqing gently pushed an ordinary decoration on the bookshelf in the living room. With a slight click, the bookshelf opened, revealing a safe door on the wall. After Yu Lingqing quickly entered the password to open the safe, he took out a black pistol from it. Glock 19 is small and exquisite, but its firepower is not bad at all. A standard 15-round magazine could be fired in one go, and could even kill a Ming-Jin warrior instantly. Then, under Qin's shocked gaze, Yu Lingqing took out a tactical belt and tied it around his waist, and took out 4 magazines and 3 grenades and inserted them into the tactical belt for easy access. Qin was completely stunned by Yu Lingqing's skillful movements. Why are there guns and grenades in Yu Lingqing's home? Is she always ready for battle? And why is she so skilled with these weapons? After Yu Lingqing was ready, she was met with Qin's shocked eyes, but she did not explain. After all, she and Chulong to have the same master. Although Luo Qingfei did not pass on her real skills to the senior sisters who went up the mountain ahead of time, and did not even reveal her true identity, Luo Qingfei still taught Yu Lingqing and the others a few things, and simple shooting was no problem. Yu Lingqing pointed at the stairs to Qin. Although Qin was feeling uneasy, she still did as he said and tiptoed to the corner of the stairs. Yu Lingqing turned off the lights in the living room, and the living room immediately fell into darkness. Then she walked to the corner quietly, holding the gun in both hands and staring at the window of the villa. Outside the villa, 5 figures appeared silently on the dark and silent lawn, looking at the dim villa in surprise. Why did this woman suddenly fall asleep? Will they discover us? One figure asked doubtfully, but was scoffed at by another. You've slept with too many women, and your brains must have shot out. How could a delicate young lady like that possibly discover our whereabouts? Okay, stop wasting time, hurry in and take her away so we can finish work early. Hee, the young master said that as long as Yu Lingqing is intact, we can do whatever we want with the others. The man chuckled obscenely twice, but was scolded by a low voice. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. The figure suddenly fell silent and dared not speak again. The man who started to scold looked at the dark villa and said in a low voice. Split into 2 people and go in from the 2nd floor. The other 2, come in with me from the 1st floor. Knock out Yu Lingqing immediately if you find him, and take him away. You can do whatever you want with the rest of them, but you only have 10 minutes. The obscene voice couldn't help but laugh again. 10 minutes is enough for me to have 2 orgasms. After a few low laughs, the 5 people separated according to the previous plan. 2 of them climbed up to the 2nd floor like geckos, and the remaining 3 found windows in 3 directions on the 1st floor and prepared to break in. The 3 of them raised their hands and pressed on the glass, exerting light force. The reinforced triple-layer glass was instantly shaken off and was sucked into their palms and easily taken down. Immediately, 3 figures rushed out and sneaked into the villa. Yu Lingqing, who was standing at the corner of the villa stairs, narrowed his eyes, took off the grenade from his tactical belt, pulled out the pull ring, counted 3 numbers silently in his hand, then gathered all his strength and threw it out. As soon as the grenade was thrown, the 3 people noticed the movement and turned their heads to look over. What is that? The figure in the front, the owner of the obscene voice, asked in confusion and took it casually. When he was about to reach out to catch the grenade, the figure beside him was barely visible with the help of the faint light coming through the window. His face changed instantly, and he kicked out without thinking, shouting angrily. Grenade. Quick! He kicked the wretched figure away, and then he and the other two figures retreated madly and fell directly to the ground. The wretched figure was so frightened that his soul flew away. He curled up into a ball while still flying in the air, trying to avoid the grenade attack. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and countless fragments whizzed in all directions, beating the wretched figure like a sieve with blood spurting out of his body. The other two figures were also hit by a lot of shrapnel and were grimacing in pain. The two men turned their heads in anger, and just in time with the help of the light from the explosion, they saw Yu Lingqing at the corner of the stairs with a stern face and a gun aimed at them. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Lingqing fired without hesitation, firing a burst of bullets at the wretched figure who had been hit by most of the grenades, causing him to tremble all over and unable to stand up. Then Yu Lingqing turned the gun around and continued shooting, but found that the two people had disappeared. Yu Lingqing's pupils shrank drastically, and without thinking, he pulled out the remaining two grenades and was about to throw them out. Two big hands like iron clamps had already tightly grasped her slender wrists. Yu Lingqing couldn't bear the pain after applying a little force, and as soon as he loosened his hands, the pistol and grenade fell into the hands of others. Bang! With a crisp sound, Yu Lingqing was slapped hard and her cheeks immediately became red and swollen. "You bitch, you hit me so hard." An angry voice sounded, and he was about to raise his hand to hit again, but was stopped by another person. "This is the person young Master Qin wants. You can slap him to vent your anger, but if you really hurt him, aren't you afraid that young Master Qin will peel off your skin?" The man was choked and speechless. He turned his head and saw Qin, who was panicking beside him. The anger that he could not vent suddenly burst out and he grabbed Qin. "Damn it, I'm going to use this girl to relieve my anger first. When young Master Qin has finished practicing martial arts with this woman, I will definitely ask young Master Qin to bring her back and torture her to death." And Qin screamed, and Yu Lingqing's face suddenly turned pale, bloodless. "You really want to die?" A cold and pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. The two men who were grinning in anger and preparing to attack Qin suddenly shuddered. A great sense of danger descended upon them, causing the hairs on their bodies to stand up. The man holding Yu Lingqing stomped his feet and instantly rushed towards the window on the wall at the corner of the stairs like a cannonball, pretending to break the window and leave. The other man reacted very quickly, grabbed Qin and held him in front of him, his 5 fingers deeply embedded in Qin's throat like steel bars, and said in a cold voice, "Who is playing tricks? Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll strangle this chick to death." The only response he got was the sharp sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air. The next second, a scream rose to the sky. "Ah!" The man holding Yu Lingqing flew back at a faster speed than when he left, and fell to the ground weakly. The originally strong body suddenly had more than a dozen knife wounds with skin and flesh rolled up. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly turning him into a bloody man. The right hand he was holding Yu Lingqing with was broken at the wrist, and the cut was so smooth that one could even see the texture of the muscle. In front of him, a tall figure gently placed the frightened Yu Lingqing on the ground. The figure had a pale mask on his face, with no decoration except for his eyes. The ponytail that was raised high behind her head revealed her gender, and the bright red blood that slowly flowed from the black straight knife in her hand made the man who was holding Qin's pupils shrink to the size of a needle tip in an instant, and his hair almost stood up in fear. Is he seeing things? His companion, who was in the middle stage of Ming Jin, was not able to defeat the mysterious man who suddenly appeared. Flash sale. This monster really came from nowhere. In an instant, the man made a decision. Gathering all his internal strength, the man lifted Qin and slammed him hard against the wall. With the force of his attack, if Qin really hit the wall, he would die instantly like an egg hitting a stone, and there would be no chance of luck at all. He was betting that the mysterious masked woman opposite would go to save Qin. As long as the masked woman takes 3 seconds to rescue Qin, it will be enough for him to run out of the villa. The moment Qin let go, the man retreated madly like an arrow. Under his excited gaze, the masked woman pounced on Qin as he expected, with no intention of chasing him at all. The man suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn around and speed up when he felt a sudden pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a matte black straight knife sticking out of his chest, blood dripping out. Behind him, a ghostly black shadow appeared at some point and dealt him a fatal blow. All the strength in his body suddenly disappeared like a deflated balloon, and the man collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The black shadow met the man's desperate eyes, drew his sword, raised it high, and swung it down indifferently. With a muffled sound, the man's body was instantly separated from his body, and he was deader than dead. At the same time, two muffled sounds were heard from the second floor. Not long after, two dark figures dressed in black walked down the stairs, smelling of blood and murderous aura. They bowed respectfully to the masked woman and threw the corpse in their hands to the ground. Yu Lingqing and Qin couldn't help but tremble all over. They moved closer to each other involuntarily and looked at the masked woman in horror. "Why are you making such a mess? Get them all out and clean this place up." The masked woman gave orders in a hoarse voice. The three men in black bowed, leaned over and killed the wretched men who had fainted from the pain with a single knife. Then they dragged the 5 bodies out of the villa. In the entire villa, only Yu Lingqing and Qin and the masked woman were left. However, Yu Lingqing and Qin became even more uneasy. Even though the masked woman had just saved them both, looking at the pale mask and emotionless eyes still couldn't make them relax. "Who are you?" Yu Lingqing plucked up the courage to speak, and the masked woman raised her hand and displayed a token. Yu Lingqing was stunned when he saw the token. There were no fancy decorations on the token, only a very realistic pattern of wind and clouds. If you stare for a long time, you can even feel endless strong winds and clouds appearing out of nowhere in the quiet room. Yu Lingqing was very familiar with this pattern. This is the sign of the master. When in the mountains, every detail of master's clothing, food, housing, and transportation was filled with such free and easy patterns. "Are you the master's people?" Yu Lingqing couldn't help but fall into shock. Although the master occasionally taught them some knowledge about health preservation, fighting, reconnaissance and shooting when they were in the mountains, but overall he was just an ordinary person who knew a little more and did not display any great power at all. Only now did she know what kind of leader her master was and what powerful subordinates he had. The masked woman nodded slightly. At this time, a man in black returned to the villa and handed over a mobile phone. The masked woman took it and glanced at it. Yu Lingqing clearly saw a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Immediately, the masked woman dialed one of the numbers. After a beep, the phone was connected, and Qin Yi's cold voice with a hint of joy rang out. "How are things going?" The masked woman spoke calmly. "All your people are dead." The other end of the phone instantly fell into a dead silence like a graveyard. After a long moment, Qin Yi's voice, still cold but with a slight tremor, rang out. "Who are you? If you dare to kill the people from the Qin family in Luocheng, I will kill you." Qin Yi was ultimately unable to suppress his rage and depression, which were like a volcanic eruption, and he roared in anger. The masked woman was unmoved and simply crushed the phone. West Hill, halfway villa. Qin Yi was completely dumbfounded. His stiff face still showed the ferocity and complacency from before, making him look as ridiculous as a clown. Fu Qinglong, who was feeling uneasy, calmed down instantly after hearing the words in the microphone, and felt infinite admiration for Chu Longtu. Young Master Chu is worthy of being young Master Chu, he really has every plan in mind. He even figured out Qin Yi's true intentions and even made a backup plan to kill him in one fell swoop, achieving a complete victory. Puff. Qin Yi could no longer suppress his boiling blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, then he reached out with his claws raging towards Fu Qinglong. With his cultivation level of the middle stage of dark force, there is no chance that Fu Qinglong will survive after this claw. Fu Qinglong didn't move at all, just watched Qin Yi grabbing him fiercely with his claws, and spoke slowly. "You lost so badly, don't you want to win it back?" Qin Yi's fingertips stopped at Fu Qinglong's neck. If he moved forward 1 centimeter more, he could easily tear open Fu Qinglong's artery, causing him to die instantly. But this last centimeter seemed like an insurmountable chasm that made Qin Yi unable to cross it. "What do you mean by that?" Qin Yi stared at Fu Qinglong, but Fu Qinglong seemed unaware of the fatal threat on his neck and said calmly. "If you kill me now, my people will arrange for Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing to leave Jiangdong and even the country immediately, so that you will never find them again." In this way, some of your plans to use Yu Lingqing will no longer be implemented, right? Qin Yi's whole body tensed up instantly, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost condensed into substance and flowed out. He wished he could cut Fu Qinglong into pieces, but he couldn't move at all. Fu Qinglong's threat hit Qin Yi's sore spot. It is so hard to find a woman who was born on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month and has a strong mysterious Yin energy. With the Qin family's powerful strength, it took so many years to find such a person. If Yu Lingqing was gone, he would use his head to break through to the Huajin realm. Seeing that Qin Yi didn't say anything, Fu Qinglong became more confident and gently pushed Qin Yi's hand away. I know you're unwilling. I'll give you a chance to win it back. Although the collapse hall is gone, the tournament will still be held as usual. You win, Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing are at your disposal, and even Bingshan Hall and 60% of Su Village's land will be returned to you. Do you dare to come? Fu Qinglong looked at Qin Yi provocatively. Even though Qin Yi was extremely angry, he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Fu Qinglong's conditions. At that moment, Qin Yi even had the illusion that Fu Qinglong was an undercover agent of the Qin family. With such a good situation tonight, you actually bet on a boxing match with him, and the conditions are so generous. Was he hallucinating, or was Fu Qinglong crazy? Qin Yi thought to himself, if he were the winner tonight, he would only kill the loser and would never propose such a gamble that would give the other party a chance to make a comeback. This is simply playing with fire. If you are not careful, you may completely ruin the victory you have achieved. What did Fu Qinglong want to do by proposing this bet? As if seeing Qin Yi's confusion, Fu Qinglong said lightly. Do you think I'm crazy? Hold on, I haven't finished yet. If you lose, the remaining 40% of Su Village's land will also belong to us. In addition, you must leave one hand behind, swear never to retaliate, and stay away from the Qinglong Society and anyone who is protected by the Qinglong Society. As soon as Fu Qinglong said this, Qin Yi and Chu Zhenxiong both changed color. Especially Chu Zhenxiong almost lost his composure and spoke directly. 60% of the land in Su Village has fallen into the hands of the Qinglong Society because of that idiot Zheng Cheng. If the Chu family loses the remaining 40%, then the Chu family will be completely finished. But when I think about the fact that I can get back the lost 60% of the land after winning. Chu Zhenxiong's breathing became extremely rapid, and his heart was in turmoil for a moment. Qin Yi suddenly realized that something was wrong. After losing, he cut off one hand and swore never to retaliate against the Qinglong Society, Chu Longtu, and Yu Lingqing. It seems cruel, but compared with the rich rewards after victory, this punishment is nothing. Could it be? An idea suddenly flashed through Qin Yi's mind, and he sneered grimly. I see. So you're scared. Fu Qinglong actually doesn't care about anything like land or buying things. All he wanted was for Qin Yi to swear never to retaliate. Fu Qinglong was scared. Because Qin Yi is not only himself, but also has the huge Qin family behind him. Even if Fu Qinglong won tonight, it was a fluke, as Qin Yi was completely caught off guard. If the Qin family was really provoked and attacked the Qinglong Society with all their might, Fu Qinglong would have no power to fight back at all. After these words were spoken, Fu Qinglong's expression did not change, only his pupils shrank slightly but quickly returned to normal. He did not give a direct response. But silence is also a response. Qin Yi's smile became more ferocious and cold. He guessed right. You are afraid of the Qin family, so you proposed this bet to force me not to retaliate. But I'm curious. According to the bet, you have to win the ring match before you can force me to swear. Are you sure you can win? Fu Qinglong raised his eyebrows but still did not respond. But seeing this reaction, Qin Yi had already made up his mind. No more running away. Fu Qinglong dared to propose such an outrageous bet, he must have something to rely on and felt that he could win. But what does he rely on? Could it be that he was the one who hooked up with the mysterious warrior who caused Qin Yi to suffer a great defeat tonight? As soon as Qin Yi thought of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear. Yes, that must be it. Fu Qinglong must have been dazzled by the mysterious warrior's great victory tonight. He thought that he could definitely defeat Qin Yi, so he confidently proposed the bet to avoid the Qin family's revenge. But Fu Qinglong was wrong, very wrong. Yes. Qin was indeed defeated tonight. All his thoughts and plans were clearly known to others, and the lives of Lao Wu, who was as close as a brother to him, and 5 of his trusted subordinates were lost. Even the newly won ally Beng Shantang was annexed, and Zheng Qing was completely killed. But all this was because Qin had no idea that there were warriors around Fu Qinglong, so he was caught off guard and suffered a great defeat. But if it is a competition with open swords and guns, who would Qin be afraid of? The warrior that Fu Qinglong colluded with killed the 5th brother and 5 confidants in the Ming Jin realm. It is very likely that he was a warrior in the Jin realm. But Qin was not afraid at all. He is in the middle stage of dark energy. Even with the Qin family's martial arts secrets, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against a late-stage dark energy master. No matter who the warrior Fu Qinglong hooks up with is, he is sure to win. Qin was so overjoyed that he couldn't help but laugh wildly. He thought failure was inevitable tonight, but he didn't expect there was still a chance to turn the tables. As long as we can win the ring match, what we lost tonight will be won back in one go, or even more. I agree. Just as you said, the winner will be decided in one match. No matter how much faith you have in that guy you hook up with, he's dead. I will crush his bones inch by inch in the ring and avenge Lao Wu and my men. Qin sneered and revealed Fu Qinglong's little plan, and was satisfied to see Fu Qinglong's sudden change in expression. But he didn't know that Fu Qinglong was laughing in his heart. The fish is hooked. It's a deal. See you in the ring match tomorrow night. Fu Qinglong simply turned around and left with his little brother, getting on the convoy waiting outside the villa. The convoy started and drove quickly down the mountain. In the Mercedes-Benz in the middle, Fu Qinglong dialed Chu Longtu's number with a smile on his face. Mr. Chu, it's done. Qin has agreed to compete tomorrow night. Chu Longtu's low voice sounded. Well done. Spread this news and make sure the entire Jiangdong knows it in the shortest possible time. Also, help me do one more thing. Fu Qinglong kept nodding, his eyes flashing with excitement. Greetings, young master. Chu Longtu looked at the 3 men in black kneeling on one knee in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but feel hot. 8th day, 9th day, 10th day. Even through the mask, Chu Longtu still shouted out the code names of the 3 men in black. These 3 people are all killers directly under the Tianluotuang Combat Department. Tian represents their level. They are the highest level killers among the 3 levels of heaven, earth and men in the War Department. 8, 9, and 10 represent their ranking among the top killers. The combination of the 2 forms their code name. And the code name of every killer in the War Department is named like this. When Chu Longtu was still in the mountain, he was arranged by his master to go down the mountain and enter the combat department for training. His code name was Poorman 999, the last one among the last ones. But in just less than a year, Chu Longtu soared all the way to the top level with a terrifyingly high mission success rate and conquered the entire War Department. When he left the War Department, Chu Longtu's code name was Tianyi. The number 1 killer in the War Department. The uncrowned king of all killers. Tian Ba, Tian Jiu, and Tian Shi, the 3 of them, had all gone on missions with Chu Longtu at that time and had a life-and-death friendship. If you don't stand up, I'll kick you with my big feet, believe it or not. Chu Longtu cursed with a smile, and Tian Ba and the other 2 chuckled and stood up. Are you the only 3 transferred here this time? Chu Longtu spoke and Tian Ba nodded. The minister heard that you needed someone, young master, and wanted to bring someone here personally. But the department has opened several new assassin training bases, and the minister is too busy to be in 2 places at once, so he assigned the 3 of us to wait for deployment. Tian Jiu and Tian Shi kept winking at Chu Longtu, showing none of the cold-blooded killer demeanor they had when they dealt with Qin Yi's men just now. A tall and violent beauty instantly appeared in Chu Longtu's mind. He shuddered and a rare look of extreme headache appeared on his face. Don't bother her with this. These are just small matters. Your presence is enough. I don't want the whole of Jiangdong to be blown up when I wake up. Tian Ba and the other 2 nodded in agreement. It was obvious that they were also very clear about their minister's style of doing things. Chu Longtu glanced around. Is everything cleaned up? Tian Jiu smiled and patted his chest to make a promise. Don't worry, young master. Don't you believe in our brother's skills? Make sure it's handled cleanly without leaving any traces. Chu Longtu smiled and nodded. Tian Ba, Tian Jiao, and Tian Shi, the three of them, met with Jiang Qinglong on the day Chu Longtu came down the mountain, and were ordered to be transferred to Jiangdong to obey orders. Before he went to rescue Su Wanqiu tonight, he ordered the three of them to come to the villa to protect Yu Lingqing and Inqin in case of any accidents. Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy. Hearing the noise in the villa, Yu Lingqing, Inqin, and the masked woman also came out. When they saw Chu Longtu holding Su Wanqiu standing in the yard of the villa, Yu Lingqing and Inqin couldn't help but let out a long breath, and thick mist instantly appeared in their beautiful eyes. Chu Longtu is back, and Su Wanqiu is back too. This long and turbulent night is finally coming to an end. Junior brother. Brother Longtu. Yu Lingqing walked up with a wronged look on her face, tears welling up in her eyes. Inqin's face was also filled with fear, and she kept wiping her tears with the back of her hand, her fingers even trembling. Chu Longtu felt extremely distressed and guilty when he saw the two girls' behavior, so he quickly spoke to comfort them. Tian Ba and the other two were very observant and quietly retreated into the darkness and disappeared. The masked woman still stood quietly aside, not saying a word. When the two women calmed down a little, Yu Lingqing glanced at the masked woman and spoke in a low voice. Junior brother, they are master's people. They suddenly appeared and saved me and Inqin. Do you know them? Chu Longtu looked at the masked woman. The masked woman raised her hand and took off the mask, revealing a slightly dark but wild and heroic female face, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Qin Tianshuang, meet the young master. Chu Longtu nodded slightly. Get up. Seeing this scene, Yu Lingqing and Inqin's mouths opened into an O-shape in shock. Just now, the two of them wanted to thank the masked woman for saving their lives, but she ignored them when they tried to talk to her several times. But she was so respectful in front of Chu Longtu. And she called Chu Longtu young master. What young master? Yu Lingqing looked at Chu Longtu and the masked woman in confusion, and suddenly felt sour in his heart. They are both disciples of the same master, so why are there so many little secrets between them? Inqin's face was also filled with shock, and her heart was beating rapidly. This extremely powerful woman who saved her from the enemy actually called Longtu brother, young master. I seem to have learned some incredible news. But, should I say it? Inqin's eyes dimmed and she began to feel conflicted. It was Yu Lingqing who had good insight and saw that Chu Longtu and Qin Tianshuang had something to say, so he spoke up. Junior brother, take Su home first. Chu Longtu nodded, put Su Wanqiu back into the villa room, and left Yu Lingqing and Inqin to take care of her, while he and Qin Tianshuang went outside. Even though it was the first time they met, Chu Longtu didn't say any pleasantries and spoke in a deep voice. Has the intelligence been confirmed? Qin Tianshuang nodded heavily and spoke hoarsely. It has been confirmed. After multiple comparisons over the past few days, we have confirmed that one of the wanted criminals in Longqi prison that you are looking for should be the boss behind the Jiangdong Underground Arena tournament. Besides, it's in Jiangdong. Chu Longtu clenched his fists and let out a long breath. Finally, found it. As long as we catch him and send him to Longqi prison, we can get Dad out. Relaxed, Chu Longtu asked. How did you confirm that? Also, last time you said you had discovered important clues, saying that these wanted criminals had worked for the same person, but you didn't explain it clearly. Tell me, who did they work for? Qin Tianshuang looked at Chu Longtu with a slightly strange look and said in a deep voice. The men they work for should be familiar to you. It's your father, Chu Zhenfeng. The smile on Chu Longtu's face froze instantly, and it took him a long time to react. You said that the wanted criminals in Longqi prison used to work for my father. Qin Tianshuang nodded heavily. According to the intelligence, that's right. Chu Longtu was speechless again. How come everything is related to my dad? How can it be so troublesome? Chu Longtu rubbed his eyebrows with a severe headache. What's going on? Why are you getting involved with my dad again? Qin Tianshuang looked straight at Chu Longtu. In other words, it is precisely because they have a relationship with your father that they are wanted by Longqi prison. Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously, flashing with a sharp cold light. Tell me about it. Qin Tianshuang started talking freely. Let's start from the beginning. When you gave us the list and asked me to track down the wanted criminals, I realized something was wrong. What's wrong? Chu Longtu interrupted and Qin Tianshuang affirmed. Wrong time. Looking at Chu Longtu's puzzled expression, Qin Tianshuang continued. There are 5 people on the list, 2 of whom were wanted only this year. But the other 3 were publicly wanted 10 years ago, but they still haven't been caught. A cold light flashed in Chu Longtu's eyes. 10 years ago, wasn't that the time when Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan disappeared? Moreover, there are clear reasons why the other 2 were wanted, but there are none for these 3. This is the weirdest part. And judging from their resumes, these 3 people have nothing worth being wanted for. A traveler who spends more than half of the year wandering around the world, a poor boxer who guards his family's martial arts school, and a tomb robber who spends all day digging holes underground. The 3 of them had no connection at all, and there was no way they could possibly offend the Longqi Prison Board of Directors, yet they were all wanted at the same time 10 years ago. This is where I felt something was wrong, and this was also the reason why I had such a hard time collecting intelligence in the beginning. I searched their resumes thoroughly, but could not find any trace of them. Qin Tianshuang bowed her head in shame and apologized to Chu Longtu, but she didn't notice that Chu Longtu's expression suddenly became stern. After handing over the task of hunting down the wanted criminal to Qin Tianshuang, Chu Longtu focused on uncovering the secrets of the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet and dealing with the troubles that came his way without asking about it again. With the power of the dragnet, the people he needs can be brought to him without him having to ask. Today was the first time he heard specific information about the wanted criminal. 3 wanted criminals. Wanted 10 years ago. Traveler, boxer, tomb robber. There is also the Feifeng flying bracelet and the key. After a series of information flashed through Chu Longtu's mind, a guess that had not appeared in his mind for a long time suddenly popped up again. This configuration. Could it be that Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wanjin went to rob tombs? As a result, Xiao Wan was trapped and Chu Zhenfeng was captured. But after you informed us that Qian Tongxing faked his death and changed his name, I had another idea. If there is no reason for them to be wanted, then maybe they are wanted just like Qian Tongxing because they are involved with someone else. For example, your father, or your mother. Qin Tianshuang paused for a moment, and when he saw that there was no displeasure on Chu Longtu's face, he continued. So I started investigating the intersection between these 3 people and your parents. Although it was not easy, I still managed to find something from the clues. Chu Longtu's eyelids twitched and his expression unconsciously became serious. The main part of the drama is coming. He also wanted to know what happened 10 years ago that led to the disappearance of his parents and made the 3 of them wanted criminals in Longqi prison. Perhaps sensing the change in Chu Longtu's expression, Qin Tianshuang couldn't help but become serious. I found the phone numbers of the 3 of them, and in their call records before they were wanted and disappeared, they all received calls from the same person. And the owner of this phone call is your father. I arranged for someone to hack into the navigation system to look up their travel records, and discovered that they all arrived in Jiangdong City the day after receiving the call. And on the 3rd day, they left Jiangdong with your parents. Less than 5 days later, Longqi prison issued a wanted notice for them. As for the records of their whereabouts, they were deleted extremely thoroughly, and no data was retained. Even the top hackers in the ministry couldn't find it. Please forgive me, young master. Qin Tianshuang stopped talking at the right time, while Chu Longtu kept rubbing his eyebrows with a bitter smile in his heart. Why is it that the more I listen to this, the more it sounds like tomb robbing? He also heard what Qin Tianshuang hadn't finished saying. It is obvious that the 3 wanted people were hired by Chu Zhenfeng to come to Jiangdong and do business with him. And the fact that they were wanted was obviously related to Chu Zhenfeng's purpose of hiring them. Then how did you find out that the boss of the ring match was one of the wanted criminals, and which one of these 3 people was he? Chu Longtu changed the subject and Qin Tianshuang said in a deep voice. I was also inspired by Qian Tongxing. Back then, he was protected and faked his death, so it is possible that these 3 people would follow suit. I started my investigation at the nursing home where Qian Tongxing was hiding and discovered something strange about it. 10 years ago, this nursing home was on the verge of closing down, but a mysterious amount of funds was injected to rebuild the campus and improve the environment, bringing it back to life. And the source of this money is the organizer of the underground competition. A gangster boxer is so kind that he actually opened a nursing home. Do you think this is normal? Qin Tianchuang spread out his hands. After collecting a lot of intelligence, we finally confirmed that the person who ordered the injection of funds was the boss behind the tournament. A man who fought his way up from an ordinary boxer to the top and finally took control of the ring, nicknamed Old A. After finding out his intelligence, I can almost confirm that he is the down-and-out boxer among the 3 wanted criminals. Chu Longtu raised his eyebrows. Reason. Qin Tianchuang took out 2 photos and handed them to Chu Longtu. There are 2 people in the 2 photos. The first photo shows a shirtless man punching a wooden dummy. Through the photo, one can almost feel the explosive power in his lean body. The second photo shows a man on the ring with his back to the camera, right hand raised and shouting wildly. Please look. The first one is a photo of the boxer when he was young, and the second one is a photo of Old A when he first entered the ring to fight. Chu Longtu took a quick look and didn't find anything wrong, but he still felt something was wrong. After reading it again, Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly fixed. He finally knew what was wrong. This guy actually has 6 fingers. Chu Longtu stared at the man's right hand that was chopping on the wooden man in the first photo. There are 6 fingers on the right hand. In the second photo, although the man's right hand has only 5 fingers, there is an obvious wound of a broken finger on the edge. Qin Tianchuang nodded heavily and said firmly. Yes, the wanted boxer has 6 fingers on his right hand. And Old A also has 6 fingers, and even cut off a finger to pretend to have 5. What's more coincidental is that Old A's rise to prominence occurred 1 year after that boxer was wanted, which is 9 years ago. There are many coincidences in the world, but when so many coincidences come together, it's not a coincidence. Chu Longtu looked at the photo with a gloomy look and suddenly sneered. It seems like I have to meet this Old A. After taking office, Old A has lived in seclusion and rarely shows up in public. Everything, big or small, is left to his subordinates to handle. It may be difficult to catch him. Qin Tianchuang frowned slightly, but Chu Longtu smiled. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will come to the mountain. If he doesn't come out, force him to come out. You said before that the wanted criminal was hiding in the ring, so I became interested. It just so happens that Bengshan Hall and Qin Yi ran into me tonight, so I simply used their trick to wipe out Bengshan Hall. Let Fu Qinglong come forward and use all the assets of the Bengshan Hall plus my sister and I to force Qin Yi to go to the ring, and prepare to take the opportunity to confront the person behind the ring match. This was originally a casual move, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Since Old A is the person we are looking for, then what we have to do is very simple. Add more sway to this game and force Old A to come forward. A cold light suddenly flashed across Chu Longtu's eyes, and he sneered. I know that before every boxing match, the organizer will open the odds for people to place bets. When you go back, use all your resources to make this match hot for me. There is only one goal, to make everyone bet on Qin Yi to win. By then, Qin Yi's odds will definitely be lowered, while Fu Qinglong's odds will be raised to the limit. In this case, if Fu Qinglong wins unexpectedly and the dealer is unable to repay the bets and is forced to liquidate, I want to see if this Old A can still hold back and not show up. Qin Tianchuang's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. But there's still a problem. Yes, there is one more question. Chu Longtu took over the conversation and said lightly. The people behind Old A will definitely not let him be taken away by us. But it doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity to meet them. A smile with complicated meaning appeared on Chu Longtu's face. I'm really curious about who is behind Old A. We went to great lengths to save Old A, allowing him to remain hidden under the nose of Longqi prison for 10 years without being discovered, and even allowed him to become the boss behind the ring match. What on earth do they want to do? The only response Chu Longtu got was silence. Chu Longtu couldn't figure it out, and was too lazy to think about it. As long as we can catch Old A, everything can be solved. Go back to work. If there is any situation, please inform me at any time. Chu Longtu asked him to leave. Qin Tianshuang bowed slightly and turned to leave the villa. Tian Ba, Tian Jiao, and Tian Shi appeared from the darkness, nodded slightly to Chu Longtu and said goodbye, then followed Qin Tianshuang out of the villa. Chu Longtu stared at the night sky in a trance. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and turn around to enter the villa. The villa was silent. After Yu Lingqing and Qin confirmed that Su Wanqie was fine, they were exhausted and went to bed. Chu Longtu returned to his room, feeling a little confused, so he just sat in meditation and practiced his internal energy. However, it was extremely difficult to enter a state of meditation tonight, which was usually so easy. All kinds of distracting thoughts popped up from time to time, making it impossible for Chu Longtu to concentrate. After spending half an hour to finally calm his mind, Chu Longtu's mind gradually became peaceful, and he began to practice by circulating his internal energy according to the exercise route. But as soon as he started to circulate his internal energy, Chu Longtu felt something was unusual. The speed of internal energy circulation is 20% faster than usual. There was even a hint of unsettling restlessness. Are you hurt? A thought flashed through Chu Longtu's mind for a moment, but he immediately rejected it. Whether it was the ambush at the dock or the frontal suppression of Bengshan Hall, there was no decent enemy that could hurt him at all, let alone cause any abnormality in his internal strength. Then why? Chu Longtu felt a little uneasy and planned to stop exerting his internal energy to check. But something happened that shocked Chu Longtu. Internal strength can't be stopped. The internal energy twisting like a dragon kept running in the meridians, and did not obey Chu Longtu's will to stop running and flow into the dantian. On the contrary, Chu Longtu's thoughts seemed to have stimulated the internal energy, and the speed of its operation instantly increased, winding rapidly through the meridians. And as the internal energy continued to circulate, its speed was even accelerating, causing Chu Longtu's meridians to be slightly painful. What's going on? Chu Longtu was stunned. He had been in the mountains for 10 years, and had never encountered such a situation where his internal energy was out of control and operated autonomously. Moreover, it was even accelerating, with no signs of stopping at all. If we allow the internal energy to continue to accelerate, Chu Longtu's heart suddenly tightened. Then his only fate would be that he would be inflated into a big balloon by the mighty internal energy, and then completely blown to pieces. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped Chu Longtu, so that he didn't even have time to be afraid. He tried desperately to stop his internal energy from continuing to circulate. Give it to me, stop. Veins on Chu Longtu's forehead bulged as he tried hard to concentrate his mind and suppress the circulation of his internal energy. The speed of the high-speed internal energy suddenly slowed down, but before Chu Longtu could be happy, it instantly returned to its original state, and even became faster. Fuck. Chu Longtu couldn't help but swear, and his whole body was in dull pain. Immediately afterwards, the vague pain rapidly intensified, until it felt like bulges were rolling under Chu Longtu's skin. Chu Longtu was sweating profusely, and his clothes were instantly soaked and stuck to his skin, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. But Chu Longtu didn't care about all these. He gritted his teeth and tried to stop his internal energy. From Chu Longtu's introspection, the situation inside his body had become a complete mess. His terrifyingly strong internal energy was running at high speed in his meridians, and was still accelerating. The original meridians were simply unable to withstand such a high load and had already been stretched to the point of being deformed. Chu Longtu could even see tiny sparks produced by the friction of the internal energy rapidly passing through the meridians. From afar, countless tiny sparks connected into a line like a greedy snake, constantly running at high speed in Chu Longtu's meridians, becoming longer and longer. Chu Longtu's entire body was swelling up, and the pain was growing wildly all over his body, but his internal strength showed no signs of stopping, and was even accelerating madly. When the snake grew longer and longer and its head was about to catch up with its tail, Chu Longtu could hardly hold back his despair. Could this be the legendary obsession? Master, why didn't you tell me earlier? This time, it's all over. The next second, the snake's head quietly caught up with the snake's tail and touched it lightly. Bang! Chu Longtu's body suddenly swelled, then shrank strangely, and countless thin streams of blood flowed from his 7 orifices in an instant. And on Chu Longtu's back, a huge, ferocious pattern like a totem flashed instantly and then suddenly disappeared. This feeling is. The 10 dragons locking yang formation has erupted. Luo Qingfei murmured to herself. Shock and worry like a tide instantly filled her beautiful eyes, making it impossible for her to meditate peacefully any longer. Why did it break out so early? What happened? Luo Qingfei frowned and thought intently. After a long time, Luo Qingfei stood up, took a step forward, and her enchanting figure quietly disappeared under the cold moonlight. Yu Lingqing's villa. Yu Lingqing, who was sleeping next to Chu Longtu, was awakened by the sound of internal energy explosion not long after falling asleep. She pushed open the door of Chu Longtu's room with sleepy eyes. "Junior brother, what are you doing, ah?" The sudden horrific scene frightened Yu Lingqing so much that she screamed out instinctively, but she immediately reacted and covered her mouth tightly, her delicate body already trembling uncontrollably. The luxuriously decorated bedroom was in a mess, as if it had been hit by a cannonball. All the decorations, vases, curtains, and bed sheets were scattered all over the floor, and there were even a dozen cracks on the wall. On the floor, Chu Longtu, whose body was covered in blood like a bloody man, closed his eyes tightly and sat cross-legged stiffly on the ground, with tiny traces of blood constantly flowing out of his 7 orifices. "Junior brother." Yu Lingqing stepped forward in panic and felt Chu Longtu's breath, and her heart trembled violently. Chu Longtu's breath was very weak, almost non-existent. Must be sent to the hospital immediately. Yu Lingqing took out her cell phone with trembling fingers, but just as she was about to dial the ambulance number, she suddenly stopped. Her brain, which had been confused and panicked by Chu Longtu's accident, suddenly became clear. Wrong. We can't just send our junior brother to the hospital like this. If the news that his junior brother was suddenly injured spread out, Qin Yi would be the first one to attack his junior brother, not to mention others. Yu Lingqing's thoughts started working at an unprecedented speed, and he came up with an idea in an instant. Only after taking out his cell phone and sending a message did Yu Lingqing breathe a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, accompanied by hurried footsteps, Qin Tianshuang, Fu Qinglong, Tian Ba and others hurriedly appeared on the second floor. What is he doing? Yu Lingqing looked at Fu Qinglong with some surprise. She only notified Qin Tianshuang. Why did Fu Qinglong come? Moreover, this concerns the life and safety of my junior fellow apprentice. How can we just invite an outsider? Yu Lingqing suddenly felt dissatisfied, but it was extinguished by Qin Tianshuang's words. I asked him to come. He is one of us. Fu Qinglong reacted quickly and explained immediately. I have already become Master Chu's disciple. Yu Lingqing was shocked. Fu Qinglong is a big boss in the underground world after all. How can he be Chu Longtu's disciple? Qin Tianshuang was in no mood to explain and asked hurriedly. What happened, young master? Upon hearing this, Yu Lingqing no longer cared about Fu Qinglong's apprenticeship and pushed open the door. She didn't need to say anything. When Qin Tianshuang, Fu Qinglong, and others saw the tragic scene in the room and the bloody Chu Longtu, they were instantly frightened and their scalps went numb. Young master. Mr. Chu. Before he finished speaking, Qin Tianshuang rushed in an instant to check on Chu Longtu's situation. Tian Ba, Tian Jiao, and Tian Shursan instantly exuded murderous aura and stood in front of the door with bloodshot eyes, blocking it. Fu Qinglong clenched his fists tightly and roared in anger. He is such a jerk. If anyone dares to plot against young Master Chu, I will skin him alive. Qin Tianshuang shouted coldly without even raising his head. Shut up. Fu Qinglong kept silent, his big teeth were clenching so hard that they seemed to be almost broken. Qin Tianshuang carefully transferred his internal energy into Chu Longtu's body to check the situation. However, in the next second, an extremely powerful internal force instantly defeated her internal force and bounced it out of Chu Longtu's body. As the qi was affected, Qin Tianshuang groaned, and a thin trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was actually slightly injured. Tremendous shock rose from the bottom of Qin Tianshuang's heart. Such a strong internal energy, just a test can actually hurt me. Qin Tianshuang was in a dilemma and could only look at Chu Longtu helplessly, feeling extremely anxious. Chu Longtu's internal energy was too strong. Her instinctive counterattack alone was enough to defeat her internal energy, making it impossible for her to detect the situation inside Chu Longtu's body. How is my junior brother? Yu Lingqing asked anxiously. Qin Tianshuang took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. Young master's condition is very bad and he must receive treatment immediately. But ordinary treatments are unlikely to be effective for you, young master. Only acupuncture may have some effect. In a flash, Qin Tianshuang thought of a solution. Use acupuncture to pierce the meridian points and slowly guide out Chu Longtu's internal energy. Then take advantage of the opportunity to transfer the internal energy into Chu Longtu's body, and use this opportunity to investigate the condition inside his body. When Yu Lingqing heard that there was a way to cure Chu Longtu, he breathed a sigh of relief and made a prompt decision. I'll arrange it. She dialed Lei Tianming's number directly. As a famous doctor in Jiangdong, Lei Tianming is already proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. He also studied acupuncture with Chu Longtu for a while, and his medical skills have greatly improved. Moreover, he has a close relationship with Chu Longtu and doesn't talk nonsense. No one is more suitable than him. Yu Lingqing was racing against time to talk to Lei Tianming, and Qin Tianshuang was not idle either. Tianba, notify the branch immediately to mobilize troops and surround this place. No one is allowed to enter or leave. And the three of you, stay with the young master and protect him until he wakes up. Tianba, Tianjiu, and Tianshi obeyed the order with red eyes and stood closely beside Chu Longtu without moving a step away. Qin Tianshuang immediately looked at Fu Qinglong, his eyes full of sadness. All plans are on hold. Tonight's ring match. After a pause, Qin Tianshuang forced out a few words with reluctance. We admit defeat. Fu Qinglong clenched his fists tightly. Furious, unwilling. Extremely intense emotions were surging in his heart, causing him to even bite a tooth and break it, with a trace of blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Qin Tianshuang felt the same way, feeling so frustrated that she almost exploded. After tracking down Old A for such a long time, we were about to successfully close the net and catch him, but in the end we were forced to give up. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved? But no matter how unwilling you are, you must give up. When it comes to rescuing Chu Longtu, no matter how important other things are, they must give way. Fu Qinglong obviously understood this truth, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. I understand. I'll give the order to stop hyping up the game later. But I still feel unwilling. I worked hard all night, but in the end, Qin Yi, that bastard, got the advantage. Fu Qinglong became frustrated and crazy when he thought of Qin Yi's smug face after he gave up the competition, as well as the huge benefits represented by all the industries of Bengshan Hall and the land of Su village that he gave up. At this moment, Yu Lingqing's relieved voice suddenly rang out. Lei Tianming has already set off urgently and will be here soon. The depressed Qin Tianshuang and Fu Qinglong suddenly perked up and felt ecstatic. If Lei Tianming can rescue Chu Longtu, then maybe things can turn around. I can't cure it. When Lei Tianming, who arrived urgently, tried to insert the silver needle into Chu Longtu's body for the 13th time, but failed to pierce Chu Longtu's skin, he could only smile bitterly and raise his hand to give up. Qin Tianshuang was completely at a loss. She saw it very clearly. When Lei Tianming tried to insert the needle, Chu Longtu's violent internal energy would instantly gather on the surface of the skin, making the skin as tough as rock and impossible to pierce. If one wants to use acupuncture to guide out the runaway internal energy, one must have a master who is highly skilled in medicine. Where the hell can I find this? The living room was dead silent. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and a hint of despair flashed across their eyes. Suddenly, Yu Lingqing spoke, breaking the silence. Looking for master. Junior brother has been with master for the longest time. No one can understand junior brother better than master. Perhaps, only the master can save my junior brother. Qin Tianshuang was immediately awakened. Yes. If there is one person in this world who knows the reason why Chu Longtu was inexplicably seriously injured and rescued Chu Longtu, it must be Luo Qingfei. I'll get in touch right away. Qin Tianshuang anxiously left the living room and went to contact Luo Qingfei. Must be fast. Chu Longtu is running out of time. The momentum of the internal energy running wild is not good. If the disorderly wandering internal energy is not gathered, it will only make Chulong too bigger like a balloon. Until it can't hold on any longer, it will explode into countless pieces with a bang. Fu Qinglong also stood up with a serious look on his face. I'll tell my subordinates to suspend all plans. See if there are any other famous doctors who can treat young Master Chu. Yu Lingqing nodded slightly, looked at the confused Lei Tianming and Su Wanqiu and Qin who had just woken up, and said without question. Others please bear with it for now. No one can leave until junior brother wakes up. Although Qin Tianshuang and Fu Qinglong promptly ordered to stop spreading the news and hyping up the match, it was still too late. The turmoil of the entire night had already made all the forces in Jiangdong, big and small, extremely sensitive, and they were investigating all the news about the Qinglong society. By daybreak, the whole Jiangdong knew two pieces of news that shocked them extremely. Collapse Mountain Hall, completely destroyed. Fu Qinglong challenges Qin Yi to a duel. Shock and confusion like a tsunami instantly swept across Jiangdong, and instantly became the focus of discussion at the breakfast table of all the major and minor forces in Jiangdong. Did Fu Qinglong take some medicine or some other drug? Why is he so fierce all of a sudden? How could the Qinglong Society's crooked members destroy the Bengshan Hall? Even if there are 1,000 pigs, we can't catch them all in one night, let alone the thousands of thugs in the Bengshan Hall. There must be something fishy going on with the Qinglong Society. Check it out now. Ask Qin Yi a duel. Did he let the descending force eat away his brain? Does he have that ability? Fu Qinglong is getting cocky, right? Does he have the strength to challenge Qin Yi to a fight? Countless fierce doubts arose, but with the spread of a piece of news, everyone knew the confidence of the Qinglong Society. There are warriors in the Qinglong Society. The reason why we were able to defeat Bengshan Hall in one battle and annex all of Bengshan Hall's territories was because of the warriors. The reason why he dared to provoke Qin Yi and took the initiative to challenge him to a fight was also because of the warriors. After this news came out, the wind direction suddenly changed. This is incredible. The Qinglong Society has climbed to a higher level and is about to gain momentum. What kind of shit luck did this bastard Fu Qinglong have that he could actually curry favor with such a powerful warrior? Give in. Give in, for what? So what if you try to curry favor with a warrior? You actually dare to provoke Qin Yi without knowing how to live or die. I'm afraid you won't even know how you died in the competition. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just by currying favor with a warrior? The Qin family in Luocheng has no shortage of warriors. In an instant, discussions arose in Jiangdong, but most of them were doubts and ridicules towards Fu Qinglong. Qin Yi was born into a legitimate martial arts family. He has been practicing since he was a child and is now a well-known war god level, dark energy, expert. There are even rumors that he can withstand bullets with his physical body. The name of Qin Yi from Luocheng has been heard of even in Jiangdong. Can Fu Qinglong just find any warrior to fight against such a person? Everyone knows that whether a warrior has inheritance or not are two completely different things. Martial artists with an orderly inheritance have guidance from famous masters and the experience of their predecessors, and their combat effectiveness is at least twice that of martial artists without an inheritance. The Qin family in Luocheng has a history of more than 100 years. The warriors that Fu Qinglong colluded with were powerful enough to destroy Bengshan Hall overnight, but their chances of winning against Qin Yi, the strongest of the younger generation of the Qin family with a heritage of hundreds of years, were slim. What puzzled them in particular was that Fu Qinglong had nothing better to do than to provoke Qin Yi. Now that the news has spread, everyone knows that Qin Yi was invited by Bengshan Hall to participate in the competition to compete for the mineral vein. But even though Bengshan Hall is gone, the Qinglong Society is still biting Qin Yi. Are they crazy? However, when the betting of the ring match was announced, the confusion of many forces was instantly resolved. Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing. I see. Chu Longtu, the abandoned son of the Chu family, somehow ended up being protected by the Qinglong Society, and he also seduced Qin Yi's fiancée away. It was unnatural for Qin Yi to swallow this humiliation. The Qinglong Society, with the momentum of a great victory, was unwilling to surrender the people they were protecting, and the two sides started a confrontation. After figuring out the whole story, many forces suddenly became interested in the competition. The battle between warriors, plus the revenge for the theft of his wife, the eye-catching elements are off the charts, how can you not watch it? All of a sudden, countless applications for spectatorship flew to the organizers of the ring match, making the organizers very busy for a while. Even many people from surrounding counties and cities received the news and rushed over to witness the event. Even though Fu Qinglong tried his best to cool down the audience, the game still became the focus of everyone's attention due to such overwhelming attention, leaving Fu Qinglong with nothing to do but curse. After all, arena competitions are common, but fights between warriors are rare. Just when the entire Jiangdong was looking forward to the evening's ring match, Qin Yi, who was gathering his strength and recuperation for the evening battle, received an urgent message from Chu Zhenxiong. Fu Qinglong is looking for a famous doctor. He has just won a great victory and is in high spirits. Why would he look for a doctor? Qin Yi's mind turned, and he instantly thought of a possibility, and his pupils couldn't help but dilate slightly. Could it be that the warrior he hooked up with was injured? When Qin Yi thought of this, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. I know that Lao Wu and my 5 confidants have all received the Qin family's systematic martial arts training. Even if a wildman with unknown origins kills them, how can he not pay the price? Now that a night has passed, the internal injuries have exploded and I'm looking for someone to help me. Even if I force myself to get on the stage, it will only be a spent force. I will definitely win. When the time comes, Fu Qinglong, Chu Longtu, I will break your bones one by one. Qin Yi crushed the hard wooden armrest of the chair, his eyes filled with murderous intent and determination to win. And Qin Tianshuang sat side by side, looking at a ball of flesh lying flat on the ground with almost despair. That meatball is Chu Longtu. For a whole day, they watched helplessly as the internal energy that ran rampant in Chu Longtu's body with nowhere to vent gradually transformed Chu Longtu from a tall and handsome man into this horrible appearance. The tough, white skin was stretched to be almost translucent, through which one could see the countless internal forces rapidly running through the skin, making the skin undulate like water waves. The whole person is like a balloon that has been blown to its limit, but is still slowly expanding. Yu Lingqing even felt that he only needed to touch it lightly and the Kolongtu would explode completely. Haven't you contacted the master yet? Yu Lingqing spoke in a dry voice, and Qin Tianshuang shook his head in despair. For the entire day, she was unable to contact Luo Qingfei and could only watch Chu Longtu disappear on the road to oblivion. The anxiety and despair in her heart almost overwhelmed her. Never mind. Yu Lingqing suddenly said. Qin Tianshuang turned around suddenly and saw a look of relief suddenly flash across Yu Lingqing's pale face. It's no use getting in touch now. Perhaps this is my calamity. Yu Lingqing stood up and walked to Chu Longtu, gently and slowly hugged the spherical Chu Longtu. Since it's a robbery, how can I not accompany him? Sister Tianshuang, let's go. Qin Tianshuang's heart skipped a beat and he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. How could she not understand what Yu Lingqing meant? Chu Longtu is beyond help. Yu Lingqing is going to die with him. After a long silence, Qin Tianshuang stood up, bowed slightly to Yu Lingqing, and left the villa with slightly red eyes. She said nothing. The sound of footsteps was heard upstairs, and the angry Tian Ba and others had quietly left the villa with Su Wanqiu and Qin. With Chu Longtu's strength, he really couldn't restrain the power generated by the self-explosion of his internal energy. It was comparable to an aerial bomb and could almost blow up the villa. If they don't leave, they will just stay and die in vain. Yu Lingqing listened to the faint cries of Su Wanqiu and Qin without turning back. She just hugged Chu Longtu and closed her eyes quietly. Junior brother, finally it's just you and me. Then, Yu Lingqing completely lost consciousness. Luo Qingfei appeared silently behind Yu Lingqing, and gently touched her neck with her fingertips. This one finger was enough to make Yu Lingqing unconscious for the entire night. After placing Yu Lingqing on the sofa, Luo Qingfei also touched the chubby Chu Longtu with her fingertips. A tiny glimmer of light flashed by, and large and complex shadows suddenly appeared on the almost translucent skin. Looking closely, it turned out to be a lifelike tattoo. 10 ferocious real dragons were hovering over Chu Longtu with bared fangs and claws, roaring towards the sky and almost looking like living creatures that were about to pounce out of Chu Longtu. However, their lower bodies were tightly twisted and entangled around a sphere, as if to suppress it. At this moment, the sphere actually emitted a faint red light. Every time a ray of red light appeared, the figures of the 10 ferocious real dragons would become slightly blurred. Sure enough, the 10 dragons locking yang formation has been activated. Luo Qingfei looked at the hideous and lifelike tattoo, her eyes showing fear and a hint of inexplicable hesitation, which was very complicated. No one knew what she suddenly thought of, but Luo Qingfei's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she looked as shy as an 18-year-old girl. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Qingfei seemed to have made some kind of decision and sighed softly. Luo Qingfei immediately raised her hand and unbuttoned her clothes, and slowly took off her cheongsam, revealing her flawless body. Under the moonlight, the white jade-like body is stunningly beautiful. Under the elegant and slender neck, there are 2 rising peaks with amazing curves. As it goes down, it is exaggeratedly constricted at the slender and flexible waist, showing off the perfect figure. Coupled with her blushing and shy face that makes it even more beautiful, Luo Qingfei is almost as holy and beautiful as an angel from heaven. Luo Qingfei touched her hot cheeks, and even though she was shy, she still walked firmly in front of Chulongtu, and pressed her slender jade palm lightly on the ball on Chulongtu's chest that was entangled and suppressed by 10 dragon bodies. A terrifyingly powerful true energy roared out, and the red light flashing on the sphere suddenly became brighter, but the shadows of 10 real dragons roared silently and circled around, causing Chulongtu's figure to slowly shrink, and he could barely see the shape of a human being. After a slight hesitation, Luo Qingfei still leaned forward gently. Luo Qingfei couldn't help but raise her head, and a graceful cry rang out, and the room was filled with spring in an instant. Almost at the same time, the images of the 10 real dragons suddenly became clear, and the red light on the sphere disappeared instantly. The next second, countless white gases whizzed out from Chulongtu's pores, and the spherical Chulongtu quickly deflated, returning to its original state in just a few breaths. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura rose from Chulongtu's body, almost freezing the air. Luo Qingfei also underwent mysterious changes. The originally ethereal breath seemed to become more ethereal and fresh as if after a baptism, and a faint light flickered on the white jade-like body, making her look more holy and not like a human being. But the charm in her eyes becomes more and more shocking, and one glance can make people feel hot all over and unable to control themselves. The mixture of these 2 contradictory auras formed an almost fatal attraction that was simply irresistible. When Chulongtu and Luo Qingfei's auras changed drastically to their peak, accompanied by a soul-stirring cry, the 2 of them also completed their transformation. Luo Qingfei's whole body was glowing brightly, but then it suddenly subsided. She fell powerlessly on Chulongtu's solid chest, sweating profusely. Feeling Chulongtu's strong heartbeat, Luo Qingfei sighed with satisfaction and resentment. "You little bastard, you are such an evildoer." The complex and ferocious pattern of the 10 dragons locking yang formation slowly faded away, and after a moment no trace of it could be seen. After Luo Qingfei recovered some strength, she straightened up and gently stroked Chulongtu's cheek. The first outbreak of the 10 dragon Sinomorium was safely past. "Disciple, this is all the master can do to help you. Next time." Luo Qingfei paused, glanced at Yu Lingqing who was still unconscious on the sofa, and couldn't help but patted his chest lightly with resentment. "Just go find your senior sisters." After stroking Chulongtu's cheek with nostalgia, Luo Qingfei put on her clothes and left the villa quietly, just as mysteriously as she had appeared. "Master, save me." Luo Qingfei smiled slightly, and actually started to take off her clothes and sat on Chulongtu. Chulongtu's eyes were filled with horror. "Master, no." The next second, an extremely comfortable feeling surged into my heart. All the pain disappeared instantly, and Chulongtu couldn't help but moan as if he was soaking in a hot spring. I don't know how long it took, but when the comfort slowly faded away, Chulongtu shuddered violently. Then, he woke up. Looking at the empty ceiling in front of him, Chulongtu was confused for a moment. "Am I possessed? Now this is, okay." Chulongtu suddenly came back to his senses and looked inward, but the situation inside his body shocked him. The meridians that were damaged before the coma have recovered completely, and are even twice as spacious and flexible as before the coma. The internal energy that was originally as mighty as the Yangtze River has become much thinner, yet much thicker. The overall power contained in it is 1/4 stronger than before he fell into a coma. Chulongtu was stunned. Did someone feed me the elixir and save me? Apart from this explanation, Chu Longtu could not imagine any way that could save himself and greatly increase his power. No, it is possible that it is not an elixir, but... A sexy scene suddenly flashed through Chu Longtu's mind. His second brother stood up and instinctively slapped him. You kid, are you still a human being? Master has been so kind to you, yet you still have such unreasonable thoughts. After scolding the second brother bitterly, Chu Longtu thought about it for a long time suspiciously but could not come up with an answer. Just as Chu Longtu was frowning and thinking, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the electronic calendar hanging in the living room and was instantly shocked. Is it the second night already? Doesn't that mean the tournament is about to begin? Chu Longtu stood up and rushed out of the villa in one step. The next second, he rushed back with his hands covering his lower body in embarrassment. He forgot he had no clothes on. After sending Yu Lingqing back to the bedroom and changing clothes, Chu Longtu called Qin Tianchuang's cell phone. Where are you? Qin Tianchuang, who was so frightened that her scalp went numb when she suddenly received a call from Chu Longtu, could no longer suppress her shock after hearing Chu Longtu's voice and almost screamed. Young master, are you awake? Chu Longtu's ears were numb from the shock and he quickly put his phone away. It's me. I am alive. Don't ask me what's going on. Now is not the time to talk about this. What's going on in the ring match? When Qin Tianchuang heard that it was actually Chu Longtu, he was so shocked and ecstatic that he was stunned for several seconds before he reacted and hurriedly said. After you were seriously injured, we discussed and decided to give up the ring match for your safety. Fu Qinglong should be at the ring match right now. He will admit defeat before the match starts. Chu Longtu frowned slightly, but didn't blame them. It is normal for them to react like this since they are seriously injured and unconscious. What are the odds for both sides now? Qin Tianchuang answered without hesitation. King Longui wins at 1,000 to 1, and Qin wins at 0.8 to 1. Although we stopped the hype, because of Qin, the popularity of this game is even more popular than we expected. And the vast majority of people still trust Qin more. 1 to 1,000. Chu Longtu's heart skipped a beat and he made a prompt decision. I will rush over right now and tell Fu Qinglong that he must not admit defeat. Mobilize all the funds of the Jiangdong branch of Tianluodawang and go all in to bet on the Qinglong Society's victory. 1 to 1,000, I'm going to make Mr. A lose everything. Chu Longtu's decisive words completely swept away all the haze in Qin Tianchuang's heart, allowing her to regain her cold and proud temperament. Yes, sir. South of Jiangdong City, Longyin Villa. This Jiangnan garden covering hundreds of acres is the venue for the competition tonight. The entire Longyin Villa belongs to the organizer behind the competition. In addition to the biggest attraction, the boxing match, there are also many other service facilities such as golf, casinos, hot springs, etc. Any service you can think of is available here. Therefore, this is also the favorite place for many celebrities in Jiangdong to spend their time. The place is even more star-studded tonight, with countless Jiangdong celebrities gathered here, looking forward to the opening of the competition. But for Fu Qinglong, every second staying here is an incredible torture. Looking angrily at Qin, who was surrounded by many people not far away and had a cold and arrogant face, Fu Qinglong drank the liquor in the glass in one gulp, but the fire in his heart burned more and more fiercely. Son of a bitch! If Master Chu hadn't been seriously injured suddenly, you wouldn't have had the room to be so arrogant. Fu Qinglong cursed with gritted teeth when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I clicked on it, it was a message from Qin Tianchuang. Change the plan, never give up. I'll be there soon. Fu Qinglong was a little stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why don't you admit defeat? Could it be that Qin Tianchuang still wants to fight? Before Fu Qinglong could figure out what to do, he suddenly noticed the crowd moving. Looking up, he saw Qin with a cold look in his eyes and Chu Zhenxiong with a ruddy face walking towards him, surrounded by a group of people. Fu Qinglong suddenly tensed up all over, staring coldly at Qin and Chu Zhenxiong as they approached. The two sides stared at each other coldly, and the originally lively atmosphere suddenly became stagnant, but it instantly excited the onlookers. Isn't this exactly the scene they are looking forward to? Fight! Other people around also noticed this strange scene, and the lively conversation came to an abrupt end, making the atmosphere here seem even more solemn. Amid the secret excitement of the crowd, Qin Yi looked around and spoke with a sneer. "Where are your people?" Fu Qinglong narrowed his eyes and fought back without showing any weakness. "The match hasn't started yet, where he is none of your business." Everyone in the field suddenly held their breath and their eyes became more excited. "Wow, is it so popular as soon as you open your mouth? There's a good show tonight." However, in Qin Yi's eyes, Fu Qinglong's statement seemed more aggressive and lacking in confidence. Qin Yi was completely certain. There is definitely something wrong with the warriors on Fu Qinglong's side. Qin Yi smiled, and his smile was cold and cruel. "You really won't cry until you see the coffin. It seems that you have great confidence in your people. In that case, do you dare to gamble?" Fu Qinglong's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained tough and he sneered. "Let's gamble. Am I afraid of you?" "How much?" Qin Yi sneered and said lightly. "It's not much, let's just bet 100 million. Fu Qinglong's eyes suddenly focused, and everyone around him was instantly in an uproar. Mr. Qin is so bold. 100 million is enough. It seems that young Master Qin is very confident. President Fu, young Master Qin is so generous, you can't let down the prestige of our Jiangdong." In addition to flattering Qin Yi, there were also many people who kept adding fuel to the fire for Fu Qinglong as if they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Fu Qinglong was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, his teeth were clenching and he wished he could bite to death those bastards who were adding fuel to the fire. 100 million in cash is nothing. After annexing Bengshan Hall, Fu Qinglong didn't lack this little money at all. If Chu Longtu hadn't been injured, let alone 100 million, even if it was several times higher, Fu Qinglong would never blink an eye. With Chu Longtu, any investment can be earned back. But the problem is, Chu Longtu was seriously injured. In this ring match, he was really ready to admit defeat. What's the difference between accepting Qin Yi's bet at this time and giving him money? Fu Qinglong suppressed his anger, but a hint of suspicion arose in his heart. 100 million in cash is not a small amount. Even though Qin Yi was born in the Qin family, he was only the third generation of the Qin family, not the head of the Qin family. The amount he bet was such a huge one. What was this bastard planning? Or, he knew he was sure to win, so he wanted to win big. Fu Qinglong was suddenly startled and couldn't help but look at Qin Yi. Qin Yi met Fu Qinglong's hesitant eyes and gave a malicious sneer. "It's just a small prize outside of the official gambling, just for fun. Why, you don't dare to play?" Fu Qinglong was not angered by Qin Yi's provocation, but became even more frightened. There is something else behind Qin Yi's words. Could it be that this bastard knows something? The secret battle between the two was not discovered by the Jiangdong celebrities who were watching. Seeing that Fu Qinglong actually endured Qin Yi's provocation without any response, they were all shocked. Damn, is Fu Qinglong scared? It's not that serious. It's just 100 million. After King Longui swallowed up Beng Shantang, they could take it out with their eyes closed. Are you scared now? It's not necessarily fear, it's probably because Fu Qinglong has no confidence in winning and doesn't want to waste the money at all. You were still shouting just now, but you became weak when the real thing happened. What a bullshit Jiangdong hero, you are no better than a Jiangdong chicken. Why are you still hesitating? Just by Qin Yisheng. The onlookers looked down on and mocked Fu Qinglong, which made Qin Yi's sneer even more intense. Qin Yi looked at Fu Qinglong with contempt and sneered faintly. I was originally interested in adding some excitement, but I didn't expect the president of the Qinglong society to be such a coward. Well, if you don't dare to play, then let's see who's the winner in the ring. After a slight pause, the malice in Qin Yi's smile became more intense. I heard that President Fu has been looking for famous doctors to take care of the health of your warriors today. I hope he has recovered to his peak and can let me have more fun. I'm looking forward to playing against him. Before he finished speaking, the celebrities from Jiangdong who were watching were instantly excited. Everyone standing here is a smart person. How could they not hear the hidden meaning of Qin Yi's words? The warrior that Fu Qinglong invited to fight was seriously ill and was seeking medical help. Many Jiangdong celebrities who had gradually turned to Qin Yi because of Fu Qinglong's tolerant behavior made a decision in an instant. I will immediately bet another 10 million to win. I'll buy 30 million. Fuck. You guys have already lowered young Master Qin's odds to 1 to 0.5, and you're still betting. I'll bet on 20 million. The odds of Qinglong winning are 1100 to 1. Is there no one who would bet on an underdog? What if they win? Haha, if Qinglong Club can win, I will do a pole dance for you on the spot. Many Jiangdong celebrities simply ignored Fu Qinglong and bet on him that he would lose without any scruples in front of him. Even though Qin Yi's odds of winning had dropped to 1 to 0.3 due to their crazy betting, they still did not stop. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, and every bit of profit is worth it. Besides, this is no longer about making money, it's like choosing a team to stand on. As long as you buy the bet that Qin Yi will win today, it is equivalent to standing on Qin Yi's side and establishing a relationship with the Qin family. When the Qin family enters Jiangdong in a big way in the future, they will also be richly rewarded for this friendship. Fu Qinglong was so angry at being mocked that his 3 corpse gods jumped up and down, and his heart sank heavily. His guess was confirmed. It seems that Qin Yi, that bastard, really guessed something. This time we are completely passive. Just as Fu Qinglong's face turned ashen and he was racking his brains to think of a countermeasure, a sudden scream rang out. The odds of the Qinglong society have changed. 900 to 1. 700 to 1. It's down to 500 to 1. Someone is betting big that Qinglong will win. Oh my god, it's going to be 300 to 1. Who is it? The noisy scene suddenly became silent. The Jiangdong celebrities who were mocking Fu Qinglong unscrupulously seemed to have swallowed a duck egg. They looked towards the direction of the sound with their mouths slightly open in shock. Is anyone betting big that Qinglong will win? Even lowered the odds of Qinglong Club winning from 1 to 1100 to 1 to 1 to 300. How much was bet? Soon someone revealed the answer. Fuck. Someone suddenly bet 500 million a minute ago that Qinglong would win. The organizer of the competition urgently announced that the odds of Qinglong Club winning would be adjusted to 1:100, and the competition would be closed immediately and no more bets would be accepted. Who the hell is this guy? He actually scared the organizers of the competition so much that they closed the event. The exclamations were like thunder and a hurricane, sweeping across the banquet hall in an instant. Qin Yi, who was about to leave, stopped and the smug sneer on his face froze in an instant. And the many Jiangdong celebrities who had just been mocking Fu Qinglong were looking at Fu Qinglong in shock. Did they hear it right? 500 million. Bet on Qinglong to win. Compared with this number, Qin Yi's 100 million is simply rubbish and was directly crushed. Then a horrible guess suddenly came to their minds, and the sudden chill made them shudder. With 500 million bets placed on Qinglong Club's victory, who dares to say that Qinglong Club will lose? Could it be that they all guessed wrong? Change the plan, never give up. A piece of information flashed through his mind quickly, allowing him to react instantly. Could it be that these 500 million were the bet made by Qin Tianshuang? Thinking of this, Fu Qinglong suddenly became anxious. Even if Qin Tianshuang changes his mind and doesn't want to admit defeat and lose face, he wants to fight. But 500 million, the stakes are really too high. Let's not talk about it if we win, but what if we lose? Wouldn't that bastard Qin Yi be completely at advantage? What exactly is Qin Tianshuang planning? Fu Qinglong was confused and anxious, but he had to pretend to be calm on his face. He was so busy that cold sweat broke out on his back. The smile on Qin Yi's face disappeared and he looked at Chu Zhenxiong expressionlessly. Chu Zhenxiong was also shocked. Feeling Qin Yi's gaze, he quickly nodded to indicate that the news was correct. He did receive news that Fu Qinglong was looking for a famous doctor. The sudden disappearance of Lei Tianming also proves the authenticity of this news. If the warrior that Fu Qinglong had hooked up with had not had a physical problem, how could Lei Tianming, who had a close relationship with Chu Longtu and Yu Lingqing, suddenly disappear? With this premise, Qin Yi dared to take out 100 million just to mock Fu Qinglong and vent his anger. But who would have thought that Qing Yaojin would appear halfway through? What kind of prodigal son doesn't treat money as money and actually spent 500 million to bet that Qinglong will win? Isn't this completely crazy? After getting Chu Zhenxiong's confirmation, Qin Yi calmed down a little and his expression returned to its cold and stern look. 500 million, what a big sum. It seems that I really underestimated the Qinglong society. But this is all the liquidity of the Qinglong society. Are you really not afraid of losing? Are you willing to pay the entire Qinglong society with it? Qin Yi stared at Fu Qinglong intently, and from his words he had already determined that the 500 million bet came from the Qinglong society. Apart from the Qinglong society itself, who else in the entire Jiangdong would place such a huge bet on the Qinglong society to win? Many Jiangdong celebrities suddenly realized what was going on and became even more frightened. The Qinglong society dares to bet huge sums of money on its victory, so it must be confident of victory. He was so careless. Feeling the various gazes coming from all directions, Fu Qinglong gritted his teeth secretly. At this point, he really has given it his all. Facing Qin Yi's cold gaze, Fu Qinglong laughed loudly. If you want to win, you have to win happily. What's the point of betting 100 million and not making it up? If you want to gamble, then gamble big. 500 million, do you dare to follow? After showing off his domineering attitude, Fu Qinglong directly threw the hot potato back into Qin Yi's hands. Showdown. I'm done. 500 million. How dare you follow? The overwhelming aura made everyone around him hold their breath, and Qin Yi's face instantly turned gloomy and he clenched his fists tightly. Isn't it just 500 million? I really can't keep up. No matter how powerful he is only the third-generation heir of the Qin family, not the head of the Qin family in Luocheng. 100 million, he could barely afford it. 500 million, even if he sold himself he couldn't raise that much money. Moreover, the family would never allow such a huge sum of money to be spent on such a fight of pride. No matter how unwilling or angry he is. In this round, he was still defeated by Fu Qinglong. When the people around saw Qin Yi's silence, their already declining morale suddenly became even more depressed, and there was even a hint of resentment in their eyes when they looked at Qin Yi. If you really can't keep up, then stop pretending, okay? Now look what has happened. Not only did he fail to show off, but he also dragged them all down with him. What a piece of shit. Qin Yi felt the resentment in the eyes of people around him, clenched his fists tightly, turned around and left without saying a word. I'm going to lose face now, why not leave? But this is just the beginning. The ring match is the highlight. The veins on Qin Yi's forehead were throbbing and there was a raging fire in his eyes. So what if we lose this game? He will make Fu Qinglong understand that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are of no use. He is sure to win these 500 million. Qin Yi, who had led the charge, left. The others were also frightened by the 500 million and dispersed in a hurry. For a moment, the scene became much quieter. But everyone knows that this is just a brief calm before the storm. The real storm is coming. Fu Qing stared at the door, anxiously waiting for Qin Tianshuang to come and give him an explanation. However, he did not see Qin Tianshuang until the cocktail party before the ring match was over. Boom. With a slight sound, all the lights went out. The next second, a beam of light suddenly appeared and hit the ring in the center of the venue. On the ring, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo was holding a microphone with a smile on his face, and his voice echoed throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to watch the ring match tonight. Let's not waste any more time. The competition between King Longui and Qin Yi will begin immediately. In this match, as requested by both parties, there is no life or death limit. If either party surrenders or dies, it will be considered a failure. Now, both parties are invited to come out. Before he finished speaking, the audience gasped in unison, with uncontrollable excitement suddenly appearing in their eyes. It turned out to be life and death match. Two warriors, fighting to the death. Thinking of the bloody and exciting scene, all the audience couldn't help but tremble with excitement. There were even ladies in luxurious clothes whose faces were flushed and they were so excited that they were about to reach orgasm. Amid the noisy noise, Qin Yi with a stern face jumped onto the stage and waved his hand at Fu Qinglong. Come. War. Then. No one responded. The audience turned their heads in confusion. At the end of his sight, Fu Qinglong's heart sank endlessly. I received news that Fu Qinglong came specifically for you this time. You have something to worry about, and you can't let anyone know that you are in Jiangdong. Let's go, get out of the spotlight, I've already arranged a place. Wait until the storm has passed, and then arrange for you to come back. The old man's face was extremely calm, but his tone was hurried and nervous. I see. Don't worry, I'll leave right after I arrange the match. The low voice hummed and quietly hung up the phone. The old man stared at Fu Qinglong through the large floor-to-ceiling window and suddenly sneered. You told me to leave, so I left. Do you really think I'm still the unlucky guy you took me in 10 years ago when I had nowhere else to go? I have worked hard for 10 years to build this family business, and now you want me to go back to the days when I was living in fear of losing my life every day. How can this be possible? I have repaid the favor I owe you over the past 10 years. This time, I will never leave. Whether Fu Qinglong was instigated by someone or really saw the benefits of the ring match, he dared to stretch out his claws to me. Let's have a good fight to see who has the tougher wrist. The old man drank the liquor on the table in one gulp and looked down with murderous eyes. While the old man was talking to the mysterious man, the situation on the first floor also changed dramatically. On the stage, Qin waited for a long time but no one came up, so he shouted impatiently. Fu Qinglong, where are your people? What are you still hesitating about? Let him come up and die. The Jiangdong celebrities who were excited in the audience also started to make noises of dissatisfaction, urging Fu Qinglong to send someone to the stage quickly. Fu Qinglong's face was solemn, but his back was covered with cold sweat and his hands and feet were cold. Qin Tianshuang, why haven't you come yet? If it weren't for Qin Tianshuang's text message, Fu Qinglong would have already admitted defeat. But how can Fu Qinglong speak in the current situation? A 500 million bet. If you admit defeat, all your efforts will be wasted. Fu Qinglong's heart felt like it was being cooked in oil. If there weren't so many people watching, he would have bombarded Qin Tianshuang with phone calls. Even if you have to change the plan and cannot admit defeat, you must at least tell me who to send to fight Qin Yi. The audience's impatient noises grew louder and louder. Qin Yi also sensed something was wrong and looked at Fu Qinglong suspiciously. The host on the stage spoke very professionally. According to the rules of the ring match, if you fail to enter the ring within 5 minutes of the time limit, you will be immediately declared the loser. President Fu, please urge our players to go on stage as soon as possible. Before he finished his words, the door to the conference hall was violently kicked open and slammed heavily against the wall with a loud noise. Boom. All the noisy sounds were suppressed in an instant, shocking everyone and making them turn their heads. A hoarse voice floated from afar. What are you making such a fuss about? Are you anxious to be reborn? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall figure walked into the venue step by step. The light illuminated the hideous mask that covered his face, which looked like a ghost. His entire face was engulfed in it, leaving only a pair of eyes as cold as black ice. The whole audience was in an uproar. He's actually wearing a mask, so cool. Cool chicken feather, maybe he is just an ugly monster who dares not to be seen by others. I don't know if this guy can fight, but he's good at pretending to be cool. Amidst the discussions, a tall figure walked up to the stage step by step and stared at Qin Yi coldly. Are you the little boy from the Qin family? Are you ready to die? Qin Yi stared at the mask of the tall figure, and suddenly smiled, his scarlet eyes filled with murderous intent. Fu Qinglong relies on you. I thought he was a very important person, but it turns out he is just a lowly rat. With your meager skills, you dare to threaten to kill me. Qin Yi's smile was extremely wanton and cold, and the 90% chance of winning in his heart suddenly increased by another 10%. You will win 100% of the time. The moment the tall man appeared, Qin Yi used the Qin family's secret method to test the tall man's cultivation level with his qi. When the qi was probed, the tall figure showed no reaction at all. If the tall figure's cultivation level was equal to or stronger than Qin Yi's, he would instantly sense his aura and react. There was no reaction at all, which only proved that the tall figure's cultivation was lower than Qin Yi's, so he could not detect his qi detection at all. What else is there to say? Qin Yi is sure to win. Qin Yi put his hands behind his back and spoke to the tall man with contempt. Since you are about to die, I will let you make the first move. If I strike first, you'll probably be dead in one move. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar again. All the celebrity audience members' impatience was swept away, and they clenched their fists excitedly as they watched the two people confronting each other on the stage. Here it comes. The martial arts showdown they have been waiting for is about to begin. Only Fu Qinglong was relatively calm. In other words, he was not calm but was numbed by the shock, and this little stimulation could not cause any fluctuation in him. Fu Qinglong opened his mouth wide from the moment the tall figure appeared, especially when the tall figure made a gesture with his lowered right hand seemingly unintentionally. His eyes instantly widened as if he had seen a ghost. That gesture looked familiar to him. It was the hand seal for meditation and luck at the beginning of the martial arts booklet that Chu Longtu taught him. The tall figure turned out to be Chu Longtu. Wasn't he seriously injured and unconscious? How come he is here? Suddenly, Fu Qinglong had an idea in his mind, and all the messy clues came together. Qin Tianchuang's information, the sudden change of plan. A bet of 500 million. It turns out that all this is because Chu Longtu woke up and wanted to join the battle in person. Fu Qinglong suddenly gasped and was suddenly overjoyed. No matter how Chu Longtu woke up and recovered, as long as he comes, this ring match is a sure win. Looking at Qin Yi again with a face full of arrogance, Fu Qinglong looked at him as if he were a dead person. When Chu Longtu heard Qin Yi asking him to make the first move, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask curled up slightly. Let me make the first move. Then I won't be polite. Qin Yi said proudly. Come, let me see what you can do. The whole audience couldn't help but get agitated, and the audience stretched their necks to look at the ring expectantly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Longtu moved. He took a step forward and instantly approached Qin Yi. Without giving Qin Yi time to react, he raised his hand and slapped Qin Yi hard in the face. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap instantly resounded throughout the venue, along with Chu Longtu's sarcastic curses. You idiot, you're even better at pretending than me. How did the Qin family in Luocheng raise a fool like you? The Qin family's century-old martial arts technique, could it be the thick-skinned skill? I have to say it, this guy is really thick-skinned, it makes my hands hurt. These sarcastic remarks immediately made some of the audience burst out laughing. Although they came to their senses immediately and stopped laughing, to Qin Yi, the slight laughter sounded like another slap in the face by Chu Longtu, causing his eyes to turn red instantly. You're looking for death. Qin Yi roared in anger. His muscles suddenly swelled and his thick blue veins throbbed, giving off a rock-like luster. Under the light, he almost looked like a monster made of stone. What the hell is this? If you don't have any knowledge, shut up. This is the secret martial arts technique of the Qin family, Jie Gong. Once activated, the body will almost turn into rock, with extremely strong defense, 30% stronger than the defense of ordinary warriors. 100 years ago, when the Qin family's ancestor opened a martial arts school in Luocheng, it is said that he used this secret method to withstand 3 assassination attacks, which made the Qin family famous for 100 years. This guy has completely angered Qin Yi. He is finished. The whole place was boiling with excitement, and all the audience couldn't help but stand up and look excitedly at Qin Yi, who was as mighty as a devil on the ring. Some people who knew the Qin family well quickly explained to those around them the strange phenomenon happening to Qin Yi, shocking countless people and making them gasp. There were also quite a few noble ladies and young girls who looked at the muscular Qin Yi with eyes that almost became tearful. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and they were so wet that water was almost dripping out. In the field, Qin Yi was already howling in anger. You dare to insult my Qin family, die. While roaring wildly, Qin Yi raised his right fist as big as a bowl and smashed it towards Chu Longtu's head. Suddenly, a dull sound of breaking air was heard in the air, as if a meteorite fell from the sky, making people feel extremely depressed. It was obvious that the power of this punch was incredibly great. Qin Yi's face was full of grim smile, as if he had already seen Chu Longtu's head being smashed into a rotten watermelon. However, the opposite happened. Qin Yi only felt a figure flash before his eyes, and his right fist hit nothing, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Qin Yi forced himself to steady himself, and saw Chu Longtu hooking his finger in a sarcastic manner 1 meter away. The Qin family's gesture skill, is this all? Come again. Boom. The humiliation of being teased instantly made Qin Yi's blood boil. He roared and charged towards Chu Longtu like a wild boar, his attacks pouring down like raindrops. Fists, elbows, fingers, knees, legs. Every part of Qin Yi's body turned into a deadly weapon, and the internal strength contained in each strike was enough to smash an ordinary person into a meat paste. However, none of the attacks could hit Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu was as nimble as a flying bird. He dodged all of Qin Yi's attacks with ease, without even touching the corner of his clothes. The audience's exclamations had already sounded like a tsunami, and everyone was completely dumbfounded. What happened to Qin Yi's instant kill? Why does it look like Qin Yi is being led astray? Even the old men who had been sitting quietly in the private room couldn't help but sit up straight, looking at the scene in surprise and doubt. On the ring, Qin Yi's whole body was rolling with heat waves, and countless white air gushed out from all the pores on his body, and finally gathered above his head to form a murderous air column, as powerful as a demon. However, the more he fought, the more anxious and frightened he became. Even if he tried desperately to hit Chu Longtu, the Qin family's gesture kung fu was known for its strength, and his speed could not catch up with the nimble and monkey-like Chu Longtu. Seeing that another punch missed and most of his internal energy had been consumed, Qin Yi let out a long cry to the sky in desperation. What kind of man is it to dodge and evade? Take my punch head on if you have the guts. This was Qin Yi's desperate cry, and he didn't expect Chu Longtu to agree at all. But Chu Longtu agreed without hesitation. Okay. Chu Longtu's figure suddenly stopped and he stood there motionless. Qin Yi was instantly overjoyed. This masked guy actually lost his mind and agreed. Without thinking too much, Qin Yi instantly gathered all his internal strength and punched Chu Longtu in the heart with a thunderous punch. Crack! Oh! The crisp sound of broken bones and Qin Yi's shrill screams rose to the sky, and all the audience couldn't help but get goosebumps and looked at the stage in shock. Qin Yi's right hand had been shattered into a pool of mud, and there were even white bone fragments that pierced through the skin and were exposed to the air, scaring countless spectators to exclaim. Chu Longtu, who was standing opposite him, did not show any change in his expression. A circle of golden mist was floating around his chest, protecting it like a shield. Qin Yi looked at the golden mist shield palely, and his huge body couldn't help but began to tremble. Release the inner strength. Hua Jin. No, it can't be Hua Jin, it's half-step Hua Jin. Qin Yi almost cried. All his confidence and pride were swept away, and replaced by endless fear. Releasing internal strength is a skill that can only be used by warriors who have at least reached the half-step stage of transformation. He didn't take this seriously. He thought that the warrior whose cultivation was lower than his was actually a warrior who had reached the half-step transformation stage. He, a warrior in the middle stage of dark energy, was as fragile as a baby in front of others. It turns out that from the very beginning, no one took him seriously and just played with him. Qin Yi wanted to cry but had no tears, and Chu Longtu's cold voice slowly sounded. Now it's my turn. Qin Yi opened his eyes and immediately wanted to beg for mercy. However, before he could say anything, Chu Longtu took a step and appeared in front of Qin Yi like a ghost. The 5 fingers of his right hand swept towards Qin Yi's heart like a lady playing the zither. Boom. With a muffled sound, Qin Yi opened his mouth and spat out a stream of blood. His body, which had swelled up like a monster, was instantly beaten back to its original shape and began to shake violently like a sieve. Qin Yi couldn't believe it and opened his mouth in boundless horror. Sunset hand. You are one bien. Noisy. Chu Longtu shouted coldly and struck Qin Yi in the abdomen again. Qin Yi instantly arched his body, and the qi in his dantian was broken. Want to kill me? A punch hit the ribs, and the ribs were broken instantly. Let me make the first move. With a slash of the knife, Qin Yi's arms were cut off. You want to cut me into pieces? With a blow from his elbow, Qin Yi's pelvis was instantly shattered. Are you going to break my bones one by one? With one claw, Qin Yi instantly became a eunuch. Do you think you are worthy? Chu Longtu's cold rebukes continued, and blood rained down on the arena. Everyone in the audience was already frightened to the point of having their scalps numb, trembling as they watched the bloody scene on the ring. In just a few moments, Qin Yi was completely beaten into a cripple and couldn't even utter a scream. Chu Longtu held Qin Yi's head and twisted it under the shocked and horrified gaze of the audience. With a click, Qin Yi died instantly. After leaving Qin Yi's body behind, Chu Longtu glanced at the entire audience indifferently. I won. Who else has any comments? Qin Yi, who was silent, swallowed hard. Even such a mighty and powerful Qin Yi was brutally killed, who among them would dare to object? The old man in the private room looked at Chu Longtu, frowned slightly but then slowly relaxed his brows. Chu Longtu's victory over Qin Yi really shocked and surprised him. But after the shock, he regained his composure. He had not unexpectedly anticipated this situation. Moreover, sufficient preparations have been made. After looking at Chu Longtu deeply, the old man drank the wine in the glass and left the private room with sharp eyes. He waited for Chu Longtu and Fu Qinglong to come find him. First floor. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Chu Longtu looked at the referee calmly. The referee, who was hiding in the corner, shuddered when he was stared at by Chu Longtu. He rushed forward, suppressed his nausea, and made sure that Qin Yi was dead. Then he raised the microphone and spoke tremblingly. It has been confirmed that Qin Yi is dead. The winner of this match is Qinglong Society. The referee announced the result with a trembling voice, and quickly slipped off the ring as if he had been pardoned, fearing that if he was a step slower, Chu Longtu would tear him to pieces. Ha 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 ha, good. Fu Qinglong laughed excitedly, breaking the silence of the whole audience. He stood up and clapped crazily at Chu Longtu on the stage. His brows were full of excitement and arrogance, and he didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Chu Longtu nodded slightly to Fu Qinglong, with a smile in his eyes that only Fu Qinglong could detect. The Jiangdong celebrities who acted as spectators looked at the triumphant couple in front of them with awe and had extremely complicated feelings. The Qinglong Society is really going to gain momentum now. Originally, after the Qinglong Society annexed the Bengshan Hall, there were still many people in the field who were jealous and wanted to grab a piece of fat meat from the Qinglong Society. However, after this battle, with such a powerful and terrifying warrior in charge, who would dare to provoke the Qinglong Society? And this is not all the benefits that Qinglong Society has gained from this battle. All the land in Su Village and all the benefits behind this competition will be swallowed up by the Qinglong Society. There is no need to say much about the land of Su Village. This is the bet of the Chu family to stand on Qin Yi's side. It is rumored that Su Village will restart its development. Considering its importance in the business district development plan, this will be a huge benefit of at least billions of dollars. As for the competition, it was because of the 500 million yuan bet by the Qinglong Society. According to the odds of Qinglong Club winning before the market was closed at 1 to 100, the ring match now needs to pay Qinglong Club 50 billion. A full 50 billion. Not to mention the boss behind the ring match, no one in Jiangdong can afford such an astronomical amount of compensation. Therefore, the boss behind the ring match will definitely go bankrupt, and then the ring match and all the businesses behind it will belong to the Qinglong Club. The combined benefits of Bengshan Hall, Su Village, and the ring competition will make Qinglong Club expand like a balloon and become a behemoth. By then, the Qinglong Society, which was originally a little bit not presentable because of its origin in the underground world, will become a wealthy family that most of them can't even dream of. When they thought of this, many celebrities in Jiangdong were suddenly shocked. If I hadn't counted it, I wouldn't have known that the Qinglong Society already possessed such terrifying potential. The minds of some Jiangdong celebrities suddenly became active. Qin Yi, the Chu family and the Qinglong family would have conflicts, but they don't. If we can make good friends with the Qinglong Society and let them take a little advantage, they can make a fortune. Within a few breaths, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of a celebrity from Jiangdong. He walked over with a big laugh and started to get close to Fu Qinglong. President Fu is so smart, I really admire him. Qin Yi actually dared to go against President Fu. He is simply asking for trouble. Brother, I admire this master's skills. I'll treat you tomorrow night. How about we have a drink together? The celebrities from Jiangdong who once surrounded Qin Yi gathered around Fu Qinglong again and began to flatter him, never looking at Qin Yi's cold body again. Fu Qinglong looked at Chu Longtu inquiringly, and after seeing Chu Longtu nod slightly, he laughed and greeted those people politely. Only Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan, father and son, were looking at the stage with blank minds. They still couldn't believe that Qin Yi was dead like that. What should we do with the land in Su village? What should we do about Chu Tiannan's impotence? The land of Su village was the only hope for the Chu family to turn things around, but now it has all been lost, and Chu Zhenxiong has used up the last bit of favor from the big shot behind him, and can no longer use it to turn things around. Chu family, what should we do? Thinking of the dark and gloomy situation for Ali, Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan, father and son, felt dizzy before their eyes and almost fainted from anger. At this moment, a roar suddenly exploded out of nowhere. Asshole, how dare you kill young Master Qin? Chu Longtu turned around and saw a man standing at the edge of the venue with an angry face. And in the man's arms, there was an automatic rifle equipped with an extended magazine. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Chu Longtu. Ah! The scene was instantly thrown into chaos. Many Jiangdong celebrities screamed in fear and stood up in panic to hide everywhere. Fu Qinglong's scalp suddenly felt numb. Instead of hiding, he rushed directly to the ring and wanted to help Chu Long to block the bullet. The man holding the gun didn't care about anyone else at all. He just stared at Chu Longtu and pulled the trigger with a grin. Go to hell, bastard. Da-da-da. The crisp sound of gunfire instantly suppressed all the screams. Fu Qinglong, who was still a long way away from the ring, closed his eyes in despair. Under such powerful firepower, even a piece of iron would be penetrated, let alone a person. The men with the gun thought the same thing and laughed wildly while firing accurately. You killed young Master Qin, so you must be at least a warrior in the late stage of dark energy. Your internal energy is all over your body, which can indeed make your skin as hard as steel to resist bullets. But when your internal energy is exhausted and you can no longer defend yourself, any bullet will kill you. I have 5 fully loaded 40-round extended magazines, a total of 200 rounds. How much inner strength do you have to consume? If you dare to kill young Master Qin, then you will be buried with him. The man with the gun roared and fired, his fingers welded to the trigger, and he fired 5 magazines in one breath, and the golden eggshells were scattered all over the ground. When the last bullet was fired, the roar of the rifle stopped abruptly. The man with the gun let out a satisfied breath and looked towards the ring. This glance made him freeze in place. Chu Longtu stood there with an indifferent look in his eyes, his clothes had been completely torn into rags. The skin beneath the clothes glowed with an ancient and powerful golden color like a bronze bell, shining brightly under the light, without a single bullet hole. Chu Longtu's indifferent voice sounded. If you want to use up all my internal energy, 200 bullets may not be enough. Would you like to try another 200 rounds? The man holding the gun's hand shook, and the gun fell heavily to the ground, his face extremely pale. I won't kill you. Go back and tell the Qin family that I killed Qin Yi. If you want revenge, I welcome you anytime. The man with the gun, who thought he was going to die, was stunned. When he came to his senses, he looked at Chu Longtu deeply and walked out without saying a word. When he reached the door of the venue, he suddenly stopped, turned around, pointed at Chu Longtu and roared. The Qin family will never forgive you. The Qin family will definitely avenge this. After saying this, the men with the gun walked out of the venue without looking back. The venue fell into dead silence again. Chu Longtu no longer paid any attention to the dazed Jiangdong celebrities. He gave Fu Qinglong a look, then stepped down from the stage and walked into the depths of the venue. Fu Qinglong hurriedly followed, and the 2 figures disappeared behind the gate one after the other. Many celebrities in Jiangdong stared blankly at Chu Longtu's back, which looked like a golden statue, and after a moment they were completely outraged. Oh my God, his body can resist bullets. Is this really still a human being? 200 bullets didn't even penetrate the skin. This is really a monstrosity. Is he really a human like us, not just a Kryptonian in human skin? the body can resist bullets. So this is what a true martial arts master does. Qin Yi is the eldest grandson of the Qin family. He died tragically in Jiangdong. The Qin family will never let it go. Jiangdong will be in trouble from now on. Everyone was dancing and shouting excitedly, venting their shock and excitement like crazy. The scene they just witnessed was enough to make them remember it forever until they died. The words left by the gunman also made them realize that this matter was far from over. How could the Qin family, which has been based in Luocheng for 100 years, tolerate this? When the Qin family gathers people to invade Jiangdong and launch a massive revenge, that will be the time when Jiangdong will really change. Chu Longtu didn't care whether the situation in Jiangdong would change or not. He only cares about Old A, the boss behind the ring match whom he is about to meet. Entering the depths of the venue, Chu Longtu saw a man in a suit and tie waiting at the door. Seeing Chu Longtu, the man in the suit immediately stepped forward and spoke respectfully. "The boss is waiting for you too, please follow me." After saying that, he turned around and led the way. Chu Longtu and Fu Qinglong looked at each other and followed. After entering the elevator, it went straight to the top floor. After the elevator door opened with a ding, the men in the suit led the two people through the corridor and pushed open the heavy solid wooden door of the office at the end of the corridor. "Please." Chu Longtu entered first, and Fu Qinglong followed him in one step behind. The old man who had just appeared in the private room was sitting behind a large and heavy solid wood desk, holding a pipe in his hand and looking at Chu Longtu and Fu Qinglong calmly. "Please take a seat, both of you. Tea or wine?" Chu Longtu glanced at the old man's right hand, which seemed normal but actually had broken fingers if you looked closely, and sat down directly. "Liquor. Strong liquor." Fu Qinglong did not sit down, but stood behind Chu Longtu. This scene immediately made the old man's pupils shrink and his heart was shocked. Fu Qinglong is the leader of the Qinglong society, and this masked warrior is just a hired thug of the Qinglong society, but Fu Qinglong doesn't dare to sit down in front of him. Could it be that between these two people, the warrior is the more respected? The old man had already prepared a plan, but seeing this scene for the first time completely disrupted his plan and left him speechless for a while. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the men in the suit tactfully went to the corner to mix 3 glasses of liquor, brought them over, and quickly left the office. Chu Longtu handed Fu Qinglong a cup, picked up the cup himself and drank it all in one gulp, exclaiming in admiration, "Good wine." The old man also sorted out his thoughts, raised his wine glass and toasted slightly. After taking a sip, he stared at Chu Longtu and spoke. "I'm the boss of the ring match. I invited you two here mainly to discuss the bet." The old man didn't look at Fu Qinglong again. Since this mysterious warrior is the most respected between the two of them, then talk to him. Chu Longtu did not comment. Seeing that Chu Longtu did not respond, the old man frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows and said lightly, "Let me be frank. Your bets are too high. I can't possibly compensate you based on the odds before the market closed. How about this? I'll return the 500 million bet and I'll add another 100 million. Plus, you'll gain my friendship." Chu Longtu looked at the old man who had a look of alms on his face, as if it was a great honor to be his friend, and repeated it with a smile. "Your friendship?" "Certainly." The old man looked at Chu Longtu calmly but with a hint of pride. "Believe me, if you become my friend in Jiangdong, you will gain far more than the 100 million. Chu Longtu did not respond, but Fu Qinglong was so angry that his eyes were almost spitting fire and his fists were clenched so hard that they were cracking. His friendship? That's bullshit. He wanted to use a mere 100 million and his so-called crappy friendship to get over a crisis that could have bankrupted him. This old bastard is simply shameless. The old man noticed Fu Qinglong's resentment, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and clapped his hands gently. The secret door on the wall behind him opened, and 6 men walked out slowly. The first 2 had sharp eyes and a strong aura, and they were also warriors in the dark energy realm. The other 4 men were also holding 4 rifles with full magazines. Fu Qinglong's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, and he roared angrily. "What do you mean by this, you old bastard? Are you threatening us?" The old man said calmly. "No, this is just a necessary show of force to make friends." I also heard about what happened outside just now. Chin E, the dark energy warrior, and 200 bullets were unable to hurt this excellency. But they should have consumed a lot of your internal energy. If we add these two of my men, and the guns in their hands, I wonder if they can use up all your internal energy and break your defense. The old man smiled calmly, with an expression that said, I have you figured out. Fu Qinglong opened his eyes angrily and was about to speak when Chu Longtu burst into laughter. As expected, he has become a big shot in Jiangdong's underground world in just 10 years. His scheming and methods are really powerful. Those betting payouts are up to you. You can pay if you want to, or not. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. It doesn't matter. This unconventional statement stunned the old man. Unimportant. If it doesn't matter, then you bet 500 million just for fun. Facing the old man's puzzled eyes, Chu Longtu raised his hand, took off the mask, and said lightly. That 500 million bet is just a means to force you to show up in the face of liquidation crisis. Now that I've seen you in person, it doesn't matter whether you pay or not. The old man looked at Chu Longtu's handsome face after he took off the mask. His whole body suddenly stiffened and his eyes widened in shock. Chu Longtu smiled brightly at the old man. Tell me, should I call you Old A, or should I call you another name? The wanted criminal in Longqi prison, Zhang Jun. You are. Zhang Jun trembled for a long time and couldn't utter a word, his face gradually turning pale. Looking at Zhang Jun's incredulous eyes, Chu Longtu extinguished all his hopes with just one simple sentence. My name is Chu Longtu. My father is Chu Zhenfeng, and my mother is Xiao Wan. Did you remember anything? Zhang Jun's body trembled violently, and his face looked extremely ugly as if his parents had died. However, Chu Longtu's smile became more intense and he nodded slightly to Zhang Jun. Finally found you. There are many things waiting for your explanation. Are you going to say it yourself, or am I going to force you to say it? Zhang Jun was completely confused. Under extreme shock, not only did Zhang Jun's hands tremble, but his entire body began to shake violently. At this moment, Zhang Jun regretted very much that he did not obey the order on the phone just now and leave Jiangdong to avoid the limelight. Who would have thought that the mysterious warrior invited by Fu Qinglong was actually Chu Longtu, whom he protected? Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan's son. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he talked directly about something that happened 10 years ago. The floodgates of memory suddenly opened wide, and countless images flashed before his eyes like a tsunami, causing Zhang Jun to clench his fists. Along with it, there were also countless shocked questions. Where did Chu Longtu learn these amazing kung fu skills? When did he subdue Fu Qinglong? The most important thing is, how did Chu Longtu know that he was Lao A? Could it be that the information was leaked somewhere? This series of questions made Zhang Jun confused, but after all, he had been the boss behind the scenes for 10 years, so he quickly calmed himself down and grasped the key points. No matter what, we must never admit that he is Zhang Jun. If you don't admit it, there is still room for maneuver. Once he admits it, he will be in real danger. Zhang Jun made up his mind instantly and said through gritted teeth. You got the wrong person. I don't know any Zhang Jun, let alone Chu Zhenfeng or Xiao Wan. I'm tired today. If you two have any objections to the bet compensation, we can discuss it another day. See a visitor out. Zhang Jun started to chase the men away, but he had already decided in his heart that as long as Chu Longtu was sent away, he would immediately buy a plane ticket and leave Jiangdong. Two dark energy warriors who were not holding guns stepped forward and looked at Chu Longtu intimidatingly. Fu Qinglong's face changed slightly, and he stepped forward to block in front of Chu Longtu, looking at the two dark energy warriors with fierce auras with vigilance. However, Chu Longtu sat there motionless, looking at Zhang Jun with a smile on his face, with no intention of leaving at all. Zhang Jun's face changed and he said sternly. What do you mean? Chu Longtu stood up and looked straight at Zhang Jun without even looking at the two dark force warriors. I think you might have made a mistake. I'm not discussing with you, I'm ordering you. Whether you admit it or not, it's up to you. I just need you to follow me and tell me everything I want to know, and I can save your life. Otherwise. Chu Longtu gave Zhang Jun an extremely evil smile. My skills in torture are also very good. You definitely don't want to taste it. The corners of Zhang Jun's eyes twitched heavily, and he stared at Chu Longtu, his eyes sometimes cold and sometimes hesitant, and he fell silent for a while. However, the two dark energy warriors under his command instantly became furious. Threatening their boss in front of both of them, do they really think they are nothing? These two dark force warriors were two masters that Zhang Jun had gone to great lengths to recruit during the period when he was in charge of the ring competition. On weekdays, he is supported by Zhang Jun with wealth and honor, and in the ring competitions, he is praised by all kinds of celebrities. He has long developed a character that is arrogant and aloof. Now that the boss who gives them their jobs is threatened in front of them, can they still tolerate this? The warrior on the left shouted angrily and slapped Chu Longtu's throat. Who are you talking to, you bastard? You're commanding your mother. The warrior on the right was very insidious and punched Chu Longtu in the ribs with his phoenix eye fist, which was enough to knock Chu Longtu out of breath with just one punch. The two men acted so quickly that Zhang Jun didn't have time to react. However, Chu Longtu is faster. With a flash of his body, Chu Longtu disappeared on the spot. Zhang Jun's eyes widened instantly and he looked around in panic. The next second, screams broke out in the office. Ah! Fuck my hands. Shoot, shoot. I can't see where he is. The two Dark Force warriors and 4 gunmen yelled in panic, moving their guns around randomly, but they couldn't even find where their enemies were. Bang bang bang. After a series of muffled sounds, all the shouting stopped abruptly. 2 dark energy warriors and 4 gunmen were lying on the ground miserably, with their limbs at weird angles. It was obvious at a glance that their bones were broken by violent force. Chu Longtu reappeared in front of Zhang Jun and gently brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. Okay, now that the outsiders have left, we can continue. Zhang Jun felt cold all over as he looked at the 4 confidants whom he had spent countless efforts and financial resources to win over, and an extremely strong bitterness rose in his heart. He actually thought that Chu Longtu had already used up most of his energy in defeating Qin Yi, and he was confident that he could subdue Chu Longtu with 2 dark energy warriors and 4 special grade shooters. Who knew that before he made up his mind to fight, the 6 people were easily knocked down by Chu Longtu like cutting melons and vegetables. How strong is this guy? After a long silence, Zhang Jun spoke dryly. I have 700 million in cash in my account, and I also have 2 villas and 3 flats in Jiangdong City. In addition, I will give you all the channels and industries under this competition. Let me go. Chu Longtu gave a straightforward answer. Impossible. Zhang Jun's eyes suddenly widened and he roared in a low voice. Do you know how much this is worth? Facing Zhang Jun's angry and puzzled eyes, Chu Longtu said calmly. I told you, I don't care about money. From the beginning to the end, you are the only one who is useful to me. I need to use your life to exchange for my father's life. Although it is cruel, I hope you understand. Zhang Jun looked at Chu Longtu with a ridiculous look on his face, and almost spit on Chu Longtu's face. You want me to exchange my life for your father's life, and you expect me to understand? Can you really be any more shameless? You want to use me to go to Longqi prison in exchange for Chu Zhenfeng. Having been hiding in Jiangdong for 10 years and being a wanted criminal by Longqi prison, Zhang Jun naturally knew the rules of Longqi prison thoroughly. Chu Longtu nodded decisively. Although it's unfair to you, this is the only way to rescue him. But... Chu Longtu paused and looked at Zhang Jun seriously. If you can tell me everything I want to know, I can guarantee that even if you are sent to Longqi prison, you will never die. Besides, you can live comfortably. Chu Longtu did not lie. If Zhang Jun really cooperated and told all the information he knew 10 years ago, then letting him live comfortably in Longqi prison would only be a matter of saying hello to the writing judge Jiang Qinglong. Who knew that when Zhang Jun heard this, he just sneered and his face was full of sarcasm. You actually believed what those bastards in Longqi prison said? You are so naive. Believe it or not, if I were really sent to Longqi prison to exchange for Chu Zhenfeng, Longqi prison would only happily detain me and would not let Chu Zhenfeng go at all. Chu Longtu's expression froze and he stared at Zhang Jun closely. What do you mean by that? Zhang Jun immediately understood and smiled contemptuously. It turns out you have no idea what happened 10 years ago. You don't even know why Longqi prison locked Chu Zhenfeng up. You are just a little brat who knows nothing but naively thinks that Longqi prison will release your father. Zhang Jun laughed wantonly. Chu Longtu's pupils shrank tightly, his anger instantly rose, and he almost couldn't help but slap out with his palm. However, the information revealed in Zhang Jun's words forced Chu Longtu to suppress his anger and ask in a deep voice. Why won't Longqi prison let my father go? Zhang Jun stopped laughing and did not respond to his words. He just silently looked at his confidant who was knocked to the ground. After a moment, Zhang Jun suddenly spoke. Can you really guarantee my safety? Chu Longtu answered without any hesitation. Certainly. As long as you tell me everything I need, not only safety, but you don't even have to go to prison. Zhang Jun was suddenly startled, and Chu Longtu said calmly. It's just a substitution. It won't take much effort to find a substitute and a human skin mask. But it all depends on the value of the information you provide. Chu Longtu stopped talking and watched Zhang Jun's expression change from gloomy to bright, revealing the fierce struggle in his heart. After a long time, Zhang Jun let out a long sigh, stretched out his right hand and gritted his teeth. Remember your words. Chu Longtu's heart, which was about to jump out of his throat, suddenly fell back and he held Zhang Jun's right hand tightly. Don't worry, I will never break my promise. Zhang Jun also seemed to have put down a heavy burden, and a smile appeared on his face. That's true. Although your father cheated me back then, he never broke his promise. As he was speaking, Zhang Jun suddenly felt his nostrils getting a little damp, as if water was dripping down. Chu Longtu's eyes suddenly widened, and a boundless chill instantly surged into his heart. Zhang Jun in front of him was still talking and laughing, but suddenly, thin lines of blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices, and in the blink of an eye, they had wet the collar of his shirt. What is going on? Chu Longtu grabbed Zhang Jun's wrist with his backhand and gently checked his pulse. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. Zhang Jun's pulse showed that his vitality was disappearing at an alarming rate. In a flash, Chu Longtu reacted instantly. Zhang Jun is poisoned. Once it breaks out, it is extremely poisonous and can kill people immediately. Boundless shock and anger rose from the bottom of his heart, but Chu Longtu had no time to get angry. He quickly took out the acupuncture bag he carried with him, picked up a handful of golden needles, and swiftly inserted them into Zhang Jun's chest and forehead acupoints to save his life. What are you going to do? Zhang Jun was completely unaware, and even became suddenly nervous because of Chu Longtu's actions. He instinctively dodged and resisted, which made Chu Longtu roar in anger. Just stay still. I'm saving your life, idiot. What? Zhang Jun was shocked. He looked down and saw that his chest was stained with blood and blood was dripping from his body. Zhang Jun was so scared that he peed his pants instantly. What's going on? Why am I bleeding all of a sudden? Zhang Jun yelled in panic and struggled unconsciously to avoid the golden needle that Chu Longtu stabbed him with. Chu Longtu slapped him hard in the face, and the violent pain instantly brought Zhang Jun back to his senses. Don't move, I'm trying to save you. Despite the burning pain on his face and sparks in front of his eyes, Zhang Jun did not move. He shivered and forced himself not to move, allowing Chu Longtu to attack him, while he trembled and called for help. Please, save me, I don't want to die. Chu Longtu inserted the needles quickly with a cold face. Dozens of golden needles instantly pierced into the vital points on the forehead and heart. Chu Longtu immediately used the golden needle as a medium, and the tremendous internal energy in his body was transferred into Zhang Jun's body. While forcing out the poison with the golden needle, he roared softly. What exactly happened 10 years ago? Why was my father imprisoned in Longqi prison? Who has been protecting you in Jiangdong for the past 10 years? Hurry up and tell me. Chu Longtu asked anxiously. The poison was acting too fast and too violently. He was not completely sure that he could use the golden needle to force out the poison and save Zhang Jun. If there is any toxin left, Zhang Jun will most likely not be spared. So he must hurry up and force for information. Zhang Jun's eyes were already somewhat dazed, and it was obvious that the poison had begun to spread. His voice also became erratic. 10 years ago, Chu Zhenfeng hired me. Go, find. Being ambushed, caught, in prison. Someone, save me, yeah. Just as Zhang Jun was about to say the name of the person who saved him, he suddenly saved his head and screamed miserably. He even started rolling on the ground like crazy, with veins bulging all over his body and looking extremely painful. Chu Longtu was so angry that he almost cursed. This guy failed at the critical moment. Chu Longtu quickly increased the output of his internal energy, watching drops of black poison being forced out from the end of the golden needle, but Zhang Jun suddenly stopped struggling. His eyes rolled upwards, with almost only the whites of his eyes left in his eye sockets. His temples throbbed rapidly for more than a dozen times and then suddenly collapsed. Then Zhang Jun's body suddenly relaxed, and he became silent. Chu Longtu's heart sank. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his fingers and gently pressed on Zhang Jun's carotid artery. The next second, Chu Longtu clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Jun is dead. Keep an eye on his body here, and notify Qin Tianshuang to bring someone over. I'll be right back. After asking Fu Qinglong to look after Zhang Jun's body in the office, Chu Longtu quickly left the office. After a brief search, Chu Longtu found the monitoring room, kicked the door and rushed in. Chu Longtu knocked the security guard who stood up unconscious with a slap, then quickly tapped on the keyboard and called up the surveillance video at the door of Zhang Jun's office. The surveillance picture on the screen changed, and suddenly a man in a suit came out of the office. After the man in the suit left the office, he did not return to the secretary's office next door, but walked straight out. Chu Longtu followed him and kept switching the surveillance screens. He clearly saw the man in the suit walked all the way out of the venue, greeting and chatting with everyone he met. There was nothing unusual. When he arrived outside the venue, the man in the suit made a phone call. Within a minute, a black car without any markings stopped in front of him, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Seeing this, Chu Longtu can be confirmed. It is 100% certain that it was this man in the suit who poisoned Zhang Jun. And his purpose is most likely to silence people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Zhang Jun died of poisoning so coincidentally. The man in the suit was Zhang Jun's confidant. He poisoned Chu Longtu at the critical moment when he came to his house and was about to ask for information. This was clearly an attempt to silence him. And the person who ordered him to kill her. Who else could have inserted such a deep needle into Zhang Jun's side and killed him at the critical moment, except the person who protected Zhang Jun and helped him escape from Longqi prison? First it was Qian Tongsheng, then Zhang Jun. Both of them were deeply involved with my father and mother in the events of 10 years ago. You saved them, but when I came to you, you either rescued them or poisoned them to death. You didn't want me to know anything about what happened 10 years ago. What on earth do you want to do? Who the hell are you? Chu Longtu gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, his right hand clenched tightly, and he crushed the mouse in his hand. After thinking it over and finding nothing, Chu Longtu returned to the office angrily. Qin Tianshuang had already arrived with Tian Ba and was busy examining the body. Tian Ba professionally examined Zhang Jun's eyes, nostrils, mouth, hands, feet, armpits, and other parts of his body. He quickly checked his entire body and reported to Chu Longtu. Young master, the poison he was poisoned with should be Rainbow 8. Qin Tianshuang explained at the right time. Rainbow 8 is a new type of toxin invented by Hades, the world's third-ranked killer organization. It does not cause any symptoms when it first enters the human body. After the incubation period, it will instantly invade the nervous system and kill the person in a short period of time. And the most distinctive feature of Rainbow 8 is that when he dies, blood oozes from all his orifices, and his temples become sunken like pits. I have already notified them to track down the recent purchaser of Rainbow 8. There should be news soon. Chu Longtu nodded and handed the printed image of the man in a suit to Qin Tianshuang. This man is Zhang Jun's confidant. He was the one who poisoned Zhang Jun. But he should just be a pawn to monitor Zhang Jun and kill him at the critical moment. The person behind him should be the same person who saved Qian Tongsheng and Zhang Jun. Find him. Yes. Although Qin Tianshuang was very shocked, he still agreed very professionally. Qin Tianshuang immediately brought up another matter. I just hacked into the computer and found that all the funds in the account have been transferred and disappeared. Even all the properties and businesses registered under the name of the ring have been auctioned off and the funds have been transferred away. It can be said that apart from the ring match, nothing else is left. Chu Longtu was not surprised at all and sneered. It seems that they have already made the preparations to sacrifice the pawn to save the master, and they are just waiting for me to show up so that they can kill Zhang Jun immediately. Poor Zhang Jun, this fool knows nothing and thinks he has everything under control. But the more anxious they are to cut off the clues, the more it proves that we have found the right path. Keep investigating. Investigate thoroughly. There are still 18 days until my father is executed. I'll give you half a month. You must find the men for me no matter what. I want to see how many discarded pieces they can throw away at will. Chu Longtu growled in a low voice while gritted his teeth viciously. Qin Tianshuang and Tian Ba obeyed the order solemnly, their eyes filled with murderous intent. After searching for a long time and finding no other clues, Chu Longtu gave an order and everyone quietly evacuated. By the time the other people in the ring received an alarm from the security guard in the monitoring room and rushed to Zhang Jun's office to find his body in a mess, Chu Longtu and the other three had already left. On the way back in the car, Chu Longtu suddenly spoke. Fu Qinglong, find me a place to stay tomorrow. Once I find it, I'll move out from my senior sister's place. Fu Qinglong quickly agreed, and Qin Tianshuang and Tian Ba looked at each other in surprise and fell silent. On the other side of Jiangdong, the men in a suit who Chu Longtu missed so much changed into an ordinary sportswear and a hat, and came to the dock carrying a luggage bag. After a moment, a small boat with a faint light came quietly over and stopped. Zhang Jun is dead. Yes. The men in the suit said respectfully. After Qin Yi lost the competition, Zhang Jun did not leave. Instead, he invited Fu Qinglong to discuss with the warrior. So I poisoned him to death according to your instructions. The mysterious voice sighed softly. I knew he wouldn't leave. I protected him for 10 years and kept him safe for 10 years. He even forgot his former identity and the dangers he faced. He even ignored the last chance of survival I gave him. If he is caught and exposed, it will ruin all my plans. There is no choice but to ask him to die. After sighing for a while, the mysterious voice gave the order. I have asked someone to prepare a new identity and a new passport. Someone will pick you up before you leave for Southeast Asia. Live well there and keep your mouth shut, understand? The last sentence, which seemed plain but was actually very stern, instantly made the men in the suit's hair stand on end, and he responded with fear and trepidation. The mysterious voice hung up the phone, and the men in the suit removed the SIM card, broke it into 2 pieces and threw it directly into the water under the watchful eyes of the men in the water. In the darkness, the boat started moving again and slowly sank into the darkness. Just when Chu Longtu and others left Zhang Jun's office, a secret meeting was held in Longqi prison. 5 people sat around a huge round table. Among the 5 people, 4 were wearing masks, and only the woman sitting in the main seat revealed her real face. The woman had eyebrows like distant mountains, lips like flames, and a silver-gray uniform that clung to her graceful curves, exuding a touching charm. However, the coldness in her beautiful eyes, like 10,000-year-old black ice, was enough to instantly freeze the fire in anyone's heart, making her exude a strong chill like an iceberg. Looking around coldly, the iceberg woman spoke first. Mission failed. These 5 simple words instantly caused a violent reaction from the other 4 people. What's going on? How could it fail? Didn't you promise that you could succeed? 3 men glared at the icy woman, and finally, a man wearing a Monkey King mask stared at the icy woman and spoke in a deep voice. We need a reason. As the warden, you personally drafted and executed the plan. Why did it fail? The iceberg woman was not moved at all and said calmly. I misjudged the Chu family. The original plan was to have Chu Zhenxiong suppress Chu Longtu and disrupt all his actions so that he would eventually have no choice but to go to Longqi prison and hand over the key. But I didn't expect Chu Zhenxiong to be so completely degraded after 10 years of comfort. He was fooled around by a brat in his early 20s and fell twice in a row. Now that Chu Zhenxiong has lost all the land in Su village and is burdened with huge debts, he is completely unable to fight against Chu Longtu, who is protected by the Qinglong society, which has greatly increased in strength, which has led to the complete failure of the plan. After listening to the icy woman's statement, the 4 masked men looked at her with particularly unfriendly eyes. A woman wearing a peacock mask sneered. When we received the news that Chu Longtu had appeared and obtained the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, you were the first to propose using the Chu family to suppress Chu Longtu, forcing him to have no other choice but to hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. We believed you and invested a huge amount of resources to implement the plan, and now you just say the plan has failed with a simple sentence. The peacock-masked woman slapped the table hard and shouted. You must take full responsibility for this matter. I propose that she be stripped of her position as warden and be imprisoned in the S-class ward of Longqi prison for life, and never be allowed to leave. The iceberg girl looked indifferent and was not moved at all. The eyes of the other 3 masked men suddenly froze, and after a moment a man wearing a Zhu Beiji mask spoke. I second that. The air suddenly stagnated. The last man wearing the Bull Demon King mask looked at the Sun Wukong masked man, and the Sun Wukong masked man stared at the iceberg woman. Don't you have anything to say? The iceberg girl said indifferently. The plan failed because I entrusted my trust to the wrong person. I have nothing to say. If the board decides to put me in jail, I will do as I please. As soon as these words were spoken, the peacock-masked woman and the Zhu Beiji masked man both showed obvious joy in their eyes. But after the Monkey King masked man looked at the iceberg girl for a while, he said decisively. I don't agree. Changing generals in the middle of a battle is a big taboo. Besides, if she is replaced, there will be no one in the prison who can take on the responsibility. I am against replacing her. The Bull Demon King masked man also spoke immediately, his words were brief and powerful. I object, too. The 2 of them clearly objected. The men with the Zhu Beiji mask sighed softly, but the woman with the peacock mask angrily slapped the table and glared at the 2 of them. You. The iceberg woman interrupted the peacock mask woman. According to the board's rules, the proposal voted 2:2 and could not be passed, so it is temporarily shelved. The peacock-masked woman's face turned red, but the iceberg woman didn't even look at her and just kept talking to herself. Then let me tell you the second thing. Increase the intensity and use all your strength to suppress Chu Longtu and force him to hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. As soon as these words came out, the peacock-masked woman immediately found an outlet to vent her anger. She sneered and spoke harshly. You've already screwed up once, and you're still determined to do it again. Because you are so irrational, you are not qualified to be the warden. I suggest that we just send out a capture team to capture Chu Longtu and take back the key by force. The peacock-masked woman attacked the iceberg woman crazily, but the iceberg woman just stared at the Sun Wukong masked man and spoke coldly. The last plan failed only because Chu Zhenxiong was incompetent, which does not mean that the plan was wrong. It would be great to forcibly arrest Chu Longtu and take back the key, but I want to warn you. There's more than one key. The peacock-masked woman's voice suddenly stopped, and the other 3 were instantly moved. The person holding the other key clearly requested that no force be used against Chu Longtu. We can get the key by trickery, but if we try to harm Chu Longtu by force, he will immediately destroy the key in his hand, and our 10 years of hard work will be completely wasted. So, are you sure you want to send out a capture team to bring back Chu Longtu? The iceberg woman glanced over and the 4 masked men avoided her sight one after another. Even the peacock mask woman no longer mentioned the arrest. Force is not an option. We can only outsmart him and force him to hand over the key. Chu Zhenxiong is a loser and can't be trusted, so we'll do it ourselves. Use all your resources to destroy all of Chu Longtu's attempts to rescue Chu Zhenfeng, suppress all of his backers, destroy all of his luck, and force him to hand over the key. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll kill his father. I don't believe that Chu Longtu would watch his father die just because of a broken bracelet. As long as we can get the key from him, everything we have invested will be worth it. After a moment's silence, the men in the Sun Wukong mask spoke. I agree. The men with the Bull Demon King mask and the men with the Zhu Beiji mask followed closely behind. Second. The iceberg girl finally smiled, without even looking at the peacock-masked girl, and made the final decision. 3:1, the proposal is passed, and we will implement it with all our strength. Junior brother, are you really healed? How did you recover? Stand still and let me check you carefully. Yu Lingqing couldn't wait for Chu Longtu to answer, so he just started to touch him up and down like he was picking out animals in the market, which made Chu Longtu laugh and cry, and he had to emphasize it very much. Don't worry, senior sister, I am really healed. As for how he recovered, Chu Longtu suddenly recalled the erotic scene in his dream. Especially when he thought of Luo Qingfei sitting on him naked and moving up and down rhythmically, Chu Longtu couldn't help but have countless messy thoughts. Master, your kung fu is pretty good. Yu Lingqing glanced at it strangely. After a slight pause, her temples suddenly turned red and her eyes were suddenly filled with moisture, but she forced herself to nod as if nothing had happened. It looks like he's really recovered. Chu Longtu was so ashamed that he almost exploded, his face flushed and he quickly moved his internal energy. Qin Tianshuang, Fu Qinglong, Su Wanqiu, and Qin and others looked around and pretended not to see it. After hurriedly revealing this little episode, Su Wanqiu, who had been waiting for Chu Longtu in the villa, spoke softly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and gratitude. Junior brother, thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for me, I really can't imagine what a horrible situation I would have fallen into. After saying that, Su Wanqiu suddenly stepped forward, hugged Chu Longtu, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the mouth. The passionate kiss lasted for nearly 10 seconds before Su Wanqiu let go of Chu Longtu with a blushing face and glanced at Yu Lingqing cautiously. Others couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Yu Lingqing, but they saw that Yu Lingqing was smiling faintly, with no signs of getting angry at all. What a master! Everyone couldn't help but think in their hearts, even Chu Longtu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly spoke. Actually, this is my fault. If I hadn't implicated you, you wouldn't have suffered this misfortune. By the way, have you reported your safety to Grandpa Su? Su Wanqiu nodded. Grandpa urged me to go back. I was worried about your health, so I wanted to wait for you to come back and say hello to you. Then I'll leave now. Su Wanqiu looked at Chu Longtu reluctantly, but Chu Longtu didn't dare to ask her to stay. Su Wanqiu's inappropriate kiss just now had already frightened him. If Su Wanqiu really stayed, he was not sure whether Yu Lingqing would really get angry. Tianba, please see Sister Su off. Tianba agreed and left the villa with Su Wanqiu, who was reluctant to leave. Fu Qinglong, Qin Tianshuang, Tianjiu, Tianshi, and others also said goodbye tactfully. Even Lei Tianming, who was fanatically wanting to examine Chu Longtu's body, was grabbed by Fu Qinglong. The villa suddenly became quiet. Yu Lingqing wanted to ask about the situation of the competition, but Chu Longtu fooled him with a few words. He then made an excuse that he was tired and wanted to rest, so Yu Lingqing hurried upstairs to run a bath for him. For a moment, only Chu Longtu and Qin were left. Brother Longtu, are you really okay? Qin looked at Chu Longtu worriedly. When Chu Longtu's internal energy was running wild and he was about to explode, in order not to scare her, Yu Lingqing isolated her and did not let her see Chu Longtu. This is the first time the two of them have been alone since Chu Longtu became possessed. Don't worry, I'm really fine. I'm as strong as a bull now. Chu Longtu curled up his arms deliberately to act funny, which made Qin cover her mouth and chuckle. She put aside her worries and said obediently. Then Brother Longtu, you should go to bed early. Good night. Before he finished speaking, Qin suddenly leaned forward, pecked Chu Longtu's face lightly like a dragonfly touching the water, and forced an explanation with a red face. Well, I am actually the same as Sister Susu. Qin became more and more confused as she spoke, so she simply turned around shyly and ran upstairs. Chu Longtu laughed in silence, but no one knew what he was thinking about and the smile slowly disappeared. He sat quietly on the sofa like a statue. After a moment, Chu Longtu got up and went upstairs, and the villa fell into complete silence. The next morning, Chu Longtu got up early to practice as usual. As soon as he started practicing, Chu Longtu couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. As soon as he began to move his internal energy, he felt as if his body had instantly turned into a black hole, emitting a strong suction force that devoured the vital energy in the air. His speed was so fast that it was almost twice as fast as before he went crazy. All in all, his cultivation speed has increased instead of decreased, and the internal energy in his body, which had become much thinner, has increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is there any benefit to being possessed by a demon? If I had known this earlier, I would have gone crazy a few more times. A mess of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Chulongtu began to move his chi around in his body to strengthen his internal strength. An hour later, Chulongtu finished the exercise feeling refreshed. Just this 1 hour of practice was equivalent to the results of his previous half-day of practice. Chulongtu was too lazy to think about the inside story of his recovery. Just think of it as a blessing in disguise that I was able to get through it thanks to my natural talent. Anyway, it can't be possible that the master really sacrificed himself to save my life. After eating the breakfast prepared by Yu Lingqing, Chulongtu received a call from Fu Qinglong. He had already found the house that Chulongtu needed and asked Chulongtu if he had time to go and take a look. Chulongtu agreed without hesitation. Fu Qinglong was also planning to pick up Chulongtu in person. Chulongtu heard the noise coming from his end and guessed that he was probably busy with the annexation of Bengshan Hall and winning the tournament, so he asked for his address and drove over. Half an hour later, Chulongtu was standing in the sales office of a property called Tianyue No. 1 Courtyard. The decoration of the sales office is extremely luxurious, and even the sales staff are all wearing Chanel and Dior. These 4 words are embodied from the inside out. Get out of here, poor bastard. As soon as Chulongtu entered the sales office, he saw a female salesperson wearing a black silk miniskirt and high heels standing in the lobby. He walked over and said, "Hello, I want to see the house." The heavily made-up female salesperson took a look at Chulongtu's clothes, which cost no more than 200 yuan, and took a close look at his neck, wrists, and other places. After not finding any details about the invisible rich man, she became impatient. "If you want to buy a house, go to the front desk and submit a proof of capital verification of 5 million. We are a high-end property, and not everyone is eligible to buy it. If you don't have proof of capital verification, please get out and don't waste our time." The female salesperson scolded Chulongtu and ignored him, constantly looking towards the door. Just now the boss called and said that an important client wanted to come and see the house, and asked her, as the top salesperson, to receive him well. She had been waiting here for quite a while, but apart from the poor guy Chulongtu, she didn't see any other wealthy customers coming in. As a result, as soon as she turned her head, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately twisted her slender waist and moved closer to a middle-aged man who had just entered the sales office. She rubbed her half-exposed white chest against the man's arm. "Mr. Yang, you are here." Chulongtu looked in the direction of the sound and his eyes narrowed slightly. The Cartier bracelet on her wrist and the LV monogram shoulder bag she is carrying are both very expensive, and the total amount is enough to buy a house. But Manager Chang watched helplessly as the middle-aged man's right hand naturally rested on the saleswoman's buttocks and kept rubbing it. He was furious but dared not say a word, which made Chulongtu understand. This woman has indeed climbed up the social ladder. But it is very likely that she has just climbed into this man's bed and the relationship is not yet stable. She would not dare to say anything even if this man flirted with other women in front of her. The female salesperson determined that Mr. Yang was the important customer the boss had mentioned, so she allowed Mr. Yang to take advantage of her and gave him a coquettish look. "Mr. Yang, you said you wanted to see a house, so I immediately asked someone to reserve the most luxurious rooftop sky garden. If you don't buy it today, I will be very sad." As the saleswoman spoke, she rubbed Mr. Yang's body with her charming body without leaving any trace, which made Manager Chang want to scratch the saleswoman's face. Mr. Yang was very pleased with the service provided by the female salesperson and waved his hand with high spirits. "Okay, let's go check it out now. If it's as good as you say, I'll buy it right away." The female salesperson immediately burst into laughter and rubbed Mr. Yang even harder. Manager Chang instantly lost his temper, glanced at the flirtatious female salesperson with pride, and pulled Mr. Yang's arm in a coquettish manner. "My dear, you are so nice. As long as you like it tonight, I will do whatever you want." The saleswoman's smile froze instantly. She looked at Manager Chang with envy and jealousy, wishing she could bite her to death and take her place. However, the female salesperson did not dare to get upset with the big customer in front. She forced a smile and prepared to take Mr. Yang and Manager Chang to see the house. But when she saw Chulongtu still standing there, she immediately frowned and scolded him without any politeness. "Why are you still standing here? If you don't have the money to verify your capital, get out of here right away. If other customers see this, they will think we don't manage our properties properly, and anyone can come in to look at our properties, which will affect their mood. However, when Manager Chang saw Chu Longtu, he was shocked and trembled instinctively. But immediately Manager Chang straightened his chest and looked at Chu Longtu with disdain. Why are you here? Are you here to buy a house too? Mr. Yang asked curiously, do you know him? Manager Chang took Mr. Yang's arm and complained in a wronged and coquettish manner. Honey, he's the nasty guy I told you about who had a relationship with Fu Qinglong and caused me to be expelled. Mr. Yang frowned. He's the guy who used 10 million to humiliate you. Manager Chang nodded repeatedly, feeling so aggrieved that he almost cried. You have to vent your anger for me. Mr. Yang glanced at Chu Longtu's young and handsome face and snorted coldly. Looking at his age, he must have been lucky enough to get in touch with the Qinglong society and made some money through business. He is just bullying others under the guise of Fu Qinglong. But I don't buy his tricks. Even Fu Qinglong has to greet me when he sees me, let alone one of his business partners. Manager Chang was overjoyed and immediately shouted to Chu Longtu in a high-handed manner. This is Yang Qinggang, the assistant officer of the Jiangdong City Council. He assists Councillor Jiang, who is in charge of the Jiangdong City Law Enforcement Department. He is extremely powerful. Why don't you come over here and kneel down to apologize? Yang Qinggang looked at Chu Longtu arrogantly and said lightly. Kowtow 3 times to the lady next to me, and this matter will be over. Chu Longtu looked at Yang Qinggang and Manager Chang, who were feeling good about themselves, in confusion, cursed them and turned away. Stupid. He was still busy looking at houses, so he had no time to deal with this couple. Yang Qinggang looked at Chu Longtu walking away with a stiff expression and said through gritted teeth. A mere lackey of Fu Qinglong actually dared to look at me in disdain and even rebel against him. Yang Qinggang directly took out his cell phone and made a call, scolding. Send someone to Tianyuan No. 1 courtyard. I found traces of suspected fugitives. Hurry. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qinggang sneered. I'm going to make this blind bastard pay for what he has done. Manager Chang's eyes sparkled with joy and he almost reached orgasm. The saleswoman now wanted to squeeze herself into Yang Qinggang's arms, and said in a tender voice, Assistant Officer Yang, don't let indifferent people ruin your mood, let's go and look at the house. Yang Qinggang's anger immediately turned into joy, and he walked in with his arms around her, laughing. After Chu Longtu left, he called Fu Qinglong directly. After a while, a middle-aged male salesperson with a plain face ran over, sweating profusely, and started apologizing repeatedly. You are Mr. Chu, right? I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I had originally arranged for someone else to show you the house, but something might have delayed them. I was just notified to show you a house. Which apartment do you like? Chu Longtu pointed to the apartment type that he had long liked in the brochure. Let's go with him. The middle-aged male salesperson took one look and said immediately. This is our best apartment type, we call it the Sky Garden. There are only 10 units in the entire community, and 9 have been sold, leaving only one with the best location. Shall I take you to the scene? Chu Longtu nodded. It is very likely that you will live in this apartment for a long time, so in order to live comfortably, you must take a good look at it. The middle-aged male salesperson immediately led Chu Longtu out of the sales office and into the residential area behind the sales office. The community is full of green trees and has all kinds of buildings and waterside pavilions, which made Chu Longtu nod secretly. The two entered the building and pressed the elevator button that went directly to the 49th floor. The middle-aged man also explained. This elevator goes directly to the 49th floor and only serves the owners of the Sky Garden. It will not be used by anyone else. This highlight immediately made Chu Longtu give this house another point in his mind. The elevator door opened with a ding, and in front of us was a 5-meter-high double-door carved brass door, which looked particularly heavy and majestic. But the door was open at this moment, and faint sounds could be heard from inside. Chu Longtu and the middle-aged salesman walked in and saw the female salesperson introducing the house to Yang Qinggang and Manager Chang with great enthusiasm. Assistant Officer Yang, there is only one house left. It is very popular. For your sake, I'll only pay 69,990,000, and this house will be yours. This sky garden is divided into 2 floors, with a total area of 688 square meters. There is also a small garden and a glass dome on the top roof, which can be opened and closed automatically. And after checking in, there will be a dedicated butler service. No matter what you need, just tell the butler and he will arrange it for you in the shortest possible time. Chu Longtu nodded slightly after listening to this. He ignored the saleswoman and Yang Qinggang in the living room and went out for a walk on the rooftop. Standing on the exquisite rooftop that looks like a garden, with a transparent glass dome above your head, you can see the lush Jiangdong Central Park in the distance, and a large lake in the center of the park that looks like a fairy du pearl. Nice view. Chu Longtu couldn't help but admire and felt more and more satisfied. This is not only a beautiful scenery, but also a good place to practice inner strength. The building is 49 stories high, which makes the surrounding high-rise buildings much taller than them. On the rooftop, one can practice some secret kung fu without anyone being able to see. The Jiangdong City Central Park in front of him was lush with trees and could also be used for cultivation, which was much more convenient than Yulingqing's villa. Without much hesitation, Chu Longtu made up his mind when he went downstairs and returned to the living room. He wants this house. The female salesperson was still chattering to Yang Qinggang about how much of a bargain the house was at 69.99 million. Manager Chang also had shining eyes and was shaking Yang Qinggang's arm vigorously, acting coquettishly. "Dear, let's just buy this one." Yang Qinggang looked calm, but he felt very insecure in his heart. He originally thought that no matter how good the house was, he could buy it for only 10 million. With all the gifts he received during his years of assisting Counselor Jiang, as well as the wealth he accumulated through various means of fraud and deception, his wealth is at most 30 million. Who knew that this house would cost 69.99 million, nearly 70 million? Twice his entire fortune. How can I get this? Even if he wanted to get a discount from the boss based on his status, his face couldn't be sold for 60 million. What's more, he has a legal wife at home, and Manager Chang just hooked up with his mistress by selling out. How could it be worth him spending so much money on her? Yang Qinggang immediately decided not to buy it, but in order not to appear timid, he deliberately frowned and made fun of it. The price is not a problem, but this house is too shabby. With such a big garden on the rooftop, I don't know how many mosquitoes will breed in the summer. There's a lake that big across the way. It's going to be terribly tidal. Forget it, this house is not that great, let's look at other ones. Manager Chang's face suddenly fell, and his heavily made-up face became longer. The saleswoman's smile also became very forced, and she was so angry that she cursed in her heart. "You old bastard, if you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Are you pretending to be so arrogant? You took advantage of me for nothing. You're just a poor old assistant. You're wasting my time." If the female salesperson could afford to offend Yang Qinggang, she would have lost her temper long ago. Just at this time, Chu Longtu and the middle-aged male salesperson also came down from the rooftop to the living room. The unhappy female salesperson became furious when she saw the two of them. "Who really asked you to bring him here? Is this a house you can just bring anyone to see?" The female salesperson took out her anger on the middle-aged male salesperson, scolding him loudly with contempt in her eyes. "Don't you see that even a poor guy like you can afford such a mansion? With your eyesight, it's no wonder you couldn't find a big client to place an order within 2 months, and you were almost fired." The middle-aged male salesperson's face turned red after being scolded, but the female salesperson was the top salesperson and had a higher position than him, so she could only remain silent with a frustrated look on her face. Chu Longtu frowned and said in a cold voice, "This house is not yours. It's none of your business if I come to see it." The saleswoman sneered and glanced at Chu Longtu with contempt. "Can you afford it? Just watch it. 69,990,000, can you afford it?" After being provoked repeatedly, Chu Longtu didn't tolerate this female salesperson and said lightly, "It's only 69.99 million. I don't care about this little money. Go down and make an order. I like this house." The middle-aged male salesperson was instantly shocked. He just received a notice from his boss to take Chu Longtu to see the house on a temporary basis, and he didn't expect Chu Longtu to buy it at all. who knew that Chu Longtu would be able to order it right away. Although he was shocked and confused, the middle-aged male salesperson immediately responded and went downstairs to handle the formalities. The female salesperson was briefly shocked, but then she thought that Chu Longtu was just pretending to be cool in order to save face, so she sneered and mocked him. Stick a green onion in a pig's nose. How can you pretend to be an elephant? If you can afford this house, I'll jump off it. Yang Qinggang and manager Chang couldn't help it either. They had already had a conflict with Chu Longtu, and the innuendo in the saleswoman's words made Yang Qinggang and manager Chang look even worse. It's not just Chu Longtu who only looks but doesn't buy, they are the same. Manager Chang spoke, mocking Chu Longtu sharply. What are you going to buy it with? The 10 million in your account isn't even enough to buy this house. You're not going to pay the deposit first and then find an excuse to not buy it, are you? Yang Qinggang's eyes were full of ridicule. You are so overconfident. You dare to covet things beyond your ability without even considering your own abilities. The three people mocked him one after another, and Chu Longtu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly. I think you've got the wrong person. I am not the one who overestimates my own ability, only looks but does not buy. I cannot afford 69,990,000 yuan. Yang Qinggang and manager Chang instantly felt like they had eaten 10 pounds of dog shit, and were so furious that they were about to start cursing. At this moment, the middle-aged male salesperson ran over with a red face and shouted excitedly. Mr. Chu, the formalities have been completed. The boss said that the money has already been paid. Since you are a distinguished guest, we will make special arrangements for you. You can check in today. The middle-aged male salesperson handed over a pile of information and keys, his eyes full of excitement. He never expected that just by completing his boss's instructions and taking someone to see a house, he would actually get something lucky. If this house is sold, he will get at least hundreds of thousands of commission, and he doesn't have to worry about being fired. His words made the female salesperson, Yang Qinggang, and manager Chang feel like they were struck by lightning. They were dumbfounded and unable to utter a word. A house worth 69.99 million is bought just like that. And from the looks of it, it seemed like someone else paid to give it to Chu Longtu. The saleswoman's mind went blank and it took her a long time to react. It turns out Chu Longtu is the distinguished guest the boss was talking about. She actually gave up Chu Longtu and clung to Yang Qinggang, and lost hundreds of thousands of commissions in vain. The saleswoman regretted so much that she beat her chest and stamped her feet, wishing she could slap herself twice. Chu Longtu took the key, glanced at the saleswoman, and pointed at the window. I've already bought the house. You can jump now. Then he looked at Yang Qinggang and manager Chang and said calmly. Who is overestimating his own abilities now? The saleswoman's face turned pale instantly, while Yang Qinggang and manager Chang's faces were burning with anger and they wished they could crawl into the ground. And manager Chang left in disgrace. The middle-aged male salesperson was grateful for Chu Longtu's appreciation and was busy arranging various chores such as cleaning. Chu Longtu sent a message to Fu Qinglong, who assured him that he had paid the full amount for the house, allowing Chu Longtu to live there with peace of mind. When everything was almost packed, Chu Longtu called the middle-aged male salesperson to go back to the sales office to get the car. As soon as he returned to the sales office, Chu Longtu noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Yang Qinggang and manager Chang, who were driven away by him, were standing at the entrance of the sales office with weird smiles on their faces. The voluptuous female salesperson was constantly questioned by a tall woman in law enforcement uniform, and she looked very nervous. As soon as Chu Longtu showed his head, the charming female salesperson suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Chu Longtu, shouting loudly. It's him. Lawyer, the person you are looking for is right there. The woman in uniform turned around immediately and looked over with sharp eyes. Chu Longtu took a quick glance and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. What a queen of flowers. Her height of 1.8 meters makes her look taller than men. Her well-proportioned figure shows faint undulating muscle lines. Coupled with her heroic yet gentle face, one can't help but think of names like Hua Mulan and Mu Guiying. While admiring, Chu Longtu was also very confused. What did the law enforcement people want from him? He had no dealings with law enforcement. The female law enforcement officer strode over, glanced at Chu Longtu with a frown, and said in a cold voice. Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu nodded in confusion. When the female law enforcement officer saw that he admitted his identity, she actually reached out to grab him. Chu Longtu stepped back instantly and his face turned cold. What do you mean? Seeing that Chu Longtu was refusing to cooperate, the female law enforcement officer immediately shouted coldly. Be honest. You've committed a crime, come with me. Chu Longtu's face grew colder. I don't understand what you're talking about. The female law enforcement officer knew that Chu Longtu would not give up unless she explained clearly, so she had no choice but to explain. Do you know Chin E? Chu Longtu was a little confused again. What does this have to do with Chin E? Seeing that Chu Longtu didn't say anything, the female law enforcement officer spoke with a cold face. He's dead, and we suspect there's something else going on with his death. After our investigation, we found that his fiancée was very close to you. We suspect you have ulterior motives. Please come with us. Chu Longtu frowned completely, feeling absurd in his heart. What kind of bullshit excuse is this? It is true that Chin E died, but he was on a life-and-death ring and his death was voluntary. What does it have to do with the law enforcement department? Besides, who passed the message to the law enforcement department? Even if it was the Chin family, they would only send other people to retaliate against Chu Longtu, and would never report the matter to the law enforcement department. Where did the law enforcement department receive the information and intervene to the point of chasing him directly to the sales office? Yang Qinggang, Manager Chang, and the attractive female salesperson also came over. Manager Chang looked at Chu Longtu with satisfaction as he took advantage of the situation. I was wondering how a small fry like you could afford such a luxury house. Turns out it's all dirty money. The glamorous female salesperson also had a look of disdain on her face. You living here is an insult to all property owners. If you have any sense of shame, you should vacate the house and get out. Yang Qinggang was even more smug and spoke with a sneer. Why are you still talking to him? Take him back immediately. Every second this kind of scum stays outside is irresponsible to others. Although he scolded coldly, the pride in Yang Qinggang's heart was almost condensed into substance and overflowed. He originally just wanted the law enforcement department to send someone to take Chu Longtu away and lock him up for 2 or 3 days to vent his anger for himself and Manager Chang. Who would have thought there would be such an unexpected surprise? Chu Longtu happened to be the search target of the law enforcement department, and he fell into the hands of the female law enforcement officer. It was like a pillow appearing when you were sleepy. Yang Qinggang, who was already upset because of being slapped in the face by Chu Longtu, decisively chose to add insult to injury. Now, looking at the embarrassment of Chu Longtu, who was so high-spirited just now, he felt so happy. How dare you mock me? This is what happens when you dare to show off to me. Yang Qinggang laughed wildly in his heart, and Manager Chang and the charming female salesperson also laughed happily. Only the middle-aged male salesperson cautiously defended Chu Longtu. Is there any misunderstanding here? The female law enforcement officer gave him a cold look, and the middle-aged male salesperson immediately shut his mouth tightly and dared not say a word. Let's go. Don't waste time. The female law enforcement officer stared at Chu Longtu, her arms quietly tensed, ready to take action. Chu Longtu pondered for a moment. The arrival of this female law enforcement officer was suspicious. There must be some hidden secrets that he didn't know about. It would be a good idea for him to go and find out some information. Chu Longtu glanced at the female law enforcement officer indifferently. You asked me to go here, don't regret it. Chu Longtu casually threw the door key to the middle-aged male salesperson and walked out of the sales office. Help me get the house in order. The female law enforcement officer followed closely and tilted her head towards Chu Longtu from the back seat of a car. Get in the car. Chu Longtu glanced at the dusty and old SUV of the female law enforcement officer and said lightly. I'm still used to driving my own car. Lead the way. The female law enforcement officer looked at Chu Longtu's big red Ferrari, listened to his natural words as if he was ordering a servant, and gritted her teeth in anger. This pretty boy. What a proud thing. When I get to the law enforcement department, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. The female law enforcement officer got on the SUV angrily and led the way in front. Chu Longtu followed behind and called Fu Qinglong directly. The phone rang for a long time and then hung up automatically without anyone answering. Chu Longtu frowned and continued to call. It was not until they were almost at the law enforcement building and had called for the 5th time that Fu Qinglong's call was connected. What the hell are you all standing there for? Go get some work done. Fu Qinglong's cursing voice and a noisy response were heard first, followed by Fu Qinglong's greetings. What instructions does Master Chu have? Chu Longtu asked in a deep voice. What's going on? Fu Qinglong paused, gritted his teeth and said, someone from the parliament just broke in and said that there were problems with the Qinglong Club's management, so they directly closed the company. He really shouldn't let me know who is making things difficult for us, or I'll crush his balls. Fu Qinglong roared angrily, and Chu Longtu's eyes narrowed instantly. Someone from the law enforcement department just came to me and asked me to go back and cooperate with the investigation into Qin Yi's death. I'm on my way to law enforcement now. Be careful over there, someone is watching us. Fu Qinglong's voice suddenly became extremely solemn and murderous. Understood. Do you need me to say hello to someone over there? Chu Longtu refused calmly. No need. I just wanted to see who is so impatient to come out and stir up trouble when Qin Yi is about to die. Come in. Chu Longtu walked in and sat down calmly, looking as if he was not here for interrogation but strolling in his own back garden, which made the female law enforcement officer even angrier. She sat opposite Chu Longtu, slammed the table and asked harshly. Tell me, who killed Qin Yi? What is your relationship with Fu Qinglong of the Qinglong Society? Chu Longtu glanced at the name tag on the female law enforcement officer's chest that read, Tang Qingyi. Instead of answering Tang Qingyi's question, he asked a question in return. Who told you that Qin Yi was dead? Tang Qingyi raised his heroic long eyebrows and said in a cold voice. This has nothing to do with you, just answer my questions. Chu Longtu stared at Tang Qingyi, who had a righteous look on his face, for a long while, then simply closed his eyes and rested. Tang Qingyi was so angry at his uncooperative appearance that she gritted her teeth. Chu Longtu, don't make the mistake. If you refuse to confess, the consequences will be serious. However, this set of words had no effect on Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and simply ignored Tang Qingyi's threats. Do you really think he is a rookie who just debuted and will confess everything just by being scared? Not to mention how she knew about Qin Yi's death. If she really had evidence in her hands, she should have arrested Chu Longtu as soon as possible when she found him, instead of bringing him back for interrogation. Such behavior clearly shows that this girl named Tang Qingyi may have only received some hearsay information. This thing poses no threat to Chu Longtu at all. Chu Longtu closed his eyes and rested, ignoring any attempts from Tang Qingyi. Tang Qingyi's long eyebrows trembled with anger, and her rosy lips were bitten with deep teeth marks. But no matter how much she said nice things or bad things, Chu Longtu remained as unmoved as a mountain, which made Tang Qingyi want to pounce on him and bite him hard to vent her anger. Just when Tang Qingyi asked questions again without any result and was angrily slamming the table, the door of the room suddenly opened. A square-faced and dignified man walked in, and Tang Qingyi stood up immediately. Section Chief, why are you here? The section chief glanced at Chu Longtu with a slightly dissatisfied tone. I heard you had a tough problem and there was no progress for a while, so I came to check it out. Tang Qingyi's cheeks turned red with shame. She opened her mouth to explain, but the section chief simply waved his hand. Okay, go out, I'll meet him. Tang Qingyi was unwilling to give in and wanted to speak up again, but seeing the determined look on the section chief's face, she could only pout and leave angrily. The section chief pulled out a chair and sat opposite Chu Longtu. Just then, Chu Longtu slowly opened his eyes and his eyes met the section chief's. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. After a moment, the section chief smiled, but that smile was full of arrogance and condescendingness. Chu Longtu, right? Finally I met the real person. Chu Longtu was not angry. He tapped his wrist twice seemingly unintentionally and spoke lightly. It's hard for you too. You used Qin Yi's death as an excuse and found a clueless young man to capture me. You really put a lot of effort into it. But as a section chief, you can't handle such a big thing. You are probably just a pawn used by the person behind the scenes. Just tell me straight, what exactly do you want to say by bringing me here? Chu Longtu's blunt words instantly froze the smile on the section chief's face. He stared at Chu Longtu and spoke grimly. I didn't expect that a Chu family abandoned child like you would have such insight. No wonder you caused so much trouble after returning to Jiangdong City 10 days ago. Even Chu Zhenxiong has fallen into your hands one after another. You really have some skills. But now that you're here, you'd better watch your sharp tongue. This is my territory. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. The section chief looked at Chu Longtu with great ferocity. Coupled with the gloomy environment around him, an ordinary person would have been scared to death. But Chu Longtu was not moved at all, instead a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Chu Zhenxiong. So he is in the same group with you? No, it should be Chu Zhenxiong and the people behind you are in the same group. I wondered why Chu Zhenxiong's personality changed so drastically. He kept chasing me and biting me like a mad dog. I guessed that someone was behind him. What's going on? Now that Chu Zhenxiong has been beaten to a pulp by me, the people behind you can't stand it anymore and are coming to the battlefield themselves. Chu Longtu muttered to himself, and his words went straight to the point, leaving the section chief dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He only let out a hint of the secret, but Chu Longtu was able to follow the clues and guess so many things, without missing a single thing. She even guessed that he had deliberately instructed Tang Qingyi to bring him back. What's wrong with this guy's brain? It's a monster. It took the section chief a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at the sarcastic smile on Chu Longtu's face, as if he was watching a clown, he instantly became furious. Stop showing off your words. So what if you knew? Now that you're in here, there's nothing you can do. Be good and listen to me, or I'll make you pay for it. Chu Longtu narrowed his eyes and stopped talking immediately. Seeing that Chu Longtu was frightened, the section chief finally let out some of his anger. He snorted coldly, and didn't bother to continue talking nonsense, so he went straight to the point. I won't say any more nonsense. A lot of people died at the old dock the night before yesterday, and Bengshan Hall was annexed. And last night, Qin Yi challenged the Qinglong Society to a duel and was killed. Even Zhang Jun, the boss behind the tournament, is missing. These things are inseparable from the Qinglong Society, and the entire Jiangdong knows that you and Fu Qinglong are in collusion. Chu Longtu spoke lightly. So what? The section chief gave a ferocious and cold smile. So, if you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison, then just hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. Otherwise, with your relationship with the Azure Dragon Society, I can make you die of old age in prison. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Longtu's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His heart was shocked, but he suddenly realized something. Flying Phoenix bracelet. 10 days after I got this thing, someone finally came to me. It seems that they finally couldn't bear it anymore. Chu Longtu sighed softly, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Behind you is Longqi Prison. The section chief could no longer hold back and leaned forward, staring at Chu Longtu fiercely. That's right. Since you know who is behind us, you should also know the consequences of not cooperating. Hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, otherwise Chu Zhenfeng will die. What the hell are you doing? I'm warning you, don't try to play tricks. You can't leave here without my permission. The section chief reprimanded Chu Longtu in a harsh voice. Chu Longtu stared at the section chief and asked back. The Feifeng Lingkong bracelet was a dowry gift from my mother. What does it have to do with my father's death sentence? What's the use of a bracelet in Longqi Prison? If I hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, will my father not have to die? Chu Longtu easily set a trap to see if he could get more information about the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet from the section chief. When the section chief heard Chu Longtu's question, his face froze and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He originally thought that since Chu Longtu had taken the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet from the Qin family, he must have known the purpose of the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet long ago. So after receiving the order from Longqi Prison to kill Chu Longtu with all his strength, He set up such a simple and crude trap to snatch the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet from him and send it back to prison to get the first credit. However, it seems that Chu Longtu has no idea about the real requirements of the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. By doing this, wouldn't he be actively exposing the fact that there was something fishy about the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet? The section chief's mood suddenly became extremely bad. Whether it's useful or not has nothing to do with you. Hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet, and you can leave, and your father can live too. If you don't hand it over, you can collect his body. Seeing that the section chief was not fooled, Chu Longtu secretly said what a pity and pouted. This kind of nonsense is best saved for fooling 3-year-old children. In order to get the bracelet, Longqi prison even instructed you to fabricate a crime and arrest me. With such integrity, do you really expect me to believe that if I hand over the bracelet, you will release my father? It's easy to get the bracelet. Release my father and I'll give it to you. Otherwise, no deal. The section chief was immediately furious at these impolite words, and he laughed in anger. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. The section chief picked up a pen and started writing on his notebook while grinning at Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu colluded with Fu Qinglong of the Qinglong Society and attacked Qin Yi to death. The evidence is irrefutable and he refuses to repent. Immediately arrest him and wait for trial before sending him to Longqi prison to serve his sentence. The section chief finished writing in one go and threw the pen away. You gave me the chance to come out but you didn't want it. Do you think I can't find the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet if you don't tell me? When I find the Flying Phoenix bracelet in your house, it will be too late for you to kneel down and beg me. You will stay in there with your damned father until you die. The section chief opened the door and greeted them, and immediately 2 sturdy law enforcement officers walked in and grabbed Chu Longtu roughly. Lock him up first, and then send him to Longqi prison after he's sentenced. Serve me well. The section chief gave the order with a sneer, and the 2 law enforcement officers responded in a muffled voice and carried Chu Longtu out. Chu Longtu was filled with anger. He confuses right and wrong in front of him. Is this the character of the section chief of the law enforcement department? The section chief became even more furious at Chu Longtu's look and slapped Chu Longtu in the face. What, you're not convinced? But his slap did not touch Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu had a gloomy face and his body swayed. He easily broke free from the restraint of the 2 law enforcement officers. He turned around and his right leg suddenly popped out like a spring, kicking the section chief in the crotch with a sinister and vicious kick. The 2 soft spherical objects instantly deformed and vibrated dozens of times under the impact of the huge force, and were almost blown up by a kick. The section chief's eyes bulged out instantly and almost fell out of their sockets. He covered his crotch tightly with both hands. The severe pain even prevented him from screaming, and he could only make hissing sounds. The 2 law enforcement officers looked at this tragic scene with their scalps tingling and almost cried. The section chief is their immediate superior, and the most petty one. They made a mistake and embarrassed the section chief. Their future is ruined. The 2 law enforcement officers rushed towards Chu Longtu with red eyes, roaring like they had lost their parents. You damn bastard, you stop right there. You've done us a disservice. Chu Longtu slapped the 2 law enforcement officers twice and sent them flying, then spat at them fiercely. You are an accomplice to the evil, helping the evildoer, you deserve to be beaten. The section chief finally caught his breath, but the sharp pain in his lower body like a needle stabbing completely ignited his anger and he screamed. Someone come here, are they all fucking dead? There was a sudden sound of chaotic footsteps in the corridor. Tang Qingyi took the lead, followed by more than a dozen law enforcement officers who hurriedly pushed the door open. Tang Qingyi couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the miserable-looking section chief and 2 confused law enforcement officers. Seeing the reinforcements coming, the section chief immediately got angry. Catch this guy for me, quickly. Tang Qingyi was about to attack instinctively, but suddenly a cold shout was heard that shocked everyone. What are you all doing here? What a mess. What a disgrace. Everyone's faces turned serious and they turned around and bowed to a majestic man. Minister. Even the section chief was shocked. He struggled to stand up, clamped his thighs together, and bowed with difficulty. Chu Longtu also looked in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Two middle-aged men stood at the end of the corridor. A man in uniform and looking very dignified should be the head of the law enforcement department. He stared at this group of useless subordinates with an extremely ugly expression. The man next to him, looking at Chu Longtu with astonishment, was Jiang Songshan. "Mr. Chu, why are you here?" Jiang Songshan looked at Chu Longtu, who was surrounded by law enforcement officers as if he were facing a great enemy, with a look of shock on his face. The head of the law enforcement department frowned slightly. "Old Jiang, do you know him?" Jiang Songshan approached the minister and whispered. The minister's eyes slowly widened and he looked at Jiang Songshan in shock. "Are you sure?" Jiang Songshan nodded firmly, and then took the initiative to walk towards Chu Longtu. "Mr. Chu, what happened?" "Minister Tang and I are friends. If there is any misunderstanding, I will help you to reconcile them." Chu Longtu raised his eyebrows and pointed decisively at the frightened section chief and spoke coldly. "I was arrested by that bastard who ordered that chick to come in. Just now, I saw him frame me in front of me with my own eyes." The section chief's face turned pale, and the director's roar had already exploded. "What's going on?" "Minister, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. After he confessed to the crime, I found someone to take him into custody, but he resisted violently and even injured me and two colleagues, and he even bit back." Tang Jingfeng, director of the law enforcement department, frowned deeply. Looking at the section chief who was trembling with his legs clamped together and the two law enforcement officers with clear fingerprints on their faces, he looked at Jiang Songshan with questioning eyes, and his meaning was very clear. "This is the kind of person you call a friend?" Jiang Songshan was also shocked and stared at Chu Longtu blankly. "Mr. Chu, this matter." Chu Longtu agreed without hesitation. "Yes, I did it." As soon as these words were spoken, the section chief's face suddenly became full of joy, and Tang Jingfeng and Jiang Songshan's eyes also changed slightly. But Chu Longtu immediately changed the subject. "But I said, they framed me first, so they can't blame me for beating them up." "You farted." The section chief's heart skipped a beat, and he came up with a countermeasure in an instant. His face was suddenly full of grievance and he retorted loudly. "You admitted with your own mouth that you colluded with Fu Qinglong of the Qinglong Society and attacked Qin Yi together, causing his death. But after leaving the interrogation room, you suddenly changed your statement and beat me and my colleagues. You even dared to turn the tables in front of the minister. Isn't it because your friend knows the minister that you dare to change your testimony and unscrupulously distort the truth? I'm telling you, others are afraid to tell the truth because of your friends, but I'm not afraid. I believe that the minister is wise and intelligent, and will not go along with insects like you. He will definitely clear my name." There was a gleam of light in the section chief's eyes, and a hint of determination in his grievance. He perfectly portrayed the image of a hero who, even though he was wronged, still adhered to his original heart and refused to succumb to power, which immediately resonated with the surrounding law enforcement officers. Tang Qingyi, in particular, was so excited that he kept clapping and almost cheering. But the section chief was secretly delighted and sneered in his heart. As a member of the law enforcement department, no one knows Tang Jingfeng's character better than him. What I hate most is the prisoners being arrogant and confusing right and wrong. His words just made Chu Longtu offend Tang Jingfeng's taboo, and also put Tang Jingfeng on a high pedestal. He didn't believe that Tang Jingfeng could still protect Chu Longtu. As expected, Minister Tang looked at Jiang Songshan with an increasingly unfriendly look and said in a deep voice, "Lao Jiang, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. In the law enforcement department, you openly and violently attacked my subordinates and disregarded the rules of the law enforcement department. This is a provocation to the entire law enforcement department. If you don't give me an explanation, then I'll give him an explanation." Jiang Songshan could only smile bitterly and grit his teeth to say something. "Minister Tang, Master Chu is still young. Please forgive me for my mistakes in anger. As for these three friends, I am willing to give them some money as compensation." Tang Jingfeng laughed out of anger. "Does our law enforcement department look so poor that it doesn't even have money to treat its own people? Okay, you don't have to say anything more. This has nothing to do with you." He dared to commit a crime in the law enforcement department, and even maliciously changed his confession and framed the law enforcement officer. No one can save this kid. Take him away and prosecute him as soon as possible. Jiang Songshan was choked and speechless, and could only spread his hands helplessly. The section chief looked at Chu Longtu coldly, with a hint of pride in his eyes that only he and Chu Longtu could detect. With Tang Jingfeng's words, it became even more justified for him to detain Chu Longtu. And it became more and more impossible for Chu Longtu to figure it out. When the section chief thought about how he had destroyed the turning point brought by Jiang Songshan with just a few words and put Chu Longtu into a desperate situation, and even played Tang Jingfeng in the palm of his hand, he couldn't help but feel very proud. Tang Qingyi, who had been unable to contain himself any longer, walked over, grabbed Chu Longtu's shoulder joint, pushed him, and shouted, "Let's go." However, Chu Longtu did not move and let out a long sigh. Stupid, absolutely stupid. I thought this chick named Tang Qingyi was stupid enough, but I didn't expect the head of the law enforcement department to be even more stupid than her. You believe everything someone says. How did you become the minister if you are so naive? The corridor suddenly became dead silent. The law enforcement officers stared at Chu Longtu in astonishment, wishing they could cut open his stomach to see if he had the guts to call Tang Jingfeng stupid in front of the law enforcement department. The section chief was so shocked that he almost danced with joy. Chu Longtu is finished. Just based on the few words he cursed at Tang Jingfeng, he will never be able to breathe the outside air in his life and will just have to spend the rest of his life in prison. This is exactly what they want. He just didn't believe that in this long and dark life without any hope, Chu Longtu could still insist on not handing over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. As long as he gets the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet and gives it to the big man behind him, he will be able to rise to prominence immediately. What's the use of being a mere section chief? It's not impossible for him to sit on the chair under Tang Jingfeng's butt in the future. The more the section chief thought about it, the more beautiful it became. However, Jiang Songshan was so anxious that he wanted to cover Chu Longtu's mouth. Tang Qingyi was so angry that her teeth were almost broken, and her beautiful eyes were full of anger. This damn guy dares to be so arrogant even at this point. You even dare to call her stupid. In anger, Tang Qingyi couldn't help but use force with her hands, but Chu Longtu's shoulders shook slightly, and a huge force knocked Tang Qingyi back. Presumptuous. Tang Jingfeng shouted angrily, but Chu Longtu remained calm and snorted coldly. I told you that you are stupid, but you still don't believe it. Listen for yourself. Before he could finish his words, Chu Longtu raised his left hand. The clothes were taken off, revealing a black bracelet. Chu Longtu tapped the black bracelet twice. The next second, the section chief's stern voice came from the bracelet. So what if you knew? You can't do anything when you come here. Be obedient, or you'll be in big trouble. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. If you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison, hand over the Feifeng Lingkong bracelet. The section chief's threats to Chu Longtu came out clearly one by one and reached everyone's ears, like a thunderbolt that made them stand still on the spot. The section chief, who had been fearless, was completely dumbfounded, and his face instantly turned pale. Chu Longtu actually recorded a voice. This guy clearly handed over his phone, but he actually hid something else secretly. The furious Tang Jingfeng and Tang Qingyi were almost petrified, stunned and unable to utter a word. Chu Longtu tapped the bracelet lightly to stop the recording and looked at Tang Jingfeng coldly. Luckily I have the habit of recording, otherwise I would have been succeeded by this bastard today. Now, do you realize how stupid you are? Tang Jingfeng opened his mouth and hesitated. His dignified square face had turned purple and his eyes looked at the section chief with almost cannibalistic viciousness. You have framed and robbed the entire law enforcement department, and you have brought shame upon them. I declare that all your positions will be revoked immediately. Go to the discipline department and explain all your problems immediately. Roll. Tang Jingfeng was completely furious. With just a glance, two law enforcement officers with stern faces stepped forward and did not give the section chief a chance to speak. They roughly picked him up and dragged him away. The other law enforcement officers who were watching no longer had any admiration for him and instead started cursing at him. This bastard, not only is he dirty, but he actually dragged our entire law enforcement department into this. Yeah, I believed his performance just now. I almost got tricked by him and wrongly accused a good person. You bastard, you deserve to die. Tang Qingyi also let go of Chu Longtu helplessly, and his heroic long eyebrows drooped weakly. Things have come to this point, even if she has no experience, she reacted now. From the time she captured Chu Longtu and then the section chief chased her away to personally interrogate Chu Longtu, she was completely like a puppet being led by the section chief, and even became an accomplice of the section chief in framing Chu Longtu without knowing it. Tang Jingfeng glared at Tang Qingyi coldly. What are you still standing there for? You also go to the discipline class and explain all the problems. Also, from now on, you will be suspended from all duties and go home to reflect on yourself. You can come back to work when you are done reflecting on yourself. Tang Qingyi felt as if struck by lightning and couldn't help but cry out for justice. Bullmaster, I was also deceived by him. Why do I have to go to the discipline class too? However, Tang Jingfeng didn't listen to her explanation at all. He turned around and walked directly to Chu Longtu and spoke seriously. Mr. Chu, I failed to discipline my subordinates, which led to the emergence of such a scum and caused you trouble. I am very sorry. After saying that, Tang Jingfeng actually bowed slightly to Chu Longtu and apologized. Jiang Songshan, who was standing by, also completely let go of the worry in his throat and hurriedly laughed to smooth things over. I said that Master Chu is not that kind of person. It is impossible for him to do such a thing. It turns out that there is a villain behind this. Old Tang, you don't have to blame yourself too much. It's normal for a law enforcement department this big to have one or two bad apples. Just deal with them. Well, the sky is clear and the rain has stopped. Let's not talk about it anymore. Old Tang, if you really want to apologize, why don't you take us to your office to taste your collection of premium tea? Jiang Songshan's jokes immediately eased the heavy atmosphere at the scene, and Tang Jingfeng also showed a slight smile on his face. You only care about these little things of mine. Mr. Chu, why don't we go together? Tang Jingfeng made the invitation, obviously wanting to calm Chu Longtu's resentment. Chu Longtu hesitated for a moment and agreed. Although Tang Jingfeng handled the situation a bit roughly just now, he was ultimately deceived by the section chief. Moreover, after Chu Longtu told the truth, Tang Jingfeng directly dealt with the section chief without any intention of covering up, and even bowed his head in person to apologize. This honesty and magnanimity also dispelled the remaining anger in Chu Longtu's heart. Just go, it's just a cup of tea. Chu Longtu was surrounded by Tang Jingfeng and Jiang Songshan and went upstairs. The remaining law enforcement officers all dispersed, and only Tang Qingyi looked at Chu Longtu's back with a bitter face and indignation. Damn you, I wouldn't have suspended you if it weren't for you. Although the section chief is a jerk, what he said makes sense. What good can someone who is in league with the Azure Dragon Society have? I don't believe you are clean. Just wait, I will definitely uncover your dirty deeds and reinstate you gloriously. Tang Qingyi thought of her pride and couldn't help but raise her little face with a hint of a smile. However, a word that came over instantly brought her back to her original state. Xiao Tang, what are you standing there for? Why don't you go to the discipline class? If you don't go now, you'll miss the canteen opening time. Tang Qingyi's face suddenly fell. She responded weakly and turned away lazily. Chu Longtu followed Tang Jingfeng and Jiang Songshan into Tang Jingfeng's office. As soon as he entered, Chu Longtu suddenly frowned and looked around. Tang Jingfeng didn't notice it, but Jiang Songshan was keenly aware of this detail. Even when he sat down on the sofa, Chu Longtu's frown was still there, and his eyes kept looking around. After the two sat down, Tang Jingfeng personally took out his own collection of fine tea, brought out his own collection of top-quality blue and white porcelain teacups, poured twice the amount of dark red tea and placed it in front of Chu Longtu and Jiang Songshan. Come and taste the exquisite Dahong Pao that I have collected. This is fine tea from the mother tree in Wui Mountain. I only have a few ounces of it. Tang Jingfeng's face was full of smugness, and Jiang Songshan picked up the teacup with a smile, blew away the hot steam and was about to drink it. But Chu Longtu stared at the hot tea and suddenly grabbed Jiang Songshan's wrist. With a little force, he snatched the teacup from Jiang Songshan's hand. Chu Longtu's sudden movement scared Jiang Songshan and Tang Jingfeng, and Chu Longtu's behavior the next second made the two of them freeze in place. After smelling the tea carefully, Chu Longtu actually picked up 2 cups of tea and poured them directly on the ground. The steaming tea instantly wet the ground, and the room suddenly became dead silent. Tang Jingfeng widened his eyes and felt a pang of pain in his heart. That was the finest tea that he treasured and was reluctant to drink himself. If it wasn't for entertaining his old friend Jiang Songshan and appeasing Chu Longtu's resentment, he would not have served it to guests. Now he has been defeated by Chu Longtu. Tang Jingfeng was instantly furious, and the teacup he slapped almost jumped up. What are you doing? Jiang Songshan was also puzzled and thought that Chu Longtu was still holding a grudge against what had just happened, so he quickly spoke. Mr. Chu, didn't we agree to let this matter go? Why? Chu Longtu spoke before he could finish. The tea is not right, you can't drink it. Tang Jingfeng laughed out of anger. What's wrong? Could it be that this tea is too inferior to Master Chu's liking? Or is it that Master Chu suspected that I had poisoned him and he didn't dare to drink it? Tang Jingfeng spoke sarcastically, but who knew what Chu Longtu said? No poison was used. But there is something more sinister than poison in this tea. Tang Jingfeng sneered. Then please tell me, Master Chu, what is in this tea? Chu Longtu stared at the tea with a serious expression. There's a goo in this tea. Is there a goo? Tang Jingfeng sneered and even laughed out loud in a ridiculous way. Insanity. How could something completely fictional, which only appears in folk tales and fairy tales, exist in reality? It would be more believable to say that the tea was poisoned than to say that there was a goo in it. Jiang Songshan was also very shocked and instinctively chose not to believe it. But Jiang Songshan seemed to have thought of something and his face suddenly became slightly grim. Master Chu, is this really a goo? Tang Jingfeng looked at Jiang Songshan in surprise. No way, old Jiang, do you really believe in this goo? What a joke. This is all just a rumor. How can it really exist? Jiang Songshan shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice. Jingfeng, just because you don't know something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Do you remember what I told you about how my old man and I were infected with the evil spirit of the bronze tripod and almost died? Tang Jingfeng sneered, his face full of disbelief. I've said it before, it's just that the light in your house is old and happened to fall off. You were so scared by such a small thing that you even believed in such feudal superstitions. Tang Jingfeng laughed at Jiang Songshan, but Jiang Songshan didn't care. Instead, his expression became more serious. What about your strange disease? Didn't you suddenly cough up blood a while ago? Your internal organs were extremely itchy, and you often had hallucinations. Didn't you want to ask the expert who can help me remove the evil spirit to diagnose you? To be honest, the master who helped me and the old man get rid of the evil spirit was Master Chu. I was originally planning to ask Master Chu for help, but Master Chu has been busy recently. Now that I've met him, why not ask Master Chu to help you diagnose the problem? However, Tang Jingfeng sneered even more, and the doubt and disdain on his face became more and more intense. Old Jiang, if you want to make up a lie, at least make it sound decent. Breaking the evil spirit is already ridiculous, and it's even more ridiculous that a brat like this can do it. As for my illness, you don't have to worry about it. It's just a minor problem caused by overwork. It will be cured soon. Tang Jingfeng didn't believe it at all, and Jiang Songshan could only smile bitterly and look at Chu Longtu. Mr. Chu, if you are infected with this goo, what symptoms will you have? Chu Longtu glanced at Tang Jingfeng without saying anything. He just picked up the tea jar and sniffed it. The fragrance of tea immediately filled his nose. And mixed in this fragrance is a very subtle sweet aroma that ordinary people cannot detect at all. Chu Longtu exhaled and patted the tea can gently. Found it. The goo is right here. Without waiting for Jiang Songshan and Tang Jingfeng to speak, Chu Longtu picked up the tea can and scattered the tea leaves on the table. Chu Longtu. Tang Jingfeng was immediately furious and stood up suddenly, his heart twitching in pain. This is the finest tea from the Dahong Pao Mother tree in Wei Mountain. I brought it to you out of kindness to make amends, and you actually dared to destroy it. Tang Jingfeng angrily scolded Chu Longtu and tried to collect the tea leaves, but was stopped by Chu Longtu. Chu Longtu grabbed a handful of tea leaves and shook them gently. Suddenly, large pieces of blue-black particles fell off the tea leaves. The color of these particles is exactly the same as that of tea leaves. Once they are attached to tea leaves, they cannot be distinguished with the naked eye. They fell on the table and gathered into a mass, wriggling gently like a living thing, which was extremely weird and creepy. Such a weird scene made Jiang Songshan and Tang Jingfeng's scalps tingle instantly and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Tang Jingfeng took a quick step back and yelled in fear. "What is this?" Jiang Songshan couldn't help but hold his breath, looking at the twisted blue-black particles on the table with trembling. Insanity. Chu Longtu's calm voice sounded. Collect 5 poisonous creatures, scorpions, centipedes, snakes, toads, and geckos, place them in a jar, and let them fight and devour each other until only one of them is left. Prepare another black chicken and put it into the pot. Let the remaining 5 poisons devour its flesh and blood. Take out its skeleton and grind it into powder. Then feed the 5 poisons with human blood for 49 days. Finally, kill the 5 poisons and grind them into powder. Mix it with the skeleton of a black chicken and place it in a place with heavy yin energy to warm it for 7 days. This will make it into a goo, called the 5 poisons entangled phoenix goo. It's these guys. Chu Longtu pointed at the blue-black particles that were slowly wriggling. This kind of goo is neither alive nor dead. It is similar to poison, but it is much more difficult to deal with. It not only contains the poisonous gas of the 5 poisons, but also condenses the resentment of black chickens, human blood, and the yin energy of heaven and earth. Once it is infecting a person, it will be lingering and extremely difficult to remove. As for the symptoms, Chu Longtu looked up at Tang Jingfeng, whose face had turned pale with fear, and suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him over. He used his fingers to open his eyelids, and saw a dense mass of dark blue threads on his eyeballs, which was extremely terrifying. The eyes are dark blue. When I opened his mouth, a foul smell hit me in the face. Foul odor in the mouth. I pressed my palm lightly on his chest and it felt hard as if there was a foreign object protruding from it. There's something in my chest. His fingertips pinched his stomach and wrists hard, but Tang Jingfeng didn't notice it at all. Numbness in my limbs. Chu Longtu let go of Tang Jingfeng and spread his hands. Plus what Jiang Songshan just said about coughing up blood and hallucinations. Well, you have all the symptoms. Congratulations, the poison has already penetrated your bones. You can only live for a week at most. It should still be in time for you to leave your last words. Tang Jingfeng shuddered violently, and all his courage, disdain, and doubt instantly poured out along with cold sweat, and he collapsed directly on the sofa. But immediately Tang Jingfeng jumped 3 feet high, crying and shouting to save Chu Longtu's thigh. "Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Please save my life." Chu Longtu looked at Tang Jingfeng indifferently. "What, are you scared now?" Tang Jingfeng nodded rapidly, his twisted face full of fear. With irrefutable evidence before him, how could he not believe it? If he doesn't believe it, he will lose his life. Chu Longtu pondered for a moment and said calmly, "I can save you, but I have conditions." Tang Jingfeng didn't hesitate at all. "You said, as long as I can do it, I will never shirk it." After getting Tang Jingfeng's promise, Chu Longtu didn't waste any time and picked him up. "Sit up straight." Taking out the needle bag he carried with him, Chu Longtu picked up the golden needles and pierced the 36 major acupoints on Tang Jingfeng's heart, chest and abdomen with ease and precision. The next second, all the golden needles moved without wind and began to tremble slightly. Countless blue-black lines instantly emerged between Tang Jingfeng's chest and abdomen. They were so densely packed and hideous that they looked particularly creepy. Chu Longtu pressed his thumb against Tang Jingfeng's stomach and slid it upwards inch by inch. All the blue-black lines suddenly began to wriggle violently like living things, and rapidly contracted upwards under the stimulation of the golden needle and Chu Longtu's thumb. Finally, it turned into a black line and gathered at Tang Jingfeng's throat, where Chu Longtu pulled out a golden needle and stabbed him hard. "Get out of here!" Chu Longtu shouted loudly, and Tang Jingfeng suddenly opened his mouth and vomited. A mouthful of blue-black liquid came out immediately and fell into the trash can that Chu Longtu brought. "Don't worry, these poisonous insects have been completely burned and are no longer harmful." Chu Longtu wrote a prescription and threw it to Tang Jingfeng, who held it carefully as if it were a treasure. I have forced most of the poisonous insects out of your body. There are still a few remaining in your body, but it's not a big deal. Take this prescription and take it for 12 consecutive days. The remaining poisonous insects in your body will be completely eliminated. It can also nourish your body and make up for the deficiency. As for these, Chu Longtu pointed to the tea leaves on the table. Just burn it with fire. Although the 5 poisons phoenix goo is difficult to deal with, its body is very fragile and can be burned cleanly by fire. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingfeng didn't say a word. He put on gloves, gathered all the tea leaves together, and lit them directly. In the blazing fire, countless tiny blue-black poisonous insects struggled and twisted, and turned into ashes along with the tea leaves. Even some faint squeaking sounds could be heard. Only after all the Dahongpo tea leaves were burned did Tang Jingfeng breathe a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of fear and doubt. If it wasn't for Master Chu this time, I would have died without knowing how. But I bought this tea myself when I went to Wui Mountain 3 years ago and kept it as a treasure. Normally, no one can touch it. And I drank a few times in the past 3 years, but nothing ever happened. Someone suddenly cast a spell on me. Who wants to harm me? This bastard who stabbed me in the back must not be caught by me, or I will make sure he lives or dies. Tang Jingfeng said harsh words angrily, and Chu Longtu also seemed to be thinking about something. Although the 5 poison phoenix goo is only a low-level poisonous insect, the method of refining it is definitely not something that ordinary people can know. Now it has been transformed and put on Tang Jingfeng, the head of the law enforcement department. Who knows what is going on behind this? The matter of poisoning is extremely secretive. If someone deliberately wants to harm you, they will hide their tracks, making it impossible for ordinary people to find them. Once the goo is successfully cast, your life and death will be controlled by the goo's hands. You will have to do whatever they tell you to do. I'm afraid the person who cast the goo has this in mind. Chu Longtu's few words made Tang Jingfeng sweat profusely, and suddenly he thought of a possibility that made him even more terrified. What if that person not only puts a curse on me, but also on my family members? When he thought of this, Tang Jingfeng felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He stood up suddenly, already so frightened that he lost his composure. Chu Longtu frowned slightly and pointed to the prescription he had just written. Get a few more doses of this prescription, boil it into soup and give it to the others to drink. The medicinal soup can stimulate the goo worms and make them automatically reveal themselves. This can be used to identify whether someone has been poisoned. If you are really poisoned, suppress it with medicine first, and then call me. Tang Jingfeng felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He held Chu Longtu's hand tightly, as if he had seen a savior. He wished he could kneel down and kowtow to Chu Longtu. Master Chu, saving my life is like giving me a new life. I really don't know how to not repay you. Just one word, from now on I will never refuse any mission you give me. Qin family, ancestral home. Inside the solemn and majestic ancestral hall, Qin Yi's confidant who was released by Chu Longtu knelt on the ground and told the whole story of how Qin Yi was killed. More than a dozen members of the Qin family, including Qin Meng, Qin Yi's father, who were sitting on the 8 immortals' chairs in the ancestral hall, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. By the time Qin Yi's confidant had finished speaking, the hot-tempered members of the Qin family could no longer hold back their laughter. A bunch of damn bastards, how dare they kill our Qin family members? I will bring my men to defeat them right now. Qin Yi has already reached the middle stage of dark power. With the martial arts passed down in our family, who in the dark power realm can kill him? There must be a conspiracy here. That Qinglong society that no one has ever heard of is just a small gang in the underground world. It is not something that can be put on the stage at all. Where did they invite warriors from who could actually kill Qin Yi? No matter who he is, if he dares to kill someone from our Qin family, he will have to pay the price. The ancestral hall was filled with noisy sounds. Qin Meng, who was sitting at the top, had a livid face and crushed the hard armrests of the chair into countless powders. Ahem. An old cough was heard from the door of the ancestral hall, and a hunched figure slowly walked in. Qin Meng and others immediately stood up and rushed forward to greet them. Father. Uncle. Master. Old Master Qin, with his hair and beard all white, looked at Qin Meng expressionlessly, and suddenly slapped him hard. Old Master Qin, who was at the peak of his dark power, did not hold back at all. The huge force caused Qin Meng to spit out blood and his cheeks swelled up instantly. The ancestral hall suddenly became as silent as a cemetery. Everyone held their breath and dared not even breathe. "What are you doing here?" Old Master Qin asked coldly, and Qin Meng fell to his knees and said in a muffled voice, "Dad, Ear was killed. I'm discussing." Bang. Another heavy slap hit his face, knocking Qin Meng so hard that he couldn't get up. Old Master Qin's hair and beard stood out, and he exuded a murderous aura. "What else is there to discuss?" "What is there to discuss? Your son, my eldest grandson, was killed in Jiangdong. How dare you discuss this in the ancestral temple? Since when did the Qin family members dare to only work hard on their mouths when they were killed? What are your fists and your hands used for?" Qin Meng straightened his back suddenly, his eyes instantly filled with blood. "Son, I understand. I will send someone to Jiangdong right now to avenge Ear." There was a cold light flashing in Old Master Qin's eyes. The martial arts world has never been a peaceful place. They dared to kill Qin Yi today. If the Qin family fails to respond, others will think we are weak and can be bullied. They will dare to bully us tomorrow. You personally take people there and kill that unknown Qinglong society and the warrior who killed Qin Yi. Let them know that the Qin family's reputation is not built with words but with countless blood. If they dare to go against the Qin family, their lives will be over. Qin Meng and his clansmen responded loudly, with murderous intent filling the air. Mr. Qin changed the subject and said in a cold voice, "And there is the little girl named Yu Lingqin from the Yu family. If she hadn't made such a fool of herself by eloping, Qin Yi wouldn't have gone to Jiangdong. Bring back his little girl. Since she is unwilling to serve Qin Yi and caused his death, I will destroy her body myself and absorb the Xuanyin Qi to break through the Huajin. When the time comes, I will be the first to massacre the Yu family to celebrate." Tang Jingfeng and Jiang Songshan walked out while talking and laughing, but they didn't know that they had shocked many people. Everyone in the law enforcement department knows Tang Jingfeng's character. He was so tough and cold, just like a piece of hard iron, and would never compromise. Even when the congressman in charge of law enforcement came, Tang Jingfeng didn't respond at all. He spoke in a very serious manner, not to mention chatting and laughing. Many law enforcement officers have worked in the law enforcement department for several years and have never even seen a smile from Tang Jingfeng. And now Tang Jingfeng was actually smiling along, and the person he was addressing was even Chu Longtu, a guy who was just being interrogated. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this guy has some powerful background that makes the minister welcome him with a smile? Many law enforcement officers suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Chu Longtu with a hint of awe in their eyes. Tang Qingyi, who had just received punishment in the discipline class, happened to see it and his eyes widened in anger. Chu Longtu is just a suspect, why is he shaking? Did the minister's head get squeezed by the door? Tang Qingyi was about to speak when someone spoke up faster than her. Chu Longtu. A loud shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chu Longtu looked up and saw Yang Qinggang, dressed in a suit and tie, followed by 3 or 4 followers, striding into the law enforcement building. Yang Qinggang didn't even look at anyone else, he just stared at Chu Longtu and shouted, "Who let you out? Catch him immediately and don't let him go until he explains the truth." The followers behind him immediately stepped forward to arrest the men, and even showed the handcuffs and put them on Chu Longtu's hands. "Stop!" Tang Jingfeng shouted loudly and stood in front of Chu Longtu with a cold light in his eyes. "Let's see who dares." When the followers saw that it was Tang Jingfeng, the official head of the law enforcement department, they stopped immediately and looked back hesitantly. Yang Qinggang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Minister Tang, what do you mean?" Tang Jingfeng stared at Yang Qinggang coldly. "I also want to ask you what this means. Who gave you the right to openly shout and kill my friends in front of the law enforcement department?" Yang Qinggang looked at Tang Jingfeng in confusion. Wasn't Chu Longtu just arrested and taken to the law enforcement department? How did you become Tang Jingfeng's friend again? This unexpected result made Yang Qinggang suddenly at a loss, and the words he had planned were blocked in his mouth. After Chu Longtu was taken away by Tang Qingyi, Yang Qinggang received a call from his servant, Counselor Jiang, asking him to rush to the law enforcement department to bring people to control Chu Longtu. Yang Qinggang immediately notified his subordinates to rush to the law enforcement department, but who knew that they would encounter this unexpected scene as soon as they entered. But Yang Qinggang reacted quickly and spoke sternly. Minister Tang, Chu Longtu is an important suspect and is involved in many important cases. Even if he is your friend, he must be arrested and investigated strictly. Please move aside and don't get in our way. There was a sudden silence in front of the law enforcement department building. Chu Longtu looked at the tough Yang Qinggang thoughtfully, and the process of him being brought to the law enforcement department by Tang Qingyi flowed through his mind like water. Tang Qingyi, Section Chief, Yang Qinggang. The Qinglong Society will be closed down. It's so close, one link after another, it's not a coincidence at all. Could it be that this Jiang Dongsheng is the mastermind behind all this trouble? In the silence, Tang Jingfeng laughed angrily, and even a fool could hear the anger that was as strong as a volcanic eruption. Okay, it seems that I have been a good person for too long, so that even a lackey under Jiang Dongsheng dares to run and act wild in front of me. Someone come. At Tang Jingfeng's command, the surrounding law enforcement officers stepped forward without hesitation and surrounded Yang Qinggang with a fierce look in their eyes. Yang Qinggang's face turned pale instantly, and his followers were even more unbearable. They were so scared that they started shaking all over. Tang Jingfeng looked at Yang Qinggang coldly and waved his hand gently. Let the adults in these congressmen's offices learn a lesson and clear their heads. Let them remember that this is the law enforcement department, not their congressman's office. It's not their turn to show off here. A dozen-strong law enforcement officers suddenly walked out of the crowd with sneers and rushed forward with fists and feet with malicious intent. Yang Qinggang's scream, comparable to that of a woman, instantly rose to the sky. How dare you? Tang Jingfeng, you are crazy. The congressman will not let you go. Ah! Scary screams and the muffled sounds of fists and kicks rang out one after another, and Yang Qinggang was unable to utter a word. Tang Jingfeng ignored Yang Qinggang's scream and said apologetically. These guys are totally clueless. They frightened Master Chu. Chu Longtu looked at Tang Jingfeng deeply. I appreciate Minister Tang's kindness. Tang Jingfeng was delighted, knowing that Chu Longtu had seen through his intentions. Given his status and position, even if he was very angry with Yang Qinggang, he would not bother to talk to him and would only talk to Jiang Dongsheng directly. It was even more impossible for him to do something like beating the assistant to the counselor in front of the law enforcement department. The only reason for doing this is to do good to Chu Longtu. He directly put into practice the promise that Tang Jingfeng had just made. But if you are sent, I will never refuse. Chu Longtu also enjoyed it very much. After glancing at Yang Qinggang, who was screaming in pain after being beaten, he got into the car with Jiang Songshan and drove away. Tang Jingfeng watched the car go away. When he turned around, he saw Tang Qingyi behind him, which scared him. What are you doing here? Tang Jingfeng said unhappily, and Tang Qingyi glared at him angrily and questioned him. Dad, that guy was clearly related to Qin Yi's death. Why didn't you just let him go? Instead of having people beat Assistant Officer Yang. Could it be possible that you are in collusion with him? Before he finished his words, Tang Jingfeng raised his hand and slapped Tang Qingyi hard, causing her to groan. Her eyes immediately filled with tears, making her look extremely adorable. Nonsense. Tang Jingfeng snorted. It's none of your business what my relationship with him is. Anyway, you should be respectful when you see him in the future. Don't provoke him. Do you understand? Tang Jingfeng turned and went into the building, leaving behind Tang Qingyi, who was pouting her red lips in dissatisfaction. No, you two must be hiding something from me. Tang Qingyi murmured to herself, looking at Tang Jingfeng's back with a determined look. Humph, the more you don't want me to know, the more I want to know. That damn guy not only caused my dad to send me to the discipline class to be punished, but he also hung out with my dad. He definitely had no good intentions. Don't let me find out, or I'll make you pay, humph. Chu Longtu, I'm not done with you. Yang Qinggang muttered to himself resentfully and suddenly had a hysterical attack. A bunch of rubbish. You can't even catch a single person. What's the point of having you? Get out of here, get out. Several followers rushed out of the car in a panic. The slowest one was kicked hard by Yang Qinggang and fell to the ground with his head covered in mud. Yang Qinggang was panting heavily. After finally suppressing the anger in his heart, he took out his cell phone and made a call. The phone rang 3 times before it was connected, and Yang Qinggang spoke humbly. "Member, this is a mess. Tang Jingfeng refused to release us and spread the word that Chu Longtu was his friend. He also ordered his men to beat us up. He also said something very mean to you, saying that you don't even take him seriously, even though you are a congressman. He will beat up anyone who comes to our congressman's office in the future." Yang Qinggang exaggerated his complaint, but Jiang Dongxing was silent for a moment and then spoke calmly. "Oh, Tang Jingfeng is so arrogant that he doesn't even take me seriously. When did he actually lower himself to make friends with a Chu family outcast? Go check it out. There must be something fishy going on here. Where are the Kolongtu people?" Yang Qinggang said quickly. "He left before us, and the person who left with him seemed to be Jiang Songshan from the Jiang group." Jiang Dongxing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Are you sure it's Jiang Songshan?" Yang Qinggang thought about it carefully and said affirmatively. "I met him at the parliament's year-end reception last year. It was Jiang Songshan for sure." Jiang Dongxing remained silent for a moment, then spoke playfully. "Interesting. Jiang Qinglong, the second son of the Jiang family, is the judge of Longqi prison, and his nephew Jiang Songshan is in cahoots with Chu Longtu. Aren't they really afraid of being blamed by the higher-ups?" Yang Qinggang put the phone away and didn't dare to listen to Jiang Dongxing's mumbling. Having been around big shots for a long time, Yang Qinggang knows this very well. There are some things you cannot listen to, or you will die. Go do your work, and contact me when you have news. Jiang Dongxing hung up the phone after saying something. Yang Qing just breathed a sigh of relief and told his followers to get in the car and leave quickly. In Jiang Dongxing's office in the parliament building, Jiang Dongxing put down the phone and looked at the 2 people sitting at the desk with a smile. It seems that this Chu Longtu is indeed difficult to deal with. Not only is he related to Fu Qinglong, but even the head of the law enforcement department, Tang Jingfeng, is protecting him. He's really a bit difficult to deal with. Do you two have any way to deal with him? At the desk, Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan sat restlessly, with reserved looks on their faces. Hearing Jiang Dongxing speak, Chu Zhenxiong smiled bitterly. "Councilman Jiang is joking. If my father and I could have dealt with him, would we have ended up like this?" When he said this, Chu Zhenxiong's heart was bleeding. By now, he had lost almost everything. The land of Su village that he had finally regained with the help of the warden behind him was lost again because of Qin Yi's death. The Chu family's own cash flow had long been cut off, and all of its industries were now half dying. The entire Chu family was on the verge of bankruptcy. And all this is thanks to Chu Longtu. He didn't even know how he lost. It was obvious that Chu Longtu had no power and it seemed that they could kill him with just a finger, but this guy just made them lose everything. If he had a way to deal with Chu Longtu, why would he need to ask Jiang Dongxing? Jiang Dongxing uttered an "oh," but his tone suddenly became extremely gloomy and harsh. "If that's the case, then what use are you?" Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan suddenly tensed up and looked at Jiang Dongxing in horror. Jiang Dongxing looked coldly at Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan, father and son. "Because of your incompetence, I took on this troublesome matter. If the warden wasn't so busy, do you think you could have escaped punishment? If you don't want to disappear from the face of the earth, use your stupid pig-like brains to show your meager value. All of Chu Longtu's relatives, friends, classmates, women, and all the information related to him, hurry up and give me the information. If you don't even have this much value, then what's the difference between keeping you and keeping 2 pigs?" Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan, father and son, were so frightened that they were sweating profusely. Under Jiang Dongxing's gloomy and cold gaze, they began to rack their brains to recall any information related to Chu Longtu. "I remember now that Chu Longtu has an uncle," Chu Zhenxiong said quickly. "His name is Xiao Ziyun. He was from the Xiao family of Fenglin Pharmaceutical Group and Xiao Wan's younger brother. After Chu Zhenfeng and Xiao Wan disappeared 10 years ago, the Fenglin pharmaceutical group was dismembered by us, and the Xiao family fell into decline. Xiao Ziyun has been hiding in the Chinese medicine street, guarding the pharmacy left by the Xiao family to make a living. Jiang Dongxing's eyes lit up, his expression returned to gentleness, and he looked at Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan encouragingly. What else? Chu Tiannan also spoke stutteringly. I also thought about it. I remembered that besides Yu Lingqing, there are 2 women named Su Wanqiu and Enqin around him. They should be able to be useful too. Chu Tiannan told Jiang Dongxing all the information about Su Wanqiu and Enqin in one breath. Jiang Dongxing didn't care at first, but when he heard that Su Wanqiu was a jewelry designer, he suddenly became thoughtful. Jewelry designer? How could it be such a coincidence? She and Feifeng, related. Not related. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Dongxing saw that Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan's faces were red from trying to think of something and he couldn't think of anything else, so he waved his hand. That's all for today. Tell me if you remember anything later. You can go now. Chu Zhenxiong and Chu Tiannan felt as if they had been pardoned, and hurriedly got up and left the office. 2 pieces of trash. Jiang Dongxing snorted coldly, turned his chair and looked at the high-rise buildings in Jiangdong lined up in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes flashing with strong ambition. Humph, when there are no heroes, the little ones become famous. I'm different from this bunch of rubbish. I won't give you any chances. I will trample you completely under my feet and help me climb the ladder to the top. The cell phone on the table vibrated twice. Jiang Dongxing picked it up and the smile on his face became even more intense. Okay, Qin Meng of the Qin family will personally lead the team to Jiangdong. The Qinglong Society is finished. Without the Qinglong Society, I wonder what kind of trouble you can cause. It seems like it's time to invite those guys to have some tea. At this point, you should also know that it is Longqi prison that is causing trouble for me. Your second uncle Jiang Qinglong is the chief judge of Longqi prison, but you are so close to me. Aren't you afraid that Longqi prison will cause trouble for you? However, Jiang Songshan's answer was somewhat beyond Chu Longtu's expectations. Second uncle is second uncle, and the Jiang family is the Jiang family. These are 2 different things. Chu Longtu was a little confused, and Jiang Songshan explained. You may not know that after second uncle entered Longqi prison, he gave up the Jiang family property he inherited and voluntarily left the Jiang family. The Jiang family's affairs have nothing to do with him, and his identity will not affect any decision of the Jiang family. So, Longqi prison will not be angry with us just because the Jiang family is close to you. Chu Longtu was very surprised, and a sentence flashed through his mind. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. These wealthy families have been able to pass down their legacy and indeed all have a philosophy of survival. Chu Longtu didn't ask any more questions, and the 2 of them went straight to the headquarters building of the Qinglong Society. Jiang Songshan knew that Chu Longtu and Fu Qinglong had something to discuss, so he did not go up to disturb them and drove away directly. There were not many people in the Qinglong Society's headquarters building, so Chu Longtu went straight to Fu Qinglong's office on the top floor. When Chu Longtu pushed the door open, he saw the unshaven Fu Qinglong swearing angrily on the phone, and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Chu Longtu sat down, lit a cigarette, and motioned Fu Qinglong to continue. Tell them all to stay still. I won't let anyone who dares to cause trouble off. Fu Qinglong yelled into the phone and hung up, then spread out his hands with a wry smile. Mr. Chu, you are here. What's going on now? Chu Longtu asked, and Fu Qinglong also lit a cigarette, smoked half of it in one breath before slowly exhaling the smoke. All of our places, including the bathhouses, KTVs, bars, and nightclubs of Qinglong Club and Bengshan Hall, have been closed. Other restaurants, construction companies, fleets, mines, and other companies have also been inspected by the parliament and are unable to operate normally. Basically, we were forced to shut down. Fu Qinglong smiled bitterly and finished the remaining half of the cigarette in one breath. It was obvious that he was feeling very aggrieved. Chu Longtu took a puff slowly, exhaled a smoke ring leisurely, and said lightly. I just went to the law enforcement department and I think I know who is making things difficult for us. Jiang Dongxing, does this name make any impression on you? Fu Qinglong's face suddenly turned gloomy. It's this greedy guy. That's a bit tricky. Chu Longtu flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked curiously. Tell me about it. Fu Qinglong began to explain. This guy was unknown before, but later on, I don't know what big tree he found to lean on, he rose all the way to the top of the parliament, and 3 years ago, he even became the head of the powerful department, the law enforcement department. Besides, he is also on good terms with many members of the parliament. He has great potential and has a strong influence in Jiangdong. At least with the size of the Qinglong society before, we didn't even have the qualifications to sit down and talk in front of him. Chu Longtu narrowed his eyes, put out his cigarette. Then it seems that he is the one who is making things difficult for us this time. How are the people down there feeling? Fu Qinglong's smile became even more bitter. These little bastards kept making a lot of noise, but I suppressed them. Now they are all staying in various places. But it's okay for a short while. If it lasts for a long time, I'm afraid they will not be able to hold back and cause trouble. Chu Longtu pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled and spoke. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Fu Qinglong was completely confused. What chance? Chu Longtu looked at Fu Qinglong steadily. It's a great opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to transform. Do you really want to live in the underground world for your whole life? Fu Qinglong was struck by lightning and stared at Chu Longtu in a daze. Chu Longtu started talking in a calm voice. While someone is making things difficult for us and the Qinglong society is completely shut down, we should take the opportunity to clean up the Qinglong society and transform it into a real group that can stand in the sun. Fu Qinglong had already held his breath, his eyes shone with an extremely bright light, and his heart was beating hard. Chu Longtu was right. No matter how powerful an underground organization was or how impressive it sounded, it was ultimately just a bunch of rats that could never make it to the stage. In the eyes of real wealthy families, that is begging on your knees. And if they abandon the foundation of the underground organization and transform themselves, the new group, supported by the huge business of Qinglong society and Bengshan Hall, will surely become a truly powerful family that plays an important role in the whole Jiangdong. Fu Qinglong made up his mind instantly and said firmly. Mr. Chu, what do you think we should do? Chu Longtu stretched out 2 fingers. 2 things. First, we need to sort out all the industries of the Qinglong society and the Bengshan Hall. We need to figure out which ones are the core pillars and which ones are the marginal industries that can be abandoned. The second thing is to screen all the subordinates under your command and select those who are still patient and obedient and don't cause trouble. They can be brought to the new group for reuse in the future. Those unruly guys who are still thinking of causing trouble at this time. Chu Longtu shrugged. Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't stop people from pursuing their aspirations, right? When the time comes, we can give them those unnecessary marginal industries and let them go out and start their own businesses. This will be a great treat for them. Besides, some things in the underground world still need someone to do them, right? Fu Qinglong instantly understood what Chu Longtu meant. Once the new group is established, some old underworld businesses must be clearly defined and not touched upon. However, these separated younger brothers can take over this part of the business and serve as a buffer zone between the new group and the underground world. If anything happens, these younger brothers who have set up their own businesses can take over, and they have nothing to do with the new group. The more Fu Qinglong thought about it, the more frightened he became. Such a plan can be said to be interconnected and seamless, without any gaps or flaws. This is definitely not a plan that can be thought up in a short period of time. Maybe when Chu Longtu just incorporated the Qinglong society, he had already thought of a complete plan. What an amazing plan! Fu Qinglong looked at Chu Longtu with great awe and said softly. So what is the name of this new group? Chu Longtu pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. The new group was formed by the merger of King Longui and Beng Shantang, so we will take one character from each. Longshan Group. How? Fu Qinglong lowered his head deeply and said solemnly. Everything is at your will. Sister Su, what's the matter? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere else? Chu Longtu thought that Su Wanqiu had some sequelae after being kidnapped, but he heard Su Wanqiu laughing and saying. No, I'm in good health. I wanted to ask if you are free now. If you have time, why don't you come to my sister's house for dinner? Chu Longtu raised his eyebrows. Have a meal. Su Wanqiu said coquettishly. Is it possible that I want to eat you? Hey, don't tell me, it's not impossible to eat you. After all, it's not like my sister hasn't eaten before. I'll go. Can't I go? Chu Longtu raised the white flag spinelessly, and his mind couldn't help but recall the beautiful scene of a certain night. When Su Wanqiu heard Chu Longtu raise the flag of surrender, he chuckled triumphantly. It's settled then, come to my house now. Waiting for you. Chu Longtu hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dealing with Su Wanqiu for a while made him feel more tired than fighting with Qin Yi in the ring. This girl Su Wanqiu is such a charmer. Chu Longtu hailed a taxi and went to Su village. As soon as he got off the car and entered the village, the villagers passing by greeted him enthusiastically when they saw Chu Longtu. Hey, Xiao Chu is here. Are you going to look for Xiao Su? Young people are so energetic, that's great. Have you eaten yet, Xiao Su? Why don't you come to my house for some? These villagers all knew that it was Chu Longtu's clever plan that saved the ancestral hall during the last demolition crisis, and they were all very enthusiastic towards him. Chu Longtu smiled and returned the greetings to the villagers who greeted him enthusiastically, then walked straight to the Su family. The gate to the Su family's courtyard was wide open, and Grandpa Su was sitting under the grape trellis in the yard, enjoying the cool and playing with the dog with a smile on his face.